Chapter 669. Could it be that the ultimate Tao isn't the true ultimate Tao? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown as he pondered over this question. The more profound one's cultivation was, the more things one would be able to see. Even if one completely grasped the great Tao, there would still be a feeling that one didn't have complete control over it. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if the ultimate realm of the sixth level was really the ultimate Tao. However, according to Qin Zhao's understanding, the ultimate Tao was indeed the sixth level. The sixth level was the Great Perfection Realm. This was basic knowledge. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be wrong. Qin Shao shook his head. He couldn't understand this question at the moment. He would ask Yi Junhe later to see if he knew anything. No matter what, the myriad Tao had been cultivated to the Great Perfection Realm. This was the first Tao that Qin Shao had cultivated to the Great Perfection Realm. There were only two dojos in the desolate land God Palace. One was the Myriad Tao Dojo, and the other was the Ultimate Sword Dojo. Qin Shao urgently needed to raise his strength. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't rest. After leaving the Myriad Tao Dojo, he went to the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land. The Sword Forest of the Desolate Land was one of the three sacred grounds of the Desolate Land God Palace. Its status was even higher than the Myriad Tao Dojo and the Ultimate Sword Dojo. Furthermore, the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land was also a sacred ground for Sword Tao. Its effect might even be above that of the Ultimate Sword Dojo. Of course, if the two cultivation grounds worked together, the effect would be even better. Therefore, Qin Shao came to the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land first. After all, he had cultivated in the Myriad Tao Dojo for 1,000 years, and it was getting boring. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land. As one of the three sacred grounds of the Desolate Land God Palace, Qin Shao had always been looking forward to the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land. The sword had a special meaning to Qin Shao. He loved the sword since he was young. The first profound that he cultivated was the Sword Profound. The sword, in his cultivation life, played the role of a carrier. It played the role of penetrating the other Taos. It was because of the sword that Qin Shao was able to cultivate all kinds of great Taos. It could be said that everything had the shadow of the sword in it. To the vast majority of cultivators, the sword was the most important component. The sword could be said to be the guide of all Taos. No other Tao could compare to the greatness of the Sword Tao. Therefore, the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land was the most popular holy land among the three holy lands. Qin Shao had long been fascinated by the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land. Previously, because he had to take over the position of the border ambassador, he had temporarily suppressed his interest. Now that everything was settled, Qin Shao could put all his thoughts on cultivation. The Sword Forest of the Desolate Land was a world in the Desolate Land. Upon entering it, one would feel as if they had returned to the era of the Desolate Land. Wolves were everywhere, heaven and earth were dim, and the mountains and the earth were in their most primitive state. It was like the beginning of the universe. The mountains and rivers had not been fully formed. The universe had not been fully formed, and there were still cracks everywhere. It was a very strange scene. The aura of the Desolate Land surged and shrouded one, making one's blood boil. Sword mountains appeared in front of Qin Shao, forming a huge sword forest, which formed the main theme of the Desolate Land Sword Forest. Before getting close to the sword forest, one could already feel the monstrous sword qi surging over. It was a solemn atmosphere. The strong wind was like a sharp sword, whistling and blowing on one's body. It was as if countless swords were slashing down. If one's strength was slightly weaker, the sword wind alone would be enough to kill him. This is the Sword Forest of the Desolate Land. I haven't entered the Sword Forest yet, but I can already feel the endless sword qi and sword force. It has completely stimulated the blood in my heart. No wonder it's a holy land for cultivation. It really lives up to its reputation. Qin Shao also felt a rare excitement in his heart. He swept over to the Sword Forest, which was a little lively. From afar, Qin Shao could see many figures cultivating there. Most of them were disciples of the heavenly god realm, but there were also some ordinary almighties. Of course, The ordinary almighties were only for the divine palace of the desolate land. No matter how ordinary the almighties of the divine palace of the desolate land were, they would still be extraordinary. Junior brother Qin Shao is here. What a rare guest. Haha, junior brother Qin Shao, you're now awe-inspiring. You're ranked 10th on the Earth leaderboard. Tisk, you've left us far behind. I'm really ashamed. That's right, junior brother Qin Shao. You're deliberately provoking us. I'm an old man who has lived for 200 million years. I can't compare to your junior brother, who has only lived for 40,000 years. I'm ashamed to see you. Junior brother Qin Shao, you have to give in to us a little. When Qin Shao arrived, the sword forest became lively. Everyone greeted Qin Shao one after another. The almighties of the divine palace of the desolate land got along well with each other. They were all like a family. Of course, there were also a few people who were more difficult to get along with. For example, the raging dragon. Qin Shao was now in the limelight. He was a peerless genius and naturally received everyone's favor. Qin Shao didn't put on any airs and humbly responded to them one by one. He quickly got along well with these senior brothers, as if they were a family. Qin Shao's easygoing nature made everyone like him. On this point, Qin Shao had an advantage over Yi Juanhe. Although Yi Juanhe's character was good, his personality was still a bit cold. He wouldn't be as easygoing and easy to get along with like Qin Shao. Of course, in fact, if one really got along with Yi Juanhe was a very easy person to get along with. It was just that he didn't like to talk much. This was a shortcoming. Qin Shao was much better in all aspects, so it was easier to get along with people. Among them, the senior brother, named Wu Hoyuan, was the most enthusiastic. He kept talking to Qin Shao about the situation in the desolate land sword forest. Qin Shao knew about Wu Hoyuan. In fact, Qin Shao admired him. Wu Hoyuan was the same as Qin Shao. He also ascended from an ordinary source world. His situation was like Heavenly Star and Qi Zhu. But Heavenly Star and Qi Zhu couldn't be compared to Wu Hoyuan. Wu Hoyuan was also a peerless genius. When he entered the divine world, he had many fortuitous encounters. He had several great opportunities. Then, he slowly rose up and became a disciple of the desolate land's divine palace. Finally, he became a disciple of the desolate land's divine palace. He could also enter the top 100 of the Earth board. However, he didn't have enough endurance in the later stages. He had been trapped in the fourth step heavenly deity realm for 80 million years. He still hadn't succeeded in Tao integration and became a powerful being. Logically speaking, those who could enter the top 100 of the Earth board would have no problem in Tao integration. Therefore, this situation made Wu Hoyuan very melancholy. But fortunately, his mentality was good. He was also an optimist. Therefore, he didn't become dispirited because of this. Instead, he became more and more excited. In the desolate land's divine palace, he was also a famous martial arts fanatic. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the sword forest. Many of the swords were scattered on the ground. Most of these were ordinary swords. However, they were emitting a terrifying aura. Of course, there were also a small number of Tao artifact swords. It was just that Qin Shao wasn't interested in ordinary Tao artifact swords. As for the swords here, you can take them if you want. In the vast sword forest, there were countless swords. As far as the eye could see, there were swords everywhere. This was also a unique characteristic of the sword forest. However, the true unique characteristic of the sword forest didn't lie in this. Instead, it lay in the many sword steels that were erected there. Wu Hoyuan introduced them to Qin Shao enthusiastically. Actually, there was no need for Wu Hoyuan to introduce them. Qin Shao also knew the origins of these sword steels. Each sword steel represented the lifetime comprehension of the Tao of the sword by an almighty who had gone through a lot of hardships. Those who could leave behind a sword steel here were all extraordinary people who had cultivated the Tao of the sword to the extreme. Not only the pinnacle, but they also had their own unique comprehension. Only then were they qualified to leave behind a sword steel here. The divine palace of the desolate land had existed since the beginning of the universe. Perhaps no one could say for sure how long it had existed. It had existed for way too long. Over the endless years, there were countless powerful beings in the divine palace of the desolate land. Although there weren't many members who were sealed, many of them had died over the years. Of course, not all of the sword forest were sword steels left behind by the divine palace of the desolate land. There were many other powerful beings. The divine palace of the desolate land would even invite some powerful sword Dao experts to leave behind a sword steel. Therefore, over the endless years, there were tens of thousands of sword steels filling up the entire core area of the sword forest. This meant that tens of thousands of powerful ancestors had left their lifetime comprehension of the sword Dao here. It went without saying how precious this was to cultivators. Qin Shao was relieved. No wonder the sword forest of the desolate land was the most popular holy land in the desolate land divine palace. It was no wonder this place was too attractive to cultivators. At the very least, Qin Shao immediately fell in love with this place the moment he entered. He even felt his blood boil. Qin Zhao's gaze passed through the tens of thousands of sword steels and finally landed at the center of the sword forest. Within 100 million miles, there were only 9 sword steels. Moreover, these 9 sword steels were clearly one size larger than the other sword steels. This area was clearly isolated, making it different from the other sword steels. From far away, Qin Shao could sense the soul-stirring sword qi coming from the 9 sword steels. Senior Brother Wu, what's with those 9 sword steels? Qin Shao asked in confusion. Wu Huiyuan laughed. Haha, those 9 sword steels were all left behind by rulers. However, Junior Brother Qin Shao, don't get too close or you'll injure yourself. Those 9 sword steels are extraordinary. Even I don't dare get close. They're extremely terrifying. They carry the might of 9 rulers. If you don't have the strength to get close, you'll be injured. What? Qin Shao was inwardly shocked. There were actually rulers who had left behind sword steels here. A ruler's lifetime comprehension of the sword Dao was a huge treasure trove. It was equivalent to a ruler's inheritance. This was something that would drive anyone crazy. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire the desolate land divine palace's wealth. It was truly a great wealth. Chapter 670. Impossible. How could the desolate land deity's temple have 9 sovereigns? At least from what Qin Shao knew, the desolate land deity's temple should only have 4 sovereigns. Even if there were more hidden ones, there should at most be 1 or 2 more. If there were 9 sovereigns, there were too many. Sovereigns were existences that stood at the peak of the universe. Only the sovereigns of the universe could be called sovereigns. Sovereigns were truly immortal, eternal existences that would only be destroyed when the universe was destroyed. As long as the universe was not destroyed, there was no power that could kill sovereigns. Even if there were differences in strength between sovereigns, no matter how strong the sovereigns were, they could not kill the weaker sovereigns. Sovereigns were existences that surpassed the firmament of the universe. Junior Brother Qin Shao, don't think too much. Some of the 9 sword steels were left behind by the sovereigns of other factions, and some were left behind by lone sovereigns. Not all of them can be compared to our desolate land deity's temple. Wu Huiyuan seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts and laughed. Qin Shao was relieved. It seems that I was thinking too much. So not all of them are sovereigns of our desolate land deity's temple. I thought that our desolate land deity's temple had so many sovereigns. That's right. If our desolate land deity's temple really had so many sovereigns, then it would be terrible. Wu Huiyuan said. Qin Shao laughed. Thinking about it, it was also impossible. If the desolate land deity's temple really had so many sovereigns, then there would be more than just 4 that were publicly known. All right, Junior Brother Qin Shao, then I won't disturb your cultivation. But if there's a chance, we can spar, just with the sword. All right, look over there. There's also a sword discourse arena. It's the place where us senior brothers usually spar. Here, we can only spar purely in the way of the sword. This is also beneficial to our cultivation. Wu Huiyuan pointed to a place. Qin Shao had already seen that place, but it was empty at this time, so Qin Shao didn't know what it was doing before. Hearing Wu Huiyuan's words, Qin Shao knew that it was a sword platform. Thinking about it, it was not bad. Senior Brother Wu, I'll first comprehend this sword steel. Later, I'll ask the other senior brothers for advice. Qin Shao nodded. Wu Hoyuan quickly left, and Qin Shao also walked towards the sword steel's forest. The number of sword steels in the forest exceeded 60,000, which represented the lifetime comprehensions left behind by 60,000 almighty experts who had extraordinary achievements in the Sword Tao. This was the foundation of the godly palace of desolation. No wonder I've long heard that the people of our godly hall of desolation are all proficient in the Tao of the sword. So that's how it is. Qin Shao also recalled some things and felt relieved. Just like the heavenly court island, Qin Shao approached the first sword steel very quickly. Before he even got close, he sensed an extremely overbearing sword qi surging over. If it was someone with slightly weaker strength, they would probably bleed to death from all 7 apertures of their head from this impact. The peerlessly domineering aura formed a small space. It was a domineering domain with a radius of 10,000 miles. It was filled with a dense aura, and sword qi could be seen circulating inside. As soon as he entered, Qin Shao saw countless scenes in front of him. They were all scenes where the domineering sword qi was displayed to the peak. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. What a domineering sword! The sword is unconventional, and it's extremely domineering. Qin Shao approached the sword steel step by step. Only by reaching the sword steel could he obtain the lifetime comprehension left behind by the sword steel's owner. It was not easy to get close to the sword steel. In the domineering sword qi, one round was enough to make one's divine body collapse. Qin Zhao's sword qi had already reached the 5th level. Sword qi had always been Qin Zhao's forte, and it was the sword that improved the fastest. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword qi had always been strong. What he wanted now was to reach the peak of the ultimate sword qi. Ordinary swords were naturally unable to harm him in the slightest. Qin Shao moved forward like an open axe. Soon, he was in front of the sword steel. The sword steel was a statue. It must have been left behind by the sword steel's owner. In front of Qin Shao was a somewhat thin ancestor. He had a long beard and carried a sword on his back. His expression was solemn and somewhat ferocious. Although it was just a statue, its owner had left his mark on it. Therefore, one could still feel some of its owner's shadow on the statue. Qin Shao had seen countless sword styles, and he had also seen many domineering swords. However, it was definitely the first time he had seen such a domineering sword. I don't like the sword that goes to the extreme of domineering. It's not suitable for me. The way of the sword is closely related to a person's character. If it's not suitable, it will be very difficult to practice. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. If it's forcibly matched, the effect may not be good. Qin Shao thought to himself, sword qi is really great. It can accommodate everything, integrate everything, and also be ever-changing. It can have countless ways and feelings. The domineering sword, the gentle sword, the sharp sword, the cold sword, the melodious sword, it can be heavy and edgeless, heavy and light, or as fast as lightning, etc. These were the changes of the sword, which gave the sword its unique charm. However, what I need is the ancestors' comprehension of the sword and the way of thinking of the sword. From there, I can walk a sword path that belongs to me. Only then can I reach the pinnacle of sword qi and reach the perfection of sword qi. Qin Shao had a deep understanding of this feeling when he was cultivating the Tao of all things. If he wanted to cultivate a Tao to the pinnacle of perfection, he had to walk a Tao path that belonged to him. He had to have something that he could comprehend on his own. He could only use the path of others as a reference, but he couldn't use it as his own path. If he followed the path of others, he definitely wouldn't be able to walk the true Tao. The true Tao had to be opened up by oneself. Only then could it be completely considered one's own. I'm the Sky He Gemin Sword Emperor. My lifetime of comprehension of sword qi is here. My sword is the unparalleled, domineering Tao. A voice like the sound of Tao entered Qin Zhao's ears. This was the voice left behind by the Sky He Gemin Sword Emperor. The Sky He Gemin Sword Emperor actually left a sword steel here, Qin Shao was slightly surprised when he heard this voice and knew the person who left this sword steel behind. Qin Shao had naturally heard of the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor. He was in existence on the Sky list, but he wasn't a member of the Desolate Land Divine Palace, nor did he belong to any other holy lands. He was a solo cultivator. There weren't many powerful solo cultivators in the universe. The Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor's name could be seen from how domineering he was. He dared to call himself a Sword Emperor and Sky Hegemon. It was enough to show how domineering he was. In terms of the domineering sword, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled in the universe. Very few people could compare to him. However, what made people laugh was that he wasn't a flamboyant and domineering person. It was completely different from his sword, which was indeed a very strange thing. Although the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor didn't leave a good name in the universe, it was fortunate that he didn't leave a bad name either. Qin Zhao's understanding of the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor was limited to what he saw on the Sky list. He didn't know anything else about him. The closer the sword steel is to the outside, the shorter the time it was left behind. The Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor was an almighty existence who rose to power 100 million years ago. Therefore, the sword steel he left behind is at the outermost area. The further in one goes, the more ancient the existence is. Those that are closer to the central area are probably existences that have existed for an unknown period of time. Qin Shao curled his lips and comprehended the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor's lifetime of comprehension. He just wanted to see the path that the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor took. Qin Shao didn't need anything else. The path of the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor wasn't suitable for Qin Shao. Qin Shao just wanted to find some of the cultivation paths of his ancestors to give himself some inspiration. That was all. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't stay in front of the Sky Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword steel for long. He only stayed for 3 months before leaving for the next sword steel. There were more than 60,000 sword steels here. It was enough for Qin Shao to slowly comprehend them. The second sword steel that Qin Shao saw was left behind by an almighty called All-Knowing. Qin Shao didn't know anything about this almighty. It was the first time he heard of this almighty. He wasn't from the Desolate Land Divine Palace. He was from the immemorial Jiang clan. If he wasn't on the Sky list, it meant that his strength wasn't too strong. He wasn't at the level of an almighty. The sword Tao of All-Knowing Almighty was very gentle. It was like clear water. Qin Shao felt that this sword path was very suitable for girls to cultivate. It was extremely gentle. The All-Knowing Almighty was also known as the All-Knowing Scholar. Perhaps it was because his sword was very gentle that he got such a title. This sword path naturally wasn't suitable for Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao gained some insights from it. Since he was able to leave behind a sword steel in the sword forest of the Desolate Land, it meant that he had some attainments in the sword Tao. It was worth studying. Qin Shao stayed on this sword steel for 3 years. He carefully comprehended this path and gained some inspiration from it so that he could walk his own path of the sword Tao. Cultivation was like this. It was a slow, long, and meticulous process. It was simply impossible to achieve success in one go. To reach the peak, one needed to put in a lot of effort. The sword forest of the Desolate Land was indeed one of the 3 holy lands. It was very helpful for cultivation. Even if an ordinary divine realm expert was placed here, he would probably be able to improve quickly. Oh, by the way, I have a spot for a registered disciple. I've thought about it before. It's for Shi Jian. I've been so busy with this matter that I forgot to arrange for Shi Jian to enter the divine palace of the Desolate Land. The sword forest of the Desolate Land is too important to him. I remember that registered disciples also have the opportunity to cultivate in the 3 holy lands. However, they need to use contribution points to exchange for it. There's also a time limit, but that's not important. As long as he can enter, it doesn't matter how much he has to pay. Qin Shao only had one disciple, Shi Jian. Naturally, he cherished him very much. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was an extremely unqualified junior. He didn't have the time to teach Shi Jian anything. Although Shi Jian's talent wasn't very good, he was now a 4th-step divine realm expert. If he was given a chance, he might be able to become an almighty. Qin Shao hoped that he could become an almighty. In that case, he could at least protect the 9 provinces world in the future. Chapter 671. Qin Shao left Shi Jin's affairs to the great sage Ba Qi. It was very convenient to have these 12 servants. They could handle all kinds of matters, big or small. Qin Shao was assured. However, Qin Shao still needed to cultivate in the Forest of Sword for the time being, so there was no way to arrange this matter for the time being. He could only let Shi Jin stay in the mansion for the time being and arrange the status of a registered disciple. There were also some places that Shi Jin could go and take a look at. The entire Desolation Divine Palace was a holy land. Even if he stayed in the mansion to cultivate, the effect was far from comparable to the outside world. For Shi Jin, it was as if he had found a treasure. Interesting, this nameless senior sword path is very similar to mine. It is also a sword path that I like. To leave a sword steel here, but not leave his name and information. It seems that he is a powerful person who does not pursue fame and fortune. He has been here for a long time. I wonder if he is still alive now. Qin Shao had cultivated in the sword forest of the desolate land for 1,000 years. During this time, Qin Shao had comprehended nearly 1,000 sword steels. The shortest ones were only a few days, while the longest ones were only 10 years. Qin Shao had been comprehending this nameless senior's sword steel for the longest time. It had been more than 60 years, but he still felt like he had not had enough. Generally speaking, if a powerful person who was not from the desolate land Divine Palace left a sword steel here, it would be for the future generations to comprehend and cultivate and spread his name. This was the case even for the powerful people from the desolate land Divine Palace. For example, in the past 1,000 years, Qin Shao had met many ancestors that he had never heard of before. Many people didn't care much about their reputation, but not everyone could do that. There were still some people who couldn't choose to be indifferent and would pursue something more. This was very common in the universe. For example, some powerful people would build a place of inheritance before they died, so that their inheritance could continue and they would not be completely destroyed in the river of time. Even if they were mighty figures, many of them would not be able to avoid it. Qin Zhao's cultivation of the sword Dao wasn't as smooth as the cultivation of the myriad Dao. However, the sword Dao was more complicated in comparison. Moreover, the cultivation of the supreme grade Dao was not that easy, even if you were a genius. Actually, even Qin Shao himself did not expect that the cultivation of the Dao of all things would be so smooth. Perhaps it was due to his constant accumulation of experience. If he continued to cultivate the ultimate sword Dao, the momentum would pass. Phew, after comprehending for so long, I've comprehended many things. However, it's still a little messy. I haven't been able to clear out a sword path that belongs to me. Why don't you go to the sword discourse arena and ask for advice from the senior brothers? Perhaps you will gain even more. Qin Shao walked out of the sword monument space and looked towards the sword discourse arena, only to see that the sword discourse arena was currently very lively. The effect should be better if he combined comprehension with sparring. If he continued to comprehend and cultivate, then Qin Shao might fall into a bottleneck. This was not a good thing. In terms of comprehension of the Tao, accumulation was one aspect, but more importantly, comprehension was the most important aspect. Comprehension was to be able to open up your own path and see things clearly. And this, perhaps, require a moment of enlightenment and enlightenment. It was precisely because of this that talent in cultivation was the most important thing. The cultivation of the Tao was even more so. Talent in comprehension was the most important. But sometimes one's train of thought would enter a dead end and fall into a dead cycle. At this time, he could no longer force himself. If he relaxed his body and mind, the effect might be better. Qin Shao came to the sword discourse arena. Qin Shao recognized the 2 senior brothers sparring on the sword discourse arena. One was called Jianda, the other was called Wu Mu. The latter's name was a bit strange. Both of them were in the top 100 of the Earth roll, but in terms of strength, they were not as strong as Qin Shao. Of course, the disciples of the godly Temple of Desolation couldn't be judged based on their rankings on the Earth leaderboard. Some disciples weren't even in the top 100 of the Earth leaderboard, but their strength couldn't be underestimated. After all, the rankings of the Earth roll were based on the strength that the Heavenly Court Island knew. If the Heavenly Court Island did not know your strength, then there was naturally no way to rank you. If you wanted the Heavenly Court Island to know your strength, then you had to spar with others in a public place. Given the Heavenly Court Island's power, as long as you were not in the desolate land Divine Hall's headquarters, the headquarters of other sacred lands, or in a small universe, the Heavenly Court Island would know no matter where you fought. As long as you fought and displayed your strength, the Heavenly Court Island would evaluate your strength. However, many disciples of the desolate land Divine Hall had never taken a step out after entering the desolate land Divine Hall. They had always been cultivating in the desolate land Divine Hall. Some disciples were more low-key and had never fought outside. Generally speaking, as a disciple of the desolate land Divine Hall, there were indeed not many people who dared to provoke them. Some low-key disciples would not provoke others, so naturally they would not have the chance to fight. If they did not have the chance to fight, then the Heavenly Court Island's evaluation of their strength could only be stopped a long time ago. It could even be said that there were disciples who were not even on the Earth roll, but their strength was unfathomable. The Earth roll was only a list. It could explain most of the problems, but it was not absolute. Of course, this did not affect the credibility of the Earth roll. The swords of these two people were also very different. Jianda's sword had the power to carry all things. The sword contained a holy light and supreme virtue that made people feel very comfortable. It could purify one's soul and purify all evil, ugliness, and darkness in the world. Under the holy sword light, Jianda became extremely holy, as if he was the Lord of creation. If a powerful figure saw him, they would probably have the urge to kneel down and worship him. However, Jianda's sword was only at the 5th level of the ultimate sword Dao. He had not cultivated it to perfection. On the other side, Wu Mu was the same. His black robes covered him from head to toe, and his face was also pitch black. A layer of black mist covered his face, making him seem like a death god. As for his sword, it was incomparably sinister and gloomy, filled with an evil aura. One white, one black. So their battle was especially intense. It was especially brilliant, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Seeing Qin Shao arrive, quite a few people looked over and nodded in a friendly manner. Qin Shao also responded one by one. When Wu Hoyuan saw that Qin Shao had arrived, he also quickly scurried over. He was currently quite close to Qin Shao. Haha, junior apprentice brother Qin Shao, you're finally willing to stop and come take a look. Are you interested in exchanging pointers? Qin Shao smiled and said, let's take a look first. After cultivating for a long time, I also want to move around. Haha, you're ranked 10th on the Earth board. Us senior apprentice brothers have to think twice before coming here. Wu Hoyuan teased. If it was in terms of strength, then out of the 20 to 30 senior apprentice brothers here, none of them would be a match for Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally knew that Wu Hoyuan was joking. Isn't the Sword Discourse Arena competing in the Sword Dao? My Sword Dao is not considered strong. I believe that there should be senior apprentice brothers here who have already cultivated the ultimate Sword Dao to perfection. In terms of the Sword Dao alone, Qin Shao was indeed very strong. Of course, that was only if he used his absolute arts. If Qin Shao used the 7-star sword's absolute art, the Mountain River Sword Scripture's absolute art, then it would be a different story. However, the Sword Discourse Arena sparring was purely about the Sword Dao, so they would not use their absolute arts. They would only use ordinary sword moves, and it was completely based on their own mastery of the Sword Dao. The might of the pure Sword Dao, such as sparring, was even purer and more targeted, so the effect was naturally better. Wu Hoyuan nodded and pointed in a direction. Among the senior apprentice brothers here, only senior brother Lang Xie has cultivated his Sword Dao to the great perfection stage. Qin Shao looked at senior brother Lang Xie. ranked 21st on the Earth board. Although his ranking was 11 places lower than Qin Zhao's, this ranking had not moved for 10 million years. In these 10 million years, Lang Xie had kept a low profile and stayed in the desolate land's divine palace. Therefore, no one knew how strong Lang Xie was right now. It was possible that Lang Xie was already in the top 10 of the Earth board. It was possible that Lang Xie was even stronger than Yi Juanhe. This was all possible. After all, for a top genius, 10 million years was more than enough for them to improve a lot. It was impossible for a genius like Lang Xie to not have any improvement in 10 million years, right? It was obvious that this was impossible. Therefore, among the disciples of the desolate land's divine palace, there were many who secretly compared Lang Xie and Yi Juanhe. One was a peerless genius who had shaken the world millions of years ago, while the other was a peerless genius who was currently on the rise. Qin Xiao was also slightly surprised to see Lang Xie here. In terms of the Earth board ranking, Lang Xie was currently ranked 4th among all the disciples of the desolate land's divine palace. The first was Lord Huayang, ranked 2nd on the Earth board. The second was Yi Juanhe, ranked 9th on the Earth board. The third was Qin Xiao, ranked 10th on the Earth board. The fourth was Lang Xie, ranked 21st on the Earth board. Qin Xiao looked at Lang Xie, and Lang Xie also looked at Qin Xiao. The two looked at each other for a while, then nodded at each other. Seems like senior brother Lang Xie is quite easy to get along with. Qin Xiao curled his lips. Wu Hoyuan smiled. It's all right, he's not hard to get along with. But senior brother Lang Xie is also a man of few words. He's quite a nice person. Qin Xiao nodded. Although he had only looked at Lang Xie, Qin Xiao could feel that Lang Xie was quite a nice person. This was a feeling, or perhaps a man's intuition. Qin Xiao always felt that he was very good at judging people. Whether a person was worth befriending or not, the first impression was very important. And Qin Xiao trusted people more. The two of them chatted for a while, and many senior brothers also came over to chat with Qin Xiao to improve their relationship. As for Jianda and Wu Mu's battle, it was nearing its end. The two of them were just exchanging pointers. It was a pure contest of sword Dao, so it naturally wasn't as grand. Haha, junior brother Wu Mu, thank you for letting me win. Thank you for letting me win. Jianda had a slight advantage, and now he was laughing loudly. Wu Mu, on the other hand, shook his head and jumped down. Then, he entered the forest of swords. It was obvious that he was a little agitated. Chapter 672. After defeating Wu Mu, Jianda seemed to be rather proud of himself. 8 reading. 23 His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Qin Xiao. He grinned and said, "Oh, junior brother Qin Xiao, what a rare guest. Right now, my fighting spirit is high and my hands are itching. Junior brother Qin Xiao, please be abused." Seeking abuse hearing these two words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but find it funny. This personality of his was truly a bit cheap. Qin Xiao never thought that Jianda, who gave off a rather holy feeling, would have such a huge side to him. However, this kind of personality was still more popular and very sociable. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Senior brother Jianda is too modest. Your sword Dao is very strong. In terms of sword Dao alone, I might not be able to take advantage of senior brother Jianda. However, since senior brother Jianda is in such a good mood, then junior brother can only refuse. I can also take this opportunity to teach senior brother Jianda a few moves. In fact, with Qin Xiao's strength, he could completely look down on everyone. However, Qin Xiao was extremely humble and amiable, without the slightest bit of arrogance. This kind of personality naturally made everyone like him. Hee, junior brother Qin Xiao, what are you saying? It's just a spar. I don't dare to give you any pointers at all. Come, junior brother Qin Xiao, come up to the sword discourse arena. Jianda smiled. Qin Xiao nodded and jumped onto the sword discourse arena. The sword discourse arena was not big, only 10,000 miles in diameter. The entire sword discourse arena had been set up with layers upon layers of great formations. Even if a ruler attacked with all his might, he might not be able to destroy the sword discourse arena. Fortunately, it was only a spar of sword Dao on the sword discourse arena, so the destructive power would not be too great. It would be completely suppressed by the formation of the sword discourse arena and would not dissipate. On the sword discourse arena, there was an aura of battle intent that made one's blood boil. Junior brother Qin Shao, please. Jianda quickly entered a state of battle, his expression becoming solemn and holy. Qin Zhao's eyes were also slightly cold. Since he had entered the battle state, he naturally could not afford to be distracted. Senior Jianda, please advise me. After Qin Shao said these few words, he immediately attacked. Hua Hua Hua. Qin Zhao's sword gave people the feeling that it was fast and powerful. It was vast and mighty, as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, but there was also a sense of righteousness in it. In comparison, Jianda's sword was purer. It was filled with righteous energy. It was as if the sun was shining on everything, and it was filled with a holy divine might. Under the impact of this divine might, Qin Shao actually felt that his sword Dao was collapsing. It was like a thatched cottage that was being attacked by a flood. It was on the verge of collapse, and it might collapse at any moment. As soon as they exchanged blows, he could feel how powerful Jianda's sword was. Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. Qin Shao could see his own shortcomings in the collision between sword Dao and sword Dao. Although Qin Shao tried his best to change and improve his sword Dao, he still could not block the power of Jianda's sword Dao. The two of them had only exchanged 100 blows, but Qin Shao took the initiative to stop. He shook his head and said with a smile, Senior Jianda, I lost. Jianda also immediately stopped. He grinned and said to Qin Shao, Junior Qin Shao, thank you for letting me win. However, if we were to compete in real strength, then you would probably crush me in 10 moves. As for sword Dao, I have cultivated for tens of millions of years more than you, but I am only at this level. I am really ashamed. Speaking of which, Junior Qin Shao has only cultivated for more than 40,000 years. To be able to reach such a level is already heaven-defying enough. What Junior Qin Shao lacks is the accumulation of some time. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. If he was given enough time, Qin Shao had full confidence that he would be able to improve. Time was not something that could be rushed. It must be taken step by step. Qin Shao said, Senior brother Jianda, I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my sword Dao cultivation. I'm confused and can't see my own path of the sword clearly. I wonder if Senior brother Jianda can give me some pointers. Jianda shook his head and said, I don't dare to say that I can point you in the right direction. After all, I'm only a dabbler. However, Junior Qin Shao, your problem is quite obvious. Don't you think that your sword is too scattered? Too scattered? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He looked at Jianda with some confusion and asked, What do you mean? You should be able to understand after I explain it in detail. Your sword pursues speed and sharpness. It also has a bit of tyranny and righteousness. It even pursues strength and the ability to penetrate. Everything you do is to improve the power of your sword. Am I wrong? Jianda said. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Senior Jianda, that is indeed the case. Isn't this the way to improve the power of your sword? Jianda shook his head and said, Yes, but also not completely. If you only think about improving the power of your sword, you will neglect a very important thing. That is the realm of your sword. Many people are stuck at the 5th level their entire lives because they can't find their own sword path. Cough. Speaking of which, I have also been stuck for a long time. It's only now that I have a bit of a way. I feel that Senior Brother Lang Xie is more experienced in the cultivation of the sword Dao. Previously, I also received some pointers from Senior Brother Lang Xie. That's why I have some gains. Qin Shao looked at Senior Lang Xie and clasped his hands. Senior Lang Xie, may I ask if you can give me some guidance? Lang Xie nodded and said, Jianda is right. You intend to improve the power of your sword but neglect the realm of your sword. This is a mistake that most cultivators will make. It is not surprising that you would make this mistake. You should have seen some things from the sword steels. If you think carefully, you will discover that the sword Dao of each sword steel is unique. Every sword steel had its own sword path that was completely different from the sword paths of others. Of course, this is a higher level. Once you reach this level, you are qualified to leave a sword steel here. As for the more ordinary ones, that is to walk a distinct sword path. Regardless of whether you walk the same sword path as others or a sword path that completely belongs to you, you need to walk a sword path. Once you can do that, you can step into the 6th level. Take Jianda, for example. He has already begun to walk the path of righteousness. If he walks it slowly, one day he will be able to cultivate the ultimate sword Dao to perfection. Qin Shao understood this basic principle. He also knew that he needed to walk his own sword path. But the problem was, how could he walk his own sword path? This was what really puzzled Qin Shao. Lang Xie continued, Junior Qin Shao, your sword is too scattered. You don't understand what kind of sword you need. For example, you pursue speed. It is said that speed is the only thing unbeatable in Sword Dao. When the sword is fast to the extreme, it can indeed form its own path. For example, you pursue sharpness. Wherever the sharpness reaches, everything will be cut. The extreme sharpness can also form its own path. For example, you pursue strength, lifting heavy things as if they were light. The extreme strength can also form its own path. But what you pursue is the power of the sword itself. So you melded all these things together and intertwined them with each other, making your path complicated. If it is too messy and scattered, you'll get lost and can't find your own path. Hearing senior brother Lang Xie's words, Qin Shao was suddenly enlightened, and a bright light was lit in his heart. Yes, it was indeed so. He had always pursued the power of the sword. He had thought of all ways to improve the power of the sword. He thought that by doing so, he could break through to perfection. But he didn't expect that he would walk the wrong path. The improvement of Sword Dao did not depend on the power of the sword. The more you integrate, the more it obstructs your progress. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. After being reminded by Lang Xie, Qin Shao completely understood. Haha, wrong. It turns out that the path I took before was wrong. It's no wonder that after 1,000 years of cultivation, I still felt that I couldn't walk out of the fog and was stuck in a bottleneck. It turns out that I've thrown myself into a dead end. How could I possibly walk out of it? Qin Zhao's mood immediately brightened up. The confusion that had accumulated in his heart was also completely resolved. Everything turned out to be like this. Dao was like this. If you understood it, you would understand it. If you didn't understand it, you would not understand it. Qin Zhao's talent for understanding was originally at the level of a peerless genius. He could understand it with just a hint. Once he understood it, he would understand it all. Therefore, what you need to do now is to think carefully about which path you want to take. As long as you can walk a clear sword path, you will be able to break through to the perfect sword principle realm. If you pursue the speed of the sword, then follow this path. If you pursue the sharpness of the sword, then follow this path. In this way, you should be able to gain something. Lang Xie continued. Qin Shao nodded. He understood a lot. Many things that confused him were all cleared up. Senior brother Lang Xie, thank you for your guidance. Qin Shao clasped his hands to Lang Xie with a smile. He looked at Jianda and said, Senior brother Jianda, I'm afraid I have to ask for your guidance again. Oh, then it seems that junior brother Qin Shao has gained a great insight. Come. Let me see just how frightening a peerless monster like junior brother Qin Shao is. Jianda was slightly taken aback. The others were also secretly surprised. Could there be a great understanding so quickly? If that was the case, it would be too frightening. In fact, once the truth was said, everyone could understand it. But understanding it was one thing, and being able to walk out of it was another. The truth that was said was actually something that could be expressed with words. But the great Tao was more of something that could not be expressed with words. It could only be understood but not explained. Therefore, it was far from enough to rely on others to give a few words of advice. The most important thing in the cultivation of the great Tao was to rely on oneself. Actually, everyone knew this, but how many of them could do it? Among all the people here, only Lang Xie had cultivated the ultimate sword principle to perfection. Most of the others were at the 5th level, and some were at the 4th level. Of course, some people were focused on other Daos. However, one could still see a basic problem. Chapter 673. After the lone star from afar, Qin Shao suddenly made his move. A sword light turned into an afterimage and flashed before everyone's eyes. "That was quick," said the most conspicuously. Choji, the secret sealing technique. Many people were shocked when they saw this. This sword was too fast. If they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even be able to catch the sword shadow. When the speed of the sword reached the extreme, it would trigger a series of changes. Restraining the far and Peerless, the saying goes, speed is the only unbreakable sword art in the world. When speed reaches the extreme, it will also be sharp to the extreme. As the saying goes, speed is the only unbreakable sword art in the world. When speed reaches the extreme, it will also be sharp to the extreme. Chapter 674. When the all things Tao was cultivated to the pinnacle, there were even more when the sword Tao was cultivated to the pinnacle. There were many sword paths, but as long as a sword path was cultivated to the pinnacle, it would mean that one had broken through to the pinnacle. The other sword paths were not cultivated to the pinnacle. Could this be considered the true pinnacle? The doubts in his heart grew heavier. Qin Shao thought for a while and asked, "Senior brother Lang Xia, why do I feel that my sword path has not reached the true pinnacle? It even feels that it is far from the true pinnacle. What is going on?" Hearing Qin Shao's question, Lang Xia looked at Qin Shao and said, "You don't know?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I really don't know. I have always had doubts in my heart." "Ha ha, junior brother Qin Shao. Let me explain to you in detail." Wu Ho Yuan gave a clear laugh and said, it was normal for Qin Shao not to know. After all, he had just joined the desolate land Divine Palace and had not come into contact with this situation before. Qin Shao looked at Wu Ho Yuan and listened respectfully. Wu Ho Yuan said, "Junior brother Qin Shao, you should know that there are different ways to use Dao. Different ways of using Dao will have different effects. If an ordinary Dao is used well, its power can even be compared to a higher level Dao. You should know about this, right?" Qin Shao nodded. He knew about this. It was indeed so. Using this kind of thing was more complicated. However, you should not have come into contact with this level before. It is very normal. After all, you have come into contact with too few peak experts. In fact, we also do not come into contact with them normally. Therefore, in terms of understanding the usage of Dao, we're still at a relatively early stage. In theory, you have to cultivate a Dao to the pinnacle before talking about using it. Only then will it have the most effect. If you do not have a grasp of a Dao and want to study how to use it, it will be very difficult and the effect will not be that good. Qin Shao quietly listened. If he calculated, his chances of walking in the universe were indeed very few. Once he entered the divine realm, because of Manor Lord Yao, he entered the desolate land Divine Palace's trial. Then he advanced triumphantly. Before he finished the trial, he was sent to a new origin world. Then he discovered a secret and entered a small universe. Only this time, Qin Zhao's main body did two sensational things, but his experience in the universe was too lacking. The number of experts he came into contact with was too little. Because of this, Qin Shao did not understand many things. In the usage of Dao, it is divided into 4 realms: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. The absolute majority of experts are at the initial usage stage. Just like all of us here, we are all at the initial stage. Wu Ho Yuan continued. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. Even senior brother Lang Xia is at the elementary level. Wu Ho Yuan's martial brother Yi Juanhe Wu Ho Yuan, but senior brother Yi Juanhe Wu Dao. Among the heavenly gods, those who can raise the usage of a great Dao to the intermediate level can be counted with one's fingers, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Among the almighty level, there are not many. Otherwise, why haven't you met one before, junior brother Qin Shao? Qin Shao was relieved, so there was a difference in the usage of Dao, and there were as many as 4 realms. The intermediate usage of Dao was extremely difficult to achieve. not to mention the advanced usage and pinnacle usage. Qin Zhao's heart moved, recalling the scene of his clone fighting with great Emperor Shi Rui in the ancient divine palace. At that time, he and Yi Juan had teamed up, but they were completely defeated by great Emperor Shi Rui. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly realized a problem. Great Emperor Shi Rui's usage of sword Dao was definitely at the intermediate level. His sword was too brilliant. Now that he thought about it, he completely understood. Previously, Qin Shao thought it was because of the realm, but now he understood that it was because of the gap in the usage of Dao. No wonder great Emperor Shi Rui's sword was so terrifying, completely crushing him and Yi Juanha. So that was the reason. The intermediate usage of Dao was indeed dangerous. A higher level was a world of difference. Now Qin Shao also understood that his sword Dao was nothing. It was still at a very elementary level. In fact, Qin Shao could immediately understand this if he thought about it carefully. The Dao itself was like a person's strength. Raising the realm of the Dao itself only meant raising the strength of your body. But a person's true strength did not purely rely on strength. Strength was only a cornerstone. More importantly, it depended on a person's usage of strength. For example, a burly blockhead, even if he had infinite strength, he would not be able to beat a nimble monkey. When the usage reached the extreme, it was a kind of sublimation of strength. Qin Shao had come from a humble background. He had grown from the most ordinary mortal to where he was now. Therefore, when he thought about it carefully, he completely understood this principle. Dao itself was like the trunk of a tree, but whether a tree was lush or not, it was not the trunk that determined it, but the branches and leaves. The use of Dao was those branches and leaves. The trunk was very important, but the branches and leaves were equally important. Between the two, there was a primary and secondary relationship, but they should also complement each other. Only when the two become one can it truly become a lush tree. Understanding this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became clear. The question that had been puzzling him was finally answered. So that was the case. Generally speaking, only top-notch almighties can cultivate a supreme grade great Dao to the intermediate level. Just like the existences on the heaven roll, all of them can cultivate a supreme grade great Dao to the intermediate level. Without reaching such a level, there is no way to enter the heaven list. Wu Hoyuan continued. Hearing this, Qin Shao could also feel how difficult it was to cultivate the use of a Dao to the intermediate level. After all, how many heaven list existences were there in the entire universe? There were only 30 or 60 of them. In the vast universe, they were really very rare. If the intermediate level of the use of a Dao was already so difficult, then what about the advanced level? Wu Hoyuan smiled and said, "Advanced level, that's difficult. Below the Dominator level, basically no one can reach it. Probably only those in the top 10 of the heaven list can reach it. As for the others, only Dominators can reach it. Only the top 10 of the heaven list and Dominators could reach the advanced level." Qin Shao asked curiously, "Then what about the pinnacle level?" "The pinnacle level of use." Wu Hoyuan took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, "According to the situation I know, there is currently no one in our universe who has reached the pinnacle level of the use of a Dao. The pinnacle level of use that represents true mastery, complete mastery of a Dao, represents a true extreme, true invincibility. If someone can do it, then that person is truly invincible, a master of a Dao. True invincible master of a Dao." Qin Shao frowned slightly. No one in the entire universe could reach such a level. This was too difficult. The pinnacle level of the use of a Dao was actually so difficult to reach. But thinking about it, Qin Shao also somewhat understood. At that level, it meant that one had truly and completely grasped a supreme great path. To be clear, once trained to that level, then one could transform into a Dao and become a master of a Dao. Indeed, it should be an invincible existence. Such an existence, Qin Shao had indeed never heard of. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "If a Dao controller of a Dao doesn't exist, Then what about the controllers of a DAO controller 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 of a DAO controller? Wu Hoyuan smiled and said low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade DAOs. Even if one can train the use of a DAO to the pinnacle, they would not be honored as a master. Only a DAO of the DAO of the DAO can be honored as a master, the most invincible existence in the universe. Unfortunately, our universe has never given birth to such an existence. Perhaps there is, but at least we do not know of it, nor have we heard of it. I do know that there are people who have trained the use of high-grade DAOs to the pinnacle level. To be able to reach this level, they're also extremely experienced. If you can reach this level, even if you are a fourth-step heavenly deity, your strength would most likely be comparable to a ruler. Of course, I have only heard of it and have never truly seen it. Even those who have trained the use of high-grade DAOs to the pinnacle level are rare existences, almost impossible to see. As for mid-grade and low-grade DAOs, they do not have much meaning. Even if they trained to that level, their strength would only be average. Qin Shao nodded. It was indeed so. Mid-grade and low-grade DAOs were still a bit too weak. The foundation was weak. Then even if they were used to the pinnacle level, it would still be limited. It was like a shrub. No matter how lush it was, it would still look the same. If it was a high-grade DAO treasure, it would be fine. Take Qin Shao, for example. He rarely used high-grade DAO might in battle. His main force was still using supreme-grade DAO might. As for mid-grade and low-grade DAOs, he had long since stopped using them. For someone at his level, they were indeed useless. Qin Shao had mastered a total of 9 top-grade DAOs, and all of them had been cultivated to the 6th level. However, when it came to using them, he was still in the primary stage. The main reason was that Qin Shao didn't know about the use of DAO before. She had never encountered it before, so she didn't put much effort into it. But speaking of which, Qin Shao was not interested in the use of high-grade great DAOs. It was better to focus on cultivating supreme-grade great DAOs. After all, the usage of a supreme great DAO only needed to increase by 1 level. That would be a qualitative change, a kind of leap. Oh, right now, Qin Zhao's Myriad Things method and Ultimate Sword DAO had both been cultivated to the 6th level, and they could both be used at the same level. The doubts in his heart had been swept away. Now, Qin Zhao's heart was clear, and he was even more aware of the path he had to take. This time, the Sword Discourse Arena's sparring session had truly benefited him greatly. Senior Brother Lang Xie, Senior Brother Wu Ho Yuan, thank you for your advice. I will go to the Sword Forest to comprehend it again. When I have time, I will find you guys for a drink. Qin Shao laughed and cupped his hands towards Lang Xie and Wu Ho Yuan. Ha! Junior Brother Qin Shao, you are really a martial arts fanatic. You are really going all out. All right, then I won't disturb you anymore. Hurry up and go. Maybe when you appear again, you'll have raised your ultimate sword DAO to the intermediate level. Ha! Wu Ho Yuan laughed. Qin Shao also laughed. He also wanted to do this, but he knew that it was too difficult. Chapter 675. Qin Shao continued to enter the sword forest to comprehend. However, the deeper he went, the more profound his comprehension became. Qin Shao had already cultivated the ultimate sword principle to the 6th level, which was the pinnacle of perfection. Therefore, the sword steels were not of much use to him now. He was just looking at them. In the deepest part of the forest, the people who had left behind the sword steels had already cultivated the sword principle to the intermediate level. Qin Shao was still far from reaching this level, so he could only feel them. Qin Shao did not dare to enter the 9 sovereigns' sword steels in the center. The peerless sharpness that emanated from them made Qin Shao realize that he would probably be injured if he did not have a certain level of strength. The 9 sovereign sword steels should have cultivated the sword principle to the advanced level, which was almost the limit of what the top level of the universe could achieve. After all, the pinnacle of the Great Pass application was not something that anyone could achieve. Therefore, the advanced level of the Supreme Great Pass application was almost the limit of what could be achieved. Qin Shao was still too far away. He had only just started using the elementary level of the Great Paths application, let alone the intermediate level of the Great Paths application. In the past, he had not put much thought into the application of the Great Path. Only now did he realize that the application of the Great Paths application was the key to improving one's strength. Now that he had reached this level, his horizons were naturally different. Therefore, what he wanted to challenge now was the application of the Great Path. To him, this was a brand new world, a brand new world. It made him feel like he had returned to the starting point. He still had a long way to go on the Great Path. This time, Qin Shao did not stay in the Sword Forest for long. He only stayed for 100 years before he came out. After leaving the desolate land's Sword Forest, Qin Shao returned to his residence first. Master, Shi Jian greeted him respectfully. He had been in the desolate land's sacred palace for more than 1,000 years. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years, he had obviously improved a lot. However, Shi Jian's foundation was still too weak. He was still quite far from the earth roll. After asking about Shi Jian's situation in the Temple of the Desolate Land, Qin Shao took him to the Palace of the Desolate Land. The person in charge of the Palace of the Desolate Land was an old man with white hair and a beard. "Greetings, Senior Marshal Brother Changshan." Qin Shao bowed. The fact that the mighty figure of Changshan was in charge of the Desolate Land Divine Palace was enough to show his strength and status in the Desolate Land Divine Palace. He was a powerful existence that was ranked at the top of the heaven list. He was usually very dignified, but when he saw Qin Shao, his face revealed a faint smile, showing a bit of friendliness. He nodded slightly to Qin Shao and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Qin Shao, what do you want to exchange for?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Senior Brother Changshan. I should have 100 contribution points. I want to exchange them for something." Becoming a disciple of the Desolate Land Divine Palace would give you 100 contribution points. This was the only time you could get it for free. If you want to get more contribution points, you need to make some contributions to the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. Only then will you be rewarded by the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. Of course, you can also exchange things, but obviously not ordinary things. For example, if you use divine crystals, you can exchange them for contribution points. Some extremely dangerous Dao tools can be exchanged. Otherwise, it would be some universe oddities or the original inheritance of an absolute art or some big secret of the universe, such as the discovery of a nascent origin world. Or, for example, discovering a mysterious entrance to a small universe. Also, the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land would issue some missions. You can also get contribution points by accepting these missions. Generally speaking, there are still many ways to earn contribution points, but if one wanted to complete them, it would not be an easy task. The method of using contribution points was also to stimulate the disciples of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. It could be used to train and improve themselves. Qin Shao was no stranger to this mechanism. It could be said that it was a common mechanism in the universe to train disciples. Previously, when Qin Shao was in the Infernal Palace, there was also a similar mechanism, and it was almost the same. Changshan waved his hand, and a large amount of information appeared in front of Qin Shao. He said, "This is the list of items to exchange. Take a look at what you want to exchange for." The list was very long, and there was a lot of information. There were too many things that could be exchanged. There were only things that one could not imagine. There was nothing that was not here. Ordinary Dao tools can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. They are very cheap. However, extremely dangerous Dao tools also need more than 100 contribution points to exchange for them. Looking at it this way, my contribution points are too little. A single inheritance of an ordinary lost art costs 36 contribution points. The more dangerous the lost art is, the more contribution points it will cost. A slightly better lost art inheritance will cost more than 100 contribution points. A single inheritance of a lost art that is close to the 10 great lost arts actually costs more than 1,000 contribution points. This is too scary. However, an ordinary lost art is useless to Shi Jian. After all, I have already imparted the Avalon of 5 elements to him. He can be considered to have a lost art, even if it is an ordinary one. The Avalon of 5 Elements was a lost art that belonged entirely to Qin Shao. It could be imparted to others at will. This was priceless. Other lost arts could not be imparted. For example, the Nirvana 9 Revolutions lost art. Qin Shao had made a life oath that he could not impart it to others before he avenged his master, Emperor Hao Yu. The Mountain and River Sword scripture was created by Qin Shao, but it was incomplete. It was not easy to impart it to others. The Luminous Feather lost art was learned in the divine palace of the Desolate Land. Naturally, it could not be imparted to others privately. The Big Dipper Sword lost art and the Mirage Avatar lost art were not allowed either. Therefore, only the Avalon of 5 Elements lost art could be imparted to others at will. Qin Shao casually glanced at the treasures and lost arts. If he had more contribution points in the future, he could still exchange them for Shi Jian's cultivation. However, he was really short on money now. He could only put them aside for the time being. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the exchange of cultivation places. Qin Shao was not restricted from going to those cultivation places himself. However, if he wanted to give them to his servants, he had to exchange them with contribution points. The 3 Holy Lands all require 100 contribution points each time. Moreover, each exchange can only last for 1,000 years. This is too short, too short. Qin Shao shook his head. 1,000 years was too short for him, let alone Shi Jian. 100 contribution points each time. If he cultivated there for 1,000 years, he would not be able to gain anything. It was not worth it. The All Things Dojo and the Ultimate Sword Dojo can be used for 1,000 years for every 20 contribution points. With 100 contribution points, one can stay for 5,000 years. With 5,000 years, if you comprehend them well, you can indeed gain something. Qin Shao looked at Shi Jian and asked, between the All Things Dojo and the Ultimate Sword Dojo, which one do you think you can cultivate? Shi Jian frowned with a serious expression. After thinking carefully, he shook his head and said, Master, I am stupid and not talented. I have always tried to cultivate the ultimate Tao. However, I have never been able to step into that domain. It is too difficult to cultivate the ultimate Tao. I don't think I have the talent. Junior, don't waste your precious contribution points for me. Qin Shao said, don't say such discouraging words. If you don't have confidence in yourself, then how can you succeed in your cultivation? I don't have high expectations for you, but at the very least, you have to become an almighty. This way, when I'm not around, you'll be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the 9 worlds. Contribution points are used. If you don't use them, they will be wasted. I have always liked your temperament. I hope you can keep it up. Shi Jian was stunned and felt a little ashamed. He pursed his lips and thought for a while before saying, Master, let's choose the Ultimate Sword Dojo. I have very little experience with the All Things Dojo. If it is the Ultimate Sword Dojo, there may be some hope. My Sword Dojo has long been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. All right, let's choose the Ultimate Sword Dojo. I will give you a chance to cultivate for 5,000 years in the Ultimate Sword Dojo. You must make good use of it. If you make good use of it, you can definitely use this opportunity to master the Ultimate Sword Dojo. Qin Shao nodded without any hesitation. 100 contribution points were extremely precious. However, he was willing to use them on his disciple. Shi Jian was extremely touched. He wanted to say something, but the words that were at the tip of his tongue didn't come out. In his life, his greatest fortune was to become Qin Zhao's disciple. The fact that he was able to come this far had already exceeded his childhood dreams. He had come from a humble background. His initial dream was to avenge his family. He did not even dare to imagine reaching the monarch level, let alone the Almighty's. But what he did not expect was that he had walked step by step from king, emperor, saint, sacred master, then deity, and then heavenly deity. Now that he was a 4th-step heavenly deity, his strength was pretty decent. It was enough for him to dominate an area, expand his territory, and become the overlord of an area. This was something he had not even dared to dream of before. However, it had now become a reality. Without his master, Shi Jian would not be where he was today. The Changshan Almighty was slightly surprised by Qin Zhao's actions. However, he immediately understood and nodded approvingly at Qin Zhao. He also admired people who valued relationships and righteousness. It was definitely a rare and precious thing to be able to give all his contribution points to his disciple. After all, these 100 contribution points were of great use to Qin Zhao. After paying 100 contribution points in exchange for 5,000 years of cultivation time in the Ultimate Sword Dojo, the Changshan Almighty gave Shi Jian a token so that he could go there at any time. After bidding farewell to the Changshan Almighty, Qin Zhao sent Shi Jian to the Ultimate Sword Dojo. Qin Zhao did not enter the Ultimate Sword Dojo. However, it was not of much use to Qin Zhao now. It did not matter whether he went in or not. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and go in. Qin Zhao patted Shi Jian's shoulder and said. Shi Jian's eyes were slightly red as he looked at Qin Zhao. There was something in his heart that he could not say out loud. He secretly swore that he would cultivate the ultimate sword Dao. He would not let his master's nurturing go to waste. He had to. Master, I will go in first. I will work hard to cultivate, Shi Jian said firmly. Chapter 676. Ancient Divine Palace, Sacred Mountain, Ancient Divine Palace. The dazzling sword aura illuminated the entire space, and the Peerless sword aura was everywhere. Heaven and earth were the sword, the void was the sword, and everything in the world was the sword. Under the surging sword aura, Qin Zhao was forced to retreat. No matter how strong and fast his sword aura was, he still couldn't resist and collapsed. Qin Zhao withdrew his sword, and so did Yi Juanhe. The endless sword aura dissipated, and the world gradually returned to its calm state. This is the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. It's really powerful and terrifying. It's indeed one level higher, and there's a difference between heaven and earth. No matter how fast and sharp my sword is, there's no way I can break through the defense of your sword. Your sword has integrated with everything in the world and the universe. Everything is your sword. Your control of the sword is far above mine. This is the application of the sword. Qin Zhao curled his lips. After knowing the level of the sword principle, Qin Zhao pulled Yi Juanhe to a spar. Yi Juanhe's ultimate sword principle had indeed reached the intermediate level of application. However, he had just reached it not long ago, and his mastery was only average. However, even if it was average, it was enough to easily defeat Qin Zhao. The gap between the two was really too big. Yi Juanhe was worthy of being called a peerless genius. To be able to cultivate the application of the ultimate sword principle to the intermediate level, he was definitely a rare existence. Qin Zhao also gained a lot from the spar with Yi Juanhe. He could clearly feel how the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle was like and how powerful it was. The application of the ultimate sword principle was much more complicated and difficult than comprehending the great Tao. After dozens of spars with Yi Juanhe, Qin Zhao's mind was still in a mess. He couldn't figure out the specific direction at all. It was too complicated. The improvement in usage was a true sublimation. Every improvement was a sublimation. Yi Juanhe said, although my ultimate sword Dao has improved to the intermediate level, it's still at a relatively low level. If I can improve my level, then I might be able to fight against Great Emperor Shi Rue. Although it's just a small step, it's too difficult to walk out. Qin Zhao nodded. That was indeed the case. It seemed like a small step, but if he wanted to take it, it would be like a heavenly moat. But no matter how difficult it is, we have to take this step. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out of here. This is our only way, Qin Zhao said. Yi Juanhe nodded. Yeah, we can only go all out. At the very least, we still have a glimmer of hope. The speed at which Qin Zhao's strength increased was still very surprising. They also saw some hope in him. Even Dao Lord Fu Jiu and Empyrean God Long Qiu swept away their previous decadence. Perhaps Qin Zhao could really bring them a glimmer of hope. However, when it came to cultivation, hope was just hope. it was still too difficult to achieve it successfully. Even Yi Juanhe didn't dare to say that he was 100% confident. He could only say that he would try his best. Tianlin's rate of improvement after following Qin Shao for the past few years was not bad. He was already a second step heavenly god. Most importantly, he had gained a lot from the origin source land last time, which allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience and quickly cultivate to this level. Tianlin, you didn't want to tell me who Master's enemy was before. Now, tell me, Qin Shao suddenly asked. He had always wanted to know the answer to this question, but Tianlin hadn't been willing to say it. However, Qin Shao now had more confidence to ask about this situation. At the very least, he should know who the enemy he wanted to kill was and what kind of ability they had. Previously, he had heard Skylin mention that the enemy who had killed his master had already become a ruler. However, Qin Shao still didn't quite believe it. It wasn't easy to become a ruler. According to what Qin Shao knew, there hadn't been any almighty who had become a ruler in the last 10 billion years. Master Qingye had become a ruler 10 billion years ago. He should be the most recent ruler in the universe. Therefore, Qin Shao had always felt that the situation was a bit strange. However, Tianlin hadn't been by Emperor Hao Yu's side before, so he probably knew the situation a bit differently. Tianlin looked at Qin Shao, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, Master. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. I don't know what Master's enemy is called. I only know that 1 billion years ago, he was called Ren Wu." Ren Wu. Qin Shao searched through some of the information he knew, but didn't find anyone called Ren Wu. Qin Shao looked at Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe frowned slightly and said, "He should be called Great Emperor Ren Wu now. If I remember correctly, Great Emperor Ren Wu was also a title that came out 1 billion years ago. Before becoming a great emperor, he should have been called Almighty Ren Wu. According to what I know, among the almighties in the universe, only Emperor Ren Wu is called Ren Wu. Emperor Ren Wu isn't a ruler." Tianlin looked at Yi Juanhe with some confusion. Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, "There isn't anyone called Ren Wu among the rulers. In the last 10 billion years, no one has become a ruler. You must be mistaken." Mistaken? Tianlin was stunned. He thought about it carefully, but he couldn't think of a reason. However, since Yi Juanhe said so, it was possible that he was mistaken. He didn't want to tell Qin Shao before, because he felt that the person who killed Emperor Hao Yu should be a ruler. Therefore, he didn't want Qin Shao to feel too much pressure too early. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. If it was really a ruler, it should be very easy for him to kill Emperor Hao Yu. He wouldn't have given Emperor Hao Yu the chance to send him away. Thinking of this, Tianlin believed Yi Juanhe's words even more. Yi Juanhe continued, "Emperor Ren Wu did rise 1 billion years ago. He was a typical lucky guy. I heard that he was chased into a dangerous place in the universe. However, he didn't expect to benefit from the disaster. He obtained a great opportunity and raised his strength to the level of a top almighty. Now, Emperor Ren Wu is also on the heaven leaderboard. Fortunately, his ranking on the heaven leaderboard isn't very high. He's 352nd. Basically, he's at the bottom of the heaven leaderboard. Of course, even if he's at the bottom of the heaven leaderboard, he's still on the heaven leaderboard. His strength is naturally far from what we can imagine. Even the 7-star great emperors we've seen and great Emperor Shirwei, who's guarding outside, aren't at the level of the heaven leaderboard." Qin Shao quickly gathered information about Emperor Ren Wu in his mind. Emperor Ren Wu was 352nd on the heaven leaderboard. There's a lot of information about Emperor Ren Wu on the heaven leaderboard. Great Emperor Ren Wu is from Heavenly Court Island, and he rose to power 1 billion years ago. "Looks like it's him," Qin Shao said. Tianlin nodded and said, "Yes, Old Master's enemy is indeed from Heavenly Court Island. In that case, it's Emperor Ren Wu." After confirming the enemy he wanted to kill, Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a peerless coldness. "Humph, I also thought that it was a Dominator. If it's a Dominator, I might not be able to kill him. However, if it's just a mighty on the heaven leaderboard, I'll definitely avenge Master. I'll definitely kill Emperor Ren Wu in the future." A dominator was a truly immortal existence. No one could kill them. If it's really a dominator, Qin Shao might not be able to take revenge even if he wanted to. However, if it's a mighty, it'll be easy. Since it's a mighty who's ranked first on the heaven leaderboard, there's a way to kill him. If he's not a dominator, he's not truly immortal. Yi Juan has said, Qin Shao, don't worry. You'll be able to take revenge sooner or later. Great Emperor Renwu's status in Heavenly Court Island is quite extraordinary, and he's also an old fox. Because he's made too many enemies in the past, he's basically hiding in Heavenly Court Island. It won't be easy to kill him. Therefore, let's keep this hatred in our hearts for now. We'll slowly find a chance to take revenge in the future. Qin Shao said, I know. I won't act rashly. Moreover, I'm still far from having the strength to kill Emperor Renwu. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Emperor Renwu probably won't even dream that I'll want to kill him. Therefore, it's not like I don't have a chance to get close to him. There's a saying in my hometown, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. So what if I have to wait 100 million years, a billion years, or even 10 billion years? Well, I'm relieved that you think so. Come on, let's continue to spar. I feel that my sword principle is starting to improve a little after sparring with you. Yi Juan nodded. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. Okay, come on. On the other side, Qin Shao was not idle either. His current goal was to improve his sword principle to the intermediate level. This was definitely a huge project. On the other hand, Qin Shao also obtained the materials needed for the 8th and 9th transformation of the 9 Nirvana transformations through the Divine Palace of Desolate Land. They were Ghost Blue Flame and Wisteria, Soul-Devouring Flower. With the power of the Divine Palace of Desolate Land, it was naturally not difficult. As long as Qin Shao paid a little price, Qin Shao would be able to find enough materials for him. Qin Zhao's doppelganger had already cultivated the 9 Nirvana transformations to perfection. Now that he had the materials for cultivation, he naturally cultivated the 9 Nirvana transformations to perfection very smoothly. After cultivating the 9 Nirvana transformations to perfection, Qin Zhao's body had also improved a lot. His strength had also improved a little. As for the application of the sword principle, his doppelganger was there to exchange pointers and cultivate with Yi Juanhe. The results were quite good. On the other hand, Yi Juanhe focused on cultivating the unique skills. If he could cultivate the 7 Stars Sword unique skill and the Mirage Avatar unique skill to perfection, then Qin Zhao's strength would definitely increase greatly. However, it was not an easy task to cultivate these 2 unique skills to perfection. In fact, it was very, very difficult. Also, for the Mountain River Sword unique skill, only 2 moves had been created in the elementary version. The last move had not been created yet. As for the upgraded version, the first move was not really perfect. There were still many flaws in it. Qin Shao was now thinking of perfecting the elementary version and making it a real unique skill. However, even if the elementary version was completely created, it would only belong to the level of an ordinary unique skill. Chapter 677. The Desolate Land Temple's 3 sacred training grounds were the Desolate Land Battle Platform, the Desolate Land Sword Forest, and the Desolate Land Fantasy Sea. The first was the Desolate Land Battle Platform. Qin Shao had been to the Desolate Land Sword Forest, but Qin Shao hadn't been to the Desolate Land Battle Platform or the Desolate Land Fantasy Sea. The Desolate Land Fantasy Sea wasn't very attractive to Qin Shao. It was a sacred training ground, but Qin Shao felt that his temperament wasn't bad. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to improve, but he didn't have the energy to focus on it, so he could only postpone it. What Qin Shao urgently wanted right now was to raise the level of his own absolute art. The 3 main absolute arts had to be cultivated to perfection. Then his strength would rise to the next level. So, Qin Shao thought of the Desolate Land Battle Platform. After entering the Desolate Land Battle Platform, Qin Shao understood some of the rules of the Desolate Land Battle Platform. There were many modes in the Desolate Land Battle Platform, and one could choose from them. There was a sparring mode, a berserk mode, and even a life and death mode. There was the battle platform mode, and there was also the pass mode. There was the reality mode, and there was the virtual mode. Moreover, the various modes were divided into 3 levels: easy, difficult, and insane. There were 3 main modes, 3 levels, and they could satisfy any of your needs, so you could choose from them. Qin Xiao chose the sparring mode first, the easy one. After choosing, a figure appeared in front of Qin Xiao. It was a ferocious-looking life form, and its body emitted a berserk aura. It was obviously from another race. Mu Luo clan life form. Qin Xiao quickly recognized the race in front of him. The Mu Luo clan's life forms were typically thick-skinned, and many of them were captured by other races as slaves. So, the Mu Luo clan was one of the more famous slave races in the universe. They were tough, and it was hard to kill them. This life form from the Toon Luo clan was obviously captured by the desolate land deity's palace to train their disciples. It was unknown how long it had been imprisoned here, so its body was filled with a violent aura. He looked at Qin Xiao with a cold glint in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to eat her alive. A powerful being is reduced to the level of a prisoner. However, I'm glad that I was captured by the Temple of the Desolate Land. I shouldn't be treated badly in the Temple of the Desolate Land. Qin Xiao curled her lips. The world was so cruel that there were many dark sides that could not be seen. Logically speaking, a mighty figure should be treated well wherever they went. The Mu Luo clan was a small clan to begin with. A powerful being was definitely a top existence to the Mu Luo clan. In fact, it was even possible for them to become the chief of the clan. But here, he was reduced to a prisoner. Despicable humans, despicable shrines of the desolate land have imprisoned me for 50 billion years. They said that as long as I win 100 rounds, they would let me go and restore my freedom. But those disciples of the desolate land deity's palace are all demonic beings. In 50 billion years, I've only won 60-odd rounds. Based on this, I'll need at least 800 billion years to regain my freedom. Damn it! The powerful being of the Mu Luo clan was filled with rage and indignance. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The only thing he needed right now was to win 100 rounds as soon as possible so that he could be set free. Lad of the human race, admit defeat yourself. The powerful being of the Mu Luo clan said coldly. A berserk aura gushed out like an apocalyptic waterfall, striking out at Qin Xiao with a mighty force. In the face of this powerful waterfall, Qin Xiao's battle robes fluttered wildly. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiao struck out with his mountains and river sword skill, beginner stance. Actually, after such a long period of accumulation, Qin Xiao already had many ideas about the mountains and river sword skill. It was just that he hadn't been able to calm down and organize them properly to create the third stance. Now that he could calm down completely and focus all his attention on the creation of the third stance of the mountains and river sword skill, he was naturally inspired by it. Countless ideas were swirling around in his mind. However, he had to verify them one by one before he could know which path was the most suitable for him to take. Creation was way harder than cultivation. Let alone creation, it wasn't an easy task to even cultivate an ordinary secret skill to perfection. Even for many powerful beings, they would find it hard to cultivate an ordinary secret skill to perfection in their entire lives, let alone a fourth-step heavenly god. Only a demonic being like Qin Xiao could make others think that it was easy for him to cultivate. However, creation was still very, very difficult. If one wanted to create the third stance, it would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times harder than the previous 2 stances combined. Creating the third stance meant that it was a complete secret skill. To be able to create a secret skill meant that it contained too many Daos. Not only did it contain the comprehension of Daos, but it also contained the comprehension of heaven and earth and the universe. Cultivating a secret skill was just following the path of others. However, creating a secret skill was completely different from the path of others. It was a completely new path, a path that no one had walked before. Therefore, there were many things that needed to be explored by oneself. Is that all you've got? Mu Luo snorted disdainfully. You dare to come to the Desolate Land's battle stage with just this amount of strength? You're overestimating yourself. Lose. The major power of the Toon Luo clan had pushed his power to the absolute limit. He had trained in a supreme art of his own, and given his innate talent of the Berserker clan, when he unleashed his full power, he was absolutely not to be underestimated. He was almost on the same level as Downlord Battlemaster. Of course, this kind of strength wasn't a threat to Qin Shao at all. After all, Qin Shao could capture Madoka easily. Furthermore, Qin Zhao's strength had increased quite a bit compared to before. However, Qin Shao didn't use much of his strength. He just wanted to practice the Mountains and Rivers sword scripture and find a way to break through. The Mountains and Rivers sword scripture changed its sword path again and again, trying out different variations and improvements. Creation was such a complicated process. Qin Shao ignored the Mu Luo clan's expert and continued to use the Mountains and Rivers sword scripture. What made the Mu Luo clan's expert feel very uncomfortable was that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't do anything to Qin Shao. However, he clearly felt that he could completely suppress Qin Shao with his strength. He should have the upper hand, but there was no way for him to truly defeat Qin Shao. It was as though he had met with an extremely stubborn opponent. This was a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It was similar to the life forms of the Mu Luo clan. They were extremely tenacious, and their skin was thick. No matter how they were beaten, they wouldn't die. This was a weird and uncomfortable feeling. Initially, he was confident that he could win this round, but gradually, he realized that this wasn't the case. The Mu Luo clan's expert was no fool. He realized that something was wrong quickly. His face was dark as he shouted out, "How dare you play with me? You haven't even used your full strength. You're just using me to practice your sword. Damned human lad. Prepare to die." The Mu Luo clan's expert was thoroughly enraged as he howled out in rage. However, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he pushed his strength to the max, no matter how many gusts of wind he sent out, he still couldn't do anything to Qin Shao. If it was purely in terms of the Mountains and Rivers sword scripture, Qin Shao was indeed at a disadvantage. However, Qin Zhao's overall strength was much higher than the Mu Luo clan's expert. Therefore, he could handle the Mu Luo clan's expert with ease. The feeling of being toyed around was extremely unpleasant. Therefore, the Mu Luo clan's expert was extremely berserk. After exchanging more than 200 blows, the Mu Luo clan's expert had no choice but to give up. Neither did he retaliate, as he retreated to the side. He did not want to be abused any longer. Now that the Mu Luo clan's expert had lost all will to fight, Qin Shao was equally bored. Seems like the easy sparring mode is indeed a little too easy. It's not suitable for me. Qin Shao pursed his lips and shook his head in contemplation. The effects of the sparring mode were a little worse. The easy sparring mode was a little worse. Thinking for a moment, Qin Shao made up his mind. Let's check out the Berserk mode first. I'll just go for the hard sparring mode. Otherwise, I won't get anything out of it. After making up his mind, Qin Shao went for it immediately. After making his choice, the scene in front of him instantly changed, and he appeared on a battlefield. Shwa 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 shwa. A total of 6 figures flew out. They were all beings of different races. There was a 2-headed being of the 2-headed race, a towering being of the pagoda race, a 3-headed being of the 6-armed race, and a being of the water race that looked like a huge water droplet. These 6 beings of different races exuded a strong aura from their bodies. Furthermore, they were all bloodthirsty and warlike beings. The baleful chi that they exuded was extremely sinister. The way the 6 beings looked at Qin Shao was as though they were looking at their prey. Facing these 6 beings of different races, Qin Shao could feel an immense amount of pressure surging towards him. These 6 beings of different races were evidently extremely strong. Each of them was definitely stronger than Madoka. On this point, one could not help but admire the methods of the God Palace of the Desolate Land. To think that they would be able to capture so many powerful beings of different races to serve as training for the disciples of the God Palace of the Desolate Land. Such extravagance really made people gasp in amazement. If these powerful beings of different races were to be placed outside, each of them would be an existence that could dominate a territory. These beings of different races were probably the top existences of their own races. Yet they were captured and brought here. This was truly a pity. However, Qin Shao did not think about this. What he was thinking about now was how to train himself, how to improve himself, and how to gain something from such a battle. This was the most important thing. If it was a battle of strength, Qin Shao was naturally not afraid of anything. However, he wanted to train himself more in the Mountain River Sword scripture. Thinking of this, Qin Shao realized that he had made the wrong choice. If the difficulty level was increased, the effect of the training would probably be harder to achieve. However, since he had made his choice this time, he could only fight. He's only a 4th stage heavenly god. To think that he dares to choose the difficult level of the Berserk waterfall mode. This human kid is really bold. It's been a long time since I played with a 4th stage heavenly god. Let's have some fun today. It's a pity that we can't kill him. Even if we can't kill him, we can still trample on him. Let's do it. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The 6 foreign tribe almighties did not say a word. They immediately attacked, and a mighty and ferocious aura surged out. In an instant, they were in front of Qin Shao. Rays of light swept up to the 9 heavens. Rays of sword energy shook the 9 underworlds. Rays of Tao might shook the heavens. Chapter 678. How terrifying was it when 6 experienced almighties attacked at the same time? If they were not in the desolate land battle arena, but in the outside world, their supreme power could easily destroy a star field. When the 6 almighties attacked, Qin Shao immediately felt that he was no match for them. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to practice the Mountain River Sword scripture here. Therefore, Qin Shao could only attack with all his might and walk directly into the mirage. The attacks of the 6 almighties arrived. However, Qin Shao was nowhere to be seen, disappearing into the void. The void was destroyed, but Qin Shao was still nowhere to be seen. What's going on? How did he disappear? Is it the invisibility technique? Impossible. No matter how powerful the invisibility technique is, it can't escape our detection. No, it's a Mirage True Body unique technique. I didn't expect this kid to have cultivated such a powerful unique technique. Let's be careful. It's just a small trick. Let's seal the entire space together. Let's see where he can hide. The 6 almighties attacked to seal the entire space. Once sealed, Qin Shao would not be able to walk into the void. One almighty might not be able to do it, but 6 almighties working together might be able to do it. Even if the effect was not perfect, it should be able to greatly affect Qin Shao. Qin Shao, who was in the mirage, couldn't help but frown when he found out about the plans of the 6 foreign race almighties. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he did, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Kill. Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He found an opportunity to kill his way out of the mirage. The power of the 7 stars sword unique technique was pushed to the extreme. The power of the 9 revolutions, nirvana, and the power of the true meaning of power. In terms of the power of the divine body alone, Qin Shao was very powerful. All the power gathered in the sword, making Qin Zhao's sword even more terrifying. Moreover, Qin Zhao's ultimate sword principle and all things Tao had both reached the 6th level of the complete realm. The power of the great Tao was also very strong. When the sword moved, the heavens moved as well. The Big Dipper sword came straight at him with an unstoppable sharpness. The might of the great path swept away all obstacles. Even the void of the world and the firmament of the universe could not stop it. Even the eternal mortal world and the stupa of the heavens could not stop it. The sword came out of the mirage and went straight for the almighty of the giant tower race. He was the strongest of the 6 almighties. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. If Qin Shao wanted to make a move, he naturally wanted to kill the most dangerous one first. Scram. The giant tower race sensed danger and charged at Qin Shao. The other Almighties also rushed over, trying to stop Qin Shao. Heart Force kill. With a thought, Qin Zhao's heart force surged out, transforming into 5 invisible blades of light that shot towards the 5 Almighties. Not good. Danger. Qin Zhao's heart force was currently at the 4th level. It was comparable to an Almighty's heart force. Although Qin Shao was dealing with Almighties, the majority of Almighties would find it hard to dodge such a powerful heart force attack. Thus, when the 5 of them were struck by this heart force attack, their expressions changed drastically, and they did their best to defend themselves. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's heart force was split into 5 parts. If he focused it on one Almighty, it would probably stun them for a moment. And that moment would be enough for Qin Shao to heavily injure them. Heart Force was Qin Zhao's trump card. It was an absolute killing move. If it was used unexpectedly, its lethality would be extremely powerful and terrifying. The other 5 Almighties were fine, but the Giant Tower Race's Almighty wasn't so lucky. He was Qin Zhao's first target. Qin Shao went all out to deal with him. Boom! A force that could destroy a star field smashed into the body of the Giant Pagoda Race's Almighty, creating bloody holes in his body. All of the Giant Tower Race's Almighty's attacks were destroyed. He was unable to block it at all. Qin Zhao's sudden appearance in the mirage had caught him off guard. Now that he had gone all out, how could the Giant Tower Race's Almighty possibly block it? His giant body flew backward, covered in blood. He had lost more than 50% of his god body. He was in a sorry state. The Giant Tower Race's Almighty fled into the distance, staring at Qin Shao in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a 4th-step heavenly god would be able to heavily injure him in one blow. If it was a one-on-one, Qin Shao probably wouldn't even be able to kill him. He was a powerful Almighty, but in front of a 4th-step heavenly god, he felt like he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Such a blow really made him feel very uncomfortable. It was hard for him to accept it. The other 5 Almighties also retreated into the distance. They had just been attacked by Qin Zhao's heart power, and the situation wasn't looking good. Hence, they retreated to the side first. When they saw that the Giant Tower Race's Almighty was heavily injured by Qin Shao, their faces were filled with fear. What powerful strength! If it was a one-on-one, no one would be able to withstand more than 3 blows from Qin Shao. They were 6 against 1, but they were still at a disadvantage. This was definitely the strength of the top 10 on the Earth board. The top 10 on the Earth board were all monsters. They were all perverts, and their strength was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Mirage Avatar and Heart Power are my ultimate moves. With these 2 techniques, I can remain calm in a situation where I'm outnumbered. I won't let myself fall into a predicament. A surprise attack is often quite effective. My All-Creation Dao and Ultimate Sword Dao have already been cultivated to the 6th level of Complete Realm. The power of my Great Dao is already terrifying enough. If it's an ordinary Almighty, I'll be able to suppress them with just my Great Dao. My current strength is definitely not below Yi Junhe. Qin Shao thought to himself. He had absolute confidence now. Yi Junhe's strength was indeed strong. Yi Junhe was stronger than Qin Shao in terms of Great Dao application. His Ultimate Sword Dao application had already entered the intermediate level, but Yi Junhe had just entered the intermediate level. Although it was at the intermediate level, it wasn't too terrifying because it wasn't mature enough. If it was mature enough, Yi Junhe alone would be strong enough to fight against Shi Rui, Great Emperor. It was because he was still a little lacking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been trapped. As for Qin Shao, she had an advantage over Yi Junhe. Firstly, it was her heart force, and secondly, it was her true meaning of strength. In terms of Dao power, Yi Junhe had also cultivated the All-Creation Dao and Ultimate Sword Dao to the 6th level of Complete Realm. Qin Shao didn't have an advantage in this aspect. Unless Qin Shao could cultivate the Chaos Dao and Primordial Dao to the 6th level of Complete Realm, he would be able to suppress Yi Junhe in terms of Dao power. The Chaos Dao was also at the 5th level, while the Primordial Dao was still at the 3rd level. It was too difficult to cultivate the chaos Tao to the 6th level of complete realm. Firstly, Qin Shao was best at the all-creation Tao and ultimate sword Tao. Therefore, the chaos Tao wouldn't be as smooth as the all-creation Tao and ultimate sword Tao. Secondly, there weren't any good resources for Qin Shao to cultivate. There were only 2 great Tao halls in the desolate land. One was the All-Tao Hall, and the other was the Ultimate Sword Tao Hall. There wasn't a Chaos Tao Hall. If there was a Chaos Tao Hall, he could try to make a breakthrough. At least for now, Qin Shao didn't have any thoughts about the Chaos Tao and Primordial Tao. If he forcefully tried to comprehend them, there wouldn't be any effect. Not only would it be a waste of time, but it might also be a counterattack. This was the cultivation of the Great Tao. If you forcefully try to comprehend it, it might cause conflict in your heart. You would become more and more disgusted with it. Then, you would gradually walk into a misconception and probably never be able to walk out of it again. Qin Shao temporarily put the Chaos Tao and Primordial Tao aside. After Qin Shao passed the Wild Waterfall mode's hard level, he didn't continue going down. If he continued going up, the difficulty would gradually increase. As long as he was willing, he could continue to fight until he reached the crazy level. This kind of battle was suitable for honing one's strength, but it wasn't suitable for creating the Mountain River Sword technique. Therefore, Qin Shao changed back and continued to fight in the easy level to comprehend the Mountain River Sword technique. The effect of this kind of training was quite good. However, the further he went, the weaker the effect became. After 1,000 years, he was almost at a bottleneck. After 1,200 years, he was completely at a bottleneck. Qin Shao had no choice but to withdraw from the desolate land fighting platform. It seems that it's not easy to create a complete, unique skill. Qin Shao curled his lips and shook his head. Of course, it wasn't easy. Among the heavenly gods, those who could create a complete ultimate technique were definitely existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It should be known that even Yi Juanhe didn't create a unique skill. To be able to create a unique skill wasn't just a reflection of one's strength. It also required talent and comprehension. It also required a lot of time and effort. It was a complicated and slow process. Moreover, the most important thing was that one had to have inspiration. When it came to inspiration, it was something that could only be encountered and not sought. If one deliberately pursued inspiration, one might not be able to get it in one's lifetime. Inspiration could come inexplicably, and once it came, it would get out of hand. To create a unique skill, it also depended on one's luck. Sometimes it was just a coincidence. However, it was said that Yi Juanhe was also creating a unique skill. It was just that he hadn't completed it yet. Qin Shao also talked to Yi Juanhe about this problem and told him about his confusion. After listening to him, Yi Juanhe frowned and shook his head. I've been confused about this for millions of years. I've been trapped there and can't take the last step. It's too difficult. It's not that easy to create a unique skill. Talent is very important. Inspiration is very important. And so is luck. When all these factors come together, it may be a flash of inspiration. I'm not sure about the specifics, but my experience is to find a way to relax and find some inspiration when you're in a difficult situation. Your unique skill is based on the mountains and rivers, so you could try to travel the mountains and rivers to stimulate your inspiration. It may be effective. Chapter 679. When one was stuck in a bottleneck, one had to think of a way to get out of it. Yi Juanhe's idea was quite good. Qin Shao also had the same idea, so they naturally had the same idea. Yi Juanhe's cultivation had also reached a bottleneck, so the two hit it off and decided to travel together in the divine realm. Although Yi Juanhe had lived for millions of years, he rarely traveled in the divine realm. There were many famous scenic spots in the divine realm that he had not been to. This time, the two of them also traveled in the mountains and rivers, hoping to get some inspiration. Tao could be reflected in the mountains and rivers. In the beginning, most of the inspiration to comprehend the Tao came from the mountains and rivers. The thought was in the mountains and rivers, the intention was in the mountains and rivers, and the Tao was also in the mountains and rivers. Qin Zhao's mountain and river sword scripture was originally created based on the mountains and rivers. Everything was based on the mountains and rivers, and then it was integrated into one's own comprehension of the Tao. The divine realm was big, and there were all kinds of wonders. The natural scenery of mountains and rivers was really beautiful and amazing. Many places became famous scenic spots in the divine realm, and the divine realm of the universe was written in them. So, it attracted a large number of cultivators to come and take a look. One would be able to comprehend the Tao more intuitively through such natural scenes and space wonders. Everything in the universe was originally composed of the Tao. The operation of the universe was also done by the Tao. So, there was actually a shadow of the Tao in all things. And the formation of space wonders like this was through countless coincidences. The most coincidental places that left behind amazing miracles and many traces of the Tao were naturally holy places for cultivators to cultivate. The divine palace of the desolate land controlled more than 100 of these places of miracles in the universe. They were scattered in 800 territories, and all of them were guarded by the desolate land army. Ordinary people could not enter at will. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe could naturally look at them as they wished. Tisk, truly a spectacle with uncanny craftsmanship. It's truly amazing. Qin Shao couldn't help but clap his hands and praise every time he saw a miracle, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Beautiful. It was really beautiful to the depths of one's soul. He really wanted to stay and not leave. Just looking at such a beautiful scene, such a miracle, could purify one's soul. Walking in the miracles could purify one's mind and soul, purifying all distracting thoughts and making it easier for one to enter a state of emptiness. Secondly, he could directly sense the great Tao and gain a better understanding of it. So, these miracles were protected by the divine palace of the desolate land, so that the people of the divine palace of the desolate land could come and cultivate. Of course, these miracles would also be open to the public. However, one would have to pay a price and obtain certain conditions to have a chance. However, the divine palace of the desolate land did not protect all the miracles. In the entire 800 territories of the divine palace of the desolate land, there were a total of 101 miracles. 81 of them were protected by the divine palace of the desolate land, and the other 32 were completely open to the public. Moreover, the divine palace of the desolate land did not allow any forces to occupy them. It was a kind of benefit for all the cultivators in the divine palace of the desolate land. Of course, the miracles that were open to the public were naturally the worst ones. But even if they were worse, they were still extraordinary if they could be defined as miracles. Each of the divine relics was extremely famous. The key was that these miracles were absolutely safe, and there was no trace of danger. So, they could attract a large number of cultivators, and even gods could enter the miracles to learn. Although the 32 miracles were completely open to the public, they were also protected by the army of the desolate land to prevent people from destroying the miracles. Moreover, cultivators were not allowed to stay in the miracles and not leave. Otherwise, the miracles would be reduced to the point of being occupied by some people. Yi Juanhe had walked in these miracles before, so his reaction was not as strong as Qin Zhao's. However, when he saw it again, he still felt a little amazed. This kind of beauty could not be described with any adjectives. Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe took 1,000 years to slowly walk through the 81 miracles. Anyway, they were not in a hurry, so they just treated it as a sightseeing tour. They did not think about cultivation and completely relaxed and purified their minds. Although the effect was not immediately apparent, at least Qin Zhao felt that his body and mind were a lot lighter. If he entered the state of cultivation now, the effect would be much better than before. After 1,000 years of traveling, Qin Zhao's heart was touched a lot. He also had many new ideas about the creation of the mountain and river sword scripture. However, he had not really touched the explosive point of inspiration. There was still a long way to go before he could really create the third style. Creation was like this. He must reach the explosive point of inspiration. That was a small point, but it was not an easy thing to reach. If you just treat the miracles as a sightseeing tour, it is still possible to comprehend the Tao. But at our level, it is not easy to improve. Especially if we want to create a complete, absolute art. That's even more difficult. It is not realistic to just rely on the miracles to achieve it. Yi Jianhe shook his head gently. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. The higher one stood, the harder it was to improve. If an ordinary four-step celestial god were to travel through these 81 mazes, their harvest would probably be quite huge. At the level of Qin Shao and Yi Jianhe, if they wanted to improve, the help of external factors was not big. Of course, although it was not big, it was more or less helpful. It was much better than cultivating in seclusion. It is not easy to create a unique skill. Qin Shao curled his lips. Difficult, really difficult. Yi Jianhe said, yes, it is too difficult. I was also trapped at the last step for 1,000,000 years. It is still too early for you. You can't rush it. However, your innate talent and comprehension ability are much stronger than mine. Perhaps you will be able to take that step very soon. This step can be said to be difficult, but it can also be easy. It varies from person to person. The longer you are trapped, the harder it is to get out. If it is done in one go, it will not take long. Qin Shao said, it depends on your luck and strength. Yi Jianhe nodded. Luck was important, but strength was more important. In fact, everything could be summed up as strength. Whether it was your talent or your luck, they could all be summed up as strength. Yi Jianhe said, let's go. Let's go to other places. We have seen the miracles. Let's walk around. Although the other places were not as shockingly beautiful as the miracles, they also had their own unique charm of mountains and rivers. Taking a look will also give you some inspiration. Yes, let's go. Qin Shao nodded. He also had the same idea. Since they had come out, they should walk around more. Otherwise, if they went back to cultivate, it would be difficult for them to break through. Cultivation was like this. If you put your mind completely on cultivation, then it would be an incomparably slow thing. The further you went, the more difficult it would be. In the end, no matter how much you cultivated, there would be no way for you to improve at all. At this point, most cultivators chose to give up. Instead, they began to enjoy life. Therefore, many powerful people who had lived for a long time began to indulge themselves. In order to satisfy their selfish desires, they did all kinds of evil. There were even some who went crazy and killed people for fun. They became peerless devils. There were countless examples like this in the history of the divine realm. Some fourth-step heavenly gods who were close to the end of their lives knew that there was no hope for them to become powerful, so they began to go crazy. Many evil people and peerless devils were born in this way. The longer they lived, the more they might doubt themselves. They doubted life and the meaning of their lives. The more they went crazy, the more they would go crazy. In the end, they would go crazy and fall into a state of madness. It was understandable. If a powerful person could not improve even a little after cultivating for countless years, then he might not be able to bear the blow and his mind would become twisted. Therefore, many ancestors would emphasize the state of mind. The higher the state of mind, the more beneficial it would be for cultivation. The two of them walked freely in the divine realm. They did as they pleased. They went wherever they wanted. Within the territory of the divine palace in the desolate land, there was no need to worry about anyone targeting them. Moreover, with Qin Shao and Yi Jianhe working together, unless it was a peak powerful person close to the heaven ranking, no one would be able to do anything to them. Moreover, even if it was a powerful person close to the heaven ranking, it would not be an easy task to kill them. Not to mention close, even if it was a true heaven-ranking existence, it would not be an easy task to kill them. Sometimes, the two of them would watch a mortal fish for an entire day. They felt that it was very interesting. Sometimes, the two of them would see someone hunting. They would also turn into mortal creatures and hunt together. They were truly traveling through the mountains and rivers. They were traveling through the mountains and rivers with the mentality of mortal creatures. They were looking at the mountains and rivers with an ordinary heart. This trip lasted for 1,000 years. To fourth step, heavenly gods, 1,000 years was very short. The two of them were attracted by his scenery. Their faces revealed a trace of surprise. This was a newly born continent. The overall outline had already taken shape. Now it was giving birth to mountains and rivers, trees and living creatures, and clouds and wind waterfalls. Qin Shao, it seems like our luck is not bad. To actually be able to come across a continent that is still giving birth. This might give us a lot of inspiration. Yi Juan's face revealed a hint of joy. This kind of situation was extremely rare. It could only be encountered by chance. It could be considered an extremely lucky thing to have encountered it. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the mountains and rivers that were giving birth. The depths of his heart was inexplicably touched. Wasn't the derivation of mountains and rivers what his mountain river sword scripture was after? His mountain river sword scripture was the same. It was slowly formed according to the derivation of mountains and rivers. Step by step, it was perfected. Finally, it became a whole mountain and river. His mountain river sword scripture was originally created according to mountains and rivers. Naturally, everything was based on mountains and rivers. This kind of natural derivation of mountains and rivers gave Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. One by one, inspiration welled up in his mind. It gave him a great inspiration. So that's how it is. Haha, I understand now. I finally understand. Qin Shao could not help but reveal a smile on his face. Chapter 680. Qin Shao was completely immersed in the mountains and rivers. It was as if he had transformed into the mountains and rivers and entered the derivation of the mountains and rivers. The Tao of mountains and rivers in his heart was also being derived rapidly and gradually perfected. Yi Juanhe, who was beside him, saw Qin Zhao's great inspiration. After being slightly surprised, he could not help but admire him. He had been trapped for 1,000,000 years and was unable to take this step. However, he did not expect Qin Shao to be able to take this step so quickly. Creating a unique skill was an act that defied the natural order. Even some of the Almighties who had gone through countless trials and tribulations had to spend countless years to slowly create and perfect an absolute art. However, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly god. However, he was about to complete a unique skill. However, this was something that could not be envied. In terms of talent and comprehension, Yi Juanhe had to admit defeat. After all, Qin Shao had only cultivated for less than 50,000 years. However, he was already on par with him. Others compared Qin Shao to Master Qingye when he was young. However, no one compared Qin Shao to Yi Juanhe. This was an obvious gap. It seems like I have to work harder too. If my talent and comprehension are not enough, I can only make up for it with hard work. Perhaps I should also work harder. Yi Juanhe encouraged himself in his heart. Speaking of which, he was already monstrously outstanding enough. Being able to stand in the top 10 of the Earth leaderboard was enough to explain everything. If he had not been so ambitious, he would have succeeded in fusing and become an almighty long ago. However, he did not want to fuse with an upper-grade Tao. Instead, he wanted to fuse with a supreme-grade Tao. Fusing with a supreme-grade Tao to become an almighty had a completely different meaning. The level would also be higher. Almighties who could enter the heaven leaderboard were basically fusing with a supreme-grade Tao. Of course, there are also a few lucky ones who reach the heaven leaderboard level through other means. For example, Great Emperor Renwu. The Tao integration of a supreme-grade Tao was more than 100 times more difficult than the Tao integration of a high-grade Tao. Therefore, Yi Juanhe had always been stuck at the fourth-step heavenly god stage. However, he wasn't in a hurry at all. After all, he hadn't lived for 10 million years yet. He still had plenty of time to fight. In any case, he had made up his mind to attain Tao integration with a supreme-grade Tao. Even if he was nearing the end of his life, he would still give it his all. With the mountains and rivers as the blueprint, the sword intent as the elements, the great Tao as the structure, and the heavens as the laws. Qin Zhao's thoughts gushed out like a fountain. Immersed in the derivation of mountains and rivers, Qin Zhao's thoughts became clearer and clearer. His sword was the sword of mountains and rivers. His sword intent used the mountains and rivers as its intent, the firmament as its thought, the four seas as its song, and the great Tao as its momentum. When the sword moved, the mountains and rivers moved. When the sword collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed. His sword began to dance. There were mountains and rivers in the sword, time in the mountains and rivers, and time in the long river. Every link was filled with supreme power, composing the momentum of the heavens. The way of the sword became more and more complete. From the first move to the third move of the mountain and river sword scripture, everything was natural and smooth. It improved step by step, and the links were linked. The Tao might rose steeply, and the sword soared into the firmament. A complete unique skill was completely outlined in Qin Zhao's mind, and it appeared perfectly. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand struck out the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon again and again, stirring up this part of the firmament. Fortunately, Qin Zhao deliberately restrained his aura. Otherwise, this continent that had not yet fully grown would have been destroyed by Qin Zhao's sword. As long as he broke through that opening, everything would fall into place. It would be very easy. As soon as he took a step forward, everything became clear. Therefore, it only took Qin Zhao 3 days to complete the creation of the third move of the mountain and river sword scripture. Moreover, the 3 moves merged into one, and there was some improvement. The unique skill of the mountain and river sword scripture was completed. Qin Zhao put away his sword, and a somewhat heroic smile appeared on his face. Looking back now, everything seemed so easy. However, Qin Zhao also knew that it was not easy to take this step. The explosion of inspiration was very important, and it was also something that could only be encountered and not sought. Qin Zhao, congratulations. You created a complete, unique skill before you lived for 50,000 years. I believe you can also set a record in the realm of the gods. According to what I know, Master Qingya also created his first unique skill when he was 100,000 years old. You are 50,000 years ahead of Master Qingya. Yi Juanhe came forward to congratulate Qin Zhao. He was very happy for Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and smiled. It's just luck. It's just an ordinary unique skill, and it's not a big deal. At Master Qingya's level, I can only look up to him. Yi Juanhe said, there's no need to be so humble. Luck is also a part of strength. If you don't have absolute strength, even the best luck will be wasted. I've been trapped for 1,000,000 years, but I still haven't been able to take this step. You, on the other hand, have only come out to travel a bit, and you've already succeeded. You've already set 2 records. I believe you'll continue to create your own legend. Although Qin Zhao was humble, he also understood that it was not easy for him to take this step. It was indeed an astonishing feat, however. Qin Zhao had always been very humble. He did not become complacent because of this, because he knew that he still had a very, very long way to go. If he wanted to save Gu Lingyue, he would need a ruler to act. If he wanted to save the heavenly dragon continent, even a ruler wouldn't be able to do it. Even Master Qingya was unable to break through the black vortex. He would need the palace lord of the desolate land to personally act. Gu Lingyue's life, the heavenly dragon continent's crisis, and Emperor Hao Yu's vengeance were all waiting for him. With his current strength, he really couldn't be happy. He was still too far away. Therefore, he had to work even harder. Time waits for no man. He had to grasp it tightly. Perhaps he would be able to relax a little when he became a ruler one day. Right now, he did not have any distracting thoughts. All of his thoughts were focused on cultivation. Let's go, Qin Zhao. Let's go into the void. Let me see how powerful your mountain and river sword technique is, said Yi Juanhe. If he hadn't created the third move, the mountain and river sword technique's power would indeed be ordinary. Now that Qin Zhao had created the third move, the entire technique had reached perfection. Even if the mountain and river sword technique was only an ordinary technique, the self-created technique's power would be much greater. Moreover, it was at perfection, so its power would naturally be even more astonishing. With the current power of Qin Zhao's mountain and river sword technique, it could be said that it was definitely much stronger than the 7-star sword technique. Now, it was definitely Qin Zhao's most powerful technique. Yi Junhe wanted to fight. Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was naturally high as well. The two of them quickly arrived in a vast and boundless void. The two of them stood a million miles apart, looking at each other from afar. Their fighting spirit was burning and soaring. It surged out like a volcanic waterfall, stirring up the heavens and shocking the heavens. Yi Junhe, please. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. After saying that, he attacked with all his strength. As soon as he attacked, he naturally didn't hold back at all. The mountain and river sword technique directly burst out with all his strength. As soon as the sword moved, the scenery of mountains and rivers appeared in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The brilliance of the sun and the moon competed to shine. The endless void immediately turned into mountains and rivers. Strange phenomena instantly appeared, and an unprecedented scene was born. The light of eternity gushed out together, penetrating through the world of mortals. The great Tao of the heavens completely sealed the void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. With the baptism of mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon as the shuttle, and the firmament as the power, the vast and boundless might of the mountains and rivers surged over. With a move of the sword, this star region would be completely destroyed. Everything would cease to exist. The power of a perfect technique was naturally extremely terrifying. In addition, this technique was performed by the Creator. All the power and essence of this technique could be fully displayed, making its power more than several times stronger. Yi Junhe's face was also a little dignified. He suddenly attacked. As soon as he attacked, all was silent. It was as if the whole world had quieted down and stopped moving. Time stood still, space stood still, and everything was still. Everything was still. His sword was silent, but a ray of light shot up to the 9 heavens. A touch of sharpness split the firmament, and a wisp of sword chi swept across the vast expanse. A terrifying sword light seemed to have come out of the infinite. It shuttled through the ages and cut off everything in the world, and attacked Qin Zhao. There was no power in this world, and this firmament that could stop it. The entire star field trembled slightly under the might of the sword. The cultivators who passed by in the distance were also scared pale. They fled in panic, not understanding what was going on. Yi Junhe's sword was peerlessly sharp. It could cut off everything in the world. It could cut the gods and demons in the world. It could cut off the world of mortals, and it could kill ancient monsters. His sword had enough brilliance to stir up and cut off everything. However, in Qin Zhao's mountains and rivers, sun and moon, it seemed to have fallen into a strange circle of reincarnation. It could not be cut off, and it could not escape. Its brilliance was dim, like a trapped beast. No matter how hard it tried, it could not escape from this cage. One sword, one mountain and river. The mountains and rivers collapsed, but they could be quickly regenerated and recovered. Therefore, no matter how Yi Junhe's sword cut through the mountains and rivers, it could not completely destroy the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. It was a cycle of destruction and regeneration. After fighting for a while, Yi Junhe stopped. He shook his head and said, "I don't want to fight anymore. If I don't fight with my life on the line, there's no way I can walk out of your mountains and rivers sword. This unique skill of yours is indeed not bad. Even among ordinary unique skills, it can definitely be ranked at the top. If it was someone else who practiced it, I'm afraid I could have broken it just now. However, when you, the Creator, performed it, even I can't break it. It's indeed very powerful." Qin Zhao sparred with Yi Junhe because he wanted to test the power of the mountains and rivers sword scripture. He was very satisfied with the final result. Even Yi Junhe could not break it. This was slightly beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "It's all right. It's not as good as the best, but it's better than the worst. It can be considered a major accomplishment. Haha, I've been out for so long. It's time to go back." Yi Junhe shook his head and said, "You've gained quite a lot. I've accompanied the crown prince to study for a while. Chapter 681. Completing the Mountain River Sword Scripture was indeed a huge gain for Qin Shao. His thousands of years of hard work had been worth it. 8 years reading. Right now, he had just crossed the threshold of 50,000 years old. Not to mention a fourth-step celestial god. Even for many ordinary gods, 50,000 years old was still a very young age. But Qin Shao had reached such a height. If they were to compete, Qin Zhao's current strength was no less than Yi Junhe's. Just as Yi Junhe had said, Qin Shao had created another miracle. It was true that he was one of the top 10 geniuses on the Earth list. It was also reasonable to say that he was the youngest genius in history to create a complete, unique skill. Even though there was no detailed statistics, it was more or less the same. After all, no one could think of anyone who could create a complete, unique skill at a younger age than Qin Shao. Even Master Qingye, who had countless glorious achievements, had only created a complete, unique skill when he was 100,000 years old. In comparison, Qin Shao had only used half the time Master Qingye had. The legends of Master Qingye's youth were broken by Qin Shao one after another. After returning to the divine palace of the desolate land, Yi Junhe said that he had some thoughts and went into seclusion to cultivate. Qin Shao thought about it and went directly to the treasure palace of the desolate land. When he saw the Almighty of Changshan, Qin Shao directly explained his purpose of visit. Oh, hearing that Qin Shao had created a complete, unique skill, the Almighty of Changshan's eyes lit up slightly. The praise and admiration on his face deepened. Not bad, not bad. Master Qingye used 100,000 years to create a complete, unique skill. You have created a complete, unique skill at such a young age. Come, show me your unique skill. Qin Shao nodded and displayed the Mountain River Sword Scripture to the Changshan Almighty. After reading it, the mighty figure of Changshan nodded with a smile and said, although it's a normal grade absolute art, it's considered pretty good among normal grade ones. Furthermore, it has some unique characteristics. It uses the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon as its cornerstone. The sword contains mountains and rivers, and the mountains and rivers illuminate the sun and moon. Mountains and rivers, sun and moon, heaven and earth, sword and Tao, they are all well integrated into it. Although it's still a bit rough when using it, it's already pretty good for you. However, it's not as good as the supreme art that Master Qingye created when he was young. Qin Shao nodded. He had also learned from Yi Junhe that Master Qingye was indeed an extraordinary figure. The absolute art he created when he was 100,000 years old was also shocking for a period of time. It was an extremely dangerous absolute art that was a level higher than Qin Zhao's absolute art. Although there were no clear levels of absolute arts, there was a general consensus that they were generally divided into 3 levels. The first level was the normal grade absolute art. For example, Qin Zhao's Nirvana 9 Revolutions absolute art, Flowing Light Feather absolute art, Avalon of 5 Elements absolute art, and the Mountain River Sword Scripture were all normal grade absolute arts. The next level was the dangerous absolute art. For example, Qin Zhao's 7-star sword absolute art and Mirage Avatar absolute art belong to the dangerous absolute art level. However, the 7-star sword absolute art and Mirage Avatar absolute art were among the top of the dangerous absolute art level. Therefore, they were also called top-grade absolute arts. The third level was the level of the 10 great absolute arts. Qin Shao was not qualified to come into contact with absolute arts of this level. The absolute art that Master Qingye created back then was almost on par with the 7-star sword absolute art. Therefore, it caused a sensation and shocked the entire God world. At that time, Master Qingye was only a 4th-step divine realm expert. It was really shocking that he was able to create an absolute art of that level. Qin Shao, I feel that your absolute art still has a lot of room for improvement. Do you have any thoughts on this aspect? Almighty Changshan's eyesight was extremely sharp. He could see many things at a glance. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, Senior Brother Changshan. This Mountain River Sword Scripture is only the basic version. I have comprehended an upgraded version. However, I only comprehended the first move of the upgraded version. Moreover, the first move is not perfect. It is still very far away from being able to create it. Oh, why don't you show it to me? Almighty Changshan was somewhat curious. Since Almighty Changshan wanted to see it, Qin Shao naturally obeyed. He displayed the upgraded move. However, the move was not perfect yet, so Qin Shao felt a little awkward when he displayed it. Amazing. Almighty Changshan jumped slightly when he saw Qin Zhao's move. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. If your first move is perfect, its power will be close to the level of the 10 great absolute arts. If you can create this absolute art completely and perfect it enough, it might even become a 10 great absolute art. Incredible. It's really imaginable. You are so young and only a 4th-step divine realm expert. It's really incredible that you can reach this level at such a young age. If you continue on this path, it might not be impossible for you to succeed. I feel that you have great hope. Therefore, I am looking forward to seeing what you could do now. If you can really create an absolute art on the level of one of the 10 great absolute arts, then you will really be amazing. Currently, no one has ever been able to create a 10 great absolute art at the divine realm since the beginning of the universe era. Not to mention the heavenly God realm, even the almighty realm is very rare. After all, there are only a few 10 great absolute arts. Most of them were created by sovereign-level existences. Even dominator rank existences wouldn't find it easy to create one of the 10 great absolute arts. Qin Shao was slightly surprised when he heard Almighty Changshan's words. It turned out that no one in history had been able to create a 10 great absolute art at the divine realm. In that case, it would be extremely difficult to walk down this path. Although Qin Shao had always been very confident in himself, he did not dare to be too confident in this matter. After all, he had not even perfected the first move yet. In fact, he had already comprehended the first move. It had been 20 to 30,000 years, but there was no way for him to perfect it. Of course, perhaps it was because he did not put his energy into it, but at least he did not have any ideas at the moment. Therefore, even if he put his energy into it, it would probably be useless. This is the direction I am working towards, Qin Shao said with a twitch of his mouth. Almighty Changshan nodded and said, "It's fine as long as you have a direction to work towards. Some things can't be forced. Creating a 10 great absolute art is indeed a heaven-defying act. It's not easy. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Are you here to offer your 10 great absolute art to the Divine Palace?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Senior Brother Changshan. I'm here for this." Almighty Changshan smiled and said, "Haha, you've just created it and you're already offering it to the Divine Palace. This is indeed a good intention. I've estimated that you can get 300 contribution points for the 10 great absolute art. 300 contribution points, not bad." Qin Shao smiled. It was similar to his expectations. 300 contribution points was indeed a lot. With these contribution points, he could exchange for an absolute art with experience points to cultivate. He could even exchange for an absolute art at the level of the Big Dipper Sword. After exchanging 100 contribution points for the time to cultivate in the Ultimate Sword Dojo with Shi Jian, Qin Shao could be said to be strapped for cash. He was so poor that he did not even have a single contribution point. Under the guidance of Almighty Changshan, Qin Shao also received 300 contribution points after leaving behind the Inheritance Stone. He suddenly became rich. With the contribution points, Qin Shao could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He entered the treasure hall to see if there was anything he needed to exchange for. There were indeed many good things in the divine palace of the desolate land. Moreover, there were countless treasures. Just looking at them would take tens of thousands of years. Qin Shao didn't need Li Hai's absolute art for the time being. First of all, he didn't have that much energy to cultivate it. Second of all, he hadn't cultivated the 7-star sword and the Mirage true body to perfection yet. Adding Li Hai's absolute art wouldn't be of much use. However, some 7-star absolute art attracted Qin Zhao's attention. They had very strange abilities, which really made Qin Shao gasp in amazement. For example, there was the shadow division technique, which could infinitely divide a person's shadow and form a doppelganger with 90% of the original body strength. If the doppelganger died, it could continue to be divided. It only needed to provide enough divine gems as energy. However, the consumption of divine gems was too high. Without a foundation, it was very difficult to use it. However, it should be known that a doppelganger with 90% of the original body's strength and without worrying about its life and death was very terrifying. It was almost equivalent to having countless lives. It was almost equivalent to a real doppelganger. This was much more dangerous than an energy doppelganger. At most, an energy doppelganger would not exceed 10% of the original body's strength. This was only if the doppelganger was close to the original body. The farther the doppelganger was, the weaker it would be. There are also some doppelganger techniques, which were also greatly limited. The doppelganger techniques could only be used around the original body. This kind of shadow-splitting secret art was seriously too bizarre, making Qin Zhao's heart palpitate when he saw it. However, what made Qin Zhao a little depressed was that this shadow division technique required 320 contribution points to exchange. The 300 contribution points that Qin Zhao had just obtained were not enough to exchange for it. Moreover, it was very troublesome to cultivate this shadow division technique. It required many rare treasures in the universe to assist in cultivation. It was not easy to collect all the materials. There are also many strange secret techniques with all kinds of strange abilities. Qin Zhao could not help clicking his tongue in wonder. In addition to the secret techniques, there were also many treasures. There were all kinds of rare treasures that one could not imagine. The Desolate Land's Divine Palace had accumulated a lot of treasures over the countless years. However, for Qin Zhao, ordinary treasures were no longer useful. If the treasures exchanged were not useful to him, Qin Zhao would not waste his contribution points. The treasures that could really attract Qin Zhao's attention were a little too expensive. Qin Zhao originally thought that he should be relatively rich. However, after looking around, Qin Zhao found that he was very wrong. He was still very poor. If Qin Zhao had enough contribution points, he could also exchange them without restraint. After looking around, there were no less than 10 treasures that made his heart skip a beat. Unfortunately, he could not afford them. Chapter 682. Seems like I have to earn more contribution points. I'm so poor. Qin Zhao shook his head helplessly after coming out of the Desolate Land's treasure palace. Changshan smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Qin Zhao curled his lips and said with a wry smile, "Isn't that so, Senior Brother Changshan? I can only look at good things. By the way, Senior Brother Changshan, I've fallen into some difficulties in my cultivation recently. I want to go to some dangerous places to gain experience. What do you think is suitable for me to go in the divine realm?" Changshan thought for a while and said, "Now that you mention it, I do have a place that I can recommend you to go. Do you know about the battlefield of gods and devils?" Battlefield of gods and devils? Qin Zhao frowned slightly. He searched for information in his mind and said, "I know a little bit. It seems to be a battlefield left behind from the ancient war of the Four Realms. It's said that it's very dangerous. Even powerful experts don't dare to rashly enter it. Ordinary powerful experts will definitely die if they go in." Changshan nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. It's indeed an ancient ruin left behind from the ancient war of the Four Realms. I don't even remember how long ago it was. It's too long ago. At that time, I was still very weak. That war of the Four Realms caused the sky to turn dark and the universe to collapse. Many territories were destroyed and turned into an endless sea of darkness. The Su region of the Divine Realm was reduced by nearly 1/3 because of that war. The number of powerful beings who had died was uncountable. In fact, there were even some sovereigns who had died in the battle. Thinking back on it now, it was truly tragic. That war was also the only war of the Four Realms since the beginning of the universe era. From then on, our Four Realms became even more established. There were no more major battles, and the world could be said to have been peaceful for so long. It allowed the four realms to recuperate and develop to such a prosperous state. Qin Shao was also quite shocked in his heart. Just listening to it made his hair stand on end. It was too terrifying. 1/3 of the Divine Realm's territory was actually destroyed. What kind of concept was that? The Divine Realm was vast and boundless. Moreover, this was the current Divine Realm, a Divine Realm that had sunk 1/3 of its original size. In other words, half of the Divine World's territory had been sunk during the Great War of the Four Realms. How terrifying was that? This was simply unimaginable. In the ancient Great War of the Four Realms, it was estimated that all the almighty experts had participated in the war. This ancient ruin had been preserved to this day. Long Mountain Mighty figure reigned in his thoughts and waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the Godfiend battlefield. The Godfiend battlefield is the core war zone left behind from the ancient Four Realms War. It was originally a strange land in the universe. The other places have all sunk. Only that world remains. You can imagine how miraculous it is for a world to remain on such a battlefield. Qin Shao nodded. It was indeed very miraculous. To be able to survive the Great War of the Four Realms, it was too inconceivable. He really didn't know what kind of magic this battlefield of gods and demons had. The Godfiend battlefield is fraught with danger. There are many wisps of spiritual perception, energy, or consciousness left behind by ancient ancestors. These things can control many things and turn them into terrifying offensive objects. For example, they can control walking corpses, rocks, or directly turn into vengeful spirits. In short, they can appear in many ways. It's very terrifying. Countless almighties died in the Great War of the Four Realms. I'm afraid the number is in the tens of millions. There are also countless almighties who have died in the Great War of the Four Realms. There are even sovereigns who died in it. There are many resentful consciousnesses left behind. Naturally, it's very terrifying. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. Logically speaking, if an almighty died, they would completely disappear in the long river of time and cease to exist. It was rare for a consciousness and resentment to remain. However, according to Long Mountain Mighty figure, there were many such situations in the battlefield of gods and demons. He didn't know what was going on. As if seeing Qin Zhao's doubts, Long Mountain Mighty figure explained, the battlefield of gods and demons is very strange. Most of the lives that died in it can leave behind a trace of resentment consciousness. After hearing this explanation, Qin Shao was relieved. It turned out that it was related to the battlefield of gods and demons. It was indeed a very strange place in the universe. In addition to these dangers, there's some natural dangers. That's a small matter. There's also a very terrifying danger. The battlefield of gods and demons is filled with resentment and endless death aura. Therefore, it attracts many evil creatures to live and reproduce in it. Some evil people in the universe will also enter the battlefield of gods and demons in order to cultivate evil techniques. It's also because of this that the battlefield of gods and demons has an extraordinary reputation in the universe. Not many almighties dare to enter it easily. In addition, the battlefield of gods and demons is located at the intersection of the four realms. Strictly speaking, it's not under the control of the divine realm. Of course, it's basically within the divine realm. If you're really in danger, Master Qingye can still rush over immediately. Therefore, I think the battlefield of gods and demons is a more ideal place for you to train. With your current strength, you're comparable to an almighty at the mortal realm. Although there's still some danger, it's the only way to achieve the effective training. Qin Shao nodded. After hearing this, Qin Shao also felt that the battlefield of gods and demons was more suitable. It was indeed very suitable for him. Moreover, it was recommended by senior brother Changshan. Naturally, it was the best place. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately decided to explore the battlefield of gods and demons. With regard to his own strength, Qin Shao still had some confidence. Changshan continued. If you've really decided to go to the battlefield of gods and demons, I think you can take on a mission while you're at it. I have a mission about the battlefield of gods and demons that no one has taken on. The difficulty level is quite high. However, the reward after completion is not bad. There's a reward of 200 contribution points. A reward of 200 contribution points was definitely very high. This made Qin Xiao very interested. He quickly asked, Senior Brother Changshan, what's the mission? Changshan waved his hand, and a scroll flew into Qin Xiao's hand. It recorded the details of the mission. Qin Xiao looked at the information in the scroll. After reading it, he could not help but frown. He showed a fierce expression of hatred. The universe is so big. There are really all kinds of evil people. This Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend is really evil to the extreme. He's even worse than the Huinhu Mountain Lord. Such an evil person shouldn't exist in this world. However, the strength of this Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend is indeed formidable. According to the information on the scroll, Qin Xiao estimated that the strength of Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend should be slightly stronger than the Demon Eye Nation King, but not by much. With Qin Xiao's current strength, he was still somewhat confident. However, Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend was very cunning. He had been wanted by the Desolate Land Temple for a long time, but they had not been able to catch him. They had even surrounded him several times, but he had still managed to escape. Fortunately, Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend's true body had been destroyed by the Desolate Land Temple. Now, only his clone had been hiding in the battlefield of gods and demons, not daring to come out. He had hidden very deeply, so it was difficult to find him. Therefore, this mission had not been taken up by anyone. The battlefield of gods and demons was an extremely dangerous place. In addition, Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend was very cautious and cunning. His means of escape were very brilliant. Therefore, it was very difficult to catch him. It was also because of this that no one had taken up the mission for millions of years. The reason why Changshan Almighty felt that Qin Xiao was suitable was that Qin Xiao had decided to go to the battlefield of gods and demons to train. It could be considered a convenient thing. Secondly, Qin Xiao had cultivated the Mirage True Body technique. With this technique, Qin Xiao could better approach Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend and not let him escape. If not for these two factors, Changshan Almighty would not have mentioned this matter. After thinking about it, Qin Xiao nodded and agreed. All right, Senior Brother Changshan, then I'll accept this mission. If I can complete it, then I'll try my best to complete it. If not, then I'll have to return the mission. Fortunately, there was no punishment for returning the mission, so Qin Xiao did not have so many worries. This time, Qin Xiao went to the battlefield of gods and demons mainly to train himself, so he would not put too much effort into this mission. Of course, if there was a chance, he would take a look. It would be better if he could complete it. After all, this was a reward of 200 contribution points. There are not many missions with such high rewards. Even if there were, some of them were very dangerous. Considering this, it wasn't too dangerous. At least, Qin Xiao felt that he should have some confidence. He was just afraid that Tao Ancestor Myriad Fiend's ability to escape was too strong. It would be difficult to catch him. After bidding farewell to Changshan Almighty, Qin Xiao also obtained the most detailed information about the battlefield of gods and demons. Since he was going, he naturally had to do his homework. The Desolate Land Divine Palace had collected information for countless years, so it was naturally very detailed about the battlefield of gods and demons. It could be said that it was very comprehensive. Furthermore, some safe routes were drawn out, and some very dangerous places were also marked out. Of course, information was just information. The specific situation would definitely change a lot. After all, there were many evil creatures and resentful consciousnesses left behind from ancient times. These were all potential dangers, and there was no way to predict them. After making some preparations, Qin Xiao set off for the battlefield of gods and demons. The battlefield of gods and demons was located at the intersection of the four realms. It was also a place under the jurisdiction of the four realms. However, overall, it was still under the jurisdiction of the divine realm. and could be considered a part of the Divine Realm's territory. Using the transmission array of the Desolate Land Divine Palace, Qin Shao took a full 100 years to reach the battlefield of gods and demons. Before he even got close to the battlefield of gods and demons, he could feel an extremely gloomy and cold aura from afar. It carried an ancient aura of death, which made people not dare to approach it easily. A trace of the aura was enough to make people feel suffocated. Looking from afar, it was dark and gloomy, as if he had entered the Nine Serenities. It also seemed that an ancient demon was hibernating there, and once he got close to it, it would wake up. Chapter 683. Broken fences and broken walls could be seen everywhere. Mountains and rivers were broken, void zones, and the world was broken. A gloomy aura pervaded the world, and strange gusts of wind blew. When the wind blew, everything in the space would be blown to pieces. From time to time, a dark airflow would surge up. Although it was an inconspicuous airflow, it was enough to easily kill a fourth-step Divine Realm expert. Walking in it would make one's hair stand on end. The gloomy aura was gloomy, and from time to time, there would be ear-piercing and strange cries. It was as if there were ancient demons hiding in the dark, and they could come out at any time to take one's life. The mountains and rivers that had been shattered also created many strange sights and scenes that shook people's hearts. Some residual auras could be vaguely seen on them, such as sword scars and dowmite. Feeling those scars, Qin Shao felt as if he had returned to the scene of the ancient war of the Four Realms. Broken fragments of Dao weapons could be seen everywhere. Some of them had existed for an unknown period of time, but Dao weapons never decayed. No matter how long they had existed, they still maintained their original appearance. I really don't know what the ancient war of the Four Realms was like. When I look at the battlefield of the gods and demons, I can imagine it. It's really incredible. Qin Shao was already speechless at the edge of the battlefield of the gods and demons. The aura of death was very strong here. From the moment Qin Shao entered, he found that there was an invisible force trying to invade his body, trying to control his emotions and even his will. This was a bloodthirsty aura. It wanted to make Qin Shao crazy and bloodthirsty. Fortunately, Qin Shao's state of mind was high enough to not be affected by this strange aura. He kept his mind and thought as still as water. Qin Shao understood the details of the battlefield of the gods and demons. If he couldn't control his mind, it was easy to become crazy. In the end, he would fall into a state of qi deviation and fall into eternal damnation. Once he became crazy, he would lose some of his reason. Basically, he would die in the battlefield of the gods and demons, or directly sink into depravity and be controlled by the will of the battlefield of the gods and demons, becoming a walking corpse. Because of this, Qin Shao was very cautious when she came in. The battlefield of divinity and infernal was very large. It was even larger than the Hidden Dragon territory. Therefore, if Qin Shao were to rely on flying, it would take him hundreds of millions of years to walk through the entire battlefield of divinity and infernal. Trying to find a person in the Fiend God battlefield was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, according to the information provided by the Desolate Land Shrines, they were able to determine the general location of Dao Ancestor Allfiend. Most likely, the Sovereign had deduced this location, and the range had been greatly reduced. Therefore, Qin Shao only needed to go to that area to search. If he could find Qin Shao in that area, he would try to see if he could kill Dao, Ancestor Myriad Fiend. If he couldn't find him, then forget it. He wouldn't waste his energy looking elsewhere. What a huge skeleton. I wonder what kind of life form it is. At the end of Qin Zhao's vision, an incomparably huge skeleton suddenly appeared. It was no less than 100 million miles long and over 20 million miles tall. It was like a planet had been placed there. Such a huge life form was rare in the universe. At least, Qin Shao had never seen one before. Compared to this, the Chaos Ancient Beasts were much smaller. The skeleton was still white and shiny after countless years. There was no trace of time left behind. It was obvious that this was the skeleton of an almighty existence who had experienced many disasters. However, what surprised Qin Shao was that the flesh on the skeleton was gone. Logically speaking, after an almighty died, their physical body wouldn't decay. No matter how much time passed, it wouldn't decay. It would always remain in the state it was in before death. Because of this, many almighty existences liked emperor tombs. It was a way for them to preserve their bodies after death so that they wouldn't be disturbed or destroyed by others. Or perhaps they would have some thoughts about the possibility of being resurrected one day in the future. Some forces would have burial mausoleums where all the almighties who had died would be buried. Some small forces would also bury the almighties who had died grandly with many treasures. Moreover, the burial would be very hidden and wouldn't be discovered by others. As a result, a shady profession was born. It was called grave robber. They specifically targeted the burial mausoleums of the almighties and stole the treasures buried with them. This situation was actually very normal. For example, Qin Shao had gone to the Emperor Tomb with a group of people in the boorish small universe and had almost fallen in the hands of the Seven Stars Great Emperor. If he hadn't caught the Seven Stars Great Emperor's weakness, he would have fallen in the Emperor Tomb. Emperor tombs were enough to make the top almighties envious. The burial mausoleums of some ordinary almighties would also make some almighties rack their brains to steal them. However, there shouldn't be anything good left behind in the battlefield of gods and demons. After such a long time, who knew how many people had come in to search for it? They probably had rummaged through it countless times. Even if there was anything left behind in the ancient War of the Four Realms, it would have long been dug up after such a long time. Such an enormous set of white bones truly made Qin Shao endlessly amazed. However, Qin Shao only took a few glances and continued to move forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a cliff. The cliff that was 10 billion miles long and 3 billion miles deep appeared in front of Qin Shao and immediately attracted Qin Shao's attention. Looking at the surface of the cliff and sensing the remnant sword chi on the cliff, Qin Shao was shocked. What a domineering sword strike. What a powerful sword strike. Just one sword strike was able to leave behind such a terrifying cliff. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. It should be known that this was the battlefield of gods and demons, not an ordinary place. Qin Shao had tested the rocks here. If an ordinary fourth-step divine realm expert attacked with all his strength, he wouldn't even have the ability to leave a trace. Ordinary almighties would find it hard to shatter even a small hill. Even if Qin Shao made a move, wanting to destroy a mountain peak was also not an easy matter. However, this single sword strike had actually forcefully created such a huge chasm. It was truly too terrifying. Could it be left behind by a ruler? Qin Shao couldn't help but guess. There was still a possibility that it was left behind by a ruler. After all, according to Qin Shao's information, the ancient War of the Four Realms was fought by all the top forces in the entire universe, including all the rulers. More than one ruler had died in it. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Hegemons. They were known to be truly undying and indestructible. What Qin Shao didn't expect was that a ruler would die in the ancient War of the Four Realms. What kind of situation could cause the death of a ruler? Could it be that dozens of rulers besieged a single ruler? Only in such a situation would there be a slight possibility. Otherwise, based on Qin Zhao's understanding, a ruler couldn't be killed. No matter how strong a ruler was, no matter how weak a ruler was, they couldn't kill a ruler. This was common knowledge in the God realm. Qin Shao approached the cliff. The closer he got, the more he could feel how terrifying the remnant sword chi was. The level of the sword's use should be at an advanced level. Qin Shao had never seen an advanced level of sword Dao, so he didn't know what level it was at. The cliff in front of him was very likely a mark left behind by such a sword strike. However, just by feeling the remnant sword chi, it was very difficult to truly understand and comprehend the method of using sword Dao. He could only see a mountain of sword Dao. What Qin Shao was pursuing now was, first, to perfect the 7-star sword and the Mirage Avatar, and second, to improve the use of Tao. Two figures suddenly and silently appeared behind Qin Shao. One was a wraith made of black qi, and the other was a life form covered in black scales that looked like a giant caterpillar. The two figures quickly approached Qin Shao, bearing their malevolent fangs. Whether they were wraith, walking corpses, or evil life forms on the battlefield of gods and demons, they all killed outsiders without mercy to defend their authority to occupy the battlefield of gods and demons. Moreover, these life forms were extremely evil and bloodthirsty. If an outsider came in, they would naturally go on a killing spree. Only those who were also extremely evil and cultivated evil arts would be accepted by them. For example, Tao Ancestor All-Fiend could peacefully coexist with these life forms without being attacked. 100,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Soon, the wraith and evil life form were within 10,000 kilometers of Qin Shao. At the same time, they launched a terrifying attack on Qin Shao. The distance of 10,000 kilometers was too short for the two. They could kill in an instant. Moreover, they could use the environment here to hide themselves. It was extremely difficult to be discovered. Human die. The evil life form laughed sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The black spear in his hand flickered with an extremely eerie cold light that could pierce through a sword. His black spear pierced through Qin Zhao's back without any hindrance. It directly pierced a large hole in his body. He too weak. You dare to enter the battlefield of gods and demons with such weakness? You are simply courting death. The evil life form sneered in his heart. At most, this was the strength of an ordinary almighty. What was the difference between entering the battlefield of gods and demons with such strength? It had been a long time since he had eaten human flesh. Thinking back, he still felt that it was very delicious. It was just a little too hard and not delicious. However, the blood essence was extremely delicious. However, he immediately noticed that something was wrong because Qin Zhao's figure was slowly disappearing in front of his eyes, quickly turning into nothingness. Where was he? How did he disappear? That wasn't his real body just now, but an afterimage left behind. The evil life form was dumbfounded. How did that human disappear? The wraith's two black eyes scanned the surroundings, clearly unable to understand this matter. Are you looking for me? Chapter 684. Not good. The evil life form's expression changed drastically, and it was alarmed by this sudden voice, and it inwardly cried out in alarm. 8 study. But it was too late to dodge. Qin Shao had directly charged out of the mirage, not giving it any chance to react. Although the creature was powerful, its control over the Grand Tao was still lacking. So it didn't sense Qin Shao at all. It didn't even know that Qin Shao was walking in the mirage. This was the first time it had encountered something so bizarre. A terrifying power erupted from Qin Zhao's sword, directly destroying the divine body of the evil being. It attacked his soul, wanting to obliterate him. It was definitely not an easy task to kill a powerful being who had been through a lot. The creature sensed that its life was in danger, and it actually severed its own body, letting out a sharp cry as it fled. Despicable human, just what kind of technique is this? How can it be so strange? The evil life form shrieked as it fled. You want to run? Qin Shao snorted. His heart force surged forward. It was formless and formless, but it was incomparably terrifying. Surrounded by heart force, the evil creature's body began to twist and distort, and its soul began to tremble as it struggled. Under the assault of heart force, his soul was completely unable to break free. It's heart force. What terrifying heart force! This human brat is only a fourth step heavenly god. How can his heart force be so powerful? The creature had already given up all hope. There was no way it could escape from such a terrifying heart force. The aura of death enveloped it, and its powerless struggle caused it to sink into despair. After struggling for a while, the creature was still unable to escape its fate of death. It died to Qin Zhao's heart force. It wasn't that the creature was too weak, but that its soul wasn't strong enough. Furthermore, it had never encountered a heart force attack before. Moreover, Qin Zhao had just charged out of the ethereal realm and had seriously injured him before using heart force to kill him. Naturally, it would be much easier. In fact, this evil being was not weak. It was almost at the level of Madoka. The black mist formed by the resentful spirit had also reached Qin Zhao. Its cold and gloomy aura was like a waterfall. Each wisp of cold wind was like an evil spirit that could penetrate any hole, trying to get into Qin Zhao's body. It wanted to devour Qin Zhao's god body and destroy Qin Zhao's soul. A terrifying soul force pressed down. It was so cold that it made people tremble. It was so terrifying that it could freeze people's souls. This was definitely a vengeful spirit left behind by an almighty who had gone through a lot. Furthermore, this vengeful spirit would have grown quite a bit after countless years in the battlefield of gods and devils. With peerless resentment and an endless aura of death, it turned into a prison of the 9 underworlds, trapping Qin Zhao within. The black fog that filled the sky was like a cage of death. The vengeful spirit directly attacked the soul of a person. To become a vengeful spirit, one's soul force was terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, it was not easy to kill a vengeful spirit with heart force. Qin Zhao had previously investigated the means to deal with vengeful spirits. To deal with a vengeful spirit, only absolute power could destroy the body of the vengeful spirit. This was the best way. Qin Zhao moved his sword and displayed the full power of the 7-star sword technique. The power of the 9 revolutions, nirvana, and the power of the true meaning of power made Qin Zhao's sword power monstrous. The peerless sword chi surged between heaven and earth, destroying all the darkness and stirring up all the black clouds. This vengeful spirit was still considered powerful, but not powerful enough to give Qin Zhao a headache. Under the attack of Qin Zhao's 7-star sword technique, the vengeful spirit was soon shattered. The main body of the vengeful spirit wanted to escape, but Qin Zhao's 7-star sword technique turned it into a prison. It took him half a day to kill the vengeful spirit completely. From then on, there was one less vengeful spirit in the world. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since it is already dead, it should sink into the long river of time. It should not live in the world as a vengeful spirit and harm others. After solving these 2 troubles, Qin Zhao quickly left. It was not good to stay here for a long time. The battle just now had caused a lot of noise, so he had to leave quickly. It would attract more evil creatures and vengeful spirits for free. However, this was still the edge of the battlefield of gods and devils. There should not be so much danger here. Qin Zhao would not easily set foot in the real dangerous areas. It was no different from courting death. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he did not have so much confidence to be unscrupulous in the battlefield of gods and devils. However, he really needed some danger to temper himself. If it was just a thief attack like just now, it would not achieve the effect of tempering at all. Therefore, this matter was also a more tangled matter. 3 months later, when Qin Zhao came to a huge pit, he could not help but stop. He was really shocked by the image in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a boundless plain. It was probably as big as a prefecture, and it couldn't be too small. And this endless plain was full of huge pits. If one looked down from high altitude, they would think that this endless plain was like a huge sieve. Huge pits were densely packed on the plain. Some were big and some were small, but their shapes were very regular. It was unknown how they were formed. Qin Zhao saw more than 10,000 huge pits in front of him. The largest one was more than 100 billion miles in diameter, and the smallest one was only about 100 million miles in diameter. And it was bottomless. It was much deeper than the diameter. Such a huge pit was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I really don't know how these huge pits were formed. Are they natural or man-made? Qin Zhao could not help but be a little curious. But thinking about it, he felt that the possibility of it being man-made was not high. It was more reasonable to think that it was natural. If it was man-made, how could there be so many? Besides, this was the battlefield of gods and devils. How could such a huge pit be made out of such hard rocks? Strange, it was really strange. The universe was so big that there were indeed all kinds of strange things. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved slightly, and a very weak power suddenly surged out. This was a trace of sensing power, but it was very weak and almost undetectable. Qin Zhao also felt it unconsciously, but after a slight feeling, it was gone. What's going on? I clearly felt something in my heart just now. Why can't I feel it now? No, the feeling just now can't be wrong. What made me have such a feeling? Qin Zhao began to look around, but after looking for a while, he still did not trigger that sensing power again. It was very strange, but Qin Zhao firmly believed that it must be there. His feelings were never wrong. Qin Zhao did not continue to search. Instead, he carefully sensed and entered a state of emptiness. Looking for the subtle fluctuation of the sensing power, Qin Zhao spent half a day before he began to sense a trace of it again. This time, Qin Zhao was prepared. Naturally, he was aware of where the source of the sensing power came from. Qin Zhao's hand moved, and a fragment appeared in his hand. This fragment was obtained by Qin Zhao when he first left the heavenly dragon continent and entered the divine realm when he passed by the black vortex celestial body. Qin Zhao had a very deep affection for that fragment. When he had just entered the divine world, he had met with a few mishaps. It was because of that fragment that he was able to avert disaster and save Qin Zhao from several encirclement. It was just that later on, Qin Zhao's strength became stronger, and he no longer used that fragment. If it were not for this sensing power, Qin Zhao would not have taken out this fragment to have a look. The feeling is actually coming from this fragment. This fragment should be a fragment that fell from a damaged treasure. Previously, I always thought that it should have fallen from a Dao tool. But now, it seems that it did not fall from a Dao tool. Even if it's a top-notch Dao artifact, it shouldn't have such a sharp edge. Just a fragment, and it is already so sharp. It is not a power that a Dao tool should have. Moreover, it contains a trace of Dao power. It is not comparable to a Dao tool. In the past, Qin Zhao's vision was low. Naturally, he could not see anything. At that time, he only felt that a Dao tool was very powerful. It was a treasure that could only be owned by an almighty. Now that Qin Zhao's vision was high, he naturally disdained Dao tools. Only top-grade Dao tools could make Qin Zhao care a little. Now, Qin Zhao could see that this fragment did not fall from a Dao tool. It must have fallen from a treasure of a higher level. Could it be a fragment that fell from a holy object? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but come up with a bold idea. A treasure that was one level higher than a Dao tool was called a holy object. The so-called holy object was an object owned by a saint. Generally, it was a symbol of the dominator. Only the dominator could hold a holy object and exert the power of the holy object. Even for the almighties on the heaven roll, very few of them possessed a sacred artifact. At least, Qin Zhao had not seen a holy object yet. But he knew the supreme power of a holy object. Generally, if a Dao tool is broken, it is really broken. It should not have a sensing power. It is very likely that there is a holy object. This fragment has a sensing power. Does it mean that there is a fragment of a holy object nearby? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Another idea came to his mind, and the possibility was very high. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became a little excited. If he could get a holy object, it would be a big gain. It could be said that if Qin Zhao could have a holy object, he would have the confidence to challenge the heaven list. 88. This showed how terrifying the power of a holy object was. A single sacred item was enough to make even sovereigns go green with envy. A heaven-ranking expert would probably go crazy for a single sacred item. This possibility made Qin Zhao's heart beat faster. Following the sensing power, he slowly looked for it. It took Qin Zhao 3 months to find it. Finally, he stopped in front of a huge, deep pit. The sensing power came from the depths of this huge pit. Standing here, the sensing power was stronger. If Qin Shao had not put the fragment in his inner world, it would have flown out by itself. Chapter 685. The item must be in this huge pit. Love is far away. Kazao Kanaji was a bottomless pit with a diameter of more than 100 billion miles. It looked like the mouth of an ancient beast that wanted to devour people. Qin Shao flew into the huge pit. As soon as she flew into the huge pit, she felt a strong suction force pulling on her body, trying to pull Qin Shao down. Most dominant restriction seal Qin Shao was secretly shocked by the terrifying suction force of the joint. What a powerful force! Chapter 686. Qin Shao walked in the mirage and suddenly attacked the sleeping ancient beast with his sword. However, Qin Shao did not use too much of his strength. He only used a little bit of the strength of a divine god in the fourth step. He didn't use any of his lost techniques. He didn't even use his ultimate sword Dao. He just used his sword Dao to attack. The attack did not hurt or itch. When the sword slashed down, it created intense sparks under the ancient beast's body. It did not even leave a shallow mark. The attack only scratched the ancient beast's itch at most. This was also Qin Zhao's plan. He wanted the attack to be neither light nor heavy, neither painful nor itchy. He only wanted to scratch the ancient beast's itch so that it could slowly wake up. If he attacked too fiercely, he was afraid that the ancient beast would be enraged. That would not be good. Sometimes one could win a battle by relying on wisdom. Strategy was sometimes very important. The ancient beast did not react to the first attack. It was still sleeping soundly, and its voice was like thunder. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He had expected this situation. It would be strange if the ancient beast could be woken up so easily. However, if it really sensed a dangerous aura, the ancient beast would definitely wake up instantly. This sort of attack, that was neither painful nor itchy, naturally would not be taken to heart by the ancient giant beasts. Qin Shao continued to attack. He attacked again and again, gradually increasing his strength. Moreover, he attacked from different directions. He changed the location after each attack. Under such circumstances, after continuously attacking for more than 100 times, the ancient giant beast finally had some reaction. Its incomparably huge body moved, turned over, and shook its huge head. However, it immediately went back to sleep. This won't do. I'll keep harassing you. You can sleep well. Qin Shao continued to attack according to the plan. Although there was a slight impulse in his heart to attack, he still suppressed it. Even if he had the Mirage true body, he could not guarantee that the ancient beast would not be able to do anything to him. Caution was the parent of safety. After attacking for over 100 times, the ancient giant beast's huge body moved again. It even opened its eyes and scanned the surroundings, but there was nothing around. The ancient beast was also puzzled. It shook its head and continued to sleep. It wanted to sleep, but Qin Shao would not let it do as it wished. She attacked it again and again, harassing it again and again. Although it didn't hurt or itch each time, it couldn't even hurt its fur. However, just like how one would be annoyed if a fly buzzed beside one's ear, the ancient beast was completely annoyed. Its incomparably huge body finally stood up and emitted a distant and furious roar. His eyes, which were like an endless abyss, scanned the surroundings and saw through everything. An explosive aura gushed out from his body. Qin Shao walked in the ethereal extent, constantly changing his position. He had completely concealed his aura, which made it difficult for the ancient beast to detect him. Unless Qin Shao attacked it, it would be difficult for it to detect Qin Zhao's movements in the ethereal realm. Qin Shao just hid and didn't attack. Even an experienced almighty would find it difficult to detect him. Although the ancient giant beast was strong, its mastery of the great Tao was not as good as some experienced almighty. Therefore, it was obviously inferior in this aspect. It didn't discover anything. Such a strange situation made the ancient giant beast very depressed and puzzled. Why didn't it discover anything? After thinking for a while, it left. Seeing the ancient giant beast leave so easily, Qin Shao was wild with joy. It was really beyond his expectations. I thought there would be a lot of trouble. I didn't expect it to be such a pleasant surprise. Qin Shao pursed his lips. After confirming that the ancient giant beast was far away, Qin Shao landed on the ground and walked out of the ethereal extent. In the ethereal extent, he couldn't sense the sensing power. Therefore, he had to return to the real world. Without the interference of the ancient giant beast, Qin Shao quickly determined the specific location. The sensing call came from this rock. There should be something in this rock. Qin Shao looked at the small rock in front of him and frowned slightly. It wasn't that Qin Shao didn't have the confidence to break this rock, but if he tried to break it, it would inevitably cause a huge commotion. It might attract the ancient giant beast back. It was unrealistic to try to force them to leave. This rock was connected to the ground, so there was no way to move it away. The only way was to open it to find out what was inside. Qin Shao took out the fragment. As soon as the fragment came out, it jumped slightly in Qin Zhao's hand as if it had a mind of its own. It was like a small snake trying to escape from Qin Zhao's hand. It was as if there was an irresistible summoning force coming from the rock. I didn't expect there to be something hidden in this rock. If it wasn't for the sensing of the fragment, I wouldn't have thought that there was something inside. Qin Shao thought for a while and felt that he could try to use the fragment to cut open the rock. This rock was incomparably sharp. Previously, in Qin Zhao's hands, it shone brilliantly. If this fragment could cut open the rock, then it could be done quietly. If it still couldn't, then he could only do it himself. However, Qin Shao had a bad premonition in his heart. If he made a big commotion, the ancient giant beast would definitely come back. At that time, it would be a big problem. Whether it works or not, it depends on you. Qin Shao held the fragment in his hand and came in front of the rock. The fragment suddenly surged with a majestic power, as if it wanted to fly up and cut open the rock. Qin Shao pushed his power to the extreme. With the power of the true meaning of power in his body, in terms of pure power, Qin Shao was very powerful. Not many people could be compared to him. The powerful force acted on the fragment, and the fragment, with a peerless sharpness, scratched the rock. Although it still encountered a lot of resistance. What made Qin Shao happy was that the rock was cut open. It was really effective. First, it was because the fragment was too sharp. Second, it was because Qin Zhao's power was too strong. With the combination of the two, it naturally had a miraculous effect. Qin Shao cut again and again. On the 21st cut, the sound of metal clashing rang out. It was crisp and pleasing to the ears. Another fragment appeared before Qin Zhao's eyes. However, this fragment was 3 to 4 times bigger than the one in Qin Zhao's hand. Moreover, its shape was relatively neat. It was just missing a piece, and the shape of the gap was the same as the fragment in Qin Zhao's hand. Obviously, the fragment in Qin Zhao's hand was split from this fragment, so the induction between the two was very strong. Qin Shao loosened his hand, and the fragment in his hand automatically flew to the fragment, flew into the gap, and automatically repaired it. A brilliance flowed through the gap, and the gap also automatically healed. Qin Shao picked up the fragment and carefully looked at it in his hand. Then, he guessed, looking at the shape of this fragment, it should be a broken sword. It should only be about 1/9 of a sword. That is to say, the fragment in my hand should only be 1/9 of a sword. I don't know where the rest of the fragments are. If all of them are gathered, then it should be a complete holy sword. I don't know how broken this sword is, or how many pieces there are. I don't think it's possible to gather all of them. Qin Shao had his reasons for saying so. The first fragment that Qin Shao obtained was in the Black Vortex celestial body, and the second fragment was in the battlefield of gods and infernals. The distance between the two was really a little too far. This meant that after the sword was broken, the fragments were probably scattered, and it should have been broken for a very long time. Otherwise, it would not have been buried in the rock. Obviously, this was not man-made. Instead, it was naturally buried in the rock. Since this fragment appeared in the battlefield of gods and infernals, it is very likely that the original fragment was broken on the battlefield of gods and infernals. It is very likely that it was a holy artifact that was broken during the Great War of the Four Realms, and then the fragments were scattered. According to this, the place where the fragments are scattered the most should be the battlefield of gods and infernals. Logically speaking, there should be more than one fragment. Thinking of this, Qin Shao could not help but feel a little moved. If there were other fragments on the battlefield of gods and infernals, then he could collect them. Who knew? He might really be lucky enough to collect a holy artifact. A holy artifact was a heaven-defying opportunity. If there was really such an opportunity, Qin Shao would naturally not let it go. Of course, this was only a speculation for the time being. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Moreover, judging from the situation of the first fragment that he obtained, there should be a lot of fragments that were not on the battlefield of gods and infernals. It was still okay if they were on the battlefield of gods and infernals. After all, it was not a large area. If they were not on the battlefield of gods and infernals, then it would be very difficult to find them. After all, endless years had passed, and all kinds of possibilities were possible. Otherwise, how could a small fragment appear in the black vortex celestial body? 88. Forget it. Let's look for other fragments on the battlefield of gods and infernals first. Qin Shao shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and carefully sensed the fragment. However, there was no reaction, and there was no response. After sensing for a while, Qin Shao had to give up. It seemed that there were really no other fragments in the vicinity. Forget it. Let's leave this place first. Qin Shao shook his head and directly put away the broken sword. However, just as Qin Shao was about to leave this place and return to the ground, he suddenly felt two extremely powerful auras rapidly approaching from two directions. Qin Shao looked over and saw two ancient giant beasts rushing towards him angrily. Such a situation really shocked Qin Shao, and he secretly shouted, "Oh no, let's go." Chapter 687. Danger came without warning. Two mature, primordial beasts, even mighty figures like the seven-star Great Emperor, would be fearful of them. Even one ancient giant beast was enough to give Qin Shao a hard time, let alone two. There was no way he could deal with them. Qin Shao did not have the courage to fight against two ancient giant beasts. He could only turn around and flee. He directly entered the mirage and fled the way he came. The two ancient giant beasts could not find Qin Shao's figure. They attacked the surrounding void frantically, using their huge bodies to suppress the entire world. They attacked all the voids with their peerless strength. As long as their strength reached a certain level, they could still enter the mirage. Although the mirage did not exist in the real world, the power of the ancient giant beasts could penetrate everything. Whether one was in the real world or in the mirage, one could not escape the attack of this power. Fortunately, after the layers of the world weakened the power that really poured into the mirage was not too strong. Qin Shao faced the attack with all his strength and was able to resist it. Qin Shao walked in the mirage. The two ancient giant beasts could not stop Qin Shao at all. They could only attack fiercely again and again, try to force Qin Shao out of the mirage. However, Qin Shao's strength was strong enough. With the protection of the mirage, he was still at a disadvantage. However, Qin Shao had the 9 revolutions nirvana and the true meaning of power to protect himself, so he could resist the attacks. In addition, Qin Zhao's myriad things Dao and ultimate sword principle had been cultivated to the 6th level of complete realm. Qin Shao used the great Dao to protect himself. In addition, he had the complete power of the mountain river sword scripture and the powerful protective treasures on his body. Therefore, although he was hit by the power again and again, he still escaped into the huge pit at the fastest speed. He quickly rose and escaped the huge pit. Fortunately, The ancient giant beast's power was straightforward and did not know how to penetrate the mirage. They did not know how to use any techniques inside. If he knew some methods, he could reduce the weakening of the ethereal plane to the minimum. That would be terrifying. If Qin Shao was facing two almighty figures of the same strength, he would not be able to escape. The two ancient giant beasts chased after Qin Shao crazily. Only when Qin Shao was about to leave the huge pit did the two ancient giant beasts reluctantly stop. They roared at Qin Shao twice before flying back. Ooh! Qin Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief. They finally stopped chasing me. If they had continued to chase me, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. Qin Shao smacked his lips and swallowed the fishy smell. Fortunately, his body's defense was very strong. Otherwise, his divine body would have been destroyed long ago. Once the divine body collapsed, it would be extremely dangerous. After escaping from the huge pit, Qin Shao finally relaxed completely. This time, it was really a bit thrilling. The Mirage True Body Absolute Art is indeed the #1 absolute art in the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Its uses are really endless. If we only look at one aspect, I'm afraid the Mirage True Body Absolute Art is not the top absolute art. However, when he combines many aspects, he has the ability to walk unparalleled. Entering the Mirage and walking in the Mirage True Body Absolute Art is too useful. If it weren't for the Mirage True Body Absolute Art, I would not have been able to escape from the two ancient giant beasts. Qin Shao clicked his tongue and could not help but sigh in his heart. That was indeed the case. An absolute art that suited oneself was the best. The Mirage True Body Absolute Art was indeed worthy of its reputation. With this absolute art, Qin Shao had more confidence in roaming the battlefield of gods and devils. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Shao continued forward. The Demon Eye Empire, in a secret place deep in the Forbidden Area. The Demon Eye Emperor's eyes suddenly opened and emitted a faint green light. Big brother and second brother will be back soon. Humph! Qin Shao, you made me lose face last time and made me the laughingstock of the God Realm. How can I swallow such a big grudge? My strength is not as good as yours, but if the three of us join forces, not to mention you, Qin Shao, even the Raging Dragon will have to retreat. When my eldest brother and second brother found out that I was humiliated, they also sent their clones back to help me take revenge. This vengeance will definitely be returned to you in full. The battlefield of gods and devils. Humph, you have guts. You actually dared to enter the battlefield of gods and devils. However, it is also convenient for me. It is not so easy for you to escape from the battlefield of gods and devils. After he finished speaking, the Demon Eye Country King laughed coldly in an incomparably sinister manner. His eyes were filled with killing intent. However, he also knew that he could not kill Qin Shao. He did not dare to kill him. This was a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple. Killing a sealed member was a capital offense. Although he could not kill him, he could still ruthlessly humiliate him. The Desolate Land Temple would not care. As long as he did not kill a sealed member, he would not anger the Desolate Land Temple. This way of doing things was also a symbol of fairness. It would not let the sealed members of the Desolate Land Temple do whatever they wanted outside. Everything depended on strength. If you were not strong enough and were humiliated outside, you could only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. Even the Desolate Land Temple would think that you were a disgrace. How could they stand up for you? However, it was different when it came to killing, as it involved the dignity of the Mandala Divine Palace. However, the Desolate Land Temple also had its own rules. If a sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple committed a heinous crime, they could file a complaint to the Desolate Land Temple. If the complaint was successful, the temple would naturally clean up the mess. The Desolate Land Temple was able to rule the 800 territories for countless years, mainly because of their strength. The relatively fair rules were also a very important reason. Only in this way could they gain the respect of others, allowing the Desolate Land Temple to have a transcendent and sacred status. Desolate Land Temple Raging Dragon Manor. In a secret chamber, the Raging Dragon's gloomy face suddenly burst into a deep smile. Huh, the heavens are really helping me. I thought it would take 10,000 years to fully recover. I didn't expect it to only take a few thousand years. The Raging Dragon laughed sinisterly. After laughing, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was peerless and terrifying. The Raging Dragon transmitted his voice. Crazy warrior, I'll go find you immediately and take you to teach that Qin Shao a lesson. If I don't let you vent your anger, I know you'll be unhappy. The Raging Dragon's mind quickly transmitted Madoka's somewhat emotional voice. Big brother, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's all because of that brat Qin Shao. Not only did he severely humiliate me, he also destroyed the empire I built over tens of billions of years. He destroyed everything I had, and now I'm a wanted criminal of the desolate land temple. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. If I don't severely humiliate him, it'll be hard for me to vent my anger. But big brother, I've received news that Qin Shao is now in the battlefield of gods and devils. That place is very scary. It's not a place you can easily enter. The Raging Dragon's face was full of confidence. Oomph. What are you afraid of? Big brother is here. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Big brother will take you to turn it upside down. So what if it's the battlefield of gods and devils? As long as we don't enter those forbidden areas, nothing will happen. Even Qin Shao dares to enter. What are we afraid of? Big brother, you're right. Then let's go directly. Big brother, I'll go directly to the battlefield of gods and devils and meet up with you. Madoka said. Okay. The Raging Dragon nodded. At this time, Qin Shao, who was wandering in the battlefield of gods and devils, did not notice that a storm was quietly coming for him. Danger was slowly approaching him. Qin Shao walked in those huge pits, trying to find the connection of the broken sword, but it did not appear again. He searched for it for 300 years without any results. So Qin Shao temporarily gave up. It seemed that there were no other fragments in this area. In the past 300 years, Qin Shao also encountered several sneak attacks. Fortunately, the danger factor was not high. There were not many thrills, and they were easily solved by Qin Shao. The most dangerous time was when he fell into a huge pit. There was a terrible formation in the pit. It was really terrible. Qin Shao was trapped in the pit for 60 years before he finally broke the formation and escaped. After passing through the area of the huge pit, Qin Shao saw a bottomless passage appear in front of him. He did not know where it led. This passage seemed to be the incarnation of a foreign gate. Moreover, the entrance had obvious traces of carvings. He did not know how long ago it was left. Standing at the entrance, Qin Shao looked inside and faintly felt that there should be something extraordinary inside. According to the map of the battlefield of gods and devils obtained from the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land, this place was not in the marked forbidden area. As long as it was not in the marked forbidden area, it could be explored. Forget it. Let's go in and have a look. Since I'm here to train, I should not be afraid of any danger. Opportunities often coexist with danger. If I'm afraid of danger, it will be difficult to get opportunities. Qin Shao immediately made a decision and rushed into the passage without any hesitation. Looking at the cliffs on both sides of the passage, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. There are so many traces on the cliffs on both sides. Obviously, there was a great battle in the past. There are sword marks, knife marks, stick marks, spear marks, and even claw marks. There are traces left by various weapons. It can be seen that the battle in this passage was not small. Along the way, I can see these traces. I guess that this was a major battlefield in the Great War of the Four Realms. However, the fact that the ruins here can be preserved so well is also a very strange thing. In addition to being surprised, looking at the many traces left on the cliffs, he could feel some might Dao marks. However, they were mainly upper grade Dao. As for supreme grade Dao, there were only myriad Dao and ultimate sword Dao. In fact, these were not of much use to Qin Shao. There was no way for Qin Shao to improve. Chapter 688. A new world appeared in front of Qin Shao, but Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. He walked in the virtual world and then continued to move forward, entering the new world. 8.8 Study. This was an enormous valley, and there was actually an expanse of buildings that appeared in Qin Zhao's field of vision. Some were extremely grand, some were of strange shapes, and some were connected together. They were scattered all over the place, and they seemed to be slightly scattered. However, in the distance, Qin Shao saw a group of buildings. It seemed to be the core of this place. There are so many buildings, and these buildings are all intact. They shouldn't have been left behind from the Great War of the Four Realms. They should have been built later. In that case, there are living creatures living here. Qin Shao analyzed in his heart. There was only one possibility for living in groups on the battlefield of gods and infernals, and that was a nest of evil creatures. There were many kinds of evil creatures, but they were collectively called the Evil Clan by the people of the Divine Realm. They were the combination of the evilest creatures in the universe. All kinds of evil creatures gathered on the battlefield of gods and infernals. This was the most suitable place for them to live. For there to be so many buildings, it could only be the lair of an evil being. I didn't encounter too many evil creatures along the way. Could there be a large group of them hiding here? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He did not dare to be careless. Qin Shao moved forward cautiously. He wanted to see the specific situation inside. Anyway, he was already here. There was no reason to turn around and leave without looking. In a building, several grotesquely shaped evil creatures were sitting there, drinking fruit wine and eating snacks. These evil creatures were only at the level of fourth step divine realm. They were still very weak. They were now working hard to become almighty. The bloodline of evil creatures was very good. They were born at the level of divine realm. Adult evil creatures could basically reach the level of divine realm. Even the most useless one could become a first-step divine realm expert. It was not difficult for those with a little talent to become a fourth-step divine realm expert. 1 in 10,000 evil creatures could become an almighty. Just thinking about it made one realize how scary it was. The probability of becoming an almighty was just too high. Just thinking about it made one realize how scary it was. Fortunately, the reproduction ability of evil beings was very weak, so the number of evil beings in the battlefield of gods and infernals would not be too high. However, no matter how weak their reproductive ability was, it would still be a huge number after countless years of accumulation. However, the evil life forms were also restricted by the heavens. For example, they could not cultivate clones. So, killing an evil life form was equivalent to killing it completely. Life is so boring. The fruit wine is almost finished. It's a pity that we're too weak. Otherwise, we could go out and see if there are any foreign races that have barged in. If we catch one of them, we might be able to find some good stuff from them. An evil being said, "Isn't that right? Let's just work hard and cultivate. If we don't become powerful beings, we won't have the right to leave the ancestral ground." Why did I feel a slight spatial fluctuation just now? An evil being's perception was quite strong. His green eyes scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find anything. The other evil beings started to tease him, saying that he was too nervous. How could there be any spatial fluctuation? He must have sensed wrongly. Since everyone said so, that evil being also felt that he might have sensed wrongly. This was the ancestral ground of the evil race. Who would dare to barge in? However, what they didn't know was that in the mirage, a pair of eyes was looking at them. This really is the ancestral ground of the evil beings. A large number of evil beings live here. Fortunately, most of them are deities and heavenly gods. These evil beings don't have much strength and can be easily killed, Qin Shao thought. He checked a few buildings and found evil beings below the level of almighties in all of them. Some of these evil beings were cultivating hard, wanting to reach the almighty level as soon as possible. Some of them were very lazy. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to drink fruit wine and chat. Some were even talking about love. If he continued to look, he might see some scenes that were not suitable for children. After checking a few dozen buildings, they were all in a similar situation. However, the majority of evil beings were still cultivating. After passing through those scattered buildings, Qin Shao quickly approached a group of buildings. This was clearly the core of the evil being's ancestral ground. In one of the buildings, an evil being with a row of 6 horns on his head suddenly scanned the void. He frowned deeply and coldly shouted, "Who is it?" This was a mighty being, an evil mighty being. Taking a step forward, he scanned the void around him. What caused his brows to furrow even more was the fact that he had clearly felt a pair of eyes spying on him earlier on. But now, he could not sense anything at all. What was going on? Could it be that he was mistaken? But that shouldn't be. How could he be mistaken about something like this? Could it be that an alien race had sneaked into the ancestral ground of this evil being? The evil being continued to scan the surroundings, but still, he didn't find anything. On the other side, Qin Shao didn't dare to stay any longer. He directly retreated and returned to the passage he came from. Seeing that the evil being didn't chase after him, Qin Shao secretly sighed in relief. That was really a bit dangerous. If I was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is the ancestral ground of the evil beings. It's unknown how many almighty beings there are inside. It's definitely a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Qin Shao clicked his tongue and shook his head. He retreated quickly. Walking in the virtual realm wasn't absolutely invisible. It was difficult to detect aura, but at the almighty level, they didn't need to rely on aura to detect people. They could rely on many things. For example, they could rely on their senses. Once someone approached, there would be a trace of fluctuation. For example, when a person was in danger, there would be a trace of warning from the unseen world. Also, even when walking in the virtual realm, Qin Shao still needed to use his eyes to look at the other party. When he looked at the other party, a trace of power would be produced. No matter how weak this power was, it still existed. The Almighty had a very deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They could sense it through this. Also, they could sense it through the Tao of fate. In short, there were many ways to do so. Therefore, it was not easy to sneak up on a powerful being by walking in a mirage. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's virtual realm true body was only at 70% level. It wasn't perfect yet. Therefore, it was easier for the other party to detect him. Qin Shao retreated quickly this time, so it didn't arouse the other party's vigilance. If Qin Shao continued to stay there, he would definitely expose himself. It's just an evil being's ancestral ground. There's nothing to see. I'd better leave this place quickly. I don't want to cause any commotion and alarm these evil beings. Qin Shao didn't want to stay here any longer. As soon as he came out of the passage, he prepared to leave this place far away. Only then would he feel safer. However, Qin Shao hadn't gone far when 2 figures walked out of the void. Their mighty auras surged and oppressed him. Peerless ferocity and coldness suppressed this part of the world. Monstrous killing intent also froze everything. The coldness was bone-chilling. Seeing the 2 people who walked out, Qin Shao frowned deeply. He looked at them coldly. "Raging Dragon, Madoka, it's you. Raging Dragon, you've come out in less than 5,000 years. And Madoka, you're a wanted criminal. How dare you come out? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Seeing Qin Shao, Madoka's face was filled with rage and hatred. His face was twisted with killing intent. "Isn't this all because of you? If you want to catch me, you'll have to have the strength to do so. What? You want to report this to the Desolate Land Shrine and let them send the Desolate Land Army to catch me. By the time they arrive, I'll have already escaped. So what if they want me? They have to be able to catch me first. With my brother's protection, those Desolate Land Army can forget about catching me. If they can't catch me, what can they do to me? So what if you're unhappy?" With his brother by his side, Madoka had enough confidence to confront Qin Shao. He could look down on Qin Shao. He could return the humiliation from before. Previously, he had been stepped on by Qin Shao. The feeling of being powerless to resist was truly unbearable. Even now, when he thought about it, he wanted to kill Qin Shao. When he saw Qin Shao, he gritted his teeth. He hated him to the bone. You're about to die. Don't you know it? Qin Shao said coldly. Death? Are you sure you, Madoka, have the ability to kill me? Besides, even if I let you kill me, do you have the guts to kill me? Madoka was speechless. When he said he wanted Qin Shao to die, it was just out of anger. He really did have such an idea in his heart. It was just that he didn't dare to put it into action. Killing Qin Shao was a capital offense. It would even implicate his brother. He wouldn't dare to kill Qin Shao, even if he was given 100 guts. You're quite sharp-tongued. It's time to settle my little brother's debt today. Emperor Kuang Long coldly snorted. His eerie gaze landed on Qin Zhao's body. His eyes were filled with chilliness. Qin Shao said, Raging Dragon, how do you want to settle the score? Don't you think you're violating the rules of the Temple of Desolate Land by covering up for your brother? 88. Don't talk to me about rules. So what if I violate them? What do you do to me? The Raging Dragon sneered disdainfully. His arrogant words despised everything. What would he do to him? Yes, who asked the Raging Dragon to be so strong? In this world, strength was still the most important thing. Since you, Monarch Wild Dragon, have come knocking on my door, there's no need for so much nonsense. Let's just talk with our strength. Qin Zhao's hand moved, and a sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Monarch Wild Dragon with an incomparably high fighting spirit. At least, Qin Shao directly ignored Madoka. He didn't need to pay attention to him at all. Chapter 689. Let's see how capable you are. The Raging Dragon snorted coldly, and a monstrous power surged out. The whole world suddenly darkened, and the sky and earth surged. Everything collapsed. It was a scene of doomsday. The dark wind broke the space inch by inch, and a destructive force surged onto Qin Zhao's body. The space seemed to be cutting Qin Shao into pieces. Such power was indeed terrifying. If it was an ordinary almighty, he would have collapsed and died. However, Qin Shao stood in the midst of the destructive wind, as if he was indestructible. He was not affected at all. It's just a small trick. Don't use it. Raging Dragon, I think you'd better show me your real skills. Qin Shao sneered. Since the Raging Dragon did not attack, he would attack first. As soon as the sword moved, the 7 stars connected the sky, and a bright light burst out, illuminating the world. The ultimate brilliance brought with it the ultimate power. Qin Zhao's sword was fast, and it was even faster when combined with the 7 stars sword. In an instant, the brilliance arrived in front of the Raging Dragon. Unparalleled sharpness also surged down majestically. What a fast sword. What a fast sword. But your realm is still too low. The Raging Dragon raised his eyebrows slightly, but he immediately recovered. So what if it was fast? The Raging Dragon did not care about it, since it had not reached the intermediate level. The difference in cultivation realm was a gigantic chasm. Emperor Kuang Long was an existence who had become a supreme being 100 billion years ago. After living for such a long period of time, the fact that he was able to attain the status he had today was proof of his strength. The Raging Dragon turned his palm, and a golden light burst out from his palm, turning into a terrifying golden sword. With a peerless sharpness, it went to meet Qin Zhao's 7 stars sword. As the golden light swept across, the 4 seas were leveled, and the world was destroyed. It was unstoppable. Everything from the mortal world to the ancient times sank into the golden light. The heavens and earth were vast, and the 8 desolates were all sealed within this golden light. It carried the will of the universe, and the world could not resist. What a terrifying might of a sword. This is the ultimate skill of the 8 Baron sword. Furthermore, Emperor Kuang Long should have already cultivated it to perfection. Qin Zhao's face darkened as he turned solemn. When Qin Zhao was choosing a technique, the 8 Baron sword technique was one of the techniques that attracted him. In terms of attack, the 8 Baron sword technique was definitely one of the strongest techniques in the Desolate Land Divine Palaces. To be able to reach such a level among the absolute arts of the Temple of Desolation one could see how terrifying the absolute arts of the 8 Desolation Godsword were. Even in the whole universe, the 8 Baron Sword technique was a famous technique. To be able to cultivate this ultimate technique to great perfection, one could only imagine how terrifying it would be. It was no wonder that the Raging Dragon was so strong. He did have something to rely on. The Raging Dragon was probably not much weaker than the 7-star Great Emperor. Qin Shao was definitely no match for mighty existences that stood at such a level in terms of strength. After a single exchange of blows, Qin Shao was sent flying. If he hadn't endured the pain, he would have vomited blood. It is indeed the 8 Baron Sword technique. It is indeed powerful. Qin Shao looked at the Raging Dragon coldly. In terms of power, the 7-star sword technique was slightly weaker than the 8 Baron Sword technique. Moreover, Qin Shao was not as good as the Raging Dragon in terms of technique. Hence, he was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Qin Shao had the Nirvana 9 transformations and the power true meaning to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. You can withstand my sword. Seems like you have some tricks up your sleeve. The Raging Dragon looked at Qin Shao in surprise. However, he still looked disdainful. You just have some tricks up your sleeve. You can't stop me. Madoka watched the show from the side. It would not be too late for him to vent his anger when it was about time. For now, he would leave everything to his big brother. I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Qin Shao clenched his teeth. With a thought, he entered the ethereal extent. He walked through the ethereal extent and charged over. The Raging Dragon's eyes turned into the sky. They were extremely gloomy as they swept through the void. Everything was clear in his eyes. Walking in the mirage with the mirage true body. Do you think you can do anything to me with these tricks? If you can cultivate the mirage true body technique to perfection, I might have a headache. However, you have only cultivated for a short time. It is impossible for you to cultivate it to perfection. You want to use the mirage true body to deal with me? You must be dreaming. The Raging Dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with a gloomy light. He locked onto a direction and attacked with the Octaterra Heavenly Sword again. The Octaterra Heavens and the Earth, the universe, the chaos. The Octaterra Heavenly Sword returned to its original position. The power of the Octaterra Heavenly Sword was indeed peerless and terrifying. It was enough to make the sky tremble. Qin Shao walked in a mirage and dodged in time. However, he was still attacked by some of the sword chi. Fortunately, the mirage blocked it and weakened a lot of the energy. Qin Shao changed his position in the mirage again and again. He relied on the flowing light feather technique to travel through the void quickly. His speed was so fast that even the Raging Dragon could not catch him. As soon as he locked onto a direction, Qin Shao left immediately. Moreover, Qin Shao walked in the mirage. It was not easy to lock onto him. He still had this advantage. Otherwise, the Raging Dragon would have been able to seal Qin Shao. Qin Shao changed his position again and again. Finally, he arrived behind the Raging Dragon. His chance was now. Attack! Qin Shao roared in his heart. He pushed the mountain and river sword scripture to the limit. The power of the Grand Tao erupted. He also used the true meaning of strength and heart force. You want to ambush me? You don't know your place. As soon as Qin Shao attacked, the Raging Dragon sensed it. It snorted coldly and attacked with all its strength. However, the moment the Berserk Dragon Monarch turned around, he felt a strange power surging into his will of soul, attacking it furiously. What a terrifying heart force. It is definitely at the 4th level of heart force. I heard that this kid was a heart cultivator. I didn't expect his heart force to reach such a level. Break. Break for me. The Raging Dragon was once more shocked. He had known that Qin Shao was a heart cultivator. He had always thought that Qin Shao's heart force was only at the 3rd level at most. He wouldn't be a threat to him at all. But what surprised him was that Qin Shao's heart force was actually at the 4th level. The heart force of an expert was enough to threaten him. His will transformed into a blade, and he roared with it. He wanted to break through Qin Zhao's heart force and protect his spiritual will. He didn't want his spiritual will to be harmed in the slightest. Qin Zhao's sword wildly smashed down. Wave after wave of peerless sharpness smashed into the raging dragon. The raging dragon was sent flying time and time again. Even the raging dragon's battle robes were torn apart. The raging dragon flew back thousands of miles before completely breaking through Qin Zhao's heart force. Only then did he stabilize himself. But in that exchange, he had clearly been cut a sorry figure. He had suffered quite a bit. How is this possible? How could this kid, Dowlord Battlecry, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt his heart quiver? The big brother he had always worshipped had actually suffered quite a bit at Qin Zhao's hands. How could this be? Wasn't this brat only in the top 10 of the Earth rankings? How could he be so strong? His big brother's power should be in the top 5 of the Earth rankings. A brat who had only lived for 50,000 years was actually so inconceivably strong. That was a huge blow to him. It was obvious that if Qin Zhao hadn't died, then it was impossible to estimate just how strong he would have become in the future. That didn't mean he couldn't become a ruler. Even if he couldn't become a ruler, there was a very high chance he could become an existence on the heaven rankings. Provoking this brat truly had been an unwise decision. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was no point in saying 1,000 things. He could only go all the way. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality, then he might as well go all out. He had to get his revenge first. Madoka snorted coldly and charged toward Qin Zhao. The raging dragon had been humiliated and was unable to restrain his anger. He was enraged and glared at Qin Zhao fiercely. "Brat, you have successfully angered me. It seems that I have still underestimated you. If I don't use my true power, I won't be able to do anything to you. You should be proud to be able to force me, the raging dragon, to use my full power." As soon as the raging dragon's voice fell, his body burned with purplish-black flames. The flames were hundreds of thousands of feet high, burning fiercely and bathing the raging dragon in it. He was like an invincible god of war, exuding an unparalleled aura. The purplish-black flames exuded an extremely eerie aura. It was so terrifying that it made Qin Zhao's hair stand on end. It was so eerie. The raging dragon's aura was obviously much stronger. The raging dragon attacked again. As soon as he attacked, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. What a terrifying aura, what a strong feeling. Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown deeply. He braced himself and had to deal with this seriously. Madoka came at the same time with a ferocious look on her face. Qin Zhao snorted and glanced at Madoka coldly. Loser, what courage do you have? Get out of my way." The heart force turned into an invisible blade and slashed towards Madoka. Buzz! Under the attack of the heart force, Dowlord Battlecry clutched his head and fell down like a meteor. His face was filled with pain. Obviously, she had no way to deal with Qin Zhao's heart force attack. However, Qin Zhao's mind wasn't on Madoka, but on the raging dragon. Facing the raging dragon, Qin Zhao knew that he was no match for it, so he didn't dare to fight. He directly entered the mirage and quickly escaped. The direction that Qin Zhao fled was the tunnel that he had just come from. He actually rushed into the tunnel. It won't be that easy for you to escape." Emperor Wild Dragon snorted coldly and chased after him at full speed. Emperor Wild Battle had also come to his senses at this point. After cursing angrily, he gave chase as well. Chapter 690. Qin Zhao tried his best to escape, pretending that he was no match for the raging dragon. Of course, in reality, Qin Zhao was indeed at a disadvantage against the raging dragon. It was precisely because of this that the raging dragon chased after Qin Zhao and tried to stop him. The raging dragon attacked again and again, but Qin Zhao walked in the void realm and resisted every attack. Of course, it was not easy for him. If this continued, Qin Zhao would not be able to escape for long. It was normal for a battle between powerful beings to last for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. It was also normal for people to chase after each other across countless star fields. The raging dragon attacked again and again. Even if he could only break 1/1000th of Qin Zhao's divine body each time, it was still possible. As long as he attacked 1 billion times, he would be able to kill Qin Zhao. Of course, the raging dragon naturally did not want to spend so much time killing Qin Zhao. Moreover, this was the battlefield of gods and devils. There were many dangerous places and absolutely forbidden areas. He did not dare to close his eyes. Moreover, his purpose was not to kill Qin Zhao, but to teach him a lesson. Boy, you can't escape. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently let me teach you a lesson. If you continue to run around recklessly and barge into a dangerous place, then you can't blame me if you die in there. In fact, I want you to do the same. The raging dragon snorted coldly. If Qin Zhao broke into the forbidden area under his pursuit and died on the battlefield of gods and devils, then it would not be considered as him killing him. Naturally, he would not commit a capital crime. However, indirectly causing the death of a SEAL member would also be punished to a certain extent. It was just that the crime was not punishable by death. If he risked some punishment to kill Qin Zhao, then he would be willing to do so. Qin Zhao did not bother to pay attention to the raging dragon and fled into the clan of the evil beings as fast as he could. The raging dragon did not realize that the end of the passage was actually the clan of the evil beings, so his attacks fell on the buildings of the evil beings. Rumble the destructive power caused the buildings to collapse instantly. A large number of buildings within a radius of millions of miles were destroyed by the sword. Many evil beings at the level of heavenly gods were killed by the sword of Emperor Guanglong. Such a big movement naturally provoked the wrath of the evil beings. One after another, powerful beings flew out and surrounded the raging dragon with monstrous anger. This time around, there were hundreds of evil life forms that were charging over in a mighty manner. Almighty human, you dare to wantonly destroy the territory of my evil life form race and kill my people? You deserve to die. Powerful being of the human race, I will make you pay with your blood. Hand over your life. The powerful beings of the evil beings were all furious, and they rushed over with monstrous evil. Because Qin Zhao was walking in the virtual realm, the powerful beings naturally did not notice Qin Zhao. All of their eyes fell on the raging dragon, and it was indeed the raging dragon who attacked just now, so naturally all of their anger fell on the raging dragon. On the other hand, Qin Zhao quickly escaped and returned to the passage. Crap, I've been tricked. How could the Berserk Dragon Emperor not know that he had fallen for Qin Zhao's trick? Qin Zhao had lured him here, and he had unconsciously killed many evil creatures. This time, he had offended the evil beings of the evil beings. Explanation: how could there be a solution to these angry evil beings? Despicable Qin Zhao, how dare you use such a despicable method to harm me? I, the raging dragon, will never forgive you. The raging dragon roared angrily in his heart, but he was now surrounded by the powerful beings of the evil beings. It was impossible for him to escape now. More than 200 powerful beings of the evil beings of the evil beings were surrounding him. How terrifying was that? But there was no chance to reason here. He could only go all the way and solve the problem in front of him first. Berserk Emperor's strength was instantly pushed to the extreme, and he turned into a god of war who could kill the heavens. On the other side, Qin Zhao had already returned to where he came from. Those powerful beings of the evil beings' attention should be on the raging dragon, and no one would notice him. At the same time, Dowlord Battlecry, who was following behind, was chasing after them at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Madoka, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. He walked out of the virtual world and blocked Madoka's path. Seeing Qin Zhao, Madoka stopped, and her expression became strange. She looked at Qin Zhao in a daze. "Oh, why are you here? My big brother?" Qin Zhao sneered and looked at Madoka with a playful smile. "Your big brother is like a clay Buddha crossing a river. He can't even protect himself. You can contact your big brother, right? Why don't you ask him how he is now? What was going on?" Dao Lord Frenzy's face instantly turned cold as a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Something bad was about to happen. Madoka immediately contacted her big brother. Big brother, what's wrong? Berserker, go, don't come in. Run. Big brother fell for that brat Qin Zhao's trick and is now trapped in the territory of the evil life forms. Hurry up and leave. Don't let that brat Qin shout catch up to you. Emperor Wild Dragon's urgent voice rang out. What? Big brother was trapped in the evil being's territory? How could this be? This was Qin Zhao's trap. Madoka's expression was extremely ugly. She looked at Qin Zhao in shock and anger and couldn't say a word. Big brother fell into a trap. This passage led to the evil being's territory. Detestable Qin Zhao. But now he was also in danger. He knew that Qin Zhao was coming for him. How could he be a match for Qin Zhao? Run. Madoka didn't say anything. He turned around and desperately tried to escape. This time, it was his original body that came. He originally thought that with his big brother holding the fort, there would definitely not be any accidents. He would definitely be able to avenge himself. But he didn't expect that there would be such an accident. Run. He could only run for his life. After all, this was his true body. If his original body died, his loss would be too great. Buzz. Dao Lord Berserker wanted to escape, but how could Qin Zhao, who was already prepared, let him escape? He attacked with all his strength. The powerful heart force came crashing down. Madoka suddenly held his head in pain. In terms of temperament, Madoka was still a little weak. Madoka tried to break through the heart force with all his strength, but there was no way to do so in a short time. Qin Zhao flipped his palm, and the hexagon prison appeared in his hand. He threw it directly at Madoka and imprisoned Madoka again. Trapped in the hexagon prison again, Madoka's face was ashen and extremely pale. It was over. It was really over this time. Last time, his big brother had paid a huge price of a Dao integration fruit to save him, and he had used Qin Zhao's trust in the almighty Dao Qi. With the previous lesson, it wouldn't be so easy for his big brother to save him this time. For a moment, Madoka fell into despair. No, don't let me out. Let me out. Madoka was disheartened. He struggled desperately to get out. At this moment, he really regretted it. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Looking at Madoka struggling in the hexagon prison, Qin Zhao sneered. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to get out. I let you escape last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Just obediently wait for the punishment of the temple of the desolate land. But for someone like you who escaped last time, the punishment should be doubled. I don't know how long you can last in the desolate land purgatory. No. Dao Lord Fierceness couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the wildlands purgatory. Even his soul was trembling in terror. The purgatory of the desolate land purgatory was infamous throughout the universe. Your Highness Qin Zhao, please let me go. I admit defeat. I know I was wrong, and I apologize to you. I'll kowtow to you and beg you to spare me. I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. My only request is that you don't send me to the purgatory of the wilds. Dao Lord Berserker actually knelt down and begged for mercy in the face of death. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Madoka coldly. You can forgive the sins of the heavens, but the sins you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. It was your own fault for getting to where you are now. You can't blame anyone else. It's too late for you to beg me now. It's useless. No, please don't, Your Highness Qin Zhao. Madoka wanted to say something, but Qin Zhao ignored him. He directly kept the hexagon prison into his internal world and quickly left the tunnel. It was not good to stay here for long. He had to leave quickly. No one knew if the raging dragon had the means to escape from the hands of the evil life race. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to leave as soon as possible and hide as far away as possible. Qin Zhao, let go of my brother, otherwise I will not rest until you are dead. The raging dragon's cold voice sounded. Facing such a threatening voice, Qin Zhao ignored it and laughed coldly. He replied, Raging dragon, you still dare to threaten me at this time? Don't you know it's not wise? If I was threatened by you, then I would have given you face before. I didn't give you face before. Do you think I'll give you face now? Is that even possible? You brought Madoka here to cause trouble for me. Now that Madoka is in my hands, do you think I will give you face? He's a fugitive, and I can bring him back to the Desolate Land Temple. I can even get some contribution points. I'm more than happy to do such a thing. Why should I give you face? Speaking of which, who do you think you are, Raging Dragon? You want to kill me, and you want me to give you face? Who do you think you are? Qin Xiaoyu. The Raging Dragon was furious. Chapter 691. Qin Xiao quickly left the passage and chose a direction to go. She kept walking in the virtual realm to hide her tracks. She was most observant. It was a coincidence that the seal ship's don't-hate technique could resolve this crisis. The Raging Dragon just happened to descend when Qin Xiao came out of the evil race's territory. If it was a little further, Qin Xiao wouldn't have been able to lure the Raging Dragon into the evil race's territory so easily. Star and Moon learned the old counter the cruel star knot technique was the most coincidental. Chapter 692. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed even deeper. It seemed like the three Devil Brothers had come prepared. This treasure was obviously able to restrain his mirage true body. Gang Yuanxing, Xing Ji, Xing Guiyuan, and Mo Clan's three brothers descended, guarding the three directions. A treasure suspended below the nine heavens, radiance suppressing downwards, sealing the ancient times and suppressing the heavens. Every inch of the void seemed to have turned into an extremely hard rock. Qin Xiao felt a great resistance when he walked in the ethereal realm. It was not as smooth as before, and his speed was greatly reduced. Katong, Earth Star. Kino points to Lone Ghost. Chapter 693. Now, Qin Xiao couldn't think of any better way. He could only give it a try. Shinguku Mo, one Qin Zhao's hand moved, and the broken sword appeared in his hand. Although it didn't blossom too terrible, Qin Xiao, who held the broken sword, already felt a strange sharpness from the broken sword. This sharpness was a sharpness that could cut through everything. Xingji's secret mounting, Tai, Feng Xing, Lung, Si La Qin Zhao's broken sword moved, and you could hear a sound like a piece of cloth being. Jinxing Ji, My Yang Jinxing Ji, My Yang Qin Zhao's broken sword moved, and you could hear a sound like a piece of cloth being. Chapter 694. The Raging Dragon came with monstrous anger, but he also looked very embarrassed. It could be seen that his situation was not good. Gangtong Lung Tai last time, Qin Xiao had tricked him into the evil life form clan's ancestral land. Hundreds of evil life forms had besieged him. He had used up all of his treasures and trump cards and fought for a full year before finally escaping from the ancestral land. That was why he ended up in such a sorry state. The price. This time, he paid. The most. Chapter 696. The third one. Qin Xiao couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After countless years, he was only the third one. It seemed that it was very, very difficult to enter this place. Ba shui. Thinking about it, Qin Xiao also felt that his luck was really heaven-defying. In a desperate situation, he was actually able to enter this place unintentionally. It was indeed a very lucky thing. Moreover, Qin Xiao was completely unconscious. He didn't even think that there would be an emperor tomb here. Therefore, Qin Xiao also didn't understand what kind of conditions were needed to enter this place. Was it completely based on luck? But it didn't feel very realistic. Anyway, Qin Xiao was getting more and more confused. It was reasonable to say that emperor tombs were not willing to be discovered by others. The more hidden, the better. However, there seemed to be a certain opportunity here. Could it be that great Emperor Gu Yong left behind an opportunity for the later generations? If that was the case, then he might have a chance to fight for it. Senior, entering this place is completely based on luck. Qin Shao couldn't help but ask. The Dao Gate said, yes, but not all of them. Luck is the most important factor, but it doesn't completely depend on luck. There are many factors mixed together, and only when all of them are satisfied can one enter this place. And this is also a chance left behind by my master for future generations. After all, my master's lifetime inheritance is not something he wants to be buried here forever. Of course, it's not so easy to obtain my master's inheritance. Qin Shao nodded. The door didn't explain it clearly, but it let Qin Shao know that luck was very important. He could be considered to have hit the jackpot. In that case, it should be difficult for Raging Dragon and the others to enter this place easily. Qin Shao said again, Senior, this should be the first test, right? Or rather, it's just an entry test. It's not so easy to really enter Emperor Gu Yang's Emperor Tomb. Yes, little guy, you're right. This is indeed only the first test. It's not so easy to enter the Emperor Tomb. The two fated people who broke in before couldn't enter. The door said. Qin Shao had already guessed this, so there was nothing strange about it. Since there was a chance, Qin Shao naturally wanted to give it a try. It would definitely be very difficult. Qin Shao cupped his hands and said, Senior, how can I enter the Emperor Tomb? As soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, there was a flash of light. Soon, doors appeared in the surroundings. They were all identical. There were a total of 108,400 doors. 108,400 was an extreme number, just like 9 was an extreme number. It could also be said that 9 was an extreme number and 108,400 was an extreme number, representing two extremes. There were a total of 108,400 gates. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed like this test was related to these gates. However, with so many doors in front of him, Qin Shao knew that the test was very complicated. Little guy, as you can see, these 108,400 doors are divided into the life door and the death door. The so-called life door is the door to pass through. Once you enter the life door, you can walk into the Emperor Tomb. The so-called death door means that you will die without a doubt. There are absolutely no exceptions. Even if you immediately ask for help from the sovereign, he won't be able to save you so quickly. The life door is life. The death door is death. There's only one life door. The others are all death doors. And what you need to do is to find the only life gate among these 108,400 Dao gates, and then enter the Emperor Tomb. And this is the first test. The door said. Qin Zhao's frown deepened. Only one of the 108,400 doors was the life door. The probability was too low, wasn't it? It sounded like a sure death mission. A survival rate of 1 out of 18,400 was quite frightening. Senior, may I ask if there are any hints? Qin Shao carefully sized up the 108,400 doors. Every door was the same. There was no difference at all. So just from his point alone, there was no way to find the life door. The door said there are no hints. It all depends on your luck. This is the test. How you choose is all up to you. There are no hints. That would be really difficult. The doors were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. How is one supposed to judge? Could it be that it all depends on luck? Qin Shao couldn't help but doubt. The door said, yes, it's all up to your luck. My master likes to talk about fate, and he also likes to talk about luck. If you know my master, then you should know that my master's growth is accompanied by one opportunity after another. Therefore, the test set by my master is also a complete test of your opportunity, a test of your luck. If you have enough luck, then you will naturally be able to obtain this opportunity. If you don't, then I can only express my regret. After all, my master doesn't want to pass down his inheritance so casually. So the test is naturally very, very difficult. If that wasn't the case, there wouldn't have been only 3 people who entered this place over the countless years. Moreover, the 2 fated people before you both died in the death door. Now it's up to you to choose. If you choose the death door, then you will also die in it. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was really a test of life and death. The probability of death was too high. If there was a pattern to follow, then it would be fine. He could look for it. But if this was completely a test of luck, then he really felt like he was in the dark. It was too difficult. Although Qin Shao also felt that his luck had always been good and had always been heaven-defying, this time it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, the door's artifact spirit said that even a ruler couldn't save him. This clearly wasn't just to scare him. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to carefully and seriously consider this matter. Of course, if you don't want to fight for this opportunity, you can leave on your own. As long as you make a life-bonded oath that you will never divulge the situation here, I can give you a chance to leave. However, I will only give you a chance to choose. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't want to leave, then you can only blame yourself if you die in a death door. The door reminded him again. Go out. Qin Shao shook his head without hesitation. Not to mention that the raging dragon and the other 3 were guarding outside at this time. Qin Shao had no reason to directly admit defeat after encountering such a great opportunity. Such an opportunity was absolutely huge. If he could obtain it, then it would definitely be a huge gain. Wasn't this the reason why Qin Shao came to the battlefield of gods and demons this time to train himself? Retreating in the face of difficulties was really not Qin Shao's character. Qin Shao also had no way to persuade himself to do so. So without thinking, Qin Shao directly shook his head and rejected the artifact spirit's reminder. Since you don't want to leave, then there is no chance. Life and death door, it depends on your luck. Of course, you can also stay here, but you only have 100 years to consider. If you still don't choose after 100 years, then it will be regarded as giving up and you will die. The artifact spirit said again. Chapter 697. After that, the artifact spirit of the Tao Gate fell silent. The choice was now in Qin Zhao's hands. Most lonely and noisy Kulung Guzhan Nuo had already given Qin Shao a chance, leaving Qin Shao with no way out. He could only choose a door and walk through it. If he chose the life gate, he would die. If he chose the death gate, he would die. The most feathered Shagakukin since Feng Yuan Dufeng's artifact spirit had said that even the sovereigns wouldn't be able to save him. Then it was definitely true. It definitely wasn't a bluff. Chapter 698. Qin Shao resolutely gave up on the door he had opened and walked towards the door the broken sword had sensed. The most secret story Feng, Qiu Zhao, Feng, Kacha the door was opened directly. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao stepped into the door and entered it. Kudi Ku Lung, Sua Kudi Ku, Feng, Qiu Zhao, Feng, Kacha annihilated Qin Shao, as if he had been completely swallowed up. It was like a person jumping into water and being completely wrapped up by water. Above such a light engulfing, Qin Shao had a kind of gang do love rival Kacha. Chapter 699. Qin Shao resolutely gave up on the door he had opened and walked towards the door the broken sword had sensed. To control the moon, to control the secret sphere, click. The door was opened directly. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao stepped into the door and entered it. After sealing the ghost, the finger sealing the sun and the light annihilated Qin Shao. It was as if he had been completely swallowed, like a person jumping into the water and being completely wrapped by the water. Being engulfed by such light, Qin Shao had a kind of Empress Dowager gang being engulfed by such light. Qin Shao had a kind of to combat piracy and support the genuine version. Please go to the net to read the latest content. Current user I, current username. Hitting in hand, please wait for a moment, please remember. Chapter 700. After explaining the benefits of the first passage, the tool spirit didn't continue. It seemed that the first passage was enough to move Qin Shao. There was no need to continue. Qin Shao would definitely choose the first passage. Gang Ku Feng Nu Gang, Lord Xingyuan. To be honest, the benefits of the first passage were indeed enough to make anyone's heart palpitate. It was impossible not to be tempted. If Qin Shao said that he was not tempted, then it was obviously a lie. Secret Yuqing Queen of the Universe Yu Yuan. Chapter 701. Hearing that Qin Shao wanted to choose the third passage, the artifact spirit seemed a little surprised and said again, "Are you sure you want to choose the third passage? With your strength, the chances of survival are less than 1 in 10,000. If you send your clone in to fight, that's fine. But if you really want your main body to go in..." However, Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He said firmly, "Yes, Senior. I've already made up my mind. I will not change my mind. If that's the case, the best place to test you Tai." Chapter 702. Emperor Guiyang did not die from the ceiling sail knot. Qin Shao was so shocked that she was speechless. Although 7-star Great Emperor's situation was similar to Great Emperor Guiyang's, 7-star Great Emperor's lifespan was definitely much shorter than Great Emperor Guiyang's. The art of restraining early Love Kitsao Guifeng didn't deny the facts in front of him, so he had to convince Qin Shao. "Brat, you've disturbed my peaceful cultivation. How should I punish you?" Emperor Guiyang's voice suddenly exploded in Qin Zhao's mind. Gang Yang was the nemesis of Gang Yang, but the facts in front of her made Qin Shao believe it. Chapter 703. Now that he thought about it carefully, Qin Shao understood what was going on. Gongjie secret exam. This was a trap from the very beginning, an invisible trap. Before they even entered the palace, the plot had already begun outside. Gongjie Ghost Gongjie Emperor Guiyang had created a rather oppressive and terrible atmosphere here, so it would cause great pressure in people's hearts from the very beginning. Ever since Qin Shao entered the palace, the atmosphere had become even more. Bestowing the title of great-grandson Great Emperor Guiyang had created a rather oppressive and terrifying atmosphere in this place. Therefore, from the very beginning, it would cause a great deal of pressure in people's hearts. Chapter 704. The moment they combined, a sharp light bloomed. Qin Shao was so shocked that she involuntarily took a few steps back. Star Ghost Bukeji, what a terrifying sharpness. Qin Shao was slightly shocked, but he immediately understood. This was a fragment of a saint item, so naturally, it was a supreme sharpness. It was terrifying. The two pieces of the broken sword were joined together, and now it was about a quarter of the sword. To accept a promise from a century other than the peerless sharpness, this broken sword did not have much of the power of a holy artifact. Kujie Fan Mo Boother than its peerless sharpness, this broken sword did not have much of the might of a holy artifact. Chapter 705. A function in function Forva TTH0, a 97 and 97, 65 R and an A48 C10, Vero function for Ver, in 0, 10, Vard absefit from the Perstuxes, C26, 37, 8, 39, 32, 23, 24, 33, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 24, 33, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 27, 37, 8, 39, 28, 32, 27, 22, 37, 8, 39, 27, 28, 27, 37, 8, 39, 28, 32, 27, 22, 37, 8, 39, 27, 25, 29, 30, 37, 8, 39, 25, 22, 34, 22, 8, 39, 24, 25, 22, 36, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 21, 26, 24, 34, 34, 36, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 34, 35, 28, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 34, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 34, 35, 28, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 34, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 32, 27, 22, 37, 8, 39, 25, 29, 30, 37, 8, 39, 25, 22, 34, 22, 32, 22, 8, 39, 24, 30, 31, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 24, 23, 31, 22, 37, 8, 39, 21, 26, 24, 34, 34, 36, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 34, 35, 29, 28, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 24, 34, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 34, 35, 28, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 34, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 22, 22, 37, 8, 39, 24, 35, 28, 28, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 24, 35, 28, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 34, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 37, 8, 39, 28, 32, 27, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 25, 29, 30, 37, 8, 39, 23, 26, 34, 36, 22, 37, 8, 39, 8, 39, 28, 32, 27, 22, 37, 8, 39, 28, 28, 33, 36, 36, 37, 8, 8, 39, 23, 26, 34, 34, 36, 22, 22, 22, 22, 35, 35, 35, 28, 28, 35, 35 in front of that mountain. The raging dragon and the three devil brothers stayed there for more than 10 years. The secret of Star Ground gained during this period. The four of them had been trying their best to enter the mountain, trying to find the teleportation formation that would allow them to enter and chase after Qin Shao. However, to their disappointment, after more than 10 years of trying and using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't find a way to enter. Most Namashiging, the strangest thing was that Gang Yang was too strange. Feng Nuo Zhaoqiu Yufeng Nuo Early Qiuyu. Chapter 706. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little emotional as he breathed in the air outside and looked at the familiar mythical battlefield. Feng Yang, cool, the feeling of being alive is really not bad. This time, he had almost lost his life. Both times were extremely dangerous. He had brushed shoulders with the god of death, and even had one foot in the door of death. However, he was still forcefully pulled back by himself at the last moment. The love of sealing ghosts, it was not easy to have a grandchild. It was really not easy. Sealing planet Gongxing, this time, he had almost lost his life. Both times, it had been extremely dangerous. He had brushed shoulders with the god of death, and even had one foot in the door of death. However, he had still been forcefully pulled back at the last moment. Chapter 709. Although Qin Zhao's insults made Raging Dragon and the others uncomfortable, they knew that Qin Zhao did it on purpose. She wanted to provoke them so that she could punish them. Kunao Sun Nuku, Emperor Wild Dragon, you're experienced and knowledgeable. What is that broken sword in Qin Zhao's hand? No matter how top-grade a Dao artifact it is, it shouldn't be as sharp as this. We can't block that thing at all. Could it be a sacred artifact? Palace Master Mo Long asked. Lone Love Moon Ghost. Chapter 711. I may be familiar with the Divine Devil battlefield, but under such circumstances, no matter how familiar I am, it won't be of much use. Palace Master Mo Long said somewhat helplessly. Most square, earth feather. There were powerful evil beings everywhere, and they were surrounding Qin Zhao and Palace Master Mo Long in a large fan shape. Under such circumstances, it was really too difficult to break out of the encirclement. His escape route had been locked down, so there was no way he could think of anything else. To seal the distance and distance Feng Jima said, forget it. Chapter 712. The Almighty of the Red River. Am not willing to die. I want to borrow someone's body to be reborn and live another life. I, the Qishan sect master, have yet to take my revenge. I want to be reborn. Hee, you two brats of the human race. Be obedient and become my slaves. Feng Lingue laughed. The art of sealing emotion's strange voices suddenly came out of the stone giant's mouth. Clearly, they were the voices of resentment wills. The lonely mountain shelter Gongu sealed the stone giant step by step, boom, 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 step by step, the rock giant. Chapter 714. On top of a mountain, Qin Zhao and Mo Long, who were moving swiftly, suddenly frowned. Both of them stopped at the same time without prior agreement. Seal your ship. Something's wrong, Palace Master Mo Long said to Qin Zhao in a low voice as he swept his cold gaze around. Qin Zhao also noticed it. It's very strange. I keep feeling that there are many things watching us in the dark. However, the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. Look at the surroundings of the foot of the mountain. It's all covered in black fog. Gang Ghost Gu Shui Xing. Chapter 717. Too strong. Simply too strong. Even Palace Master Mo Long was dumbfounded by this scene. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Qin Zhao had used pure physical strength to kill these skeletons. Such a level of physical strength was too shocking and unimaginable. At least, he had never heard of anyone whose physical strength had reached such a terrifying level. He had also never heard of any lost technique that could cultivate the physical strength to such a level. Such a matter was simply incomprehensible. It was extremely difficult to cultivate and improve one's body. What kind of secret technique could increase one's physical strength to such an extent? However, Palace Master Mo Long couldn't help but feel slightly excited as he saw the hope of survival. Sure enough, his choice to form an alliance with Qin Zhao was the right choice. However, there was also a knot in his heart, and that was the grudge between him and Qin Zhao. How good would it be if there was no grudge between them? However, it had already happened, and there was no way to erase it. However, Palace Master Mo Long had already decided in his heart that he must eliminate this grudge with Qin Shao. After getting along with Qin Shao, he really admired and respected Qin Zhao's character. Qin Shao slaughtered all the skeletons in all directions and shouted to his heart content, "Awesome! This is really awesome!" After sweeping away all the skeletons within 100,000 feet radius, Qin Shao jumped and landed in front of Palace Master Mo Long. He grabbed Palace Master Mo Long and said, "I don't want to play anymore. It's time to leave." Qin Shao took Palace Master Mo Long, and the two of them quickly ran down the mountain. His power true intent had broken through to the 4th level. Although Qin Shao was still unable to fly in the air, he could still leap and run at top speed. Those skeletons that rushed towards him were directly kicked to pieces by him. No one could stop him from leaving. The whole way was unimpeded, and there were no accidents. Qin Shao took Palace Master Mo Long and quickly left the mountain, leaving the place occupied by skeletons. Sure enough, once they left the mountain, the skeletons didn't chase after them. Instead, they quickly returned to the abyss of black fog. Phew! Palace Master Mo Long let out a long sigh of relief. We're finally safe. That was really thrilling. Haha, Qin Shao, you're really heaven-defying. Even in such a dangerous situation, you could still make a breakthrough. TSK, what a powerful secret technique. It can actually cultivate the strength of the body to such an unimaginable level. It's really unheard of. The universe is so big that only you can imagine it. There is nothing the universe doesn't have. It seems that after living for so many years, my knowledge is still not enough. Qin Shao grinned. Speaking of which, he was indeed lucky this time. It just so happened that Qin Shao could absorb the energy from the white bones and use it to cultivate his true intent of power. Fortunately, it gave him a pleasant surprise. Since entering the battlefield of gods and demons, Qin Shao had made 2 major breakthroughs. First, he reached the perfection stage of the 7-star sword technique. Now, he had broken through to the 4th level of the true meaning of power. Such a harvest was indeed huge. This trip to the battlefield of gods and demons was worth it. At least, he had met Qin Zhao's initial expectations. However, Qin Shao was most concerned about the application of sword principle. This breakthrough would be a real big breakthrough. It would help his doppelganger to walk out of the ancient palace. But thinking about it carefully, the breakthrough of the 7-star sword technique was also a kind of accumulation of sword principle. It would help Qin Shao cultivate the intermediate application of sword principle. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. The road had to be taken step by step. This was also a process of accumulation. Over the years on the battlefield of gods and demons, Qin Shao felt that his sword principle had improved a lot. His application of sword principle had also improved a lot. It was just that he was still far from breaking through to the intermediate application level. But if he improved slowly and got closer step by step, there would always be a time when he had a breakthrough. If he did not accumulate slowly, it would be a fool's dream if he wanted to achieve it overnight. If he was greedy, he was bound to be swallowed by a snake. The foundation was very important. This simple truth was very clear to Qin Shao when he was immortal, so this kind of thing could not be rushed. This was not urgent. Qin Shao did not expect to be able to make a breakthrough in the application of sword principle on the battlefield of gods and demons. It was unrealistic to think about it. The intermediate application of Great Tao was definitely not so easy to achieve. Among the 4th step heavenly gods, those who could reach that level were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. They could be counted on one's fingers, and they could be counted on one's fingers. There were definitely not many mighty figures. Only some of the top existences on the heaven list could reach it. Qin Zhao's cultivation years were too short, and his accumulation of foundation was too shallow. It would be even more difficult for him to achieve it. Therefore, this trip to the battlefield of gods and demons was still mainly about accumulation. The breakthrough of the 7-star sword technique and the breakthrough of the true meaning of power was already a great gain for Qin Shao. Not to mention, he also obtained a broken sword and a secret manual. even if he could not cultivate it for the time being. Once Qin Shao succeeded in the unification of Tao and broke through to the level of a mighty figure, it would be enough to help Qin Shao quickly ascend to the heaven list and dominate the firmament. These gains were something that others could only dream of. Each of them was enough to make an existence like Palace Master Mo Long risk his life. Qin Zhao's luck had always been so heaven-defying. This was something that others could only envy. As the two moved forward, Qin Zhao's strength increased by a level. Now, even without the help of the broken sword, Qin Zhao's strength was enough to suppress Palace Master Mo Long. With the help of the broken sword, Qin Shao might be able to kill Palace Master Mo Long if he really went all out. With such strength, as long as they did not encounter any great danger, there was naturally nothing that could stop the two of them from moving forward. Some small dangers did not even require Qin Shao to take action. Palace Master Mo Long could solve them directly. The rest of the journey was very peaceful. This peace lasted for a full year. Along the way, they did not know how many dead objects controlled by the wills of vengeful spirits were killed. They also experienced several natural dangers. However, they were all solved by the two of them one by one. Their cooperation became more and more tacit. Even Palace Master Mo Long's strength had increased. Seeing the hope of survival, the two of them were naturally very eager to fight. Their morale soared, and naturally, their strength improved imperceptibly. Finally, the two of them were blocked by a river of spirits. Before they got close to the river of spirits, the two of them could smell extreme danger. They did not dare to approach it easily. What a long river of spirits! It runs as far as our eyes can see. It seems that there is no way to go around it. Qin Shao frowned slightly. They could only force their way through the river of spirits. The river of spirits did not look long, but it gave off an unusually gloomy and frightening feeling. Looking at it from afar, Qin Zhao's heart palpitated. There was a warning of danger, which warned Qin Shao not to go there. Such a feeling really made Qin Shao not dare to be careless. "Well, Qin Shao, look above," Palace Master Mo Long suddenly exclaimed. Qin Shao raised his head and looked above the sky. He saw that above the river of spirits, a huge sky ancient city had appeared. It was suspended in the sky and was shrouded by the black fog rising from the river of spirits. The black fog above the river of spirits formed an invisible barrier, blocking the path ahead. The sky ancient city exuded an ancient and gloomy aura, which also gave people an unusually dangerous feeling. "Qin Shao, it seems that we are in big trouble again. However, both the river of spirits and the sky ancient city feel extremely dangerous," Palace Master Mo Long said in a deep voice. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold, and his face was cold. He had already felt it. If an ordinary almighty was here, he would probably turn around and leave immediately after taking a look. Just the aura exuding from it was already so dangerous. One could imagine how dangerous it was inside. It gave people the feeling that it was a land of death, and they would definitely die if they entered. At this moment, Palace Master Mo Long and Qin Shao could not help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Palace Master Mo Long looked at Qin Shao. He was now listening to Qin Zhao's commands. Qin Shao frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said coldly, "Since we have already come to this point, even if it is a mountain of knives and a sea of flames, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we have to give it a try. There is no way out. We have already walked through 2 desperate situations. I don't believe that we will fall here. No matter how desperate the situation is, there is still a possibility of walking out. If we are scared now, it is equivalent to giving up our chance of survival. Let's go. Let's go take a look first." Since Qin Shao had said so, Palace Master Mo Long naturally nodded. The two of them moved forward with difficulty. The closer they got to the river of spirits, the more intense the fear in their hearts became. Even their spirit hearts could not help but tremble slightly. The two of them had never encountered such a terrifying feeling before. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the river of spirits. The ink-black water of the River of Spirits emitted a black chi that could obscure the horizon. This black chi had a terrifying, devouring power. It wanted to enter Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long's bodies. The two of them tried their best to protect their bodies from being invaded by this black chi. Qin Shao, are we going to walk through the River of Spirits directly? Are we going to take a look at the sky, ancient city? Palace Master Mo Long asked. Qin Shao said, I feel that the sky, ancient city is more dangerous. Let's see if we can cross the River of Spirits first. If we can cross the River of Spirits, we won't go to the sky, ancient city. Right now, the most important thing for us is to leave the graveyard of the gods alive. Everything else is not important. So, we have to focus on that. Palace Master Mo Long nodded. That was indeed the case. Qin Shao, let me try going through the River of Spirits first. Palace Master Mo Long took the initiative to invite Ying. After saying that, he flew into the River of Spirits. However, as soon as he flew into the River of Spirits, Palace Master Mo Long seemed to be devoured by something terrifying. His body was rapidly being devoured. Palace Master Mo Long was so frightened that his face changed greatly. He immediately flew back with his head chopped off. When Palace Master Mo Long's body flew back to the shore, his body was completely swallowed up by the River of Spirits. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and it made everyone tremble in fear. Chapter 718. What a terrifying water of the River of Spirits. Qin Shao felt his scalp tingle. In less than a breath's time, Palace Master Mo Long's body had been completely devoured. This water should not be touched at all. Anyone who touched it would die. Palace Master Mo Long condensed his body again. He was also frightened. Yes, the water of the River of Spirits is too terrifying. It should not be touched at all. I'm afraid it could devour everything. Qin Shao took out a few treasures and threw them into the water of the River of Spirits. They were also quickly devoured. This water could devour everything. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's impossible to go through the water of the River of Spirits. With the devouring power of the water of the River of Spirits, I'm afraid I will also be devoured if I go down. We can only take another route. This River of Spirits is probably blocking people's way. Let's go to Sky City and take a look. Palace Master Mo Long nodded. This was the only way now. Let's go to Sky City and take a look. Giving up on the River of Spirits, Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long flew towards Sky City. Sky City stood 1,000,000 feet above the River of Spirits. From afar, it looked like a dreamy city. However, the closer they got, the more they could feel the terror inside. Behind the dreamy city was endless terror. The closer they got, the more terrifying they felt. It was not inferior to the water of the River of Spirits. Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. Both of them were on high alert as they slowly approached the Sky City. Sky City was not very big. It had a diameter of millions of square miles. It was full of buildings of all kinds. However, most of these buildings were destroyed. Everywhere was a scene of dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. It was a desolate scene. The entire Sky City was surrounded by walls that were 10,000 feet high. It was ancient and heavy. A city gate appeared in front of Qin Shao and Yi Qingyu. The two of them landed in front of the city gate. The majestic city gate was tightly shut, and on both sides of the gate stood 12 human-shaped statues, standing guard, guarding this city in the sky. It seems that it's not that easy to enter Sky City. Let's go. Qin Shao said to Mo Long. Mo Long nodded, and the two of them walked towards the city gate. Crack, crack, crack as they approached the city gate. The 12 statues guarding the gate came to life one by one. They waved the stone swords in their hands and formed a row to block the gate. Unrelated people, quickly leave. This is not a place where you can come. An incomparably dignified voice came from one of the statues. Qin Shao narrowed her cold eyes. She didn't waste any time and directly attacked. Palace Master Mo Long and Qin Shao had already formed a tacit understanding. When Qin Shao made her move, he also made his move. The two of them had no way out now. They could only fight. They had to fight anyone who blocked their way. When Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long attacked, the 12 statues also attacked. Their bodies bloomed with ancient light. Waves of power gushed out from sky, ancient city, and fell on the 12 statues, making them look as if they were possessed by the god of war. They became powerful and terrifying. Qin Shao didn't use the broken sword. It was Qin Zhao's trump card now. She wouldn't use it easily. Qin Shao displayed the Big Dipper sword with all his strength. The supreme power of the Big Dipper sword came over in a mighty manner. Qin Zhao's sword slashed on the statues. Qin Shao was slightly surprised to find that she couldn't hurt the statues at all. She didn't even leave a shallow mark. What a strong defense. These should be something like puppets. They are obviously inanimate objects that are controlled by strength. Not only is their defense strong, but their strength is also abnormally strong. Qin Shao was secretly surprised. The strength of each statue wasn't inferior to the demon Eye Country's king. Moreover, their defense was also very terrifying. Therefore, these 12 statues were naturally very difficult to deal with. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. Although they were difficult to deal with, they could still be dealt with. After all, their strength wasn't strong enough to make Qin Shao use his full strength. Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long joined forces to suppress the 12 statues. They easily suppressed them and forced them to retreat again and again. After fighting for more than 100 rounds, the light on the statues receded. The statues returned to their original positions and calmed down again. Rumble. At this time, the gate of sky, ancient city, slowly opened. A gloomy and terrifying aura gushed out of the sky, ancient city, and engulfed Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long. The two of them couldn't help but shudder. A new world seemed to have opened to Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long. Just now, Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long had seen some of the sky, ancient city's features. However, they only saw a corner of it. The entire sky, ancient city, was enveloped by a great array. It was shrouded in a terrifying aura and protected by a terrifying light. There was no other way to enter except through the gate. Let's go. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. Since they had chosen this path, there was no room for retreat, no matter how dangerous it was. Even if it was a place of death, Qin Shao would go in without hesitation. Since they had come this far, there was no turning back. Palace Master Mo Long was already prepared to die. He was satisfied that he had fought all the way to this place. Besides, this was just a clone. In fact, even if it died, it would only be a small loss. He had lived for so long. No matter how big the loss was, he could slowly recover it. The key was that this experience was enough for him to be satisfied. Therefore, he was the most fearless now. The two of them walked towards the sky, ancient city, with incomparably firm steps. An ancient and vicissitude aura surged out of the sky, ancient city. A chilling aura rushed towards them. It was as if countless knives were cutting their bodies, trying to force them to retreat. The aura of unknown danger was abnormally strong. However, the two of them still ignored it and continued to enter. As soon as they stepped into the sky, ancient city, the two of them couldn't help but frown. What a terrifying gravitational force. It should be about a fifth of that mountain from last time. Qin Shao said with a frown. However, he didn't care about this gravitational force. He could still move freely. At most, he couldn't fly. However, there were restrictions everywhere in the sky, ancient city. It was impossible for him to fly. Palace Master Mo Long's situation wasn't so good. This gravitational force is really unbearable. There are restrictions everywhere. The sky is completely confined. We can only walk on the ground. My current speed is greatly affected by it. Fortunately, it's a bit better than that mountain. At least I can still move freely. It's not so difficult to walk. rumble, the two of them walked into the sky ancient city. The city gate was closed again. Qin Shao looked back and said coldly, "This city gate can only be entered but not exited. It seems that we have to find the exit to get out of this sky ancient city. I think we have to go through the entire sky ancient city to find the exit. We can't fly to the sky to check the sky ancient city. We don't know the specific location of the exit. Now we can only blindly explore." Palace Master Imo Long nodded and said, "Yes, there's no other way. This is the only way. I feel that it's very dangerous inside. P.S. I'm crying. I haven't gained a single flower today. I'm rolling on the ground begging for a flower." Chapter 719. Magnificent buildings appeared in front of them. Some of them were damaged to the point that they were unbearable to look at, while some were still intact. It was difficult to see the traces left behind by the passage of time. However, the vicissitudes of time still left a lot of aura in this ancient city. Walking in it, one could feel it. It was as if they had traveled through time and space and returned to the ancient times. There were many buildings, and the entire ancient city was tightly packed. At a glance, one's line of sight was very obstructed. It was impossible to see far. Roads extended in all directions. It was as if they had entered a huge maze. The ancient city was very quiet. It was as if it was a dead zone. Everything was silent, and no sound could be heard. Walking through those buildings, it was difficult to identify the direction. The energy inside had completely distorted the space inside. Therefore, walking in it was as if one was traveling through time and space. It was very strange. Countless buildings blocked their way. Qin Shao and Palace Master Imo Long were like headless flies. They could only walk according to their feelings. There is no map of this ancient city, and there is no way to see the full picture of this ancient city. If we walk aimlessly like this, I don't know how long it will take to find the exit. If we don't leave this damned place quickly, it'll be very dangerous. Palace Master Imo Long frowned and said, "It was indeed dangerous. Very dangerous." Qin Shao looked around coldly and carefully moved forward. "Let's be careful. I keep feeling that there are pairs of eyes staring at us in the dark. However, there's no way to find their figures. There are buildings all around. There are many hidden places. It's hard for us to find them. This place is definitely not simple. I feel that it is much scarier than the last time on the mountain." Palace Master Imo Long gritted his teeth and said, "Then we can only fight." The dense aura enveloped the entire ancient city. Qin Shao and Palace Master Imo Long moved forward carefully. Behind them, a black shadow was crawling there like a spider. It was a black shadow without a body. It was very strange, like a shadow. It was a black shadow with a pair of purple eyes. It looked very scary. Without a sound, this shadowy creature suddenly rushed out, pouncing towards Qin Shao and Li Mu at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the space was directly torn apart. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of destruction was. The most frightening thing was that it hadn't even caused the slightest spatial fluctuation. Instead, it had quietly arrived in front of Qin Shao and Yi Shiwen. Its speed was too fast. Moreover, it was a close-range sneak attack. Naturally, it was terrifying. Yes, dangerous. Qin Shao reacted and pushed Imo Long away. The terrifying power of the shadowy creature slammed into Qin Shao. The Peerless destructive power was enough to turn a planet into ashes. This power had the power to cut through space. The terrifying might of the Great Path fused into it, and the power became even more terrifying. After receiving this blow, Qin Shao felt as though his entire body was about to be shattered. Fortunately, his body had undergone a metamorphosis after reaching the 4th level of the true intent of strength. Therefore, no matter how strong the force was, he was able to withstand it. However, the strength of this attack was truly frightening. It caused Qin Shao to be directly sent flying. He violently collided with a stone pillar and was shaken to the point where he almost vomited blood. What a terrifying power. Palace Master Mo Long felt a burst of fear in his heart. If Qin Shao hadn't pushed him away, the power of the attack would have landed on his body. Fortunately, Qin Shao pushed him away in time, allowing him to avoid the attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't guarantee that he could withstand this attack. What a terrifying shadowy creature. What kind of monster was this? What a powerful life form. Your strength is not bad. Let's see how strong you are. Qin Zhao's eyes burned with endless fighting spirit. He stomped his feet on the stone pillar and shot towards the shadowy creature like an arrow. Kill. Palace Master Mo Long wasn't careless either. He let out a loud roar and attacked with all his might. The shadowy creature rushed over once again. It was completely invisible. It was just a mass of black. It was very strange. Qin Shao and Mo Long's power slammed into the body of the shadowy creature. However, what surprised them was that they couldn't injure the shadowy creature at all. The power that hit the shadowy creature disappeared without a trace. It was too strange. The power of this shadowy creature could hit Qin Shao and Mo Long's body. The powerful force really made Qin Shao and Mo Long's body uncomfortable. However, this time, the two were prepared and could completely suppress it. However, they couldn't injure the shadowy creature at all. It was really strange. What the hell is this thing? How can it be like this? Even with our strength, we can't injure it. How can we fight it? Mo Long was also a little confused. He had never seen such a thing before. Even with his long life experience, he had never heard of such a thing. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a wry smile, "How can I know something that even Mo Long doesn't know? Let's not talk about these useless things. No matter what the hell it is, since it exists, there must be a way to deal with it. If we can't do it with our strength, we'll think of other ways." Mo Long nodded. Qin Zhao's heart force turned into a sword and rushed out. However, Qin Shao frowned as he discovered that his heart force didn't have any effect. He couldn't injure the shadowy creature at all. This shadowy creature didn't even have a soul. Without a soul, no matter how strong his heart force was, he couldn't injure it directly. Strange, it was too strange. Mo Long took out a treasure. It was a trapping-type treasure. However, this treasure was directly shattered by the shadowy creature. It couldn't injure it. It couldn't trap it. It was really strange. Qin Shao took out his broken sword. The broken sword had always been successful. It could cut anything. However, it failed this time. Even the broken sword couldn't injure the shadowy creature. How can this be? Qin Shao frowned deeply. His face was dignified and puzzled. This was completely beyond his imagination. No matter what, he couldn't injure the shadowy creature. He had tried everything, but it still didn't work. In other words, this shadowy creature was simply invincible. It was simply immortal. How could they fight it? Fortunately, Qin Shao and Mo Long were able to suppress the shadowy creature by joining forces. They wouldn't be injured. However, Qin Shao and Mo Long couldn't do anything to the shadowy creature. They couldn't go on like this. Qin Shao, what should we do now? There's no way to fight it. If we continue to fight, we'll be the ones to suffer losses. What I'm most worried about now is that we don't know how many shadowy creatures there are in this ancient city. If there are only a few of them, we still have a chance to stop them. But if there are a lot of them, we'll be in big trouble. Mo Long said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't have a better way now. Since there are shadowy creatures, it's impossible that there's only one of them. There might be a lot of them. The most important thing is that these shadowy creatures can't be killed. There's no way to reduce their numbers. If we can kill them, it'll be fine. We can slowly exhaust them. Then, we'll have a chance to survive. But these shadow creatures can't be killed at all. Once their numbers increase, we won't be able to resist them at all. Only death awaits us. So now we have to find the exit as soon as possible. Only then will we have a chance to get out of here alive." Mo Long shook his head helplessly. This was the only way now. The possibility of there being only one shadowy creature in the entire ancient city was obviously not big. There was a terrible danger lurking in the dark. The two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They had to leave as soon as possible. "Let's go." Qin Shao and Mo Long didn't care too much about it. They quickly left and directly increased their speed. The shadowy creature kept chasing the two. Qin Shao and Mo Long also passed through various buildings to avoid the pursuit of the shadowy creature. Those buildings were well connected, and the most important thing was that they were very well hidden. It wasn't easy to be detected, and it was easy to shake off the opponent. But even so, the two of them had to flee for a full 3 days before they finally got rid of the shadowy creature. The two of them hid in an extremely secluded place. Hugh and Mo Long secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It was really dangerous. I haven't run so desperately for a long time. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, there are too many buildings here. It's very easy to hide. Otherwise, with our speed, we wouldn't have been able to avoid the shadowy creature's pursuit." Qin Shao said, "Let's rest for a while before going out. The situation may not be as bad as we think. At least, in the past 3 days, we haven't encountered any other shadowy creatures. This may mean that there aren't many shadowy creatures in this ancient city. Of course, this is just a temporary guess. Whether this is the case or not, we still don't know. Facing the shadowy creatures, our best choice is to run. There's no other choice. If we face them head-on, we'll be courting death. There's no way we can fight. Fortunately, the geographical advantage of this ancient city is very good. It's very convenient for us to escape. Otherwise, we would really die here." Mo Long nodded and said, "Yes, there's no way to fight. We can only run. Speaking of which, it's really a very unpleasant thing. With our strength, we are still being chased like stray dogs. Alas, we're still not strong enough. If there was a Heaven List expert here, I'm afraid we wouldn't be afraid of anything." The two rested for a while, then left the place again. They continued to move forward, but they still couldn't distinguish the direction. They were still moving forward aimlessly. Now, the two were thinking of not running into any shadowy creatures. Otherwise, they would have to run for their lives again. But this kind of thing is too idealistic. The reality is certainly more cruel. Sure enough, not long after the two left, another shadowy creature rushed out. It looked the same. Even Qin Shao and Mo Long couldn't tell if it was the one that chased them just now. Chapter 721. Xiao dark shadow creatures rushed towards Qin Shao. In a short time, there were already 10 dark shadow creatures surrounding Qin Shao. Facing these 10 dark shadow creatures, Qin Shao could only grit his teeth and face them head-on. Although the 10 dark shadow creatures were extremely terrifying, fortunately, Qin Shao had a big advantage in speed and strength. In terms of defense, Qin Shao also had enough capital to support himself. Of course, facing 10 dark shadow creatures, Qin Shao was also very uncomfortable. After dozens of rounds of confrontation, he couldn't help but vomit blood. Finally, he took advantage of a gap to rush out and quickly escaped. It's getting more and more dangerous. I only got 1 map. There's still 8 maps. It's scary just thinking about it. The more I get, the more terrifying it will be. Fortunately, these dark shadow creatures don't have much intelligence. Otherwise, if they casually set up a trap to surround me, I would have fallen. Qin Shao shook his head. His heart was very uncomfortable. The current situation was already extremely dangerous, and he was about to reach his limit. However, the danger was still increasing. Terrible, really terrible. He really didn't know who created these dark shadow creatures, or were they naturally created? How could there be such undead creatures? They were really undead. Perhaps even the existence of the Heaven List might not be able to kill these undead creatures. There's a possibility that it was the existence of a ruler. Qin Shao ran all the way. The 10 dark shadow creatures chased after him. This was already troublesome enough, but soon, new dark shadow creatures joined in. Qin Shao had to change his direction again and again. However, the situation was still deteriorating. I can't go on like this. There is no way to find other maps. Soon, I will be blocked by them. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He was also thinking about this problem very quickly. It was a very troublesome problem. What should I do? If this goes on, it was obviously a dead end. Now, Qin Shao was basically forced to have no way to escape. More and more black shadow creatures appeared. There were already over 20 of them, and the number was still increasing. Now, Qin Shao was completely relying on his speed and his mirage true body to escape. Moreover, he was injured again and again. Every time, he was beaten until he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, his true intent of strength had broken through to the 4th level, and his body had undergone a transformation. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. If Palace Master Mo Long was the one facing them, he would have died by the hands of these shadowy creatures. Qin Shao could still hold on, but it was very painful. Those shadowy creatures madly rushed up and hit Qin Shao again and again. At this time, Qin Shao was kicked around like a ball. Even if Qin Shao wanted to escape now, it would be difficult. There were too many shadow creatures. No matter which direction he ran in, there would always be shadow creatures chasing after him. If things went on like this, Qin Shao would not be far from death. Qin Shao wanted to run away desperately, but there was no direction and no target. Running away like a headless fly was not a solution. Can't I escape? Do I have to ask Master Qingye for help? No. Qin Shao was not willing to give up just like this. He was not willing to admit defeat just like this. I keep having the feeling that this place is like a playground, a place that was created by the strong and has its own rules. With the map, there's hope of finding a way out. There are shadowy creatures. This is a frightening thought. Is a no safe place? It shouldn't be a completely hopeless situation. Qin Shao thought to himself. Even if it was a naturally formed danger zone, there were still many swimming rules in it, and it had its own rules of operation in it. If it was a man-made place, there were even more rules to follow. Based on Qin Zhao's years of experience, there were not many dangerous places without rules to follow. There were definitely some. However, most of them had their own rules to follow. As long as he could find some of the rules, he would be able to find a way out. Of course, even if he could find the rules, it would be very difficult, just like when he dealt with the rock giant previously. Although the rock giant's soul was its weakness, it was still a way out. However, the rock giant's body was very tough and terrifying. It was definitely not an easy task to break open the rock giant's body. Fortunately, Qin Shao had the broken sword in his hand, so he was able to deal with the rock giant. Otherwise, with the strength of Qin Shao and Palace Master Mo Long, they would not have been able to deal with the rock giant. Later on, when they arrived at the White Bone Mountain, the terrifying gravitational force suppressed everything. If Qin Shao had not broken through to the 4th level of the true meaning of power, he would have died. It was too difficult to increase one's physical strength. Qin Shao walked the path of the true meaning of power. It should be known that in the entire universe, only Qin Shao and his master, Red Dust Guest, had cultivated the true meaning of power. There was no third person. Therefore, it was too difficult to come out of the White Bone Mountain alive. There were rules to it. There was a way out, even if you could not find it. Even if you found it, it still depended on whether you could do it or not. He always felt that there was a thread of life in all things. It was like the supreme great Tao of the universe, operating everything in the dark. Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but think in this direction. Qin Shao told his thoughts to Palace Master Mo Long in his inner world. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Palace Master Mo Long was greatly moved. He nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. That is indeed the case. Based on my experience over the countless years, most of them have a path of survival to follow. Although the Sky Ancient City is incomparably dangerous, there should be a way out. Otherwise, there would not be a map left behind. The map is our way out. But under the siege of these shadow creatures, the possibility of us getting the map is almost zero. Therefore, I'm also thinking that there might be other ways to survive or a safe place. It is impossible to be in a hopeless situation without leaving a way out. It's just a possibility. We haven't thought of it yet. Let's think carefully and see if there is anything we have missed. Just like the map on the Guang factory, we have also forgotten it. Qin Shao nodded. He was also carefully recalling every place he had passed when he entered the Sky Ancient City. While recalling, Qin Shao had to divide his attention to deal with the shadow creatures. As time passed, the number of shadow creatures had now exceeded 30. They could almost surround Qin Shao. It was estimated that if another 10 or 20 shadow creatures came, Qin Shao would really have no way out. Time was very tight. Qin Shao was also anxious at this time. But no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He had to completely calm down and think carefully. Only then could he think of a way out. Okay, construction. Qin Shao's heart suddenly moved. Yes, construction. Some images suddenly flashed in his mind. He remembered that he was once chased by construction. Before that, the shadow creatures that were chasing him bypassed that construction to chase him. At that time, he passed through that construction. It was reasonable to say that those shadow creatures also passed through that construction. But those shadow creatures bypassed that construction to chase Qin Shao. At that time, Qin Shao didn't think much about it, and he wasn't in a hurry to think about it. He just thought that those shadow creatures might have thought that it would be faster to go around the construction. But now that he thought about it, those shadow creatures shouldn't have such high intelligence. If those shadow creatures had the intelligence of a normal person, he wouldn't have been able to escape until now. He would have been caught by them long ago. So now that he thought about this situation, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong. Are the shadowy creatures afraid to approach the building? Is that construction a safety point set in the ancient city? As long as you enter that construction, you will be temporarily safe. Moreover, Qin Shao thought about it carefully and found that the construction seemed to be different from other buildings. Moreover, there was a strange pattern on it. Anyway, Qin Shao didn't understand what it meant. This pattern was also not on other buildings. Qin Shao had only seen this pattern on that one building. Now Qin Shao could only try to find a doctor. He didn't care so much. No matter what, he had to try to find out. Forget it. Let's go and have a look first. Qin Shao didn't think much about it, and he didn't have time to think about it anymore. He ran towards that building according to his memory. These shadow creatures naturally wouldn't let Qin Shao escape. One by one, they crazily rushed towards him. Qin Shao's fighting spirit was monstrous. He pushed his strength to the extreme. His strength was surging, and his strength was surging. He forcefully opened a path for himself. However, the situation was still not good. There were more and more shadow creatures, and they gathered in this place from other places. Wherever he looked, he could see the shadows of the creatures approaching. Qin Shao felt that there was no way out. He had to fight. He had to fight. Maybe there would be a bright future if he rushed out. In the end, if there was no other way, he could only take the last option, which was to ask Master Qingye for help. Kill! Waving his sword with one hand and his fist with the other, Qin Shao was like an invincible god of war. His body was already covered with wounds, and his clothes were already stained with blood. However, Qin Shao was still full of fighting spirit and momentum. He didn't show any weakness at all. Boom! Boom! Soon, I'm almost there. Qin Shao's eyes shone with a cold light. There were more and more shadow creatures. Fortunately, he was not too far away from that building, and now he was getting closer and closer. Qin Shao waved his fist, and endless power was released. He opened a path again and again, desperately approaching that building. Soon, that building appeared in Qin Shao's sight. He was almost there. At this time, there were as many as 60 shadow creatures besieging Qin Shao. It was indeed a terrifying number. They completely surrounded Qin Shao. Qin Shao struggled to hold on. He was almost on the verge of collapse. Chapter 723. The Mirage True Body Loss Technique was the closest to the 10 great unique techniques. It could even be considered half of the 10 great unique techniques. Gongdu Qiyangdi in the entire universe, Xingfan Yuke could be considered a top-tier unique technique. If it was purely based on the difficulty of cultivation, the Mirage True Body Lost was not inferior to the 10 great unique techniques. Kuchayandi, the 3,000 years that the Star Realm had, in fact, was still a little too short. However, time was not absolute. After all, Feng Tai's skills were cold. The Mirage True Body was the closest to the 10 great unique. It could even be considered half of the 10 great unique. Chapter 724. In the virtual realm, the other side of reality was the virtual realm. Tell me about the battlefield. Simply put, it was something that didn't exist. It was something that was illusory. To put it simply, the ethereal realm was a world that did not exist. Feng Diyang and Xiao, the advantage of astrology master Hen, Shui's ethereal body, was that it could allow people to enter a non-existent world at will. However, this non-existent world was only for others. To the caster, it was the same as in the real world. Therefore, the caster could easily. Chapter 725. It's a dead end. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Xiao didn't believe that after spending so much effort to get to this point, he would end up in a dead end. There must be a way out. It's just that I haven't found it yet. The most learned lonely ground, Qiong, Zhanyue, map all the hard work, is for this map. All the secrets should also be on this map. Kunua, Sun Miku, Nua, Sun, Qin Xiao didn't believe that after spending so much effort to get to this point, he would end up in a dead end. The 8 plazas and 8 shield buildings on Fengdi Yustar all followed a pattern, forming. Chapter 726. Entrance. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Palace Master Mo Long was stunned. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be possible. Kong Yukao found the entrance was immediately overlooked by them. Their first impression was the strongest, and they directly listed the entrance as an impossibility. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the two had never considered the possibility that the entrance might be the exit. It's really possible. Let's go take a look. Palace Master Mo Long said immediately. Could Taifan I check finally? Sun Qin Xiao nodded. Chapter 727. The secluded valley was surrounded by natural barriers. Even if an ordinary person saw this place, they would consciously avoid it. Not many people would be willing to spend the effort to enter this place. The trouble of Ku Xianfeng, after all, it wasn't easy for Xingji Taiwa alone to break through these barriers. It hadn't been easy for Dao ancestor All-Fiend to find this secluded valley, and it was only after careful selection that he decided on this hiding place. The most visible Star Dao ancestor Myriad Fiend had already built Xing Zhao, my love Gu. Chapter 729. In the Desolate Lands battle arena, the wind was howling and the atmosphere was gloomy. Gang Guan Gang Fan Tong, 2 figures, stood on the battle platform of the Desolate Land, staring at each other from 100 miles away. Their battle intent surged to the heavens. Around the Desolate Land fighting platform, there were hundreds of people. Many of the senior brothers in the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land had come to join in the fun. Xing Hen Zhao, Ku, Tai, especially some of the senior brothers who had a good relationship with Qin Xiao, they were somewhat worried about Qin Xiao. The Raging Dragon's popularity in the Desolate Land Temple was obviously not that. Kumo's ghastly ball Raging Dragon was obviously not that popular in the Desolate Land Temple. Chapter 730. Qin Shao had already cultivated the true meaning of strength to the pinnacle of the 4th level. He was only one step away from the 5th level. Feud with the Emperor. In terms of cultivation level, Qin Zhao's true meaning of strength had already reached the level of a peak expert. Thus, in terms of the true meaning of strength and the level of his heart force, he wasn't any weaker than the Raging Dragon. However, the true meaning of strength and heart force were both direct and direct. There were no techniques that had reached the pinnacle of reproduction. This was different from the Great Tao. Chapter 732. In an extremely secluded place, in the endless sea of darkness, in a cave, waves of roars resounded, causing the entire cave to hum. In the depths of the cave, there were 2 figures with ferocious faces, roaring nonstop, showing their extreme anger. These 2 were not strangers. They were the Raging Dragon and Madoka, the 2 brothers, but these 2 here were only clones. One of their original bodies died at the hands of Qin Shao, and the other was sent to the purgatory of the desolate land by Qin Shao. Now it was suffering endless pain, slowly being tortured to death. Such a way of dying was extremely terrifying. Big brother, I'm sorry. I've done this to you. I've done this to you. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked that guy. I really didn't think that the kid would be so strong, and now, even your original body died at the hands of that kid. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Madoka's face was full of self-blame and regret. If he could choose again, he would never dare to provoke Qin Shao again. A single slip may cause everlasting regret, but there was no medicine for regret, and there was no turning back. The Raging Dragon was also full of hatred, but what could he do now? Second brother, it's not your fault, it's our fault. We were too careless. We underestimated that kid. I really didn't think that the kid would become so strong in such a short time. The Raging Dragon shook his head. The death of his original body was a huge blow to him. His vitality was greatly damaged, and it was difficult for him to recover. Damn it, I hate it, I hate it. The Raging Dragon roared again. He had lived for nearly 1 trillion years, and he had never suffered such a big loss or such a great humiliation. His original body was killed, and this news would spread quickly throughout the universe. His reputation as the Raging Dragon would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he had lived for so long, so it was only natural that he had made a lot of enemies. Those powerful beings from the Demon Realm, Nether Realm, Abyss, and Demon Realm would not care if the Raging Dragon was from the Temple of the Desolate Land. Once they met him, they would definitely kill him. Now that his Raging Dragon was only left with 1 clone, how could he still have the courage to fight? Big brother, what should we do now? I'm still wanted by the army of the Desolate Land, and you've made quite a number of enemies. When those enemies find out that you've been killed, they'll definitely be restless. Big brother, I think it's best if you don't worry about me. Just go back to the Wildlands God Palace. As long as you hide there, no one will be able to harm you, Downward Fierceness said. The Raging Dragon shook his head and said, back to the Desolate Land Temple? He would be able to keep his life, but wouldn't he be laughed at by others? And Qin Shao is still in the Desolate Land Temple. How do you expect me to go back? A tree's bark is its bark, and a person's face is its life. Sometimes, dignity was more important than life. Madoka also knew this, but at this moment, he was really a loss. Big brother, what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Emperor Kuang Long laughed coldly and said, I have no way out now. The situation is forcing me, so I have no choice but to take some extreme paths. Going back to the Desolate Land Temple is impossible, and my enemies will definitely be restless. The most hateful thing is that Qin Shao is still alive. If I can't kill one of his clones, it'll be hard for me to vent my anger. Madoka was slightly stunned and frowned at the Raging Dragon. Big brother, we don't have the strength to do that. We don't have the strength, but that doesn't mean others don't. I never thought that one day I would be forced into a dead end, that I would choose this crazy path. Now, I have no way back. I can only go crazy. Second brother, no matter what, we brothers will live and die together. The raging dragon's face was crazy. Although Madoka was still confused, he completely trusted his big brother. No matter what his big brother wanted to do, he would follow him. Qin Manor. After drinking with Yi Junhe and Dan Shinjun, the two left. After seeing the two of them off, Qin Xiao called Shi Jian to a table alone. Qin Zhao's face was full of praise and satisfaction. Shi Jian, you've been progressing very well these years. I'm very happy about this. It's not a waste to spend 100 contribution points on you. Receiving Qin Zhao's affirmation and Qin Zhao's praise, Shi Jian was very happy. This was the best gift for him. However, Shi Jian's temperament was still very good. Although he was happy, he didn't show it too much. Instead, he said, compared to Master, this disciple is still too far away. This disciple's progress is too little to speak of, for fear of bringing shame to Master's name. For Master to spend so much money, this disciple truly feels apologetic. Qin Xiao said, as your master, it's my duty to train you. As long as you can make progress, that's the greatest reward for me. Our 9 provinces world can't rely on me alone, so you have to stand up. What you're shouldering now is not your own honor, but the survival of our entire 9 provinces world. Master's energy will probably be mostly focused on cultivation in the future, and Master will definitely travel outside more in the future. Therefore, the 9 provinces world must be handed over to you. This can be considered a bit of selfishness on my part. Shi Jian said, Master, please don't say that. Master has already done too much for the 9 provinces world. Without Master, the 9 provinces world wouldn't be able to leave the source world. There wouldn't be so many people who could become gods, and I, Shi Jian, wouldn't be here today. The 9 provinces world is my home. I naturally have the responsibility and obligation to protect it. Disciple will work harder and succeed in Dao integration as soon as possible. Only then can I better protect the 9 provinces world and share some of Master's burden. Qin Xiao wanted to train Shi Jian with all his might. Firstly, Shi Jian was his only disciple. Secondly, the 9 provinces world needed Shi Jian in the future. After all, he couldn't rely on himself for everything in the 9 provinces world. Qin Xiao said, Shi Jian, Master has decided to exchange for a top-level secret art for you to cultivate. Come with Master to pick it later. Top-level secret art. Shi Jian's heart was greatly moved, but he immediately shook his head and said, Master, you can't do that. Master shouldn't use your contribution points on me. Even Master can't bear to use them. How can you ask me to use them? Moreover, the disciples might not be able to cultivate the top-level absolute arts. I'm not that ambitious. With the 2 secret arts that Master has given me, I feel that it's enough for me to cultivate. Yeah? The 9 Revolution secret art was a body-type secret art, while the Avalon of 5 elements was an attack-type secret art. If these 2 secret arts were combined, it would indeed be very good. Yeah? Qin Xiao had spent a lot of effort to get the materials needed for the 9 Revolution secret art for Shi Jian. Although these 2 secret arts were ordinary, they weren't something that ordinary people could cultivate. Moreover, Shi Jian had cultivated these 2 secret arts to the perfection realm. Moreover, Shi Jian had mastered the ultimate sword principle. With a great way of the highest grade in 2 secret arts, Shi Jian's strength was enough to make him strong enough. However, Qin Xiao didn't think it was enough. It was far from enough. This wasn't what he expected from Shi Jian. He expected much more from Shi Jian. Shi Jian didn't have many opportunities to go out and explore, so he wouldn't have as many opportunities as Qin Xiao. As for the cultivation resources, Qin Xiao would naturally spend more effort on it. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, You don't have to decline. I've already thought about it. Top-level secret arts are not very useful to me now, unless it's one of the top 10 secret arts. I've also gained a lot from this trip to the battlefield of gods and devils. In addition to a top-level secret art, I've also prepared some treasures for you. These are my spoils of war, and some are given by my senior brothers. They're just small things for me, but they're enough for you. They can be your life-saving trump cards. You don't have to stay in a desolate land to cultivate all the time. When it's time, you can go out and explore. I've prepared these things for you so that when you go out, you can have some life-saving means. Do you understand? Sure, Jian understood Qin Zhao's good intentions, but he really didn't want Qin Zhao to spend money. He knew very well how precious those contribution points were. Even his master couldn't bear to use them, but he had used them all on himself. He really couldn't accept this kind of kindness. However, since his master had said so, he didn't know how to refuse. He could only nod and agree. Qin Zhao picked 5 treasures and gave them to Shi Jian. He didn't give him too many. Then, he took Shi Jian to pick a top-level secret art. Shi Jian finally picked the Chaos Heavenly Armor. His idea was similar to Qin Zhao's, which was to pick a secret art with a strong life-saving ability. The Chaos Heavenly Armor's life-saving ability was definitely very strong. Although it wasn't as good as the Mirage True Body, it wasn't too far off. If it were Qin Zhao, it would only cost 250 contribution points. However, if it were Shi Jian, it would cost him 500 contribution points to purchase it. In other words, the 500 contribution points that he had just received were directly spent by Shi Jian. It was obviously a lie to say that he didn't feel the pain. However, for his disciple, Qin Zhao was willing to part with it. After Shi Jian got the Chaos Heavenly Armor, he also went to cultivate. Qin Zhao entered the cultivation room and finally had some free time. When he was free, Qin Zhao checked the myriad Fiend Dao ancestors' belongings. He didn't have time to check them properly before. The myriad Fiend Dao ancestor was an almighty who had lived for a very long time. Logically speaking, he should have a lot of treasures on him. However, some ordinary things didn't catch Qin Zhao's attention. Qin Zhao also wasn't interested in the divine crystals and the like. In the end, a scroll made of 81 black stone pieces attracted Qin Zhao's attention. This scroll was surrounded by a black, demonic aura. It was gloomy and even sinister. The aura was very terrifying. Ordinary almighties wouldn't dare to hold this scroll in their hands. It was as if a peerless demon was hiding inside and could rush out and bite you at any time. The demonic prose. Qin Zhao opened the scroll. A wave of information rushed into Qin Zhao's mind with a corrosive power. This should be the evil secret art that the myriad Fiend Dao ancestor obtained. Author's note: I'll update 10,000 words today. Continue to ask for flowers. Chapter 733. What a terrifying sorcery. What a powerful sorcery. Even my will was almost controlled. If an ordinary almighty got hold of this sorcery, they would definitely be controlled and fall into the demonic path. After a while, Qin Zhao put away the scroll. He looked surprised. He knew this sorcery was powerful, but he didn't expect it to almost control him. One must know how powerful Qin Zhao's will was. He had the protection of his heart power, but he still felt like he was being controlled. Even if it was a powerful existence who had been through a lot, they would probably be influenced by it. Once controlled by this sorcery, they would become an evil demon on the side of the Thousand Devil Dao ancestor. They would be heartless and kill countless people. They would use the blood and souls of ordinary gods to practice sorcery. However, this sorcery was indeed powerful. It was not inferior to a top lost art. It was worth a lot. It was just that the path it took was too evil. Qin Zhao didn't like it, so he couldn't practice this sorcery. Moreover, he couldn't give this sorcery to the Desolate Land Temple. The Desolate Land Temple didn't need this sorcery. Qin Zhao shook his head and put away the scroll. This sorcery shouldn't exist in the world. Now that it's in my body, let it be sealed in my inner world forever. It won't see the light of day again. It had been a while since he left 9 provinces. Qin Zhao was thinking about going back. He didn't know how Brother Changfeng and the others were doing. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Your Highness Qin Zhao. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Zhao was slightly stunned. Immediately, He knew who the other party was. Through this kind of karma connection, Qin Shao could also know who the other party was through karma. After knowing who it was, Qin Shao was quite surprised. Underworld Ancestor Yushan, what do you want? Underworld Ancestor Yushan was on the heaven list. Although he was at the bottom of the heaven list, it was scary enough to be on the heaven list. To be on the heaven list meant that he stood at the top of the universe. 7-star Great Emperor and Shiri Great Emperor were only close to the heaven list, but they didn't have the strength of the heaven list. Moreover, Underworld Ancestor Yushan was from the Netherworld race. In the Netherworld race, Underworld Ancestor Yushan was definitely a big shot. He had a transcendent status. He dominated a region and commanded the Netherworld race. The Netherworld race was extremely powerful in the universe. Qin Shao couldn't afford to offend them for the time being. Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the Netherworld race. After all, he was attacked by the of the Dark Death Legion, the of the Underworld race. The Underworld was created by the demons' underworld. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had some hostility towards the upper echelons of the Netherworld race. However, the other party was in existence on the heaven leaderboard after all. He was also considered a true great evil in the universe. In front of such an existence, Qin Shao still had some respect. It was better not to offend such an existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would be betrayed. Moreover, Underworld Ancestor Yushan was polite and addressed him as Your Highness. This meant that Underworld Ancestor Yushan wasn't hostile. Qin Shao was puzzled. Why did Underworld Ancestor Yushan suddenly look for him? Logically speaking, he didn't have anything to do with the Netherworld race, let alone the Underworld Ancestor Yushan. Was he here to stand up for the Raging Dragon? It couldn't be. The Raging Dragon was a sealed member of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. There was no reason for him to have a good relationship with Underworld Ancestor Yushan. The Underworld Ancestor's voice rang out in Qin Zhao's mind again. It's not a noble deed, but one wouldn't visit a temple for no reason. I just heard that Ancestor Wanma died in your hands, Your Highness Qin Shao. Is that right? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. So they were here for the Myriad Devil Ancestor. The Myriad Devil Ancestor was a peerless evil being, and the secluded mountain Underworld Ancestor had a bad reputation as well. Could it be that the two of them were related? Qin Shao said, Underworld Ancestor Yushan's news is fast. That's right, Ancestor Wanma died in my hands. Ancestor Wanma committed a heinous crime in the Desolate Land Divine Palace's territory. He is wanted by the Desolate Land Divine Palace. What does Dao Ancestor Allfiend have something to do with you? Underworld Ancestor Yushan immediately said, Haha, Your Highness Qin Shao, you worry too much. Why would I know such a rascal? It's just that he stole something from me. I've been trying to catch him and get it back. But Ancestor Wanma is really cunning. He's good at escaping. This old ancestor almost caught him before, but he still managed to escape. Later on, he went into hiding, causing this old ancestor to be unable to find him even after so many years. This time, I heard that Ancestor Wanma died in Your Highness Qin Zhao's hands. I'm really surprised and impressed. Your Highness Qin Shao is really good. The Underworld race was definitely inferior to the Desolate Land Divine Palace. Therefore, Underworld Ancestor Yushan might not know that Ancestor Wanma was hiding in the battlefield of gods and devils. So Ancestor Wanma had a grudge with Underworld Ancestor Yushan. How could Qin Shao not know what Underworld Ancestor Yushan meant? It turned out that he was after the Misfortune Endowment. But Qin Shao didn't believe that Underworld Ancestor Yushan said that the Misfortune Endowment belonged to him. He said, Underworld Ancestor Yushan, let's not beat around the bush. Just say what you want. Haha, Your Highness Qin Shao is really a straightforward person. Underworld Ancestor Yushan smiled and continued. In that case, I'll say it directly. Since Ancestor Wanma died in your hands, his treasures must have fallen into your hands, Your Highness Qin Shao. The Misfortune Endowment that Ancestor Wanma stole from me should be in your hands, Your Highness Qin Shao. I took the liberty to look for Your Highness Qin Shao this time, because I want to take back what belongs to me. This misfortune endowment was obtained by me in a dangerous place in the universe a long time ago. It's also an important secret technique passed down in my race. This old ancestor's heart is pained to lose this technique. I wonder if Your Highness Qin Shao can return the endowment of calamity to me? Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He clearly didn't believe Underworld Ancestor Wanma's words. Underworld Ancestor Yushan said, "Of course, Your Highness Qin Shao, I won't let you return it for free. I can give you some treasures in exchange. You need treasures, secret techniques, anything is fine. I don't dare to say an equivalent exchange, but it shouldn't be too bad for you. Why don't you name a price?" Qin Shao said in a low voice, "Underworld Ancestor Yushan, before we talk about this, I have a few questions. Underworld Ancestor Yushan, you said that the misfortune endowment is yours and that Ancestor Wanma stole it from you. But from what I know, that doesn't seem to be the case. Underworld Ancestor Yushan's words don't seem to hold water, right?" Underworld Ancestor Yushan didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Your Highness Qin Shao, I think you might have misunderstood. I know what the outside world is saying. It said that Ancestor Wanma got it by chance in the universe. Actually, that's not the case. Back then, when I was cultivating in a dangerous place in the universe, I was ambushed by myriad Devil Dao Ancestor and robbed of my wretched endowment. Because I suffered from some energy backlash, I didn't chase after myriad Devil Dao Ancestor and let him get away. Such a situation is a great humiliation to me. That's why I didn't announce it to the outside world. I've always accepted Ancestor Wanma's words." Qin Shao said, "Underworld Ancestor Yushan, this is just your words. It's not convincing enough. To be honest, I find it hard to believe." "Haha, Your Highness Qin Shao, do you think I'll use this to trick you?" Underworld Ancestor Yushan said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Underworld Ancestor Yushan, you've misunderstood. I believe that with your status and strength, you won't trick me. But right now, I can't be completely sure. The wretched rights of calamity is in my hands. If I give it to you just because you say so, then Qin Shao, will lose face. Besides, I don't want such an evil secret technique to be spread. God knows how many gods of the human race have died because of this evil technique." As a human, if I were to hand over this evil technique, wouldn't it be the same as indirectly killing my own people? Forgive me for not agreeing to this. It doesn't matter if this misfortune endowment belongs to you or not. Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Even if Ancestor Wanma is still alive and wants to take it back, I won't return it. The spoils of war always belong to the victor. It doesn't matter who it belonged to before. What matters is who it belongs to now. In the universe, you had to rely on your fists. If you could hold it in your hands and not be taken away by others, then it belonged to you. If it was taken away by others, then it belonged to others. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the universe. Hence, when Underworld Ancestor Yushan said that the misfortune endowment was his, he was shameless to ask for it now. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't agree to such a request. Even if it really belonged to the Underworld Ancestor and was stolen by Dao Ancestor Myriad Fiend, Qin Shao didn't care. The wretched rights of calamity had been with Dao Ancestor Myriad Fiend for countless years. Now that he had lost it, it was his. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, Qin Shao wouldn't let this evil technique spread. Hence, even if it was Underworld Ancestor Yushan, Qin Shao wouldn't give him face. Facing Qin Zhao's strong rejection, Underworld Ancestor Yushan was silent for a while. He suppressed his anger and said, "Your Majesty Qin Shao, since you don't believe me, then let's not talk about this. It's in your hands now, so it belongs to you. But from what I know, the Misfortune Rhapsody is useless to Your Highness Qin Shao. I believe that Your Highness Qin Shao wouldn't be able to cultivate this secret technique. The Desolate Land Shrine doesn't need it either, so I can't give it to them. To put it bluntly, this secret technique is worthless in Your Highness Qin Zhao's hands. It's nothing more than dust in your inner world." So your Majesty Qin Shao, why are you being so stubborn? I'm willing to make a deal with your Majesty Qin Shao. Whatever conditions you need, as long as it doesn't exceed the value of the misfortune endowment, I'll agree. This way, both of us can benefit. I can get what I want, and your Majesty Qin Shao can also benefit. Why not? Chapter 734. The underworld ancestors' words were indeed very tempting. After all, the wretched rhapsody was worthless in Qin Zhao's hands. If he could exchange it for treasures of equal value, it would be worth it. How about this, Your Highness Qin Shao? I have accumulated a lot of treasures over the years. I have a top-level ancient lost art. I can give it to you in exchange for the wretched rhapsody. What do you think? The wretched rhapsody is equivalent to a top-level ancient lost art. The underworld ancestor said again. This time, he took the initiative to offer a generous offer. How precious was the primeval inheritance of a top-tier absolute art? If he gave it to the desolate land temple, he could get at least 600 points. This was the minimum. Qin Shao did not know how many points he could get. Moreover, even if he did not give it to the desolate land temple, Qin Shao could still pass it on to others, to the people of the Jiuzhou continent. The value was immeasurable. It was impossible for Qin Shao not to be tempted. After all, everyone was selfish. However, the sense of justice in his heart still won over this desire. However, Qin Shao was curious. Why did the underworld ancestor value the wretched rhapsody so much? First, he had courteously sought him out and addressed him as Your Highness, which made him seem a little humble. Such actions were unintentionally to please Qin Shao. There was no need for someone like the underworld ancestor to please him, right? Was it just to get back what he had lost? The more he thought about it, the more illogical it seemed. Qin Shao felt that the underworld ancestor was an old fox. Therefore, he had to be careful when communicating with him. Otherwise, he would not even know if he was eaten. Perhaps, there was a secret to the wretched rhapsody that he had not discovered. This secret was useless to him. However, it was extremely important to the underworld ancestor. Otherwise, the underworld ancestor would not value it so much. The more important it was, the more Qin Shao could not let the underworld ancestor get what he wanted. Qin Shao rejected again. Underworld ancestor, although your offer is tempting, it is not tempting to me. I, Qin Shao, have always been principled. I will never do anything that goes against my principles. I will never let such an evil technique get out of my hands. It is useless to say more. No matter how good your offer is, I will not be tempted. As a person, you have to be indomitable and have a clear conscience. The underworld ancestor was finally angered. He sneered. Qin Shao, you don't know what's good for you. You don't know what's good for you. This old ancestor wanted to make a deal with you so politely, but you rejected this old ancestor again and again. Do you really think that you, Qin Shao, are a big shot now? How can you be so arrogant and unbridled? Humph, you are just a fourth-step divine god. In my eyes, you are as weak as a chick. This old ancestor is giving you enough face by negotiating a deal with you. Yet, you don't want the face I'm giving you? Don't make yourself sound so sanctimonious. Why should you care about the life and death of some ordinary gods? Your own strength is the king. Everything else is meaningless. You are not a savior. You can't save anyone. There are too many human beings, and countless of them are dying every day. You want to be the savior of the world? Can you do it? Since he had fallen out with the underworld ancestor, Qin Shao did not hold back. He said coldly, "It is my business whether I can do it or not. You don't have to worry about it. As the saying goes, if you see injustice on the road, you should help. If I see it, I will not ignore it. Since I can't see it, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. I'm not a big shot, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you, the Dark Mountain ancestor. That I should bow to you and let you order me around. Today's matter ends here. If you have any requests, just say it. I, Qin Shao, will take them all." "Ah, good, good." The underworld ancestor was so angry that he laughed. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen a fourth-step divine god as arrogant as you. Since you insist on being enemies with this ancestor, then don't blame others when you die in my hands in the future. You can't hide in the divine palace of the desolate land for the rest of your life. If you dare to take a step out of the divine realm, it will be the time of your death. I, the underworld ancestor, am a man of my words. After saying that, the underworld ancestor cut off the connection with Qin Shao. Facing the underworld ancestor's threat, Qin Shao was furious. It seems that they all think that I, Qin Shao, am a pushover. To put it bluntly, I am still not strong enough. If I was strong enough, how would the underworld ancestor dare to say such things in front of me? If I want to survive in this world, I have to toughen my fist. Underworld ancestor, I want to see what you can do to me. I, Qin Shao, will not stay in the divine palace of the desolate land, nor will I stay in the divine realm. The boundless sea of darkness is where I should be roaming. However, I am not in a hurry. I can't defeat you now, but give me time to grow. I will definitely be able to step on you in the future. Qin Shao was very confident about this. Qin Shao was confident that once he succeeded in the Tao integration and became an almighty, he would be able to enter the heaven role immediately. He was not 100% confident that he would succeed in the Tao integration and become an almighty, but he was at least 90% confident. However, he was not in a hurry. Qin Zhao's accumulation was not enough. Moreover, he was still too young. He should focus more on strengthening his foundation. He could only keep the underworld ancestors' hatred in his heart for now. This matter did not affect Qin Zhao's mood. He immediately put it to the back of his mind. A supreme aura suddenly descended. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He stood up and walked out. He saw a figure in green standing in the void. Seeing the person, Qin Shao immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master Qingye. This was one of Master Qingye's energy clones. However, even though it was just an energy clone, it still exuded a supreme aura that could make heaven and earth submit to it. Even when facing this energy doppelganger, Qin Shao felt like an ant facing a dragon. Master Qingye could easily kill Qin Shao with a single thought. Follow me. Master Qingye smiled and nodded at Qin Shao. He then turned and left. Qin Shao did not dare to ask any more questions. He followed Master Qingye and flew into the depths of the divine palace of the desolate land. The depths of the divine palace of the desolate land were forbidden ground for disciples and ordinary almighties. They were not qualified to enter. Anyone who dared to enter without permission would be punished. The depths of the divine palace of the desolate land was the core of the desolate land divine palace. It was where the overlord lived and cultivated. Naturally, no one was allowed to trespass. Without the overlord's permission, no one was allowed to enter. With Hejim and Greenleaf leading Qin Shao, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. This was Qin Zhao's first time entering the depths of the divine palace. He was a little excited and wondered why Master Qingye had brought him here. Generally speaking, being summoned by the overlord into the depths of the divine palace of the desolate land was a good thing. It was an honor. Not many people were able to enjoy this kind of glory. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally had some thoughts. Could it be that he had gained a lot from the battlefield of gods and demons, and had received the overlord's approval? Or could it be that he had killed the raging dragon and received the overlord's approval? With these thoughts in mind, he followed Master Qingye all the way to an ancient palace in the depths of the divine palace. When he arrived at the ancient palace, Qin Shao felt as if he had traveled through endless time and space and returned to the beginning of the universe. This kind of feeling was really indescribable. Just a trace of his aura was enough to cause Qin Shao to be unable to breathe. This caused Qin Shao to become even more respectful, and his body even became a little stiff. Where is this? Qin Shao was very puzzled. The door of the ancient palace opened automatically, and Master Qingye led Qin Shao in. As soon as he entered the ancient palace, Qin Shao immediately felt that things had changed and the world had changed. There were strange scenes all around. This ancient palace was actually a new world, a very strange world. This is Looking around, Qin Shao was shocked. The scene here was like the beginning of the universe that Qin Zhao's consciousness entered when he was cultivating the great Tao of chaos. It was too amazing. Qin Shao was also stunned for a while when he saw it. The beginning of the universe, the reproduction of the great Tao, the formation of the Dharma, one by one, the process was displayed before Qin Zhao's eyes. Looking at it, Qin Shao felt an urge to stop and cultivate. Qin Shao even felt that if he could cultivate here, his great Tao of chaos and great Tao of primordial would improve rapidly. Such benefits naturally made Qin Zhao's heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but stop. Qin Shao. A voice suddenly rushed into Qin Zhao's mind and pulled Qin Shao back. Qin Shao glanced at Master Qingye awkwardly. Master Qingye smiled and said, "Don't look. Let's go. The Temple Master is still waiting for you." What? The Temple Master of Desolate Land. Qin Shao was shocked when he heard Master Qingye's words. It was only now that he knew who wanted to see him. It was the Temple Master of Desolate Land who wanted to see him. The Temple Master of Desolate Land was the founder, ruler, and controller of the Temple Master of Desolate Land. The Temple Master of Desolate Land was the spiritual leader of the Temple Master of Desolate Land, the true peak existence of the universe, and one of the 8 saints of the universe. The rulers of the 8 saints of the universe were known as the 8 saints of the universe. They were the 8 rulers of the universe. The Temple Master of Desolate Land was one of them. As a member of the Temple Master of Desolate Land, he naturally admired the Temple Master of Desolate Land. Qin Shao had been in the Temple Master of Desolate Land for tens of thousands of years, but he had never seen the Temple Master of Desolate Land. Of course, many almighty existences who had lived for tens of millions of years had never had the chance to see the Temple Master of Desolate Land, let alone some juniors. Qin Shao became even more excited when he heard that the Temple Master of Desolate Land wanted to see him. He felt a little fearful and reverent. Chapter 735. Seeing Qin Zhao's nervous expression, Master Qingye joked with a smile, "Don't be too nervous. The Temple Master is quite kind. Moreover, you were personally summoned by him. This is an honor." Qin Shao smiled. Even though she said that, how could she not be nervous? After all, the person she was about to meet was the Temple Master of the Desolate Land. He was the true evil of the universe, the ruler of the universe. He was an ancient giant who had existed since the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the epic. He was an existence who could make the universe tremble with a stomp of his feet. This feeling was like a mortal being suddenly summoned by the only god in the origin world. Taking Qin Shao, they seemed to travel through endless time and space. Finally, they arrived at an ancient desolate land. A white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged on a rock. Although he looked very old at first glance, if one looked at him again, one would think that he would look like a young man if his white hair and beard were removed. At the level of gods, they judge people based on their temperament and feelings. After all, gods could change their appearance at will. However, for most people, they would always maintain their original appearance. Moreover, they would choose what kind of temperament they wanted to maintain according to their preferences. Some like to look young and handsome. There are those who like to make themselves look sloppy and casual. There are some who like to make themselves look old. There would be people who liked all kinds of styles. Seeing the Temple Master of the Desolate Land made Qin Shao feel as if he had seen an endless world. The person was clearly in front of him, but he felt that he was infinitely far away. He could only see him after traveling through the endless void. Not only did he feel that he was infinitely far away, but he also felt that he was everywhere. At one glance, Qin Zhao's entire body stiffened. His mind was shaken, and he felt as if he was about to be sucked in. So strong. Qin Shao could not find any adjectives to describe the strength of the white-haired old man in front of him. This feeling was something that even the Baron Sword ruler, Master Qingye, and the glorious Emperor ruler had never felt. Qin Shao felt that this man was much, much stronger than Master Qingye. They were not on the same level at all. How could he be so powerful? Wasn't the palace master of the desolate land also a sovereign? But why did he feel so much stronger than Master Qingye? Qin Xiao was shocked as well. She felt that the palace master of the desolate land was at a higher level than Master Qingye and the others. This kind of power made Qin Xiao feel suffocated. In front of the palace master of the desolate land, he really couldn't think of disrespecting him. He felt that if he had even the slightest thought, his soul would immediately be destroyed, never to be reincarnated. Qin Xiao greets palace master. Qin Xiao immediately saluted respectfully. Jim and Greenleaf bowed, then retreated to the side. Although the palace master of the desolate land didn't have much of an expression on his face, he still gave off a kind and amiable vibe, like an old grandpa next door. His eyes, which could shake the universe, fell on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao immediately felt that he was naked in front of the palace master. There was no way to hide any secrets from him. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. However, in front of the palace master of the desolate land, Qin Xiao naturally didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Instead, he lowered his head respectfully and waited for the palace master of the desolate land to speak. Not bad. The palace master of the desolate land nodded slightly and praised him. Even the most ordinary praise from the palace master of the desolate land was extremely rare. At the very least, Master Qingye had only been summoned by the palace master of the desolate land the moment he became a sovereign and received this praise. In comparison, Qin Xiao's treatment was much better than his. Qin Xiao was overjoyed to hear the palace master of the desolate land personally praise him. He had walked step by step from a lowly position to where he was today. In retrospect, Qin Xiao didn't even dare to imagine how he had gotten to where he was today. Now that the palace master of the desolate land personally praised him, it was an ultimate honor. It was also a form of affirmation for Qin Xiao's efforts over the past 50,000 years. The joy in Qin Xiao's heart was difficult to describe with any adjectives. If you weren't that person's disciple, I might have tested you again and considered accepting you as my personal disciple. The palace master of the desolate land added. Upon hearing this, the nearby Jim and Greenleaf was slightly surprised. Qin Xiao was even more surprised. He didn't expect the palace master of the desolate land to admire him so much that he actually wanted to accept him as his personal disciple. Since the beginning of the universe, the palace master of the desolate land had only accepted one personal disciple, and that was Lord Huayang. Even Master Qingye hadn't received the palace master of the desolate land's favor. Although Lord Huayang hadn't become a sovereign or even an almighty, Lord Huayang's strength was truly at the sovereign level. Lord Huayang's status in the universe was no less than that of sovereign. There were even rumors that said that even Master Qingye wasn't a match for Lord Huayang. No one knew exactly how powerful Lord Huayang was. The only true record of Lord Huayang's strength was that he killed a person ranked in the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard with one move. Yes, it was just one move. He killed a person ranked on the heaven leaderboard with just one move. From this, one could see how terrifyingly powerful Lord Huayang was. Therefore, Master Qingye was naturally slightly surprised when he heard this. However, he quickly felt relieved. Although Qin Xiao might not necessarily be as powerful as Lord Huayang, he was still far superior to him. Master Qingye was ashamed of his inferiority. The palace master of the desolate land hadn't accepted another disciple for countless years. It was normal for him to want to accept another personal disciple. Qin Xiao was overjoyed. However, he was also quite surprised and curious in his heart. Because of his master, the Red Dust Guest, the palace master had actually dismissed the idea of taking him as a personal disciple. This could be considered as giving his master a lot of face. Qin Xiao didn't expect his master, Red Dust Guest, to be so respected. He had always thought that his master's strength was on the same level as Master Qingye's. However, after hearing the palace master of the desolate land's words, Could his master be on the same level as the palace master of the desolate land? Speaking of which, Qin Shao knew very little about his master, Red Dust Guest. Last time, they had parted in a hurry. After that, he hadn't contacted his master again. If his master didn't take the initiative to contact him, Qin Shao didn't dare to disturb his master. As if he had seen through the doubts in Qin Zhao's heart, the Hall Master of Mandala Hall said, "The Red Dust Guest and I could be considered old friends who have known each other for a long time. Back then, we had also traveled in the depths of the endless sea of darkness together. Red Dust Guest is a very impressive person. You're lucky to be able to become his disciple. Moreover, you're now a disciple of the Temple of the Desolate Land. Although you're not officially my direct disciple, you're still considered my disciple." After hearing the Palace Master of the Desolate Land's words, Qin Shao was completely certain that his master was on the same level as the Palace Master of the Desolate Land. No wonder his master said that as long as Qin Shao didn't go too deep into the endless sea of darkness, he would be able to rush over immediately if he asked for help. However, Master Qingye didn't have that ability. Master Qingye had told Qin Shao not to leave the realm of the gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save him in time. Qin Shao had been confused about this before. He just didn't ask Master Qingye. Now, he finally understood. It turned out that his master's strength was far above Master Qingye's. If that was the case, then he was really lucky. He didn't expect to become his master's disciple by accident. It was indeed a heaven-defying stroke of luck. However, as a master, you're really incompetent. Not only is he a hands-off shopkeeper, he even threw you to the Temple of the Desolate Land and asked us to train his disciple. "What a wishful thinking," said the Palace Master of the Desolate Land. Qin Shao smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect his master to secretly ask the Palace Master of the Desolate Land to take care of him. "Palace Master, since I'm cultivating in the Temple of the Desolate Land and am a disciple of the Temple of the Desolate Land, I'll naturally be a member of the Temple of the Desolate Land in the future. If you think about it the other way around and think that my master is training disciples for the Temple of the Desolate Land, then isn't that a good thing?" said Qin Shao. The Palace Master of the Desolate Land nodded slightly. "Everything in the world is different. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. I called you here today because I wanted to meet you and give you some praise. Secondly, I wanted to give you some pointers. Otherwise, your master would really say that I'm stingy and didn't give you any preferential treatment. I originally wanted to give you some preferential treatment, but it's not urgent now. I'll give it to you when your clone comes back alive from the desolate small world. It's also a test for you. Good resources can only be obtained with good performance." Qin Shao didn't expect too much special treatment, but if there was one, he wouldn't refuse. Qin Shao didn't expect the Palace Master to call him here today to give him some pointers. The Palace Master's pointers were invaluable. Qin Shao was full of expectations. The Palace Master of the Desolate Land said again, "Your cultivation of the Great Tao and the secret arts are not bad. However, your foundation is far from enough. You're still lacking in many aspects. Of course, it's not your fault. After all, you're only 50,000 years old. You're very, very young. Some things really need time to hone and accumulate. You can't rush it. The direction you should work hard to break through now should be the application of the Great Tao. Today, I'll give you some pointers on the application of the sword principle. As for whether you can gain anything, it's all up to you." Qin Shao also guessed that the Palace Master of the Desolate Land wanted to give him some pointers on the application of the sword principle. It was indeed so. This was something Qin Shao had always been eager to do. After all, Qin Shao was still far from the application of the sword principle in all aspects. If he relied on himself to cultivate, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to the intermediate application level. The pointers from the Palace Master of the Desolate Land were naturally very meaningful. "Thank you, Palace Master." Qin Shao also hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The Palace Master of the Desolate Land gently waved his hand, and Qin Zhao's whole body was suddenly sucked in by an irresistible force. When he reappeared, he was in a desolate, ancient world of swords. The desolate land, the desolate scenery, the ancient tranquility The World of Swords. Chapter 736. The last time he broke into Emperor Gu Yang's emperor tomb on the battlefield of gods and demons, he also entered the sword world created by Emperor Gu Yang. After comprehending the sword world, Qin Shao smoothly cultivated the seven-star sword technique to the perfection stage. Emperor Gu Yang's lifetime of comprehension was undoubtedly far inferior to that of the Lord of Desolate Land. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shao entered the sword world, he was stunned. It was like a child coming into contact with this world for the first time. He felt that everywhere was filled with mysteries. The entire world was so mystical. Every single thing was worth comprehending and learning. A white figure walked out of the void. It was the incarnation of the Lord of Desolate Land. The sword is the weapon of all things. The sword is the ultimate carrier. The voice of the great bell rang in Qin Zhao's mind like a long bell. Every word could be engraved on the soul and would never be erased. As he spoke, the incarnation in white also began to brandish his sword and display the application of sword principle. Exquisite, it's really exquisite. This is the application of the sword. This is the sword technique. With just a glance, Qin Shao was completely stunned. The application of sword principle displayed by the incarnation of the Lord of Desolate Land was different from the one displayed by Emperor Gu Yang. The Lord of Desolate Lands was obviously more profound and could be understood better. Just like the same set of sword principle, when performed by a strong and weak person, it would naturally be different. The strong person could accurately analyze the essence of the sword principle in the sword momentum, making it easier for others to understand and comprehend. This was a method of imparting knowledge. The weak person could display Xingyi, but it was difficult to impart knowledge through the sword. After all, the application of great Tao was extremely profound. Although Emperor Gu Yang was a peerless existence, he had only cultivated the application of sword principle to the intermediate level. However, the level of the Lord of Desolate Land was obviously far from what Emperor Gu Yang could compare to. His sword was more natural. There are thousands of sword principles, and they are extremely complex. However, sword principle is pure. The application of sword principle is actually based on pure sword principle. Sword principle is the foundation, the foundation. Throw away everything, cut off the leaves and branches, and return everything to the master. The voice of the great bell rang again. These words had a great impact on Qin Shao. Qin Shao was completely immersed in comprehension. He could clearly feel the rapid improvement of sword principle. Many things that he did not understand about the application of sword principle suddenly became clear at this time. This wonderful feeling was self-evident. As expected of the Desolate Home Master's personal teaching, it was indeed not for show. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. It was definitely much better than the inheritance that Qin Shao had obtained from Emperor Gu Yang. With the guidance of a good master, a cultivator could avoid many detours. While Qin Shao was immersed in the sword world, the Lord of Desolate Land and Master Qingye were still in the Desolate Land world. Qingye, how long did it take you to reach the intermediate level of Great Tao application? The Lord of Desolate Land suddenly asked. Master Qingye shook his head and said, It took me about 300,000 years. In terms of speed, I'm afraid I'm not even in the top 100 in the history of our universe. Lord Huayong reached this level in 100,000 years. The fastest should be Tian Lingzi. I think it took him about 80,000 years. This should be the fastest record in our universe. The Lord of Desolate Land nodded slightly and said, Yes, the fastest record is Tian Lingzi. He reached the intermediate level of Great Tao application in about 80,000 years. However, from the looks of it, this record will be broken very soon. The Lord of Desolate Land's words were very clear. He obviously thought highly of Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao had only cultivated for about 53,000 years. There was still more than 30,000 years to go before he could reach Tian Lingzi's record. Of course, 30,000 years was not a long time. Upon hearing the Lord of Desolate Land's words, Master Qingye was slightly surprised. He said, "Lord, do you think so highly of Qin Shao? Although his current situation is still very good, it may not be so easy for him to really take that step. Yi Juanhe has been stuck at that level for 1,000,000 years. He has never been able to truly take that step." The Lord of Desolate Land said lightly, "Yi Juanhe's potential is limited. I guess his lifetime achievement will only be on the heaven list. The possibility of him becoming a dominator is very slim. Yi Juanhe is much worse than you were back then. However, Qin Shao is different. He is much more dazzling than you were back then. Those who could be chosen by the Red Dust Guest team were indeed outstanding. What I admire most about him is his temperament. You should know about his situation on the battlefield of gods and demons. If you were in his place when you were young, you might not have been able to walk out alive." Master Qingye nodded in agreement. If it were him, there was a 99% chance that he would have died in the graveyard sea of the gods. Moreover, Qin Zhao's luck is too heaven-defying. I used the supreme Tao of fate to deduce his fate, but I still could not deduce his trajectory. The stronger the Tao of fate, the greater the resistance against fate, and the harder it is for fate to capture it. When you were back then, I could still vaguely catch a glimpse of it. However, I can't catch a glimpse of Qin Shao at all. Jim and Greenleaf was secretly surprised as well. The Managed-on Hall Master was absolutely unparalleled in the Tao of numeracy. He could deduce the fate of most people completely. He understood the past and present, peeked into the future, and sees the fate of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, the Lord of Desolate Land could not peek into the trajectory of a person's fate when they reached the heaven list level. There were very few fourth-step gods who could prevent the Lord of Desolate Land from peeking into the trajectory of their fate. Master Qingye knew very well what this meant. Jim and Greenleaf chuckled. "Then I'm also looking forward to Qin Shao bringing us a pleasant surprise. If he can break this record, it'll be a sensational event. I'm looking forward to Qin Zhao's growth more and more. I really don't know how far he can go in the future." Haha. Fortunately, Senior Red Dust Guest and Lord of Desolate Land are concerned about him. Otherwise, it would be a great loss if Qin Shao was thrown to another holy land. The Lord of Desolate Land smiled faintly and said, "Red Dust Guest is also a sly old fox, but he should be ambitious. Most likely, his expectations for Qin Shao were also at the Universe Master level. If he doesn't become a Universe Master, it will be of no help to him at all. After so many years, Red Dust Guest has only accepted one disciple. Obviously, he has high hopes for Qin Shao. Red Dust Guest's methods are not to be underestimated." Master Qingye nodded. When Red Dust Guest was mentioned, his face was full of reverence. Qin Shao, who was immersed in Sword World and comprehending Sword Tao, naturally did not know that the Lord of Desolate Land and Master Qingye were discussing him and had high hopes for him. Qin Shao was completely unaware of the passage of time. He was like a baby in his mother's amniotic fluid, greedily sucking in nutrients to grow stronger. It turns out that my way of thinking has always been wrong. That's why my sword is not pure at all. If I don't take the right path, then I will take too many detours. If I take too many detours, it will seriously affect my ability to comprehend. Sword Tao and Sword Tao are the purest. With the Sword Tao as the foundation and the main body, one can then peel the silk from the cocoon and make the branches flourish. Step by step, one can go against the flow, and finally, when the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Sword Tao is the foundation of my cultivation now. Only by starting from the foundation can I finally step onto the great path. I took everything from the very beginning. My path was too crooked. The application of Sword Tao is like this. The core is the Sword Tao, the pure Sword Tao. Pure Sword Tao is like a spark that can start a prairie fire. Going against the flow is like ascending to heaven. It's too difficult. Qin Shao gained many new comprehensions in his heart. He also recognized his own shortcomings and push through the old to create new ones. Let's give it a try. After an unknown period of time, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp, and the sword in his hand suddenly moved. He simplified the complicated and performed the pure sword Dao. Then, he used the sword Dao to push it to a new level, so as to reach the height of application. This process was quite simple in theory, but it was very, very difficult to perform in practice. Sailing against the current was naturally more difficult. Qin Zhao's many insights burst out, but he still felt difficult to block. After performing for a while, Qin Zhao frowned deeply and shook his head. It's not enough. It's not enough. Although my comprehension has improved a lot, and I finally touched the threshold of a breakthrough, I'm stuck at this step and can't make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Qin Zhao was almost like Yi Junhe at this time. He was also stuck at the final juncture on the threshold. He clearly felt that he had mastered some intermediate application of Sword Dao, but he was still a little bit away from a breakthrough. But the difference was like heaven and earth, like a natural chasm. If he couldn't get over it, it would be like heaven and earth. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. He felt that everything was in place, but he was still a little bit away. However, he couldn't figure out where the problem was. Qin Zhao performed the Sword Dao again and tried various methods, but he was still a little bit away and was still stuck. Time passed quietly. Qin Zhao had been cultivating for 3,000 years, and he had been stuck at this level for more than 1,000 years. After trying hard for 1,000 years, it was still fruitless. Qin Zhao had no choice but to stop and walk out of the world of swords. Seeing Master Qingye and the Temple Master of Desolate Land, Qin Zhao bowed respectfully and said with a look of shame, "Sorry to disappoint you, Temple Master." Qin Zhao didn't break through to the intermediate application of Sword Dao in one fell swoop. Huh. Gem and Greenleaf began to chuckle. Qin Zhao, if you really are able to break through within 3,000 years, both the Hall Lord and I will be quite shocked. It'll be strange if the application of Dao is so easy to make a breakthrough. Yi Junhe was trapped for 1,000,000 years, so it's not strange at all. It's already very impressive that you can reach this step in 3,000 years. Chapter 737. In the face of Master Qingye's praise, Qin Zhao remained calm and did not show much joy. Qin Zhao was indeed disappointed that he could not break through to the intermediate level of sword principle in one fell swoop. Qin Zhao clearly felt that he was almost there, but he was just a little bit away. That little bit of difference was like a natural moat that Qin Zhao could not cross. This kind of feeling was really an indescribable feeling. It was really uncomfortable. Of course, Qin Zhao also understood that the taboo when it came to cultivation was to be impatient. More haste, less speed, and when the time is right, return. Qin Zhao, let's go. I'll take you out, Master Qingye said to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao nodded his head and respectfully bowed to the palace master of the desolate hall. Then, he bid farewell and left. After leaving the ancient world, Qin Zhao felt his whole body relax, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. After all, it was the cultivation place of the Temple Master of Desolate Land. It was normal for him to be afraid. By the way, Master Qingye, I'm really curious about something. Why do I feel that the Temple Master's realm is higher than yours? Qin Zhao could not help but ask. Qin Zhao was indeed very curious about this question. As far as he knew, the Dominator realm was the highest level in the universe. It was the existence that ruled over everything. It was the master of the universe. Although there were differences in strength among the Dominators, no matter how strong a Dominator was, he could not kill a weak one. The Dominator realm stood at the highest level in the universe and was the ruler of this world. Every ruler was a lofty existence that could not be offended in any way. At least, Qin Zhao had never heard of a realm stronger than the Dominator realm. There were no records of it in the universe either. Therefore, Qin Zhao was very puzzled. He clearly felt that the Temple Master of Desolate Land was much stronger than Master Qingye. They were not even on the same level. In fact, Qin Shao felt that if the Temple Master of Desolate Land wanted to kill Master Qingye, it would be a piece of cake. Although it was just a feeling, Qin Shao felt that there should not be a big difference. Therefore, he could not help but ask Master Qingye. Of course, it was also because Master Qingye was very amiable. Qin Shao did not feel too much pressure interacting with Master Qingye, so he dared to ask this question. Master Qingye glanced at Qin Shao and said, I originally said that you don't need to know these things for now, but since you took the initiative to ask, there is no harm in telling you in advance. With your current strength, it's fine. Upon hearing He Jim and Greenleaf say this, Qin Shao immediately knew that there had to be some sort of secret here. It seemed that he knew very little about some of the true secrets of the universe. There is actually another realm above the Dominator realm, and that is the Universe Master realm, Master Qingye said with a serious expression. Universe Master. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. Universe Master, the master of the universe. The Temple Master is a Universe Master? Master Qingye nodded and said, yes, the Temple Master is a Universe Master. The number of Universe Masters can be counted on one hand, and there are only a few in the entire universe. You must have heard of the 8 saints of the universe, right? Qin Shao nodded. He had heard of the 8 saints of the universe. They referred to the masters of the 8 holy lands of the universe. Together, they were known as the 8 saints of the universe. They were the 8 most powerful existences in the universe and held the most respected positions. They had a supreme status in the universe. The 8 universe saints are the 8 universe masters in our universe, continued Master Qingye. Each of them rules a holy land. Our temple leader is ranked second amongst the 8 saints of the universe. It's because of his power that our godly temple of desolation is so powerful. In every aspect, we are second only to Heavenly Court Island, He Jim and Greenleaf continued. Qin Shao nodded. He had known for a long time how powerful the Desolate Land Godly Palace was. Qin Shao asked again, are there only 8 universe masters in our entire universe? 8? Master Qingye shook his head slightly and said, that's not all. Of course, there aren't that many. 10. 10. Hearing this number, Qin Shao took a deep breath. There were only 10 universe masters in the entire universe. Universe masters were indeed the masters of the universe and the true controllers of the universe. They were supreme beings. Even the dominators had to bow their heads in front of them. 10 was a pitifully small number. How big was the universe? How long had it been since the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the era? Although it was extremely difficult to become a powerful being, after a long time of accumulation, the number of powerful beings in the entire universe could be counted in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Dominators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Although there were very few of them, after a long time of accumulation, there would be a few. A holy land could take out a few. However, there were only 10 universe masters. That was too few. For the time being, Qin Shao had no way of imagining what the level of a universe master was like. Among the 8 holy lands, only Heavenly Court Island has 2 universe masters, continued Master Qingye. The other 7 holy lands only have 1 universe master. This meant that the 8 holy lands occupied a total of 9 universe masters. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, is the last universe master that Master Qingye mentioned my teacher, Red Dust Guest? Since his teacher could make temple leader treat him as a friend, he should be a universe master. Qin Shao really wanted to ask this question. As a disciple, he really wanted to know how powerful his teacher was. Master Qingye seemed to see through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He smiled and said, don't let your imagination run wild. But I can tell you that your teacher is indeed a universe master. It's just that. Forget it. Some things are better left for your teacher to tell you himself. It's not convenient for me to say more. Besides, You're not even a universe master, so you don't need to know these things for now. At the very least, you have to be a universe master before you're qualified to know more about the universe. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to know. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about your current situation. He's really a universe master. Qin Zhao's heart pounded. Although he'd already guessed as much, hearing it from Jim and Greenleaf's mouth was still a bit different. Now, he could finally confirm his teacher's power. In a universe master was on an equal footing with a holy land. He really didn't expect his teacher to have such a powerful background. Now that he thought about it, Qin Zhao felt that he was really lucky to be able to become the disciple of a universe master. Qin Zhao, you should go out and explore more. You don't have to go to dangerous places in the universe. Some ordinary places are also worth visiting. Everything comes from nature, and all the paths will be reflected in nature. Understanding nature is the most primitive way, but sometimes it's also the most effective way. You're now at a bottleneck. This is one of the best ways. For you, adventuring a bit more is a way of broadening your horizons. Either way, you'll benefit from it, Jim and Greenleaf said earnestly. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking. Thank you, Master Qingye, for the reminder." Okay, if that's the case, then I won't say more. I'm still looking forward to your breakthrough. Master Qingye nodded slightly. Qin Zhao nodded with determination. I'll do my best. P.S. Sorry, I've taken 4 or 5 days off. Now that my wife has been discharged from the hospital, I'll be back to normal. I don't know when I'll be able to update in the next 2 days. Chapter 738. 9 Provinces Continent, Qin Mansion. Qin Zhao had not returned for nearly 10,000 years. Naturally, the entire 9 Provinces continent was overjoyed upon his return. The construction of Qin Mansion had always been under the charge of Sheng Yin and the Eighth Enlightenment, and they had done a great job. The main reason was that Qin Zhao's fame had skyrocketed. The more famous he became, the more admirers he would have. There were also many who would take the initiative to join him. Humans were like this. If possible, everyone would want to ride on someone's coattails. Qin Zhao's fame in the heavenly realm had surpassed Yi Juanhe's. It could be said that he was far more famous than the geniuses of his generation. There were even some who said that Qin Zhao was the #1 genius in the heavenly realm. He was definitely a peerless genius who had the potential to surpass Master Qingye. Qin Zhao was in the limelight. Naturally, there were many who came to join him. Many forces in the Hidden Dragon territory also wanted to join him. However, Qin Zhao had very high requirements for the people he chose. He also paid attention to the cultivation of his own people. It had been more than 10,000 years since the establishment of the mansion. Baifeng and Jiumei had always been in charge of training subordinates. In addition, Qin Zhao had poured in a large amount of resources. They had gained a lot in the past 10,000 years. They had already trained some formidable divine realm characters. There were also some 3rd and 4th heavenly gods. They had been cultivated from ordinary heavenly gods in Qin Mansion. Naturally, they were completely loyal to Qin Mansion and Qin Zhao. Although the people from the 9 provinces world had also received a lot of resources to cultivate, their talents were still limited. Therefore, except for Shi Jian, no one had reached the 4th heavenly god level yet. However, they were not bad. The weaker ones were 4th heavenly gods, while the better ones were heavenly gods. As soon as he returned, Qin Zhao learned about the situation in Qin Mansion. Sheng Yin and the others had done a good job. They reported in great detail. Qin Zhao was very satisfied and praised them. Servants were completely loyal to Qin Zhao. Naturally, they would do their best to do what Qin Zhao told them to do. As for the Hidden Dragon territory, Qin Zhao didn't strictly manage it. Qin Zhao didn't have much time and energy to spend on this position. Qin Zhao handed over some trivial matters to others to handle. Palace Master Xia of Changfeng and the others also performed their duties and did their best. Qin Zhao, aren't we good brothers? As soon as they were free, Brother Pure came to the door, threw himself at Qin Zhao, put his arms around her neck and asked. He even showed a very serious look. Seeing Brother Pure's expression, Qin Shao frowned slightly. He could vaguely sense that something bad was going to happen to Brother Pure. Yes. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and replied. He wanted to see what Brother Pure wanted. Brother Pure grinned and said flatteringly, "Aren't we good brothers through life and death?" "Of course." "Huh." Hearing Qin Zhao's affirmative answer, Brother Pure laughed proudly. "Qin Shao, I'm relieved to hear your words. Since we are good brothers through life and death, I think you will agree if I ask you something, right?" Qin Shao had expected that Brother Pure must have something to ask. Otherwise, this guy would not be like this. As soon as this guy moved his butt, Qin Shao knew what he was going to fart. Being tricked by Brother Pure, Qin Shao could only shake his head and smile, saying, "Well, tell me first. What is it that can make your Brother Pure take the initiative to ask me for help?" Brother Pure laughed again and scratched his head shyly. He said shyly, "In fact, it's nothing. It's just that I fell in love with a girl recently, haha." Qin Shao was amused when he heard this. That's a good thing. Why are you so shy? Isn't it good? It's normal. Your Brother Pure's skin is thicker than the city wall. What else can make you shy? At least, I can't find out. Is there a problem? Ahem, Brother Pure blushed, saying, "It's good, but the problem is that I like her, but she won't pay attention to me." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, especially when he saw Brother Pure's expression, Qin Shao couldn't help laughing heartily. "What are you laughing at?" "Don't laugh. I didn't ask you to laugh at me. I asked you to help me solve the problem. Come on, tell me." Brother Pure rolled his eyes at Qin Shao. After laughing for a while, Qin Shao finally stopped laughing, saying, Well, what do you want me to say? Isn't it good that you like a girl? I won't express any opinions, and I agree with this matter. So don't ask me." But the problem is, Brother Chunjia looked at Qin Shao weakly. He bit his lips and said, "This is unrequited love. It's not like both of us love each other. So I have a headache." Looking at Brother Pure's serious face, Qin Shao couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Brother Pure to have such a side. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled, saying, Well, I won't laugh at you. What do you want me to do?" Brother Pure put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder again, saying, "Brother, of course I asked you to help me. I'm just an insignificant nobody. I'm only a first-step heavenly deity right now. I'm not good enough, but I'm good enough. It's quite embarrassing. I have no status, no background, and no talent. You say a man like me is looked down upon by the girl's family, but the girl also looks down upon me." Qin Shao finally understood Brother Pure's idea. He narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Joking? Then you didn't tell my name? You said I'm your brother?" Brother Pure nodded, saying, "Of course I did." "I said I'm Qin Zhao's best brother, a brother of life and death. But she must believe you, right? I'm just an insignificant person. She won't even believe what I say, and I'm afraid she won't even listen to me. So you mean you want me to act as a matchmaker for you?" Qin Shao frowned slightly. Brother Pure nodded fiercely and said with a bright face, "Hey, you know me well, brother. That's it. Brother, you're now a man of the hour, and you're also the ambassador of the frontier and the official of a territory. You have status, talent, and F** king strength. Brother, as long as you speak for me and eliminate some obstacles, I can launch a fierce attack on that girl, right?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and wanted to laugh, but he held it back and squinted at Brother Pure. Brother Pure was a little anxious, saying, "Brother, say something. Brother, the happiness of my life is all in your hands. If you don't help me, I'll stay here and not leave." Qin Shao really couldn't help laughing. He really didn't expect that Brother Pure would be so obsessed with a woman. Brother Pure, who had never begged him, actually came to beg him. He felt as if the sun had risen from the west. Okay, I'll do my best. How do you want me to help you? Just tell me clearly, and I can make some arrangements." Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly. He really didn't do such a thing as being a matchmaker. Brother Pure was so excited that he suddenly rushed to Qin Shao and kissed his face directly, but Qin Shao had been prepared and pushed him away. Chapter 739. After listening to Brother Pure's story, Qin Shao finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that 100 years ago, Brother Pure went out to play and met a woman called Exquisite Fairy by chance in the Fantasy Flower Sea in the Hidden Dragon territory. Brother Pure fell in love with her at first sight. After a while, he fell deeply in love with her and couldn't extricate himself. Brother Pure started to pursue Exquisite Fairy. However, Exquisite Fairy didn't have much affection for Brother Pure. She only temporarily treated Brother Pure as a friend. However, Princess Linglong didn't directly reject Brother Pure's goodwill. In other words, Brother Pure saw a little hope. It was precisely because of this that Brother Pure didn't eat or drink for the past 100 years. He even neglected his cultivation. He just thought about how to meet Exquisite Fairy. Using the Qin Mansion's relationship, Brother Pure could easily find out Exquisite Fairy's background. However, after finding out, Brother Pure was immediately depressed. It was because Exquisite Fairy's background was a little too big. It turned out that Exquisite Fairy was the mysterious fairy of the Profound God sect. She had a supreme status and was far beyond Brother Pure's reach. Therefore, Brother Pure had been very depressed for the past 100 years. Not to mention pursuing the mysterious Exquisite Fairy. Even wanting to see the mysterious Exquisite Fairy was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Such a situation really made Brother Pure sad. Therefore, when Qin Shao came back, Brother Pure immediately ran over. After listening, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Brother, you are really something. It's fine if you don't like her, but once you like her, you immediately fell in love with her." Profound God sect. Brother Pure didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't blame me for this. Once something like love comes, it can't be stopped. Qin Shao, don't laugh at me. Hurry up and think of a way for me. This is a difficult matter. Qin Shao frowned slightly. It was indeed difficult. The Profound sect was publicly recognized as the second strongest power in the Desolate Land, second only to the Desolate Land Shrine. Although the Profound God sect was also under the rule of the Desolate Land Shrine, its status was too high compared to other powers. The Supreme Profound sect had 3 people on the heaven ranking. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. A force with 3 existences on the sky roll was naturally terrifying. This was the foundation of the mysterious divine sect. Not only that, but apart from the 3 heaven leaderboards, there were 2 others whose strength was close to the heaven leaderboards. They were also 7-star great emperors. These 5 giants were all known to the world. Just the existence of this power was enough to deter anyone from provoking the Supreme Profound God sect. As for the Exquisite Fairy that Brother Pure liked, she was the direct descendant of the current sect master of the Supreme Profound God sect, Nangong Ling. She was extremely talented and was given the title of Mysterious Fairy. Mysterious Fairy was a title given to young geniuses by the Supreme Profound God sect. Those who were given the title were extremely outstanding young geniuses. They would definitely be heavily nurtured by the Supreme Profound God sect. The title of Mysterious Fairy represented a kind of status. This kind of status was not inferior to being sent to the Desolate Land Island to train. It might even be better. On top of that, Exquisite Fairy's identity made her even more beloved by Sect Master Nangong. In terms of strength, the Exquisite Fairy was already a 4th-step heavenly god. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary 4th-step heavenly god. Although she hadn't entered the Earth leaderboard yet, Princess Linglong was still young and had a chance to enter the Earth leaderboard. For a girl, it was considered very good. Therefore, the gap between Brother Pure and the Exquisite Fairy was indeed not on the same level. For such a powerful force, his daughter would definitely not be married off easily. There would definitely be a match of equal social status. Brother Pure's potential in all aspects was indeed a little lacking. There was no way around it. It was almost impossible for him to change it. If it was an ordinary matter, Qin Shao would have gone to Sect Master Nangong Ling personally. He believed that Sect Master Nangong Ling would give face to Qin Shao. However, this matter really gave Qin Shao a headache. I know this matter is difficult. Otherwise, why would I come to you for help? Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao eagerly and said, Brother, my life's happiness is all in your hands. I feel like I'm going to die. If I don't see my exquisite fairy again, I'm going to collapse. Qin Shao was speechless. Brother Pure looked really pitiful like this. However, this matter made Qin Shao frown deeply. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Pure, since you're so infatuated, I'll naturally help you with all my strength. However, you should know that this matter is very, very difficult. Although I'm now a border ambassador and a disciple of the Desolate Land's divine palace, it's still very difficult. However, in the eyes of the profound sect, it's nothing. In order for the profound sect to be polite, one had to be at the level of a ruler. However, Qin Shao could not possibly ask Master Qingye for this matter. Besides, this matter would probably make things difficult for Master Qingye. Brother Pure nodded and said, I know all this. However, no matter how slim the hope is, I won't give up. Since I've already fallen in love, I'll work hard no matter what. What I want now is a chance to see the exquisite fairy. I want to move her with sincerity. I want to be able to exchange for her heart. If she agrees with me, the profound sect might not object. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, the most important thing is for the exquisite fairy to agree. If she agrees, then the other matters will be easier to handle. At most, I'll be thick-skinned and plead for you. Perhaps I'll be able to get some leniency. Of course, this matter is hard to say for now. After all, I'm nothing in the eyes of the profound sect. I don't have that much influence. At most, I'll be able to see Sect Master Nangong. Brother Pure gritted his teeth and said resolutely, That's enough. Let's do it. No matter what, we'll do it to the end. Ha ha. If you have this kind of determination and cultivation, perhaps your strength will be much more than this. Your talent and potential are actually not bad. Furthermore, I can satisfy your needs as much as I want for cultivation resources. To put it bluntly, you still need to have your own strength. Only in this way, the chances of you being together with exquisite Xian Fairy will also be greater. Qin Shao joked with a smile. Brother Pure blushed and said, Don't talk about this. Sigh, I have to work hard in the future. However, I'm still young and anxious. I still have a chance to become stronger. For the exquisite fairy, I must work 10 times, no, 100 times harder than before. No matter how hard it is, I'll be willing. Seeing Brother Pure like this, Qin Shao shook his head inwardly. He's a little crazy. It seems like he's a little too deeply in love. Brother Pure has always been a sentimental person. It all depends on how he handles this relationship. If he handles it well, it will be a kind of spur for him. If he doesn't handle it well, he might go berserk and ruin his future. However, if he really wanted to talk about it, the possibility of Brother Pure becoming a mighty figure was really small. Unless he could find some miraculous items to help Brother Pure break through, such as the Tao integration fruit. As long as a fourth-step heavenly god ate one, he could immediately become a mighty figure. Of course, if his potential was destroyed, he would not be able to advance for the rest of his life. Moreover, those who became a mighty figure through the Tao integration fruit were relatively weak. Not to mention the fourth-step heavenly gods on the earth roll, even a fourth-step heavenly god with a little bit of experience could be defeated. Those who became a mighty figure through this method would be like a mighty figure. They could live forever and have the same lifespan as the universe. Under Brother Pure's urging, Qin Shao had no choice but to set off with Brother Pure. The Xian God sect was located in the Xian Ridge. As the territory under the Xian God sect's rule, they did not need to pay tribute to the Desolate Land Divine Palace. On the way, Brother Pure also told Qin Shao about the Yao Shiwelian situation. It had been 30 to 40,000 years since Yao Shiwelian entered the Desolate Land Island. Now that Yao Shiwelian had reached the 18 islands, Qin Shao was a little surprised. After all, the Yao Shiwelian he knew was not so monstrous in terms of talent. However, He did not expect her to be able to reach the 18 islands. Moreover, she was still in the desolate land island. There should be room for growth. Yao Shuoyan's original body rarely came to the Jiuzhou continent when Qin Xiao was not around. She only came to ask about Qin Zhao's situation. Everyone knew Yao Shuoyan's feelings for Qin Xiao. However, everyone also knew that Qin Xiao always had another person in his heart. Therefore, there was no way he could accept Yao Shuoyan. Haha, brother. Actually, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Many of us cultivators have a lot of wives. Yao Shuoyan is really a good girl. Moreover, she shouldn't mind this matter. I think, however, before Brother Pure could finish his words, Qin Xiao interrupted him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take care of it. You should focus on your own things. Brother Pure could only stop talking about this topic and talk about other things. From the Qin Manor to the Supreme Profound God Sect, they had to cross over 30 territories, and the journey was too long. Even with Qin Xiao leading the way, the two of them still used a full 100 years to finally arrive at the Supreme Profound God Sect. It was majestic, vast, and ancient. Its aura was serene. The entire Profound God Sect occupied a very large area, and the magnificent buildings were connected together, giving off a sense of grandeur. Standing in front of the Profound Sect, people couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. No one dared to act rashly here. Brother Pure was also trembling slightly. The pressure of the aura was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Frightening. It was indeed frightening. Boom! An almighty figure tore through the void and appeared in front of Qin Xiao and Brother Pure in the blink of an eye. Almighty Tuozhu. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the newcomer, and he nodded slightly. Although the other party was an almighty figure, he was only an ordinary one. Therefore, Qin Xiao only needed to give him a slight nod. Greetings, Almighty Tuozhu. Brother Pure hurriedly bowed. He didn't have Qin Xiao's status, so he naturally had to be more respectful in front of an almighty figure. Tuozhu smiled faintly. Your Highness Qin Xiao, we are honored by your presence. My apologies for not going out to meet you. The sect head ordered me to come and welcome you, but I let your Highness Qin Xiao arrive first. Please forgive me. That's fine. Qin Xiao waved a hand. Chapter 740. Who is this? Tuozhu's gaze landed on Brother Pure. He was only a first step heavenly god. If he wasn't with Qin Xiao, he would have been ignored by Tuozhu. Qin Xiao introduced, "Oh, this is my best brother, Qin Shanbai. His nickname is Brother Pure." Tuozhu didn't find it strange that Brother Pure had such a weird nickname. The universe was so big that there were countless nicknames. There were all kinds of weird nicknames. Tuozhu didn't ask any more questions. He led Qin Xiao and Brother Pure into the Profound God Sect. Along the way, well-equipped guards with powerful auras bowed respectfully. Any one of the guards along the way could easily crush Brother Pure to death. Fortunately, Brother Pure was with Qin Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to come to such a place. Following Tuozhu, they soon arrived at a palace. A majestic figure sat on a high throne, sending chills down one's spine. His body was shrouded in a dense cloud of golden energy. His Dharma form appeared, and strange phenomena occurred one after another. It was impossible to see the true face of the majestic figure. From afar, they could feel an extremely terrifying aura surging towards them. It was as if they were facing an ancient demon. Terrifying, it was extremely terrifying. What a powerful existence. Qin Xiao thought to himself. The person in front of them was obviously the sect master of the Profound God Sect, Nangongling. He was the youngest person on the heaven list in the Profound God Sect. The sect master of the Profound God Sect had a supreme status. In the vast universe, he was definitely one of the most famous people. Although his ranking on the heaven list wasn't high, and he wasn't in the top 300, he was still on the heaven list. To be able to be on the heaven list was enough to prove how powerful Nangongling was. Just by looking at it from afar, Qin Shao was a little shocked by sect master Nangong's vast qi. Brother Pure, who was with Qin Shao, felt even worse. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's deliberate protection, he would have vomited blood and knelt on the ground. At this moment, Brother Pure was also trembling in fear. This was the first time he was facing such an existence. The existence of the Heaven List, not to mention him, was also high and mighty even to Qin Shao. It was like a huge mountain in front of him. Senior Brother Nangong, it's a little rude of me to visit you without an invitation. Qin Shao cupped his fists and bowed to Sect Master Nangong. In front of the Heaven List, Qin Shao was still very respectful. Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao came from afar. I'm afraid that you wouldn't come to my Three Treasures Palace without a reason, right? I've long heard of your name, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao. Recently, you've been in the limelight in the realm of the gods. Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, you've been very famous. I'm not in the Desolate Land's Divine Palace, so I haven't seen Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao. Today, I'll take this opportunity to see another peerless genius in the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Sect Master Nangong's voice resounded in the main hall. Although it was loud and clear, it wasn't harsh at all. Like a trickle of water, it flowed lightly into people's ears. Qin Shao smiled and said, just as Senior Marshal Brother Nangong said, one wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Palace without a reason. This time, I'm mainly here for my good brother Qin Shanbai. Sect Master Nangong's gaze fell on Brother Pure. Brother Pure was immediately in awe. He lowered his head and bowed respectfully. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With just a glance, Sect Master Nangong understood the situation. So you're here for Ling Long, Sect Master Nangong said. There wasn't much change in his voice. It was very calm. However, Brother Pure was already nervous. His palms were sweating. To him, this matter was related to a lifetime of happiness. If Sect Master Nangong didn't agree, then there was no way to discuss this matter. He probably wouldn't even give him a chance to see Ling Long Xianbai. Sect Master Nangong looked at Qin Shao and said, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, I'm sure you're aware of my family's Ling Long situation. She's now in her growth period. She can't be distracted. Let's talk about this matter later. It's not a good thing to be in love. We're both still young. It's better to focus on cultivation now. It was reasonable to say that 50,000 years old was young. After all, the lifespan of a divine spirit was 84 billion years. 50,000 years was not even a fraction of that. Hearing Sect Master Nangong's tactful rejection, Brother Pure wanted to cry. He looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of longing. It seemed that Brother Pure's feelings for Princess Ling Long were indeed very deep. If it wasn't for Brother Pure's pleading, Qin Shao wouldn't have lowered his face to agree. Seeing Brother Pure's pitiful look, Qin Shao could only say, Senior Marshal Brother Nangong, I know this too. But how should I put it? Things like love don't necessarily affect cultivation. It doesn't necessarily make people addicted to it. My brother is just like me. He's a person of temperament. I think that if he uses his feelings well, it'll be helpful for his cultivation. In the realm of the gods, there are many examples of couples becoming powerful. And as far as I know, Senior Marshal Brother Nangong also got married when you were a 4-step heavenly god, right? If it was an ordinary person, they naturally wouldn't dare to speak to Sect Master Nangong like this. Although I got married when I was a 4-step heavenly god, I'm still over 1 million years old. My descendant Ling Long is only 30,000 years old now. She's still a little too young. Sect Master Nangong said again. On one hand, he was considering the issue of Ling Long Xian's age. On the other hand, he naturally expressed his dissatisfaction with Brother Pure. After all, Brother Pure was only a 1st-step heavenly god. Compared to Ling Long Xian, the difference was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. For Sect Master Nangong to reject like this, it was already very polite. In fact, how could Qin Shao not know this? If it was his disciple Shi Jian who asked him to come and talk about marriage, then Qin Shao would have some confidence. Sure, Jian was now on the earth, ranking and could be considered a peerless genius. Moreover, he had a master. Although his conditions were indeed not as good as Ling Longxian's, the gap was not too big. However, for Brother Pure, it was really a little embarrassing to ask. But there was no other way. Brother Pure was one of Qin Zhao's best brothers. If his brother had a request, Qin Zhao couldn't bear to not agree. Qin Zhao said, "Senior brother Nangong, there are no outsiders here. I won't beat around the bush. Although my brother's talent and potential are indeed a little lacking, it's also because he's too playful. If he really wants to do something seriously, I believe he has the ability to do it well. There's an old saying in our hometown. It's better to tear down 10 bridges than to tear down a marriage. My brother is indeed deeply in love with Ling Longxian. I, Qin Xiao, am also shamelessly here today. I'm still willing to ask senior brother Nangong to give them a chance. Of course, if Ling Longxian doesn't have such feelings for my brother, then I believe my brother will slowly give up. But if you don't let him fight for it, my brother will not be satisfied. If senior brother Nangong can agree to Qin Zhao's shameless request, then Qin Xiao will owe senior brother Nangong a favor." Sect Master Nangong's deep gaze landed on Qin Xiao. With his current strength, there was indeed no need for him to put Qin Xiao in his eyes. However, Qin Zhao's growth potential was too terrifying. He had only cultivated for a short period of 50,000 years, but he had already grown to such a level. It was indeed a very frightening thing. In the future, Qin Xiao might not necessarily have no hope of becoming an unparalleled dominator like Master Qingye. A peerless genius with the potential to become a dominator was definitely worth befriending. Right now, in the realm of the gods, there were probably not many forces that didn't want to befriend Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao took the initiative to deliver a favor. Such a good thing didn't happen all the time. Sect Master Nangong was silent for a moment before he said, "Junior brother Qin Xiao, since you have already said so, then I will give you face today and let Ling Long come out to meet me. If Ling Long is completely unwilling, then I can't help. As for the marriage of my descendants, I won't interfere too much. The most important thing is still their wish." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Of course. If Ling Longxian isn't willing, then I won't force her. After all, a forcibly picked melon won't be sweet." Sect Master Nangong nodded slightly and had already summoned Ling Longxian. Brother Pure stood there like a wooden chicken. He was so nervous that his body trembled slightly. However, he also had some desire. From time to time, he would raise his head and look, hoping to see Ling Longxian as soon as possible. Seeing Brother Pure's appearance, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and wanted to laugh. Brother Pure, who was not afraid of anything, also had such a nervous moment. Not long after, a woman wearing a purple robe and a phoenix crown on her head walked over. She was dragging 2 long white ribbons behind her. Like a fairy from the 9 heavens, she descended from the sky and walked over. Seeing Ling Longxian, Brother Pure's eyes suddenly widened. His face was dull and infatuated, as if he was possessed. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on Ling Longxian. He had to admit that Ling Longxian was indeed very beautiful. She was very elegant and lofty, just like a queen. This woman was indeed very charming. Perhaps many men would be fascinated by her. No wonder she could make Brother Pure fall head over heels for her. However, Qin Xiao did not have such thoughts. He just took a few glances and then withdrew his gaze. Ling Longxian bowed respectfully to Sect Master Nangong, and then looked at Qin Xiao and bowed. "Ling Long greets Your Highness Qin Xiao." "Ling Longxian, you don't have to be so polite." Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Ling Longxian's gaze fell on Brother Pure, who was standing beside Qin Xiao. She had already known that Brother Pure was from Qin Mansion, but she did not expect him to have such a close relationship with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao actually brought her to Xian's sect personally, which really surprised her. However, she frowned slightly when she looked at Brother Pure. From the slight change in her expression, Qin Xiao also read some information. It seemed that this trip would end in failure. Qin Xiao looked at Brother Pure again. This guy actually looked at Ling Long Xian and smiled foolishly. He was really possessed. P.S. Today's 2 chapters have been completed. More than 6,000 words. Qin was now working as a stay-at-home dad while squeezing out time to write. Needless to say, it was hard for him. Waving Baby's hands, he came to ask for flowers. This is the first time Baby asked for flowers. Uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters, please give him some. Chapter 741. He, exquisite fairy, I haven't seen you for 100 years. How have you been? Brother Pure said with a silly smile. Love was the easiest thing to be infatuated with, causing one's IQ to drop to 0. Exquisite fairy looked at Brother Pure, and for the sake of His Highness Qin Shao, she replied, I'm fine. Hee, as long as you're fine. Hee. Brother Pure, who had always been eloquent, stuttered. His face was slightly red, and he scratched his head, not knowing what to say. For a first-time lover, it was indeed very difficult to talk about love and relationships. What's the matter? Ling Longxian knew was a smart person. When she saw this, she naturally understood that the person who was looking for her was not the peerless Highness Qin Shao, but Brother Pureness. If it was His Highness Qin Shao who came to look for her, she would feel flattered. Unfortunately, that was not the case. She had some admiration for Her Highness Qin Shao in her heart. She didn't expect to see Her Highness Qin Shao in her own home today. Qin Shao was now like the sun in the divine world. He was famous and peerless in his generation. Although he was only a 4th-step heavenly god, it was enough for Sect Master Nangong, who was on the heaven ranking and the sect master of the profound divine sect, to receive him. This was where one's foundation, identity, and potential lay. Although the Earth ranking had not been updated, there were already rumors that Qin Zhao's current strength was definitely in the top 5 of the Earth ranking. After all, Qin Shao was able to kill the original body of the Raging Dragon. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be in the top 5 of the Earth ranking. He would definitely create a legend and become the youngest person in history to be in the top 5 of the Earth ranking. As the saying goes, heroes come from the young. Qin Shao was obviously such a young hero. Naturally, he attracted the admiration of countless girls. Even Exquisite Fairy was no exception. After being asked by Exquisite Fairy, Brother Pure's face turned red. After a while, he stuttered that, Exquisite Fairy, I'm here today to propose marriage to you. Marriage proposal? Before Brother Chuanjia could finish his words, the Exquisite Fairy interrupted him and sneered. Are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? We've only met once, and we can't even be considered as ordinary friends. Don't tell me that you and I hit it off at first sight, or that you fell in love with me at first sight. I've heard too many of those words. It's just that other people would usually keep such words to themselves. Brother Pure was saddened by Exquisite Mystic Fairy's direct rejection. He looked at Exquisite Mystic Fairy with a sad expression and said, I really like you. The Exquisite Xian Fairy did not want Brother Pure to finish his sentence. She waved her hand and interrupted Brother Pure. All right, I believe that you are sincere. I'm sorry, but feelings are mutual and not one-sided. I've only met you once. Other than knowing that your name is Qian Shanbai and your nickname is Brother Pure, I don't even know who you are, let alone understand you. Moreover, the man I like is a young hero who can conquer me in all aspects, who can make me admire him, who is a peerless talent. If he can't move my heart, then I will never agree to anything. Sect Master Nangong sat on the high throne and watched everything calmly. He did not intervene. This matter was completely left to Exquisite Fairy to deal with. This was something that they had agreed on beforehand. Qin Shao naturally could not intervene in this kind of matter. He could only let Brother Pure deal with it himself. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Qin Shao obviously could not force this matter. Exquisite Goddess, although I'm still weak now, I have the willpower and determination. I'll definitely become stronger very quickly. I've never liked any girl before. You're the only girl that I can't forget and I'm crazy about. I could do anything for you. I just hope that you can give me a chance. No matter what kind of man you like, I will try my best to make it happen for you," Pure Brother said resolutely. Exquisite Fairy frowned and looked at Brother Pure. She said, "The man I like must be indomitable, must be peerless, must be a dragon among men, must be a real young talent. Even if he can't enter the Earth ranking, he must stand at the very top. He must at least be close to the Earth ranking and become a young talent. Only in this way can he reach the lowest threshold for me to choose a husband. Only then will I consider giving you a chance. To be honest, you're still too far away from this threshold. There are some things that can't be done just because you talk about it, and it can't be achieved just by hard work. Hard work, talent, potential, luck, you can't lack any of them. Hard work alone is far from enough. So, it's better to be realistic than to have such a meaningless dream. I'm focusing all my energy on cultivation now. I don't want to think too much about love." Brother Chuanjie suddenly became silent. His soul was severely damaged, as if a sharp knife was ruthlessly twisting his soul, cutting it piece by piece. Qin Shao felt heartache when he saw this. However, he really couldn't help much in this matter. After a long silence, Brother Pure gritted his teeth and said with determination, "Fine, Exquisite Fairy. If this is the lowest threshold you need, then I'll definitely reach it. Moreover, I'll reach it within 10,000 years. If I can't reach it within 10,000 years, then I'll give up and I won't have the face to see you again. If I can reach it within 10,000 years, can you give me a chance to pursue you?" Exquisite Fairy obviously didn't care about such words. She said coldly, "Let's talk about it when you can reach it." Obviously, in Exquisite Fairy's heart, she didn't think that Brother Pure could reach the lowest threshold in her heart within 10,000 years. 10,000 years was still too short. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Exquisite Fairy bowed to Sect Master Nangong and Qin Shao and left. Brother Chuanjie could only watch as Exquisite Fairy left, anxiously waiting for her to leave. However, his heart was incomparably firm. "Exquisite Fairy, wait for me. I'll definitely reach it within 10,000 years. I'll definitely do it. Maybe I'm too lazy. I really need to work hard. I don't believe that Brother Pure's talent is so low that he can't work hard. Only those with a will can achieve it. I'll definitely do it." Looking at Brother Pure's appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle in his heart. It seemed like this guy really needed some stimulation. However, it wasn't easy to reach that level within 10,000 years. Of course, there was still a chance. As for the specifics, it would depend on Brother Pure's own fortune. If Brother Pure could have Qin Zhao's style, 10,000 years would be enough for him to shine. Perhaps the power of love could completely stimulate his potential. "Junior Qin Shao, I can't help you with this matter," Sect Master Nangong suddenly said. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "It's all right. Let the young people solve their own problems. Since this matter has been settled, I'll take my leave now. When I open my mansion, I'll invite Sect Master Nangong." "All right." Sect Master Nangong nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, Tuo Zhu walked over and gestured for Qin Shao to leave. After Tuo sent the two of them out of the profound divine sect, Qin Shao said, "All right, Almighty Tuo, let's stop here. We'll leave on our own. Please go back." Tuo Zhu cupped his hands toward Qin Shao and said, "All right, then I won't send you off. If you have time in the future, you're welcome to visit my profound god sect. This time, Your Highness Qin Shao left in a hurry, so I didn't have much to entertain you. I didn't even bring Your Highness Qin Shao around the profound god sect. It's a pity. Haha, that's fine. The future is long. We'll have plenty of time to interact. I've been busy recently, so I'll pass this time. Next time." Qin Shao smiled. After sending Tuo Zhu off, Qin Shao patted Brother Pure's shoulder and said, "Let's go back." Just as the two were about to leave, 3 figures flew over and landed in front of Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The 3 of them were well-dressed, elegant, and dignified. One could tell at a glance that they were outstanding youths. The golden-clothed youth in the middle was especially arrogant and exuded a powerful aura. The youths on his left and right weren't inferior either. They all exuded powerful auras, indicating their strength. The three of them were also fourth-step heavenly gods, but their strength was definitely extraordinary. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the three men. Very quickly, he found information about the three of them. The golden-clothed man in the middle was called Taiyu. He was called Taiyu Xianzi because he was a Xianzi. The green-clothed man on his left was Lu Sheng Xianzi, and the red-clothed man on his right was Ling Feng Xianzi. All three of them were Xianzi from the profound divine sect, and their strength was close to the earth roll. The strongest one was Taiyu Xianzi, who was the closest to the earth roll. He could be considered a peerless genius. Brother Pure was indeed much dimmer compared to the three of them. Taiyu Xuanzi and the other two looked at Qin Shao, but there was not much respect on their faces. However, the three of them didn't dare to offend Qin Shao. Instead, they bowed slightly and shouted, "Greetings, Your Highness Qin Shao." After that, the three of them stared at Brother Pure like wolves and tigers. Brother Pure felt as if he was being stared at by three poisonous snakes. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Brother Chunjie naturally felt that these three people had a strong hostility towards him, which was directed at him. Not only were their gazes filled with hostility, but their gazes were also filled with disdain, a trace of disdain. This kind of gaze really made Brother Chunjie very uncomfortable. Brother Chunjie was not a fool. He could understand that these three people were obviously here because of the matter of exquisite mysterious fairy. They should be rivals in love or something like that. It seemed like the exquisite goddess really didn't have any feelings for him. She turned around and told him about this matter. It was needless to say what her intention was. "Why are you looking for me?" Brother Pure asked, although he had already guessed the purpose of their visit. Chapter 742. Of course I have something to tell you. The red-clothed youth, Ling Feng Xuanzi, chuckled and looked at Brother Pure. "Boy, I really don't know where you get your courage from. You're a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Where did you get the courage to come to our Xian Shun sect to propose marriage to Ling Long Xian? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Which part of you is worthy of Ling Long Xian Shun?" Such a straightforward insult made Brother Pure's face turn ashen again. It was like a slap to his face. Ling Feng Xuanzi continued, "I've seen many shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You've really opened my eyes. Why? Just because you're the brother of His Highness Qin Shao, you think you're awesome? You're a toad that wants to eat swan meat? Our Xianshin sect will respect His Highness Qin Shao, but it doesn't mean that we need to give you any face. Don't take yourself too seriously. In fact, you're nothing in the eyes of our Xianshin sect." Brother Pure's face was deathly pale. He stood there stiffly as if he had been frozen. He clenched his fists and his fingers dug into his flesh. When had he, Brother Chunjie, ever been humiliated like this? However, what power did he have to resist? If it wasn't for love, how could he endure such humiliation? This was the world. Martial arts were respected, and the fist was the only dignity. If you didn't have strength, you would be looked down upon wherever you went. It was okay to pull down the flag occasionally, but the most important thing was to rely on your own strength to prove yourself and make others respect you. Without strength, everything was in vain. The heavy blow to his heart made Brother Pure even more resolute. He had always been a person who refused to bow his head. He would be strong when he met the strong. Now, he was making up his mind again and again, hitting the limit of his potential again and again. This time, he vowed to become stronger in his heart. This desire had become unprecedentedly strong. Ling Feng Xuanzi pointed at the arrogant Taiyu Xuanzi and looked contemptuously at his pale Brother Pure. He sneered. "Let me introduce you. This is Taiyu Xuanzi. He's currently the strongest person among the younger generation of the profound divine sect. His strength is close to the earth roll. It's only a matter of time before I make it onto the earth roll. Exquisite Xian Nu and my big brother Taiyu are the ones who love each other. They are a match made in heaven. Do you understand? As for you, hee, you don't even deserve to carry my big brother Taiyu's shoes. What qualifications do you have to pursue the exquisite goddess? Is she someone you can pursue? Brother Pure turned to look at the arrogant Taiyu Xuanzi. It seemed that his rival in love had come knocking on his door. Moreover, this love rival was really strong. His strength was close to the earth roll. It was indeed not an easy task to catch up to him. Taiyu Xuanzi looked at Brother Chunjia with a playful smirk on his face and a meaningful sneer on his face. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, they probably wouldn't have been so polite and would have directly attacked. Taiyu Xuanzi finally spoke. You're Shanbai, right? You should remember me when we met last time. Hee, I didn't expect you to be thinking about my exquisite goddess after our last parting. How interesting. But it's normal. She's so beautiful and outstanding. There are so many men who like her. It's normal that you're one of them. Do you know why I'm waiting for you here? I can tell you very clearly that it was Ling Long who told me. She asked me to come over and humiliate you so that you will know your place and stop bothering her in the future. Do you understand? Boom! Brother Pure felt like a bolt of heavenly lightning had struck his heart. It almost made Brother Pure vomit blood. Another heavy blow. Qin Xiao had indeed seen Taiyu Xuanzi in the Yearning Flower Sea, but he didn't feel that Taiyu Xuanzi was close to the exquisite goddess. But now it seemed that the relationship between the two was indeed unusual. Otherwise, why would the exquisite goddess tell Taiyu Xuanzi about it so quickly? Taiyu Xuanzi had obviously brought people to stop him, to humiliate him. Could it be that the exquisite goddess' heart already belonged to someone else? Had she already formed a secret relationship with Taiyu Xuanzi? Brother Pure didn't want to see such a situation. He didn't want to lose the hope of pursuing the exquisite goddess. Taiyu Xuanzi chuckled. It's important to know one's own limits. Don't you think you should know your place? Brother Pure clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He looked at Taiyu Xuanzi with incomparable determination. No matter what you say, I will never give up. I've always persevered in doing what I set out to do. I will never give up. I truly like the exquisite goddess, so it's absolutely impossible for me to give up pursuing her. The exquisite goddess has already said that she will give me a chance to pursue her as long as I can reach the lowest threshold in her heart. I've also made a vow that I will reach the threshold in her heart within 10,000 years. This is my promise, and I will fulfill it. Ha ha ha. What a joke. This is the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Taiyu Xuanzi and the other two roared with laughter as if they'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Taiyu Xuanzi looked at Brother Pure playfully. I said that you don't know your place, but you really don't know your place at all. How can you take such words seriously? I'm just giving you a chance to pursue her. A chance, understand? It seems like you really don't understand human language. Since you don't understand, let me tell you now. Even if you can make it to the Earth roll in 10,000 years, you won't know anything. Because the exquisite goddess is mine, and she will soon become my woman. Do you understand? Besides, you're only a first-step sky celestial after cultivating for more than 50,000 years. Moreover, you're the most ordinary kind. I can easily grab a bunch of people like you. You won't even stand out if I throw you into a small place. What can you do in 10,000 years? Do you really think you can reach my level in 10,000 years with your little talent? Ha, that's simply a fool's dream. You're no different from trash in my eyes. If you weren't lucky enough to have a good brother, you wouldn't even be an ant in my eyes. If I wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. What do you have to fight me with? You won't catch up to me even if I give you 1,000,000,000,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. The distance between us will only grow bigger and bigger, and it will only become more and more like a chasm. Where do you get the confidence to compete with me for the exquisite goddess? Boom, boom. If it were anyone else, they would have broken down by now. However, Brother Pure gritted his teeth and endured the attacks. He held on to his spirit and made himself more tenacious. No matter what, He would never give up. Brother Taiyu, there's no need to say anything more to this trash. He'll drag us down, Ling Tian Xuanzi said with a mocking smile. Taiyu Xuanzi nodded. That's true. What's the point of saying so much? How can an ant pose a threat to a dragon? Isn't that a laughable thing? Let's go. Taiyu Xuanzi gave Brother Pure a disdainful look, then waved his hand and the three of them left. Qin Shao didn't stop them from leaving. It wasn't that he didn't dare act up in the profound divine sect, but that he didn't want to get involved. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Brother Pure. A heavy blow might be able to stimulate Brother Pure's fighting spirit. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was indeed a little worried about Brother Pure. After all, he did have potential and talent, but he didn't put enough effort into cultivation. He had always been a frivolous and playful person, so his heart was a little wild. Taking a blow might be a good thing. Therefore, Qin Shao just let it be and did not interfere. Besides, Taiyu Xuanzi and the others hadn't gone too far. They'd only humiliated him verbally. It was normal for love rivals to clash like this. After sending off Taiyu Xuanzi and the others, Brother Pure's body was still stiff on the spot. Qin Shao patted Brother Pure's shoulder hard. He didn't say a word, but it was the best consolation. Brother Pure pursed his lips hard, then turned to look at Qin Shao and said sincerely, Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I won't be defeated so easily. I wouldn't believe the words of others unless it was exquisite fairy who told me personally. It's not my style to back down so easily. Since I've made up my mind, I'll give it my all no matter what. No matter how difficult it is, I'll fight until the end. I was too lazy in the past and lost a lot of good times. Now, I'll make up for it. Brother Pure won't let anyone look down on me, especially my love rivals and the exquisite fairy. I won't let her down. From now on, I'll work 1,000 times harder. I'll definitely reach Taiyu Xuanzi's level in 10,000 years. I'll definitely do it. Qin Shao nodded heavily. I'm relieved that you think this way. Well, where there's a will, there's a way. As long as you have the determination to do something, I'm sure you'll succeed. Although talent and potential are important, hard work is more important. Luck is also important. If you work hard, you have luck, and your talent and potential aren't bad, then you'll definitely succeed. Work hard. This world is cruel, and the strong prey on the weak. It's the world of the strong. Don't we work hard to cultivate so that we won't be bullied by others? Isn't it better to stand at the top so that we can protect ourselves and our loved ones? Strength is the best guarantee. It's everything we should pursue. This was also Qin Zhao's current belief. Brother Pure nodded solemnly. Yes, I didn't understand it before, but I do now. Chapter 743. This time, Brother Pure was determined to make himself stronger. After returning, he bid farewell to Qin Shao and said that he was going to explore the God Realm. He chose some dangerous places to gain experience. With Brother Chuanjia's strength, it was indeed very dangerous for him to go out adventuring. However, Brother Pure was duty-bound and had an unshakable determination. Since Brother Pure was so determined, Qin Shao naturally supported him. However, Qin Shao still secretly gave a few treasures to Brother Pure. They were treasures that Qin Shao had collected over the years. They were treasures that could withstand the attacks of almighty experts. Of course, Qin Shao didn't tell Brother Pure about the dangers of these treasures. He just gave them to Brother Pure as ordinary treasures. He did this to prevent Brother Pure from becoming dependent on him. True experience required the tempering of life and death. Only by truly experiencing life and death would one grow. If Brother Pure wanted to transform within 10,000 years, he had to temper himself like this. He had to truly experience life and death. Therefore, although Qin Shao was worried about Brother Pure's safety, he had no choice but to do this. Qin Shao really hoped that Brother Pure could become stronger. In fact, there weren't many people who came from the 9 provinces world with potential. Sure, Jian had the most potential and was most likely to become an almighty expert. The second most likely was Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure's temperament was too lazy. He didn't put much effort into cultivation. As for Brother Changfeng, his potential was a bit worse than Brother Pure's. As for Bai Jinxiu, he was a bit worse than Changfeng. In terms of potential, Changfeng could be ranked third. As for Palace Master Xia, Tianxing and Qi Zhu, they were a bit worse. However, Bai Jinxiu's daughter's talent was monstrous. She didn't lose to Shi Jian. Unfortunately, she was trapped in the source world before she could enter the God realm. Now, Qin Shao had no way to get her out. Now that Shi Jian had almost grown up, Qin Shao hoped that Brother Pure could also grow up, so that the 9 continents would have a stronger foundation. After settling Brother Pure's matter, Qin Shao was ready to take a walk around the realm of the gods, take a look around, and comprehend the great Tao from nature. He had also reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, he would need more enlightenment and inspiration. Qin Shao brought along the 2 servants, Baki and Baifan, and prepared to leave. Qin Shao had Baki and Baifan transform into 2 ordinary servants. They concealed their aura and only retained the aura of a 4th-step divine spirit. Qin Shao had also completely retracted his aura, only exuding the aura of a 4th-step divine spirit. A 4th-step divine spirit was considered weak in the realm of the gods, but it was enough to travel around small places. This time, Qin Shao wanted to walk around the realm of the gods like an ordinary person. He wanted to take a good look at the realm of the gods from the perspective of an ordinary person. He wanted to comprehend the great Tao from nature and find a way to break through. A graceful figure descended from the sky and walked towards Qin Shao with a smile on her face. She was like a spring breeze, so beautiful that it touched one's soul. The person who came was none other than Yao Xuelian. "What's wrong? You didn't even see me when you came back. Did you forget about me long ago?" Yao Xuelian said with a smile. She didn't seem to blame him. Yao Xuelian was a very natural and unrestrained girl. Qin Shao smiled and said, "How could I forget about you? I was busy dealing with some matters. I'm preparing to go to the realm of the gods, so I didn't look for you." Excuses. Yao Xuelian mercilessly exposed Qin Zhao's thoughts, but she immediately laughed and said, "I think you're deliberately avoiding me, right? Hee. You were a little nervous just now. You were so cute. I'm not a tigress. I won't eat you. Why are you avoiding me?" Cough, cute. Hearing this adjective, Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shouldn't this adjective be used to describe girls? He was a man. How could he use this adjective? But speaking of which, Qin Shao was indeed avoiding Yao Xuelian because he really didn't know how to get along with Yao Xuelian. He didn't know how to handle the relationship with Yao Xuelian. How could he not know how Yao Xuelian felt about him? Therefore, when Yao Xuelian came knocking on Qin Zhao's door to expose this matter, Qin Shao felt a little awkward. If it weren't for Gu Lingwei, perhaps Qin Shao would be able to accept Yao Xuelian. Speaking of good feelings, Qin Shao actually had a little bit of Yao Xuelian. Yao Xuelian was indeed a very good girl, a girl who deserved to be liked. But Qin Shao had a knot in his heart, so naturally, he couldn't easily accept Yao Xuelian, so he could only choose to avoid her. Perhaps only in this way would he not fall into an awkward dilemma. "Don't be nervous." Yao Xuelian came over, smiled at Qin Shao playfully, and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder, saying, "I just want to go out with you. I've been cultivating in the Yao Manor all these years, and it's a little boring. I've also fallen into a bottleneck now, so I also need to go out more and feel more about nature to improve my understanding of the Great Way. My father is always worried about me going out to train by myself. This time I'll go out with you. If there's any danger, you can protect me." Hearing Yao Xuelian's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yao Xuelian wanted to go out with him to travel the divine realm. This time, Qin Shao was also prepared to travel for a period of time. It could be as short as 10,000 years, or as long as tens of thousands of years. This period of time was not short. If Yao Xuelian followed him, Then, after such a long period of time together, Qin Xiao couldn't help but hesitate. It was said that love grows with time. This kind of thing couldn't be more normal. In addition, Qin Xiao had a good impression of Yao Xuelian. Qin Xiao was really afraid that he couldn't help but think in this direction. As Brother Pure said, it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the universe. In the source world, Qin Xiao had seen a lot of this. However, deep in Qin Xiao's heart, he still didn't want to do this. What? You don't want to? Yao Xuelian's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Qin Xiao. It couldn't be said that he didn't want to. It couldn't be said that he wanted to. So at this time, Qin Xiao's heart was conflicted. Seeing Qin Xiao's embarrassed expression, Yao Xuelian laughed carelessly, patted Qin Xiao on the shoulder, and said, "When did you become so wishy-washy? If you don't want to, just say the word. I won't follow you. You can take Baki and God Bifin as your followers, but you can't take me? You're talking as if I'm a burden to you." Yao Xuelian also felt a little resentful. In terms of strength, Yao Xuelian was definitely above Bifin. As long as they didn't get into any big trouble, Yao Xuelian's strength was actually enough to deal with any danger. Since Yao Xuelian had said so, Qin Xiao could only nod and agree. "Okay, then let's go together." "Haha, that's more like it. Our friendship for so many years has not been in vain. You know that girls are more playful. If I hadn't secretly left the Yao village because of that, I wouldn't have met you and wouldn't have known you. I've been bored for tens of thousands of years. How can you not take me with you? If you don't take me with you, let's see if I'll still talk to you in the future." "Oomph," Yao Xuelian said again. Qin Xiao could only shake his head and smile wryly. A girl was a girl after all. And so, the group of 4 set off. All 4 of them changed their appearances and restrained their auras, suppressing their cultivation to the 4th step of the divine realm. This way, they wouldn't get into any unnecessary trouble if they were distracted. The Hidden Dragon territory was large enough that Qin Xiao hadn't been to many places before. So, Qin Xiao started from the Hidden Dragon territory and wandered around as he pleased. Wulong City was a small and remote starfield. Like Blue Sea City, the strongest person in it was only a 3rd step of the divine realm. Moreover, it was even more barren than Blue Sea City. There was only 1/3 step of the divine realm. Qin Xiao felt that Wulong City wasn't bad, so he bought a house in Wulong City and stayed there. He did everything as he pleased. He stayed there like an ordinary cultivator. Every day, he would go shopping and take Yao Xuelian to restaurants, tea houses, and other places. Enjoying such a life from the perspective of an ordinary cultivator was indeed quite pleasant. Qin Xiao also played chess with the old man next door. Qin Xiao's neighbor was an ordinary divine realm cultivator who had lived for more than 1 billion years. Even now, he was only a 1st step divine realm cultivator. Clearly, his cultivation path had been cut off long ago. Now, he was just waiting for his time to come. Qin Xiao was friendly and amiable. He was able to chat and play chess with this old man. "Uncle, you've never left Wulong City's starfield in your entire life?" Yao Xuelian asked curiously. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Hee, isn't that so? I've lived for more than 1 billion years, and I've always lived in Wulong City. With my little strength, how would I dare to go out? I didn't have such courage when I was young. Now that I'm old, I can't do anything." Although the outside world is incomparably exciting, you still need to have the strength to go out and explore. If you don't have the strength, then it's better to just stay at home. I don't have any ambitions or ideals, so I'm very comfortable with the circumstances. This is how I'll be for the rest of my life. I'm satisfied to be able to live a wonderful life. After living for so many years, I feel that I've lived a very happy life. If you don't have the strength, then there's a way to live without strength. Anyway, we don't need to eat grains to survive like ordinary mortals. Isn't it better to have more fun? Qin Xiao smiled. This old man's attitude was really good. He had no desires and was only willing to live an ordinary life. He had long stopped cultivating and put all his thoughts on how to make himself happy. He never provoked others, endured when things happened, and never made enemies with others. Therefore, although he was weak, he had lived well for more than 1 billion years. Sometimes I go to some mortal worlds to find some sense of existence. Compared to those mortals, I'm still a divine realm cultivator, right? The white-haired old man laughed again. Chapter 744. The white-haired old man was very knowledgeable. He was very familiar with the situation in the Wulong Star area. He seemed to be very familiar with everything. Regarding the matters of the divine realm, he had also heard a lot of rumors. He was very interested in some gossip. All kinds of information came out of his mouth, and they were all vivid and vivid. His eyebrows danced with exultation, as if he was talking about a book. If he went out to set up a stall to tell stories, he would definitely attract a lot of people. After these days of getting along, the old man and Qin Xiao and Yao Shiwilian talked about everything. It was as if they had opened up a chatterbox. They could casually talk about the secrets of the universe and ancient stories from all over the world. Of course, they were all hearsay, so it was very different from the truth. Qin Xiao and Yao Shiwilian could only laugh. Many secrets of the universe were not known to the world at all. Some of them were spread by the world, but they were also very erroneous. The more they were spread, the more they became distorted. Qin Xiao knew a lot of the history, but when it came from the old man's mouth, it was a completely different story. Qin Xiao could not help laughing sometimes. Hey, by the way, have you heard of Qin Xiao, a peerless genius? The old man suddenly asked. Hearing the two words Qin Xiao, Yao Shiwilian tried hard not to laugh. Qin Xiao was also stunned for a moment. Then he said, Yes, I have heard of him. He is indeed a peerless genius. I have to admire him. Ha! Hearing Qin Xiao praise himself, Yao Shiwilian finally could not help laughing. The old man did not know why Yao Shiwilian was laughing. He was puzzled and asked, Miss Shiwilian, do you know Qin Xiao? Yao Shiwilian shook his head and said, No, I just heard that there is such a peerless genius in the territory of the God Palace in the desolate land. How could I know him? I want to know him, but he doesn't know me. But I know that this Qin Xiao is quite thick-skinned. Shameless? Really? The old man was even more puzzled. The Qin Xiao he knew was not a thick-skinned person. Qin Xiao could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She had only criticized herself a little. How did she become thick-skinned? However, the old man didn't delve into this matter and continued. Tisk tisk, it's indeed amazing. It was said that he had only cultivated for less than 50,000 years. With his current strength, he was probably in the top 5 of the Earth roll. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. The top 5 existences on the Earth roll are all comparable to powerful existences. And the most amazing thing is that I heard that this Qin Xiao actually came from an ordinary origin world. I really admire Qin Xiao. If I have the chance to see him in this life, I will definitely kneel down and worship him. Hey, to tell you the truth, I have a statue of Qin Xiao in my house. I now worship him every day when I get up. Although my talent and potential are rubbish, I still admire and worship such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha. Listening to the old man's words, Yao Shiwilian couldn't help but laugh again. Qin Xiao looked embarrassed. There was no need to worship him so much, right? Yao Shiwilian joked, Old man, wherever the golden city goes, the golden stone will open. Since you are so sincere, you will definitely have the chance to see Qin Xiao. Haha. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Shiwilian. If I can see this peerless genius in my lifetime, then even if I die, I will have something to brag about. Haha. Speaking of which, I am also a native who came from an origin world. Qin Xiao is now the native I admire the most. The old man laughed heartily. This topic really made Qin Xiao feel a little embarrassed. In addition, Yao Shiwilian would occasionally give him a strange look. Qin Xiao didn't know what to say. Old man, I think we should talk about something else. Qin Xiao wanted to change the topic. The old man didn't continue to linger on the topic of Qin Xiao. He immediately said, All right, there's one more thing I forgot to remind you. Little brother Qinjiao, your woman is so beautiful. You should be careful and don't go out. Otherwise, you might attract big trouble. Qinjiu was the name Qin Shao was using now. Naturally, he wouldn't use the name Qin Shao. There were probably not many people in the god realm who didn't know the name Qin Shao. It was more convenient to use a pseudonym. It didn't matter if it was Yao Xuelian. After all, he wasn't very famous. His fame was only limited to the territory of Yao Xuelian. Not many people outside knew him as Yao Xuelian. There was even less of a need for Baki and Bifan. Ahem, old man, you misunderstood. Qin Shao wanted to explain, but Yao Xuelian held Qin Zhao's arm intimately. He smiled at the old man and said, "Old man, you have good taste." As he said that, he winked playfully at Qin Shao. Qin Shao wanted to explain, but with Yao Xuelian's interference, he could only give up. Forget it, it didn't matter. Qin Shao said seriously, "Old man, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me that you'll be targeted just because you're pretty?" The old man looked around carefully. After making sure that there were no outsiders, he lowered his voice and said with a serious face, "You have just arrived in Wulong City not long ago. I'm afraid you don't know the situation here. Wulong City hasn't been peaceful for the past few thousand years. You should know about the Sword Star Pavilion, right?" Qin Shao nodded. He naturally knew about the Sword Star Pavilion. It was the strongest force in Wulong City. It was the only force that had a third step heaven god. The Sword Star Pavilion was definitely the supreme overlord of Wulong City. It could be said that it ruled the entire Wulong City. After all, there was no force in Wulong City star field that could compete with the Sword Star Pavilion. The Sword Star Pavilion was the absolute overlord of Wulong City's star field. I wonder if little brother Qinjiu has heard of the young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion? The old man asked again. Young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion? Qin Shao and Yao Xuelian frowned. They had never heard of such a person. Although he had never heard of this person, he could tell that this person was the young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion. His identity was obvious. "What's wrong with him?" Qin Shao asked. The old man said, "The young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion is also a genius. He has lived for less than 20,000 years, but his strength has reached the level of a first step heaven god. It is said that the young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion can defeat an ordinary second step heaven god. He can even compete with an ordinary third step heaven god. The young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion is recognized as the #1 genius in Wulong City Starfield. It is very likely that he will reach the level of a fourth step heaven god." In the eyes of Qin Shao and Yao Xuelian, such a talent was not worth mentioning. Therefore, they were indifferent to the old man's words. Qin Shao asked again, "What's wrong with that?" The old man lowered his voice again and said, "Let me tell you. Thousands of years ago, the beautiful women in Wulong City's star field were secretly taken away. After a long time, the truth naturally could not be concealed. The truth was gradually exposed. It turned out that the person behind the scenes who took these beautiful women was the young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion. The whole city was in an uproar, but due to the power of the Sword Star Pavilion, no one dared to speak out. Some people went against this, but they were directly killed by the young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion. After a few massacres, no one dared to mention this matter again, so everyone was silent. It is said that the young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion is lascivious. He is definitely a lecherous man. Over the years, he has taken no less than 1,000,000 beautiful women, and he is still taking them away. As long as they are beautiful, they will be taken away. Once they're taken away, there is no possibility of them coming back. So, now everyone is in danger. After hearing the old man's words, Qin Shao finally remembered. No wonder I always felt that something was off when I was walking around Wulong City. I didn't think too much about it before, but now that I think about it, there are very few women in Wulong City. Those that I can see are either old women or ugly women. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Yao Xuelian was also very angry and said, "This young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion is really crazy. Why did he take so many beautiful women? No matter how lecherous he is, does he need so many over 1,000,000? If he changes one a day, it will be enough for him to change for hundreds of thousands of years. He is still taking them away. What does he want to do? As a woman, she naturally felt indignant about this matter. The old man made a shushing gesture to Yao Shiwelian and said, "Miss Shiwelian, you'd better keep your voice down. It is enough to know this kind of thing. Don't say too much, or you'll get yourself killed." Who knows what the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion is going to do? In short, he is crazily taking beautiful women. He is so crazy that it is outrageous. Once they fall into the hands of the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion, no one will come back alive. No one even knows whether they are alive or dead. Although he has angered the heavens and people, what can he do? In the Wulong City Star sector, the Sword Star Pavilion is the law. It is the only overlord, the supreme ruler. Who dares to say anything to the Sword Star Pavilion? The young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion is very powerful. Anyone who offends him will end up in a miserable state. Who dares to offend him? It's precisely because of this that this kind of thing happens so frequently. Some outsiders who didn't know the situation would easily suffer calamity. So, I want to remind you in advance. You must be careful. Otherwise, you will be in danger. Yao Shiwelian was a little angry. Humph, he is simply lawless. This kind of person shouldn't live in this world. Cough. Yao Shiwelian was angry and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Qin Shao. If he continued, his identity would be exposed. Qin Shao said, "Then we must be careful. Thank you for your reminder." Huh? However, before Qin Shao could finish his words, he suddenly frowned. His gaze swept towards a direction. He saw a man wearing a robe with the Sword Star Pavilion's emblem on it, leading a group of guards in a mighty manner. They were rushing over in a ferocious manner. These guards were obviously the exclusive soldiers of the Sword Star Pavilion. Seeing such a scene, it made people tremble in fear. Obviously, they were here to capture people. Oh no, you must leave quickly. The old man had seen such a formation many times. His face suddenly changed, and he reminded them. Yes, for the past few days, Kinshang has been changing diapers to right words and feeding milk to right words. It's really tiring. Brothers, please give me some motivation. Chapter 745. Whoosh. As soon as the old man's voice fell, a snake-like whip with a purple electric snake swept over and lashed at the old man's body. The whip itself was very terrifying. It carried the power of thunder and lightning, as well as the aura of dark mist. If one was hit by the whip, it would definitely be so painful that one's soul would tremble. This kind of whip was usually used to punish people. Every whip could make a god suffer so much pain that he would rather die than live. Many gods could not stand such torture, and they would obediently submit and lower their heads. Seeing the electric snake lashing at him from afar, the old man wanted to dodge, but he found that wherever the whip went, the space was imprisoned. Moreover, the speed of this whip was a little too fast. It was simply too fast for people to react. The old man's strength was weak, and he was a relatively gentle person. He never dared to provoke others. In addition, the person in front of him was from the Sword Star Pavilion, so he did not dare to resist. He could only subconsciously use his hands to protect his body. Before the whip fell, the old man's soul had already trembled. He smelled a terrible smell from afar. "Little old man, why are you talking so much? Do you want to die?" The black-robed man glanced at the old man coldly, and his killing intent burst out. In his eyes, other people's lives were no different from ants. Whoever made him unhappy, he would kill them on the spot. He was the lackey of the Sword Star Pavilion's young pavilion master. With this identity, in the entire Wulong City Star Zone, who dared to provoke him? This was the so-called saying that a dog would bully others because of its master's power. The old man was ready to welcome the pain. The nerves in his body were so tense that they were about to burst. However, after waiting for a while, the whip did not fall. At this moment, the world seemed to suddenly become quiet. What was going on? The old man took his hand away and looked over. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned on the spot, as if he had been electrocuted. He was so stunned that he could not say a word. The black-robed man's whip was firmly caught by a white hand. The hand that caught the whip was not Qin Zhao's, but Qin Zhao's lackey, Bifan. At this time, the great sage, 8 Powers, and Bifan had disguised themselves as servants. They gave the impression that they were 2 servants, so even the old man ignored them. He thought that they were just ordinary gods in the first step. A first-step divine spirit was indeed very weak in the divine realm. Even in a small force, a first-step divine spirit was only a servant. In the old man's opinion, Qin Shao and Yao Shuilian should be people from a small force. They came out to play with 2 servants. It was very normal for men and women to go on a sightseeing tour to improve their relationship. However, what the old man did not expect was that this inconspicuous lackey, who even he ignored, could catch the black-robed man's whip with his bare hands. It was indeed an incredible thing. The black-robed man in front of him was a divine realm in the 4th step. He was definitely considered an expert in the Wulong City Star Zone. Moreover, he had a group of guards behind him. With their strength, even if they encountered a divine realm in the 1st step, they would still be able to fight. This was a group of guards who worked for the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. Needless to say, their strength was enough to guarantee that they could do whatever they wanted in the Wulong City Star Zone. Bifan looked at the black-robed man with a cold face. The black-robed man frowned deeply. His eyes were burning with anger. He pulled the whip hard, but he realized that he could not pull it back. He could not move it at all, let alone pull it back. It made him feel powerless. Who do you think you are? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Do you know who I am? The black-robed man snorted coldly. He could also feel Bifan's strength. He should be a divine realm in the 4th step. However, even if Bifan was a divine realm in the 4th step, he would not take him seriously. As long as he was in the Wulong City Star Zone, there was no one he could not afford to offend. After all, his backing was the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. Are all of you from the Sword Star Pavilion so lawless? You treat other people's lives like grass and want to kill them just because of a disagreement. Is this how you people from the Sword Star Pavilion do things? Qin Shao said coldly. The Wulong City Star Zone was also under his jurisdiction. Therefore, Qin Shao was furious about such a matter. Although he knew that there was no way to avoid it, the Hidden Dragon territory was so big. How could he manage it? It was fine if he did not see it. However, since he saw it, he naturally had to take care of it. Moreover, the other party had offended him. How could Qin Shao not be angry about such a lawless act? When the black-robed man heard Qin Zhao's words, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha! Boy, I think you are from another star zone. You don't even know the basic situation. In the Wulong City Star Zone, the Sword Star Pavilion is the sky. We are the only ruler and the supreme overlord. Law that is set by the Sword Star Pavilion. Are you talking about the law with us? The Sword Star Pavilion has always done things this way. Whoever dares to stop us from doing our job will only have a dead end. You lowly commoners are really audacious. Today, all of us have to die. But this beautiful girl, I can spare your life. As long as you follow us obediently, you can keep your life. If you dare to resist, you will suffer. Arrogant and overbearing. He was indeed extremely arrogant. This arrogance really made people feel uncomfortable. Boy, if the 4 of you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I will leave your bodies intact. Otherwise, I will destroy your bodies and souls today, and you will not exist in this world. The black-robed man shouted again. The old man's face was ashen. This was really an unexpected disaster for him. However, in front of the people from the Sword Star Pavilion, how could he reason with them? If they wanted to kill you, they would not give you any reason. He really did not expect that he would die here in such a way. However, soon, Qin Zhao's words shocked him. Leave no one alive. Qin Shao ordered Bai Fan coldly. After receiving Qin Zhao's order, Bai Fan did not hesitate and directly killed them. The black-robed man immediately sensed Bai Fan's killing intent. His expression changed drastically and he shouted angrily, "How dare you unruly people! I think you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Take him down." The black-robed man waved his hand, and the guards got into formation and charged over. All of their power was directed at Bai Fan. If this team worked together, they would be able to put up a fight even against a one-step heavenly god. However, they were facing Bai Fan, a fourth-step divine realm expert. Moreover, he was a very powerful fourth-step divine realm expert. In Bai Fan's eyes, these people were no different from ants. However, Bai Fan did not reveal too much of his strength. Even if he suppressed his strength to the fourth-step divine realm, killing these people would be as easy as crushing ants. It would not take any effort at all. Facing the black-robed man and the guard's attacks, Bai Fan waved his hand and turned it into an invisible giant palm. He directly slapped down on them and shattered their attacks. He crushed them forcefully. Such a scene was truly shocking, and it gave the black-robed man quite a fright. What? How is this possible? What powerful strength? Is he really a fourth-step divine realm expert? The black-robed man was so shocked that he even began to doubt Bai Fan's cultivation level. Such a technique did not seem like something a fourth-step divine realm expert would possess. It should be a technique of the divine realm. A follower of the divine realm expert? How is this possible? He did not think that the person in front of him had any great background. A person with a great background would not come to a small place like Wulong City for a stroll. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much because Bai Fan was already charging towards him. Damn it! The black-robed man gritted his teeth and shouted. He could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Although it was only a short exchange, the black-robed man could already feel Bai Fan's strength. He was not someone he could withstand. However, he had no way out now. He could only charge forward with all his might. Die! Bai Fan spat out a word coldly. He continued to attack the black-robed man with his palm. His palm turned into an invisible giant palm and slammed down heavily. It was as if he was using a giant rock to crush an ant. The black-robed man could not resist the powerful force at all. All his attacks were crushed by this force. There was no way he could stop Bai Fan. Oh no! The black-robed man immediately sensed the aura of death. He screamed hysterically, but there was no way he could stop death from coming. Boom! 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 The black-robed man was smashed into meat paste by Bai Fan's palm. He was crushed into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Such a scene shocked the old man to the extreme once again. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This is too powerful, isn't it? A fourth-step divine realm expert was killed by a single palm strike? The old man's mood immediately became complicated. The way he looked at Qin Zhao's group of 4 changed abruptly. It was an earth-shattering change. On the other side, the guards' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to escape, but Bai Fan would not give them the chance to do so. With a single palm strike, those guards were killed by Bai Fan. This team was killed by Bai Fan in less than a breath's time. Bai Fan casually put away the items and cleaned up the scene. Then, he stood behind Qin Shao respectfully as if he had done something very normal. Qin Shao was even more indifferent. He did not even look at what had just happened. Instead, he looked at the old man with a smile and said, "All right, it's fine now. You don't have to worry, old man." Fine? Don't have to worry? The old man took a while to recover from his shock. However, the worry on his face intensified. "Brother Qinjiu, you've really gotten into big trouble. I advise you to leave quickly." Chapter 746. What will happen to you if we leave? Qin Shao looked at the old man and asked. The old man paused for a moment and sighed. He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. I'm also nearing the end of my life. I've lived for more than 1 billion years, and I've had enough. I'm just a lowly person. If I die, so be it. You're still young. Don't do such a stupid thing. The people from the Sword Star Pavilion should be here soon. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Qin Shao smiled and said, Uncle, do you think we're in a hurry to leave now? The old man was stunned again. Yes, it's in a hurry to leave now. The old man thought about this question and could only shake his head. This was Wulong City, where the Sword Star Pavilion was located. How could they leave? The people from the Sword Star Pavilion would be here soon. Killing the people from the Sword Star Pavilion in Wulong City was simply audacious. It was the biggest provocation to the Sword Star Pavilion. How could the Sword Star Pavilion let such a thing go so easily? Sigh. The old man could only shake his head helplessly and said, You can only blame yourselves for coming here. If you want to walk in the divine world, you can't do it without a certain level of strength. Let alone a fourth-step divine spirit. Even a first-step divine spirit doesn't have much confidence to walk in the divine world. A first-step divine spirit is also very dangerous in the divine world. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. A fourth-step divine spirit would only be able to take a stroll around a city's stellar region. It would be more dangerous to leave. Qin Shao didn't care too much and said casually, It's okay. Since we're already here, it's meaningless to say more. However, it won't be that easy to find trouble with me. Oh, hearing this, the old man was slightly stunned when he saw Qin Zhao's confident and calm face. He thought to himself, could it be that Qin Zhao has a big background? That's why he dares to look down on the people from the Sword Star Pavilion? And now, he doesn't look nervous at all. Could it be that he's a young master of a big force coming out to play? If that was the case, then there was nothing to fear. However, in the old man's opinion, shouldn't the young masters of large forces be high and mighty, arrogant and unyielding? However, Qin Shao was so approachable. He didn't look down on him at all and was polite to him. He didn't look like a young master of a big force at all. Qin Shao suddenly looked in the direction of the Sword Star Pavilion. In the distance, there was a powerful team rushing over. Obviously, they were the people sent by the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. This group was led by 2 purple-robed men, and behind them was a Sword Star army made up of 108 fourth-step deities. This was the strongest army of the Sword Star Pavilion, and only fourth-step deities were qualified to become a Sword Star army. 108 fourth-step gods made up the Dang Sword Squad. Their aura alone was frightening and powerful enough. When a first-step heavenly god saw this group, he could only run away. It was extremely rare for 2 first-step heavenly gods to lead a Sword Star army. It was rare for the Sword Star Pavilion to see this happen once in 100,000 years. Therefore, when this powerful group appeared in the sky above Wulong City, their powerful aura frightened the people below, and they hurriedly hid. Those who were timid directly knelt on the ground. After the group left, they slowly stood up. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the sky. It was silent for a long time before they burst out in an uproar. Whoosh! Their voices resounded through the sky. Aren't they the strongest guards of a young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion? What happened? Why did they send them out? Yeah, look at their murderous look. Something big must have happened. I wonder which unlucky guy has offended the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. Wherever this group passed, people were shocked. Wulong City was suddenly bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was discussing what had happened to provoke the Sword Star Pavilion to send out such a terrifying group. On the other side, Qin Shao and the other 3 people were obviously very relaxed. They even took out their fruit wine and tasted it leisurely. However, the old man was restless, like an ant on a hot pan. Boom! When an extremely powerful and violent aura came from afar, the old man's body and mind trembled. When he looked over, he was so frightened that his face instantly turned pale. His body stiffened, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Zhao's mouth slightly curved into a cold smile. He just glanced at it and lost interest. He continued to drink the delicious fruit wine with Yao Xuelian. Bai Fan moved his body and flew into the air. He stood in front of the troop and blocked their path. Only then did the troop finally stop. The Sword Star army quickly got into formation. Two purple-robed men stood majestically in the void. They swept their eyes over Qin Shao and the others like two evil dragons. Strong, murderous intent gushed out of them without any concealment. A fourth step, divine spirit? The purple-robed man on the left glanced at Qin Shao and the other three people. He was slightly puzzled when he found that the four of them were fourth-step divine spirits. A fourth-step divine spirit killed the black-robed man and the others in less than a breath? This should not be the strength of a fourth-step divine spirit. It should be the strength of a first-step celestial god. It was precisely because of this that the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion sent out their strongest team to kill the arrogant people who challenged the dignity of the Sword Star Pavilion. However, when they arrived, they found that the four people were only fourth-step divine spirits. There were no celestial gods. Humph! The purple-robed man on the left snorted coldly. A mere fourth-step divine spirit dares to be so presumptuous. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? How dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the Sword Star Pavilion? Boy, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to cause trouble in the Sword Star Pavilion, only death awaits you. I'll give you a chance. If you kill yourselves, I won't have to do it myself. Bai Fan looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao gave him a signal with his eyes. After receiving Qin Zhao's signal, Bai Fan looked coldly at the two purple-robed men and said, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. Ask your master to come here and beg for forgiveness. What? When the purple-robed men heard this, it was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wasn't he afraid of biting his tongue when he talked big? You don't know what you're talking about. Die. The purple-robed man snorted coldly and attacked. Crash! A peerless radiance whizzed out like a bird from the 9 heavens. It tore through the void and shot towards Bai Fan in an unstoppable manner. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their hearts tremble. If they were hit by the radiance, how could they block it? Bai Fan was expressionless. Suddenly, he made his move. He threw a punch at the sharp radiance. It felt as if a person was fighting against a peerless sword with his bare hands. People could not help but worry for Bai Fan. But the result made everyone's jaws drop. Boom! Bai Fan's heavy punch landed on the sharp light. It was like a hammer hitting a paper sword. The sharp light was smashed to smithereens. The speed of his punch did not slow down. It went straight for the purple-robed man. He's so fast. The purple-robed man only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Then, he saw that Bai Fan was already in front of him. He could not react in time to Bai Fan's speed. It was too fast. Was he really a step 4 divine spirit? How could it be? Humph died. The pride in the purple-robed man's heart made him furious. He roared and charged at Bai Fan furiously. He used all his techniques and pushed his Dao might to the extreme. He went all out to meet Bai Fan. Bai Fan gave him too much pressure. He had to go all out. However, when he clashed with Bai Fan, his expression changed drastically. He was terrified and felt that he could not fight back. It was like an ant facing a giant elephant. Why did he have such a feeling? He was a step 1 divine spirit. Why did he have such an unreal feeling when facing a step 4 divine spirit? However, Bai Fan did not give him much time to think about it. Bai Fan's power rushed forward. The powerful and terrifying power crushed everything. It turned into a sharp reaper and reaped the purple-robed man's life. Oh no, retreat. Ah, no. The purple-robed man immediately reacted and screamed. However, it was too late. Under the destructive power, he felt that he was so pale and powerless. He fell down in an instant. He was smashed into pieces by Bai Fan's punch. What? How could this be? The other purple-robed man was also frightened. His face was pale, and he was terrified. One punch. Just one punch. He killed his partner, who was as strong as him. What kind of strength was this? Even the young pavilion's people could not do this. Even the sect master did not have such strength. What was the background of the person in front of him? Was he really a step 4 divine spirit? But how could there be such a powerful step 4 divine spirit? After killing the purple-robed man, Bai Fan charged at the other purple-robed man. Only then did the purple-robed man react. He hurriedly roared, "Block him! Hurry up and block him for me!" As he shouted, he retreated. It was obvious that he wanted to leave. The Sword Star military troop did not dare to hesitate after receiving the order. Although they knew that they were going to die, this was their fate. As a member of the Sword Star military troop, they had to obey orders completely. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, they could only bite the bullet. Try to run? Bai Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. With a move, another Bai Fan flew out from his body. One Bai Fan charged at the Sword Star military troop, while the other one charged at the purple-robed man. No matter how fast the purple-robed man was, how could he be faster than Bai Fan? Therefore, the purple-robed man was caught by Bai Fan like a chick. As for the Sword Star military troop, they were all killed by Bai Fan in the blink of an eye. Such an action truly caused the surrounding people who were secretly watching to be incomparably shocked. Chapter 747. The purple-robed man who was caught looked at Qin Shao and the rest in horror. His expression was extremely cold. At this moment, how could he not know that he had kicked a hard board and provoked a big shot? The 4 people in front of him were definitely not simple. They must have concealed their aura. Otherwise, a 4th-step divine spirit would not be so powerful. Their aura concealment technique was so brilliant that they were at least 3rd-step divine spirits. They might even be 4th-step divine spirits. Thinking of this possibility, the purple-robed man was so frightened that his face turned pale. A 4th-step heavenly god was an existence that could easily annihilate the Sword Star Pavilion by himself. Even with the Sword Star Pavilion's combined strength and resources, it was impossible for them to defeat a 4th-step divine spirit. Moreover, the person who caught him was obviously just a follower. If the follower was so powerful, who was the young man in front of him? The purple-robed man did not dare to think further. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Young master, please spare my life. I was blind to not recognize you. Please spare my life." At the same time, the purple-robed man's original body quickly went to look for the young pavilion master and pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. "It's not that you were blind to not recognize me. You were blinded by evil. You helped the evildoer to kidnap millions of women. You deserve to be killed for your heinous crimes." Qin Shao glanced at the purple-robed man coldly with a trace of pity in his eyes. As the subordinate of the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion, the purple-robed man's hands were stained with the blood of evil. Therefore, Qin Shao showed no mercy and intended to kill him. Bai Fan immediately took action to take the purple-robed man's life. The purple-robed man was so frightened that he slumped to the ground and begged for mercy. "Young master, this has nothing to do with me. Spare my life, spare my life." "Ah, no." The purple-robed man wanted to escape. However, under the confinement of Bai Fan's power, he did not even have the chance to escape. He could not move at all. Therefore, the purple-robed man could only watch as he died. He was powerless to resist. "Your Highness, I'll go and catch him," Bai Fan said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and gestured for him to do so. After getting Qin Zhao's approval, Bai Fan moved and rushed toward the Sword Star Pavilion. All was silent and solemn. The crowd hiding in the dark in the distance also tensed up and held their breaths. Powerful, truly too powerful. The strongest team under the command of the Sword Star Pavilion's young pavilion master had been annihilated just like that. It was as easy as blowing off dust for Yi Shiwen. Such a scene truly dealt a heavy blow to everyone's hearts, and they were shocked to the point where they couldn't be any more shocked. "Uncle, would you like some fruit wine?" Qin Shao handed over a glass of fruit wine and looked at the old man with a smile. The old man subconsciously took the fruit wine, but he still hadn't come back to his senses. He was still stunned on the spot. Such a shock made it difficult for him to get over it. He had lived for so long, but he had never been so shocked. Seeing the old man's appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile and said, "Uncle, you don't need to be like this, right? The universe is so big and there are countless experts. I'm just a four-step heavenly god. There's nothing to be surprised about, right? Let's not talk about the large area. Just within the territory of the Panling Prefecture, there are probably countless young four-step heavenly gods. Your vision is limited to a small place like Wulong City. Naturally, it's too limited. Look further and see the entire Panling Prefecture. Then, you'll feel that it's nothing." The old man was slightly stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed so. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of vision. He had never walked out of the Wulong City Star region in his life, let alone the huge Panling Prefecture. Wulong City was just a drop in the ocean compared to the Panling Prefecture. It was like a speck of dust compared to the sky. Wulong City was too small, too small. I don't have much experience. My vision is indeed a little too shallow. The old man shook his head in shame. Qin Shao said, "Uncle, I can't blame you for that. After all, your strength is limited. You can't go to other places and can only stay in a small place like Wulong City. Actually, it's nothing. This world has never lacked geniuses. A small place will always have its limitations. For example, in the Wulong City Star region, the strongest expert is only a four-step heavenly god. For ordinary gods, a four-step heavenly god is naturally incomparably powerful. He could be the overlord of a region. However, for some factions, a four-step heavenly god is nothing. Only a four-step heavenly god can truly become the overlord of a region and lead a region. Just the Panling Prefecture alone has tens of thousands of four-step heavenly gods, not to mention the larger hidden dragon territory and the endless territories of our desolate land." The old man nodded and felt relieved. That was indeed the case. If one looked at things from a different perspective, the situation would be different. However, this kind of thing would return to normal after the shock. In the main hall of the Sword Star Pavilion, the shocking news had already spread throughout Wulong City and caused a great uproar. The Sword Star Pavilion Master immediately gathered all the Divine Realm experts in the Sword Star Pavilion and gathered them in the main hall to discuss countermeasures. The two purple-robed men who were killed by Bai Fan were only doppelgangers. Their original bodies were also present. Both of them still had lingering fear on their faces. A middle-aged man sat on a high throne with a dignified look. He wore a dragon robe and looked like a high and mighty monarch. Beside him stood a young man with an unruly and sinister look on his face. Obviously, they were the Sword Star Pavilion Master and the young Pavilion Master. They were the overlords of the Sword Star Pavilion. Below them, more than a dozen people gathered. All of them were Divine Realm experts. They were the foundation of the Sword Star Pavilion. The Sword Star Pavilion Master looked down with a ghastly expression and said, "Everyone, do you have any good ideas to quell the anger of the other party? We are unlucky this time. We did not expect to provoke an existence that we could not afford to provoke. I wonder which force's young master is so free that he came to Wulong City for a stroll. Now that things have come to this, we do not have the confidence to fight. We can only compromise." According to the report of the two purple-robed men, everyone knew how powerful and terrifying the person they had provoked was. A mere follower was able to kill them so easily. At the very least, the follower should be a third-step heavenly god. Just a follower alone was enough for the Sword Star Pavilion to choke. Moreover, there was another follower who did not make a move. He looked even more dangerous. Moreover, there were two masters. Come to think of it, his strength was definitely extraordinary. Not to mention their strength, just based on such a lineup, it was enough to know that the two of them had a powerful background. How could the Sword Star Pavilion afford to offend such people? Therefore, the Sword Star Pavilion Master panicked. He had dominated Wulong City for hundreds of millions of years, and he had never encountered such a tricky situation. This time, they were really unlucky. Originally, such a small matter would not cause any accidents. However, things were unpredictable. I guess that young master does not take us seriously. As long as we do not provoke him, I am afraid he will not lower himself to continue to deal with us, said one of the divine realm experts. That's right, Pavilion Master. If that young master was really angry, he would have killed his way to our sect instead of staying put. Therefore, we might as well bide our time and pretend to be weak. Another divine realm expert immediately agreed. However, someone disagreed with this statement. I think it's better to send someone over to apologize and ask for peace. If he is really a young master from a powerful force, he should be magnanimous and will not stoop to our level. We should be fine after apologizing and asking for forgiveness. That's right. This matter arose because of the young Pavilion Master. I think the young Pavilion Master should apologize personally. Perhaps this small matter can be resolved. Hearing this, the young Pavilion Master's ashen face was filled with anger. He glared fiercely at the person who spoke and shouted angrily, "Bastard, this young Pavilion Master's body is priceless. How can I suffer any loss? To send a random person over. Our Swordstar Pavilion has suffered a great loss this time. What else does he want? Humph, I think it's better to ignore it. We have endured it, and that is the greatest sincerity. Young Pavilion Master, let's look at the big picture. That's right, Pavilion Master. We have to pay attention to this matter. If we are not careful, I am afraid it will bring disaster to our Swordstar Pavilion. How dare you? Martial Pavilion Elder, don't be alarmist. How can our Swordstar Pavilion be so weak? I think the longer you live, the more cowardly you become. The group of people were arguing endlessly with each other. At this moment, an unparalleled aura suddenly came crashing down. It was mighty and unparalleled. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse and the earth was about to shatter. A terrifying force came crashing down. Under the bombardment of the power, the Swordstar Pavilion's protective array could not withstand it at all. It was instantly smashed into pieces. The buildings were directly destroyed and turned into ruins in an instant. Some were even annihilated. Some people who were not in a hurry to escape died in it. The entire Swordstar Pavilion was filled with wails and screams of agony and horror. Some cowardly people ran desperately. The entire Swordstar Pavilion was collapsing like a landslide. It was going to be destroyed in an instant. An overlord force that had stood in Wulong City for hundreds of millions of years was collapsing like a building. The main hall was also broken apart by the force. Huge rocks fell down, and the entire hall shook violently. It seemed like it was going to collapse at any moment. The faces of everyone in the main hall changed drastically as well, and they were extremely terrified. It's over. It's over. It's too late to apologize now. The other party is already here. We are really going to die this time. I can't accept it. This is my original body. The faces of the Pavilion Master and the young Pavilion Master of the Swordstar Pavilion suddenly changed and became extremely ugly, especially the young Pavilion Master. He originally thought that Qin Xiao and the others would stop and not do anything to him. However, he was wrong. He was terribly wrong. The other party had already come to kill him. It was too late for him to apologize now. Fortunately, Bai Fan did not start a massacre. In the destruction of the main hall, only 2 unlucky people died in it. The rest of them escaped in a hurry. However, they were all imprisoned by Bai Fan. They were all trapped in the air and could not escape from the invisible cage. Chapter 748. Sir, please be merciful. We can talk this out. The Swordstar Pavilion Master was a Step 3 Divine Realm expert, and he thought that he was powerful. However, he realized that he was extremely weak in front of the man in front of him. He felt as if he was facing a deity when he was a mortal being. He felt pale and powerless. This was a sign of the huge gap between their strengths. The Sword Star Pavilion Master was sure that the man in front of him was a Step 4 Divine Realm expert. Even he could not see through the technique of concealing his aura. It was definitely a technique that only a Step 4 Divine Realm expert could possess. Facing a 4th step heavenly deity, how could he have the slightest ability to resist? Moreover, according to the Purple Robe's report, the Step 4 Divine Realm expert in front of him was a follower. Who was his master? To be able to have a Step 4 Divine Realm expert as a follower, he must be a top force in the Panling Prefecture. The Sword Star Pavilion Master had the urge to cry when he thought about it. Wasn't he too unlucky? Why did he have to offend such a big shot? Bai Fan glanced at the Sword Star Pavilion Master coldly and said, "If I want to kill you, do you think you can still stand here?" Upon hearing this, the Sword Star Pavilion Master and the rest were relieved and delighted. In that case, Bai Fan would not kill them easily. The Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion immediately said obsequiously, "Thank you for your mercy. We have failed to recognize you and offended you. We are willing to make amends and apologize. I hope that you will forgive us." Bai Fan waved his hand and said, "Don't say such things to me. If you want to say something, say it to my master. My master has the final say in your life and death. Sword Star Pavilion Master, both of you come with me." The Sword Star Pavilion Master and the young Pavilion Master looked at each other. Bai Fan was coming for them. They were very worried, but they were powerless to resist. They could only obey Bai Fan's orders. Bai Fan brought the two of them and flew out of the Sword Star Pavilion. After the three of them left, the news spread like a flood in Wulong City. Such a thing was like a huge earthquake that shook the entire Wulong City. The other forces in Wulong City were also waiting to make a move. If the Pavilion Master and young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion were killed, Wulong City would be a piece of meat for them. It wasn't just the forces in Wulong City that were paying attention. Even the forces in the surrounding star fields were paying attention. It was extremely rare for such a major event to occur. Soon, Bai Fan brought the Sword Star Pavilion's Pavilion Master and young Pavilion Master to Qin Shao. The two of them no longer had their usual arrogance. They stood respectfully in front of Qin Shao, waiting for Qin Zhao's decision. This was the first time the old man had seen the Sword Star Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He was the supreme overlord of Wulong City, the only one who could control the lives of everyone. He had been living in Wulong City, so he was in awe of the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion. When the old man saw the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion, he almost stood up and saluted him respectfully. However, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up on this idea. That's right, his outlook should change, at least at this moment. To him, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion was indeed invincible, a sacred mountain. However, at this moment, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion was no different from a stray dog. He didn't have the demeanor of a king who could control everything. The Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion was also secretly sizing up Qin Shao. He wanted to find out about Qin Shao, but obviously, he couldn't find anything. Qin Shao looked at the Pavilion Master and young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion expressionlessly. When Qin Shao looked at them, the two of them felt as though they were being stared at by an ancient giant. They felt uncomfortable all over. What a terrifying gaze. It was definitely a gaze that only a Step 4 Divine Realm expert could have. In fact, they even felt that this gaze alone was enough to obliterate them. Qin Shao waved his hand and immediately isolated the space from the outside, forming an independent space. Even if an almighty was there, he wouldn't be able to hear the conversation inside. Hence, he wasn't afraid of being overheard. Although he only showed a small trick, the Pavilion Master and young Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion were extremely shocked. What a powerful trick. This was definitely something that only a person who had a deep understanding of the space-time doctrine could do so easily. "May I know how to address you?" The Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion asked carefully. He didn't even know who Qin Shao was. If he knew who Qin Shao was, he might be able to think of a way to deal with this matter. After all, he had been around for so many years, and he more or less knew some friends. In the territory of the Panling Prefecture, he knew some people. However, Qin Shao obviously couldn't be bothered with the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. He said coldly, "Do you know that your son ordered his subordinates to act recklessly and capture more than 1,000,000 women?" Qin Shao mentioned this matter as soon as he opened his mouth. It really frightened the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. He had been the one who had been leading this matter. Judging from Qin Zhao's tone, it was obvious that he was here for this matter. He received a report from his subordinates that there was another beautiful woman and they wanted to capture her. Obviously, the person they wanted to capture was the woman who was with the person in front of him. The pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "Yes, I know. Since you knew, why didn't you stop it? It seems that you also have a part in this matter." Qin Shao said coldly again. The pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word. He was indeed involved in this matter. It was just that no one knew about it. What outsiders knew was that the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion had been madly capturing beautiful women. Over the past few thousand years, more than 1,000,000 beautiful women had been captured. No one knew how many families had been killed by the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion because of their resistance. It was a massacre. However, the real mastermind behind this matter was the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. He was just devising a strategy behind the scenes. Feeling the anger from Qin Shao, the pavilion master and the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion were nervous and worried. If they couldn't calm the anger of the person in front of them, what awaited them might be a disaster. Humph! Qin Shao suddenly snorted and his eyes became colder and sharper. He said, "Then I want to know why you want to capture so many beautiful women? You've been capturing them for thousands of years, and you're still capturing them. Even if you want to have sex every night, you don't have to do this, do you?" In the Wulong City Star area, the Sword Star Pavilion is the most powerful overlord and the ruler of this star area. If you want women, you can directly select them. Why do you have to use this method? Moreover, there are more than 1,000,000 of them. Even if you do that every day, you can't have enough fun, right? What do you want to do by doing this? Hearing Qin Zhao's question, the two of them were shocked, and their faces changed slightly. The pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion immediately said, "We just want to stock up some and pick out the ones that suit our tastes, so humph." Before the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion finished his words, Qin Shao snorted again and said, "You're lying. Do you really capture so many beautiful women just for you and your father to play with? Don't try to play any tricks in front of me. You can't hide your thoughts from me. If you want to test my patience, then go ahead and play with me. This time, I'm just reminding you. Next time, I won't be so polite. These are all your original bodies. I know you have doppelgangers outside. However, if you don't care about this original body, you could give it a try. I'll give each of you a chance. Tell me one by one. So, you'd better think it through before you tell me." After that, Qin Shao looked at the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. Where was the domineering arrogance that he had in the past? Where was the unruly young pavilion master's demeanor? Where was the #1 genius in the Wulong City Star area? At this moment, his face was deathly pale as he stood there trembling with fear. When Qin Shao glanced at him, he lowered his head in fright. His body was trembling, and he was obviously frightened. The Sword Star Pavilion's junior pavilion, Master Zhang, wanted to say something, but he couldn't. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. Qin Shao stared at the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion like an ancient god of death. Under the pressure of his sharp gaze, the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion broke out in a cold sweat. "You're not going to say it?" Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. The young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion was scared out of his wits. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but it was too late. Qin Shao fixed his gaze on the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. His heart power surged out, and the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion was stunned. "Die," Qin Jian said softly. The young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion's lifeline was cut off, and his body fell to the ground. He was dead. My son. When the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion saw that his son was killed by Qin Shao, his face was filled with pain. However, he did not dare to show any anger on his face. He looked at his son's body, and his face suddenly changed. What? Both the original body and avatar died at the same time? How could this be? This is spiritual soul extermination skill. In the divine world, there are many secret skills that could kill both the original body and avatar of a cultivator at the same time. Of course, if the original body and avatar were too far apart, it would be more difficult to kill them. The degree of difficulty also depended on the difference in strength. If Qin Shao wanted to kill a four-step divine realm expert, it would not be so easy. However, the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion was only a first-step divine realm expert. Therefore, Qin Shao could easily kill both his original body and avatar at the same time. Such a skill really frightened the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. If this was the case, his avatar might not be able to escape. What a terrifying skill. Who on earth was he? After killing the young pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion, Qin Shao looked at the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion had a thought, and he immediately made a decision. He gritted his teeth, and his face suddenly twisted in pain. However, everything suddenly stopped. Time stood still, space stood still, and everything stood still. Chapter 749. What's going on? The Sword Star Pavilion Master was horrified. Not only was his original body completely imprisoned, but even his doppelgangers hiding in other places were also imprisoned and could not move at all. Not only could he not move, but his divine consciousness was also being monitored by a force. If he had any thoughts of betrayal, this force would destroy his body and soul. In the face of such a powerful force, he had no power to resist at all. Such a feeling evoked his childhood memories. At that time, he was still an ordinary mortal. One day, he accidentally entered the cultivation place of God and saw God for the first time. Just like that, he had no power to resist. Even his soul consciousness could not resist. Is the person in front of me really a fourth-step divine realm expert? How could a fourth-step divine realm expert be so powerful? The Sword Star Pavilion Master wanted to ask Qin Shao what kind of god he was, but he could not say a word. He could not make a sound at all. Do you want to die? Qin Shao looked at the Sword Star Pavilion Master with a sneer on his face and said, "It's not that easy to die in front of me. If you would rather die than speak, it's definitely not that simple. I have to get to the bottom of this matter. Are you sure that you won't speak?" Qin Zhao's words sounded calm, but they were full of terrible threats. The Sword Star Pavilion Master's soul could not help but tremble. He knew very well that if he did not speak, Qin Shao would not let him off easily. Now that his original body and doppelgangers were completely controlled by Qin Shao, his life was obviously in the hands of Qin Shao. The Sword Star Pavilion Master said, "Your Honor, it's just some ordinary people's lives. Why you care so much? My son has died in your hands, and many of my men have been killed by you. Isn't this enough to appease your anger?" "Appease my anger?" Qin Shao snorted and said angrily, "More than 1,000,000 innocent women have been kidnapped and killed by you. More than 1,000,000 innocent lives, and I have only killed a few people. Do you think it's enough? You're the instigator behind this matter. You're not dead yet. How is it enough?" The Sword Star Pavilion Master gritted his teeth and said, "Your Honor, who are you? This is my Wulong City's matter. What right do you have to interfere? Because I have a strong fist and strength. I can defeat you. Is that okay?" Qin Shao said coldly. His words almost choked the pavilion master of the Sword Star Pavilion to death. Generally speaking, the people of the divine realm would not meddle in other people's business. However, there were also some righteous people who would intervene in some unfair matters. He On the Sword Star, Pavilion Master knew that he was doomed today. He thought for a while and said, "Okay, I can tell you." "Guarantee?" Qin Shao sneered. He glanced at the Sword Star Pavilion Master disdainfully and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me now? Your so-called guarantee is to ask me not to kill you. Let me make it clear to you. Today, you will definitely die. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. If you say it obediently, I'll give you a quick death. Moreover, I won't kill your clansmen. If you don't cooperate, I have ways to find out. You should know that there are secret skills in the divine realm that can detect everything in your sea of consciousness. No matter what secrets you have, they can't escape my eyes. Moreover, the pain is not something you can bear. If you say it yourself, I'll save myself the trouble. If you don't know what's good for you, you're asking for it. You can't blame others." The Sword Star Pavilion Master's soul trembled slightly. He knew that there were secret skills in the divine realm that could search one's soul. Could it be that the person in front of him knew it too? He didn't dare to suspect anything. It was just that the Sword Star Pavilion Master was even more terrified when he thought of that person. In the current situation, he would die if he said it. It was just a matter of how he would die. As for the life and death of his clansmen, he didn't care about those things. He had lived for so long, and the only thing he cared about was his son. But now that his son was dead, he had nothing to worry about. Since he was going to die anyway, he had to choose the lesser of two harms. After thinking about it, the Sword Star Pavilion Master could only seek a quick death. He had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. He didn't expect that he would provoke such a great person. "I'll say it." The Sword Star Pavilion Master spat out two words with difficulty. Qin Shao looked at the Sword Star Pavilion Master coldly and said, "At least you know what's good for you. Say it. You should know the consequences of lying to me. Since you're going to die anyway, don't struggle anymore. It'll only make you more miserable. I said that I'll give you a quick death, so I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer endless torture. I'm afraid you don't want to die." The Sword Star Pavilion Master's face was pale and gloomy. He said, "I was ordered by the Dark Candle King to do things for him secretly. This matter must be done secretly, so I asked my son to come forward. It's obvious that he did this to satisfy his own selfish desires and to cover up everything." Dark Candle King? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had obviously never heard of this person. What's his background? Qin Shao also checked the Dark Candle King through the Desolate Land Divine Palace's intelligence system. However, there was no record of the Dark Candle King in the Desolate Land Divine Palace's intelligence system. This was a bit strange. It was not recorded in the Desolate Land Divine Palace's intelligence system. It seemed that the Dark Candle King's background was not simple. The Sword Star Pavilion Master shook his head and said, "I really don't know. I only know that he calls himself the Dark Candle King and is a powerful figure. Therefore, I can't resist. I can only listen to him obediently and do things for him." A powerful figure? Qin Shao frowned again. It was really strange that a powerful figure was not recorded in the Desolate Land Divine Palace's intelligence system. Qin Shao also wanted to know who the Dark Candle King was and what his background was. Qin Shao should know all the powerful figures in the Hidden Dragon territory, but he had never heard of the Dark Candle King. Why did a powerful figure want so many beautiful women? Although there were indeed some evil techniques in the universe that needed to kill people, many of them only needed to collect people's souls. And it didn't necessarily have to be beautiful women. He only needed beautiful women. What was his intention? Qin Shao faintly felt that there should be something fishy about this. Things should not be so simple. "Then besides you, who else is working for the Dark Candle King?" Qin Shao asked. The Sword Star Pavilion Master said, "As far as I know, the overlords of several nearby star fields are secretly doing this for the Dark Candle King. Of course, this is just my guess. I haven't asked about it. However, that is indeed what they are doing." "Oh, it seems that there are quite a lot of people working for the Dark Candle King." As Qin Shao had guessed, the situation was not simple. A star field could capture more than 1,000,000 beautiful women in a few thousand years. If dozens, or even hundreds or thousands of star fields were doing this for the Dark Candle King, then the number of beautiful women captured would be countless. What was the purpose of capturing so many beautiful women? Qin Shao immediately asked the Desolate Land Divine Palace's intelligence system to check the details of the star fields near Wulong City in the past few thousand years to see what was going on. There was definitely more to this matter than met the eye. Qin Shao must find this Dark Candle King as soon as possible. Apart from this matter, did the Dark Candle King ask you to do anything else for him? Qin Shao asked again. The Sword Star Pavilion Master shook his head. Then do you know how to see the Dark Candle King? Qin Shao asked again. The Sword Star Pavilion Master shook his head again. We have no way to see the Dark Candle King, nor can we contact him. The Dark Candle King will come to us regularly to recruit people, once every 1,000 years. Every time, it will be an energy clone, so we have not seen the Dark Candle King's true body. Every time, it was an energy clone, and it was hidden so well that people could not see his face clearly. It seemed that the Dark Candle King was indeed very cautious. A single line of contact was also more concealed. Either the Dark Candle King's concealment method was very clever, or he told the Sword Star Pavilion Master that their titles were fake, so the Desolate Land Divine Palace's intelligence system could not find out. The Sword Star Pavilion Master was just a small fry, so it was useless to catch him. Qin Shao now wanted to catch the Dark Candle King and take a look at this big fish. However, Qin Shao vaguely felt that the Dark Candle King was not the real master behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would the Dark Candle King personally take action every time? Even if it was an avatar, he would do it personally. The Sword Star Pavilion's Pavilion Master was merely a third-step heavenly god. Moreover, he was a very ordinary third-step heavenly god. It was easy for a mighty figure to take in some fourth-step divine god servants. Why did the Dark Candle King not send those fourth-step divine god servants to do this? Why did he have to do it personally? In this case, it was very likely that this matter was too important and could not be careless, so he had to do it personally. Moreover, he should be taking orders from someone, so he would be so careful. Thinking of this, Qin Shao felt that this matter was not simple. In the Hidden Dragon territory, there was such a dark force. Qin Shao naturally would not let him do whatever he wanted in the Hidden Dragon territory. He had to crush this dark force and return the Hidden Dragon territory to its original state. When is the next time the Dark Candle King comes to recruit people? Qin Shao asked coldly. The Sword Star Pavilion Master said everything he knew. Since he had already said it, there was nothing to hide. The next time will be 10 years later, but it is not absolutely accurate. It may be a few years earlier or a few years later. 10 years, that could still wait. Qin Shao immediately had a plan in his mind. Chapter 750. Sword Star Pavilion Master, do you want to live? With a plan in mind, Qin Shao looked at the Sword Star Pavilion Master and asked. The heart of the Sword Star Pavilion's Pavilion Master was greatly moved when he heard these words. It was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He hurriedly said, "Of course I want to live. If you can spare my life, I will naturally be at your disposal and do whatever you want." The Sword Star Pavilion Master had only lived for less than 600 million years. He had only lived for half of his life. He still had a lot of years to live. If he could live, then he naturally wanted to live. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. If one could live, who would want to die? Qin Shao said, "Okay, then I will give you a chance to live. It shouldn't take long for your clone to come back. I will temporarily imprison your original body. If you can cooperate with me obediently, then I can make a life oath to not kill you. I will also release your original body. But if you have the slightest disloyalty, then I can guarantee that both your original body and clone will die. You are a smart person. You should know what I want you to cooperate with. If you can do it, then you can live." The Sword Star Pavilion Master was naturally not a fool. Of course, he knew what he wanted. It was nothing more than to cooperate with him to wait for the arrival of Dark Candle King. The Sword Star Pavilion Master still said carefully, "Sir, if you only want me to cooperate with you and wait for Dark Candle King to arrive, then there's no problem. But I don't want to be exposed. After all, Dark Candle King is a powerful figure. Once I am exposed, I will definitely die. As long as there is activity, I will do whatever you want me to do. I will absolutely not dare to have any disloyalty." Qin Shao said, "Don't worry about this. When the time comes, I will sneak into those beautiful women who have been kidnapped and enter their inner worlds. I have my means to make Dark Candle King unable to detect my existence. Your task is to wait for Dark Candle King to successfully take me away. As for what happens after that, you don't need to worry about anything." The Sword Star Pavilion Master also guessed Qin Zhao's plan. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He dared to sneak into Dark Candle King's lair. What was he trying to do? Did he want to deal with Dark Candle King directly? However, the Dark Candle Monarch was an almighty existence. Did he have the strength to deal with an almighty existence? But there was really such a possibility. At least the Sword Star Pavilion Master felt that Qin Zhao's strength was extremely powerful. There were still quite a number of fourth-step heavenly gods who were comparable to almighties. For example, those on the earth ranking were completely comparable to almighties. Therefore, the Sword Star Pavilion Master could not help but wonder if the young man in front of him was an existence on the earth roll. However, since the other party had such confidence, he must be very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He believed that no one was a fool. No one would be willing to throw their lives away for nothing. With this thought, the Sword Star Pavilion Master felt a lot more relieved. Now he had no other choice. He could only choose to believe in Qin Shao and cooperate with Qin Shao. Only by taking this path would he be able to survive. Otherwise, he would die now. Even if it was very risky, he could only give it a try now. As long as Dark Candle King left with his people, he could escape immediately. The universe was so big. If he wanted to hide, Dark Candle King might not be able to find him. Okay, I understand. The Sword Star Pavilion Master nodded. Their conversation was completely isolated, so it was naturally not known by outsiders. Qin Shao said again, "I'll let you go later. No one saw what happened here. You should know how to deal with the aftermath. Just don't make people suspicious." I understand. The Sword Star Pavilion Master nodded immediately. Now that the plan was set, the next step was to carry it out. This matter had spread like wildfire in Wulong City. There were even all kinds of rumors about it. However, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion immediately used his supreme divine power to suppress these rumors. He announced to the public that he had executed those arrogant people on the spot and killed all of them. As for Qin Shao and the other three, they quietly entered the palace that the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion had arranged, and no one knew about it. The Sword Star Pavilion Master's doppelganger also quietly came back and replaced his original body. His original body was imprisoned by Qin Shao. Qin Shao also made a life-bonded oath as agreed, so that the Sword Star Pavilion Master could trust Qin Shao completely. Now, they just had to wait for Dark Candle King to come and collect them. As for the old man, Qin Shao also instructed the Pavilion Master of the Sword Star Pavilion to treat the old man well. Of course, the old man should not be treated too well. He should just not make things difficult for the old man. He should just let the old man continue to live a stable and ordinary life. Anyway, the old man had nothing to pursue. "What's going on?" Yao Shuilian asked Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook her head and said, "I don't know for the time being. I've investigated. There are a total of 312 star regions that have captured beautiful women for Dark Candle King in the past thousands of years. The total number of beautiful women that have been captured is more than 400 million. Behind this matter, it's definitely not simple. Now, we need to find Dark Candle King in order to solve this mystery." No matter what the matter is, since we're in charge now, we'll naturally get to the bottom of it and get to the bottom of it. All the dark forces will not allow it to exist. Yao Shuilian had always abhorred evil. Thus, She was filled with righteous indignation when she heard about this. When she stayed in the Yao Manor before, she felt that it was peaceful and prosperous. There would not be such a dark and evil thing happening. She had only heard about it before, but this time she experienced it personally. The feeling was really different. Qin Shao, the Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master, helped the evildoer, even if he was instructed to do so by others. What he did is also outrageous. It's intolerable. We can't let him off easily. However, you've already promised not to kill him. Are you really going to indulge him and let him get away with it? Yao Shiwilian frowned slightly. Qin Shao smiled coldly and said, Yao Shiwilian, you've known me for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Do you really think I'll let him go? Yao Shiwilian was slightly stunned. In her opinion, Qin Shao was indeed not that kind of person. However, Qin Shao had already made a life-bonded oath. Qin Shao curled her lips and said with a smile, So what if I made a life-bonded oath? My life-bonded oath can only restrain myself. I really won't kill the Sword Star Pavilion Master. But it doesn't mean that others can't kill him. You can kill him, Yao Shiwilian. You can kill him. You can kill him. Bifin can also be killed. I can even let the Desolate Lands army kill these evil people. But there's no hurry. We can't touch the Sword Star Pavilion Master for the time being. He's a useful chess piece. For the time being, we still need to use him to get close to Dark Candle King. For the time being, we can't act rashly and alert the enemy. As long as Dark Candle King's side is dealt with, we can close the net. Only then can we arrest all these evil people and those who help the evildoer to bring them to justice and let them get the punishment they deserve. As the ambassador of the Hidden Dragon territory, it's my duty to uphold justice. As for the Desolate Lands army, I've already asked them to secretly prepare for this matter. As soon as I give the order, the Desolate Lands army will move out to eliminate these people. My 9 provinces continent has experienced tens of thousands of years of development. Now, it has cultivated a large number of divine realm experts who are loyal to my 9 provinces continent. They have also formed the 9 provinces guard that belongs to our 9 provinces continent. These people can also be used as practice. Yao Shiwilian was speechless. It turned out that Qin Shao had such a plan. However, such a plan did sound very dishonorable. It was just playing with words. It sounded very unkind. However, Qin Shao didn't care so much. It didn't matter if he was a little black-bellied to deal with these evil people. Yao Shiwilian said again, Then how are we going to get close to Dark Candle King? He's a powerful expert, and judging from his behavior, he should be a very cautious person. It's not so easy to avoid the detection of a powerful expert. Qin Shao said, It's not difficult. As long as we hide in the inner world of a beautiful woman without anyone noticing, and then hide our aura, Dark Candle King won't be able to detect us. After all, Dark Candle Monarch was only an energy avatar that had descended, not his true body. Therefore, with my concealment method, it's not difficult to hide from the world. Yao Shiwilian nodded. She didn't have this ability anyway, but Qin Shao should have this method. Since Qin Shao was confident, she naturally didn't have to worry about anything. The next few days were to wait. Qin Shao and the others didn't have to wait for long. After waiting for 9 years, Dark Candle King's energy clone descended. In the main hall, the Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master knelt there respectfully welcoming the arrival of Dark Candle King. Dark Candle King was a cloud of black mist, and there was a vague figure inside. However, it was shrouded in layers of black mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. This was a concealment method. A gloomy voice came from Dark Candle King's mouth. How many prey have you caught in the past 1,000 years? The Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master immediately said, reporting to the king, a total of 364,856 people have been caught in the past 1,000 years. The number is less than before. What's going on? Dark Candle King's voice turned cold, and a dark eye with a demonic light fell on the Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master. The Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Cold sweat seeped out his back. The Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master didn't dare to say a word. He was still a little worried. But soon, Dark Candle King retracted his aura and said coldly, "I'll let it go this time. Think of more ways in the future. The next time I come to collect people, I don't want to receive this number. If there's a next time, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yes, yes, yes. There will be more next time. The Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master immediately nodded submissively and then respectfully handed over an interspatial ring. Dark Candle King took it. After scanning it, he didn't find anything strange. Then, he put it away and left with a wave of his hand. "Farewell, King," the Sword Star Pavilion's pavilion master said respectfully. After sending Dark Candle King away, he was secretly relieved. Chapter 751. The Hidden Dragon Ridge was an extremely secluded place in the vast universe. It was in a natural danger zone. It was barren and full of danger, so even cultivators weren't willing to come here. A figure in the shape of a black fog passed through it at an extremely fast speed, avoiding all the dangers and walking on a safe path. After passing through one dangerous area after another, they passed through one forbidden land after another. After traveling for 3 days, they finally arrived at a small world. Some small worlds were artificially opened by powerhouses, while others were naturally formed. Small worlds were different from source worlds and small universes. To put it simply, a small world was a completely fixed space that was opened up. One flower, one world, one grain, one firmament. A truly capable person could open up a small world in a speck of dust. Just like ordinary gods could also open up a small world in their source worlds, just like the Infernal Palace of the 9 Provinces world and the Earth Martial Arts Dojo. They all had their own small worlds. It wasn't so easy to open up a small world in the Divine Realm. Generally, only powerhouses could open it up. The stronger one was, the more powerful the small world they open up would be, and the harder it would be to be discovered. The small world in front of him was obviously artificially opened. The small world wasn't big, and the things inside were very simple. There was only a not-so-magnificent palace standing in it. Dark Candle Monarch's energy avatar entered the palace and quickly reunited with his true body. In the next few years, energy clones came back one after another. Each energy clone brought back beautiful girls from Dali. This process lasted for 5 years. When all the energy clones returned, Dark Candle Monarch finally showed a somewhat sinister sneer on his face and got up to leave the hall. Soon, Dark Candle Monarch came in front of a secret room. He respectfully bowed and said, "Master, all the prey this time has been collected. The total number is 108,634,056. The number is a bit low." A cold voice came from the secret room. It was obvious that there was some reproach in it. Dark Candle Monarch quickly lowered his head and said, "It's this subordinate's fault. This subordinate deserves death. Please punish me, master." The pale voice in the secret room said, "Forget it. We can't be too hasty at this time. It's not good to make too big of a move. Forget it. I'll just wait for a few more 1,000 years. You have to be more careful when you're out there. You mustn't make any mistakes." "Yes, I understand," said Dark Candle Sovereign. A hole opened in the door of the secret room, and an invisible hand reached out. Dark Candle King hurriedly handed over the space ring with the beautiful women in it. However, the moment the hand grabbed the interspatial ring suddenly exploded. An extremely sharp light shot out of the interspatial ring and headed straight for the Dark Candle Monarch. The sudden change also caused an extremely angry snort to ring out from the secret chamber. Dark Candle King obviously didn't expect this to happen. He was completely dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on. How could this be? He had clearly checked the place, so how could he still be mixed in with someone else? Moreover, it was a 4th-step divine god. Dark Candle King was shocked and frightened. He had already sensed his master's boundless anger, But at this time, he couldn't quibble with anything. Instead, he hurriedly attacked. Dark Candle King was just an ordinary almighty. His strength was at the bottom of the almighties. With his strength, how could he block Qin Zhao's attack? What? How can he be so strong? Isn't he a fourth-step divine god? How can he be so strong? As soon as they clashed, Dark Candle King's expression changed drastically. He was extremely terrified. Facing Qin Zhao made him feel like he was facing a top almighty. Even when facing his master, he didn't feel so powerless. This feeling was like a mortal facing a god. There was a gap of heaven and earth between them. At this moment, Dark Candle Monarch even suspected that he wasn't a supreme being. How can an almighty like him feel so powerless? All of his strength was directly destroyed. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no way he could resist at all. This feeling was too terrifying. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd felt this way. No, 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 Master, save me. Dark Candle King felt despair in an instant. He cried out in alarm, his face full of horror. However, his panic was quickly annihilated by the terrible power. Death was coming, unstoppable and irreversible. His strength, his divine body, and everything else couldn't stop this destructive waterfall. Streaks of light pierced through Dark Candle King's body, making him feel his life force rapidly depleting. This was the feeling of death. This was the first time he'd felt it so directly. Boom. Soon, Dark Candle King's body turned into nothingness. He couldn't be more dead. An almighty had died here, just like that. Humph, you're courting death. An extremely cold voice sounded from the secret chamber. An ice blade blasted out, destroying a part of the void and arriving behind Qin Zhao in the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as Qin Zhao killed Dark Candle King, this terrible attack came crashing down and caught him off guard. The ice blade pierced through Qin Zhao's body with unparalleled power, penetrating and destroying everything. A tall figure walked out of the secret chamber. His appearance was a little strange. Shrouded in a black robe, he exuded an extremely cold and eerie presence. His inverted triangular eyes were awe-inspiring, like a frightening demon. As soon as he appeared, he froze all 3,000 worlds and the firmament in an instant. Time and space froze. Everything was sealed in ice. His aura alone was powerful and invincible, like that of a peerless ancient god. Wherever he passed, everything would submit. Wherever he touched, everything would be frozen. With a single thought, he could move all 3,000 worlds and shake a corner of the firmament. The feeling of power. His cold eyes were filled with dense, killing intent, and his aura soared to the sky. He had only been hiding here for a few thousand years, but someone dared to come and cause trouble for him, which made him furious. His servant was instantly killed by the other party, which was even more abominable. But soon, the black-clothed man couldn't help but frown because Qin Zhao had disappeared in front of him. What he had hit wasn't Qin Zhao's real body, but an afterimage left behind. The Mirage True Body Unique Technique? Someone from the desolate land, Divine Palace. Soon, the black-clothed man's eyes turned cold. Humph, so it's Qin Zhao. The peerless genius of the desolate land, Divine Palace. The ambassador of the hidden dragon territory. It's said that his strength is suspected to be in the top 5 of the Earth list. The real body of the raging dragon of the desolate land, Divine Palace, also died in your hands. I've heard about you for a long time, but I didn't expect to see you here today. Qin Zhao walked in a mirage, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly looked at the black-clothed man. There's no karma line on him, so I can't capture the trajectory of fate. Villa Lord Yao told me that this kind of person is most likely someone from Eros. That year, I also discovered Eros, and because of that, I made a great contribution and was sent to the desolate land island by Villa Lord Yao to train. Could it be that the person in front of me is also one of Eros? Eros was an extremely mysterious and dark force in the universe. They had always been against the heavenly realm, and they were a thorn in the side of the heavenly realm. The forces of the heavenly realm had always wanted to completely eliminate Eros, but they had never succeeded. Eros had a powerful inherited bloodline, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Moreover, they were very careful and wouldn't show themselves easily. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to capture Eros. However, it wasn't absolute. Without Karma Line, the trajectory of fate couldn't be captured. It wasn't necessarily Eros, but it was very likely someone from Eros. Qin Shao wasn't too sure if there were any life forms in the universe that didn't have Karma Line, and their trajectory of fate couldn't be captured. He didn't ask about it in detail. Logically speaking, all life forms in the universe should have Karma Line, and they should be bound by the universe. If there was a Karma Line, then there would be Karma Line, and according to Karma, one could more or less find a connection. However, Eros was a little special. There was no Karma Line left on him. Therefore, even if one met him, there was no way to sense him using Karma Line. Under normal circumstances, as long as one met him once, one could sense him using Karma Line and contact him. One didn't even need to meet him. As long as one was powerful enough, one could directly establish a connection through Karma Line. Just like how Underworld ancestor Yushan contacted Qin Shao through Karma Line. "You're from Eros?" Qin Shao asked coldly. The man in black sneered. "It seems that Qin Shao is only SOSO. How could you ask such a stupid question? Do you want me to answer yes or no? You're just a fourth-step heavenly god. Your realm is too low. How could you know the secrets of the universe? Your understanding of the universe is just the tip of the iceberg. It's pitifully little. However, I do admire your courage. You actually dared to infiltrate into my servant's body and found my lair." Qin Shao curled his lips. "Shouldn't you be praising me for being smart? I know how to use this method to find you." Not only did Dark Candle King not think of it, you probably didn't think of it either, right? You've always been careful in your actions, but you still missed out on this link, allowing me to easily find you. The man in black continued to laugh. "Yes, I really didn't think of it. Such a small matter can alarm you. The border ambassador. It seems that you're really working hard to govern the hidden dragon territory, right? You seem to like meddling in other people's business, but do you really think that meddling in other people's business won't cause you to fail?" Chapter 752. Whether you will fail miserably or not depends on whether you have the ability or not. Qin Shao did not show any signs of weakness, even though the opponent was a powerful figure who gave Qin Shao a sense of threat. However, Qin Shao was still fearless. With his current strength, as long as he did not encounter a top powerful figure, he was fearless. Even if he faced a top powerful figure, he would not be completely defenseless. He still had the confidence to stay alive for a while. As long as he could stay alive for a while, it was enough. With such confidence, Qin Shao naturally did not have the slightest fear. Besides, Qin Shao did not think that the black-clothed, powerful figure in front of him was so powerful. What an arrogant brat. Then I want to see how capable you are to be so arrogant in front of me. The black-clothed, mighty figure said angrily. His body moved, and black shadows flew out from his body, accompanied by sharp, whistling sounds. Countless black shadows were like locusts, crazily pouncing on Qin Shao. Each black shadow was very terrifying, and they all had the lethality of a powerful figure. When countless black shadows attacked together, it was naturally peerless and terrifying. Even in the virtual realm, Qin Shao could smell a sense of danger approaching. The black-clothed, powerful figure's strength was indeed powerful and terrifying. Qin Shao completely entered the virtual realm. Walking in the virtual realm, it was difficult for those attacks to hit Qin Shao. Qin Shao shuttled through the endless black shadows and directly rushed in front of the black-clothed, powerful figure. He displayed the full strength of the Seven Swords' unique skill and attacked fiercely. The black-clothed, powerful figure was quite surprised that Qin Shao could reach him so quickly. After a surprise sound, his figure moved and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the black-clothed, powerful figure came out of the virtual realm and directly entered the virtual realm. Qin Shao frowned deeply. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. There was actually someone who could kill their way into his mirage. This meant that his mirage true body absolute art was not very useful. The mirage was a world that did not exist. How could anyone enter the mirage? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the mirage true body? You've already cultivated your mirage true body to perfection. It's indeed very powerful. At such a young age, he was able to cultivate a top-notch secret technique to perfection. But so what? The ethereal plane is nothing more than a piece of paper in front of me. I can easily pierce through it and enter the ethereal plane. Your mirage true body absolute technique won't be able to gain any advantage against me, the black-robed Almighty said coldly. Qin Shao was very puzzled by this. He had never heard of anyone who could easily enter the virtual realm. If it had been an almighty, it would have been understandable. However, the black-clothed, powerful figure in front of him was not even a top-notch almighty. How could he have such an ability? It seemed that the mirage true body was not always successful. It still had its weaknesses. However, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. Even if he did not rely on the mirage true body, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. I don't need to use too many tricks to deal with you. Take this, Qin Shao said coldly. Once again, he performed the 7-star sword. The sword turned into 7 stars. 7 stars illuminated the sky, and 9 sun-seizing dragons. The 7-star sword reflected the sky and illuminated the past and present. Rays of light shot out and streaked across the 3,000 great worlds, awakening a part of the universe. The Big Dipper sword unique skill could be considered a top-notch unique skill. When it was practiced to the perfection stage, its power was naturally terrifying. This small world was completely enveloped by the supreme sword chi. This small world could not withstand a single blow. It immediately collapsed and was destroyed by the sword chi. The space collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the palaces were annihilated. Everything was destroyed. The black-clothed, powerful figure turned into darkness. It was like a black hole. It was formless and traceless. One could not see where his real body was. It was as if the darkness was his real body. Endless darkness, endless terror, devouring the endless sky. All power would be devoured. What a terrifying dark power. You're indeed from Eros. Your power is a strange dark power. It is a terrifying power that could devour everything. Seeing the black-clothed, powerful figure display his true strength, Qin Shao snorted coldly. He was certain of his opponent's strength. He could not be completely sure just by relying on the trajectory of fate and the karma line. However, he could be sure with the dark power. In this universe, only people from Eros had the dark power and could cultivate it. The dark power was the symbol of Eros. The one who had the dark power had to be Eros. After being forced to use his power, the black-clothed, powerful figure no longer hid anything. So what if you know that I am from Eros? What do you think you could do to me? Or are you as cowardly as a mouse and do not dare to fight with me? Are you going to ask the ruler of the desolate land for help? However, do you really think that I am afraid of you? Since I dare to fight with you here, I naturally have the confidence to leave. This is not a place that the ruler of the desolate land can come to easily. Qin Shao knew that the black-clothed man was trying to provoke him. However, this was a serious matter. Qin Shao could not ignore Master Qingya. However, Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you are worthy of me asking for help?" Are you thinking too highly of yourself, or are you looking down on me? I am sorry to disappoint you. I am not as weak as you think. In fact, I think that I am the one who will have the last laugh today. Arrogant and ignorant. The black-clothed, powerful figure snorted coldly. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Other than the Mirage Avatar unique technique, what else do you have? Qin Zhao's 7-star sword unique technique was completely devoured by the black-clothed powerful figure's dark power. The 7-star sword unique technique was not powerful enough to hurt the black-clothed powerful figure. The Mirage Avatar unique technique was useless. The 7-star sword unique technique was also useless. This situation was indeed disadvantageous for Qin Zhao. Try my heart power. Qin Zhao's heart stirred. He attacked again. This time, he did not use the 7-star sword unique technique. Instead, he used the improved first move of the Mountain River Sword technique. Qin Zhao had perfected the first move again. It was even more powerful than before. Moreover, Qin Zhao's Dao power was also much stronger than before. Therefore, when he used the first move again, the mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon suddenly appeared. The universe's firmament immediately changed its appearance. The boundless void suddenly became resplendent and prosperous. The scenery of the 4 seas, the sun and the moon rising from the east, the mountains and rivers, and the beautiful earth. The bright moon rose from the sea. Purple smoke appeared out of nowhere. The rivers flowed into the sea, and the giant peaks rose from the ground. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They rushed toward the black-clothed, powerful figure with destructive power. Such strange phenomena also surprised the black-clothed, powerful figure. What a powerful and exquisite unique technique. This is definitely one of the 10 great unique techniques. Creating scenery out of thin air, killing people with beautiful scenes, and destroying all things. The black-clothed, powerful figure was full of praise for such a unique technique. Many people said that the improved version of the Mountain River Sword technique created by Qin Zhao was one of the 10 great unique techniques. It was a pity that he had only created the first move. If he had created all 3 moves and formed a complete unique technique, it would be truly terrifying. This unique technique is powerful enough. However, you obviously haven't cultivated to such a high level. This is only the first move. Even if it's one of the 10 great unique techniques, I'm not afraid of anything. The black-clothed, powerful figure's face was full of confidence. He urged the power of darkness to rush over like a rolling cloud of dust. Heart Force kill. Powerful Heart Force surged out silently, turning into an invisible hand that attacked the black-clothed, powerful figure. With the level of Qin Zhao's Heart Force, he was completely capable of dealing with powerful existences. After being attacked by Qin Zhao's Heart Force, the black-clothed, powerful figure's expression changed. He was surprised. Clearly, the Heart Force had somewhat frustrated him. The black-clothed, powerful figure snorted coldly in his heart. I almost forgot that you still have Heart Force. Your Heart Force is indeed powerful and terrifying. It's also very difficult to defend against. However, our Arrow's bloodline inheritance is powerful. Our temperament is also something that has been honed since young. My soul is also protected by a powerful treasure. If you want to use Heart Force to deal with me, you're still far from enough. The black-clothed, powerful figure protected his soul with all his might. He quickly blocked Qin Zhao's Heart Force. However, at this time, Qin Zhao had also arrived in front of the black-clothed, powerful figure. The power of mountains, rivers, sun, and moon came crashing down with a mighty force. The world of mountains and rivers collapsed. Endless destructive power was about to swallow and annihilate the black-clothed, powerful figure. Unparalleled Dao power was also mixed in. It obliterated everything, severed all eternity, and annihilated all the stars in the heavens. This part of the void was also destroyed beyond recognition. The momentum of the clash between the two was truly a bit too terrifying. The stars in front of the two were like eggs. They couldn't withstand a single blow and were destroyed at the slightest touch. The void was severed, and all eternity was withered away. It was a scene of apocalypse. Endless destructive power was like a great waterfall. It wildly bombarded the black-clothed, powerful figure, destroying his dark force time and time again. After the mountains and rivers collapsed, everything returned to normal. The black-clothed figure was also completely destroyed and disappeared without a trace. Qin Shao put away his sword. However, his brows were slightly furrowed. There wasn't a trace of joy on his face. In the void in front of him, a figure was condensing and quickly returned to its original state. Who else could it be but the black-clothed, powerful figure? "You're fine." Seeing that the black-clothed, powerful figure was completely fine, Qin Zhao's frown deepened. The black-clothed, powerful figure sneered at Qin Shao and said, "What? Are you surprised? Our arrows are extremely good at defense. Do you think you can kill me? Humph. Even if I don't fight back, you can't kill me. I have to admit that you're really strong. In terms of strength, I can't beat you. But so what? You're strong, but you can't do anything to me. You can't kill me at all. You can't even hurt me. And if I want to leave, you can't stop me at all." Qin Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. "It seems that you're really confident." Chapter 753. Of course I'm confident. You can try me if you don't believe me. The black-clothed Almighty's tone was full of arrogance. An experienced Almighty did have the right to be so arrogant in front of a fourth-step Empyrean God. Although he said that, the Almighty knew that he couldn't do anything to Qin Shao. There was no point in dragging the fight on. Moreover, he didn't believe that Qin Shao wouldn't report this to the desolate land god palace. He was Eros's man. He was the public enemy of the god realm. Once the ruler of the desolate land god palace found out about this, he would definitely rush over. Therefore, the Almighty didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to leave. "Umph, I'm not going to play with you today. You're dreaming if you want to tell the ruler of the desolate land god palace to come and catch me." The black-clothed Almighty snorted coldly. After saying that, he waved his hand and a strange treasure flew out. Immediately, the void trembled. Obviously, the Almighty wanted to break open the void and leave. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. Why can't I break open the void here? His treasure was no longer working. This made the black-clothed man frown deeply. His expression suddenly changed. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh coldly. He said, "Don't you know that this is the mirage? In the ethereal realm, isn't it laughable that you want to break through the void and leave?" The mirage wasn't the real world. Everything was illusory. Therefore, there was no such thing as a void in the mirage. It was naturally impossible to break through the void in the mirage. Only then did the black-robed Almighty remember that this was the mirage, not the real world. If he wanted to leave, he had to return to the real world. The Almighty waved his hand and wanted to leave the mirage. However, he quickly realized that the mirage had turned into an unbreakable cage. He couldn't break open it. What was going on? A bad feeling surged in his heart, making the black-clothed expert's face even gloomier and colder. Qin Shao sneered. "Since you're here, do you still want to leave?" Humph, humph. Aren't you underestimating the absolute art that is publicly acknowledged as the strongest absolute art under the 10 great absolute arts of our forsaken continent? My Mirage Body's secret technique isn't as simple as you think. Do you really think you can easily enter my ethereal world? If I didn't deliberately show you that I'm weak, you wouldn't be so careless. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the black-clothed mighty figure's expression changed again. He was furious. "You set this up? Despicable and shameless human brat. How could you be so insidious and cunning?" However, Qin Shao did not care at all. All is fair in war. Who asked you to be so stupid? That sentence almost made the black-robed, mighty figure vomit blood. He didn't expect Qin Shao to be so insidious. Qin Shao knew from the beginning that it was impossible for him to completely suppress the Almighty. The people of Eros were all-powerful. It was too difficult to hurt them. Furthermore, the other party was a powerful being who had been through a lot. Furthermore, he definitely had some tricks up his sleeves that could guarantee that he could escape. Qin Shao could feel this from the words of the Almighty in Black. The Almighty in Black could be so calm and fearless precisely because he had something to rely on. Therefore, Qin Shao was ready to set a trap from the beginning. He used the Almighty's confidence and arrogance to set a trap for him. Sure enough, the black-robed Almighty had fallen for the trap. He immediately charged into the virtual realm. Once he entered the mirage, Qin Shao would be easy to control. The Almighty wouldn't be able to escape. If he couldn't escape, Qin Shao could just wait for Master Qingye to arrive. He had already reported the news to Master Qingye. Master Qingye told Qin Shao to hold the Almighty for a while. He would rush over immediately. As long as he could delay the Almighty for a while, the Almighty would be helpless once Master Qingye arrived. Trapped in the ethereal realm, the black-clothed Almighty began to panic. He had to leave as soon as possible. The Almighty's bad feeling grew stronger. He felt a sense of danger. He naturally knew that the ruler of the desolate land was on his way here. Although the terrain here was very complicated and there were many natural dangers that could stop the ruler, it wouldn't last long. If the ruler's energy clone arrived, it would arrive soon. However, if the ruler wanted to capture him, it had to be the ruler's true body. He didn't have much time. He had to leave as soon as possible. Damn it, break for me. The black-clothed expert roared and attacked the ethereal world with all kinds of methods. It was indeed terrifying. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. However, Qin Shao wasn't willing to be outdone. Qin Shao also threw out treasures. He hadn't used many of the gifts that his senior brothers had given him. Moreover, Qin Shao had gained a lot from the battlefield of gods and demons. Therefore, he had a lot of treasures on him. Although none of the treasures could directly block the black-clothed figure, it didn't matter. They only needed to block the black-clothed figure for a moment. Anyway, Qin Shao didn't care about these treasures at all. It didn't matter if he threw out tens or hundreds of them. One treasure after another was thrown at the black-robed mighty figure, as if they were free. In addition, Qin Zhao's Mirage realm was already very powerful. Qin Shao had cultivated the Mirage True Body Absolute art to perfection. Moreover, Qin Shao had gained a lot from the battlefield of gods and demons. Then, he had received guidance from the Palace Master of the Desolate Land. He had also made a lot of progress in terms of the Great Path and the use of the Great Path. These insights were also applied to the Absolute Art. Naturally, Qin Zhao's Mirage True Body Absolute Art was even more powerful. If he used all his strength to trap others, the effect would be very good. Moreover, Qin Shao didn't need to trap him all the time. He only needed to hold on for a few breaths of time. A few breaths of time was neither long nor short. In fact, it was very short. However, a few breaths of time was a long time for people at their level. It was enough to decide many things. The black-clothed Almighty had used up all his trump cards, but he was still unable to leave the ethereal plane. If he couldn't walk out of the mirage, he had no way to escape. The situation was getting worse. The Almighty in Black started to panic. He knew that the situation wasn't good. He smelled a strong sense of danger. Patriarch, save me, save me. The black-clothed Almighty being had no choice but to send a signal for help to his Patriarch. Right after the black-robed Almighty being sent out the distress signal, an unparalleled aura gushed over from afar. Even though the person was still far away, the might of the aura was already oppressing over, suppressing the ancient times and sealing the heavens. Everything came to a halt. Under the pressure of this aura, the Almighty in Black had the urge to kneel down. It's the ruler. The Almighty in Black's expression instantly became extremely cold. He didn't think that the ruler of the desolate land Divine Palace would come so quickly. He didn't expect that he would come so soon. It's over. Unless the Patriarch came personally, he would definitely be captured by the Divine Palace of the desolate land. Once he fell into the hands of the Divine Palace of the desolate land, his chances of survival would be pitifully small. No, no, no. The black-clothed mighty figure let out an unwilling and desperate roar in his heart. He was filled with hatred. He was filled with hatred. He had only snuck out for a few thousand years, but he had already encountered such a huge problem. Qin Shao was overjoyed when he sensed the powerful aura. He knew that Master Qingye had arrived. He came so quickly. Qin Shao could finally breathe a sigh of relief when Master Qingye arrived. He could only trap the Almighty in black like this. He couldn't do anything to the Almighty in black. Now that Master Qingye was here, everything would be over. Capturing an Eros member alive would be a great achievement. One had to know that Qin Shao had only discovered traces of the Eros, and Villa Head, Yao had reported it to his superiors. This was a great contribution, and he had been rewarded with a chance to train on Desolate Island. This time, capturing an Eros alive would be an even greater achievement. The divine palace of the Desolate Land had never captured an Eros alive. The significance of this was completely different. In the depths of the endless sea of darkness of the universe, in the depths of a cold underground palace, there was a sea of black fog. A towering figure that was billions of feet tall was lying inside. His eyes were closed as if he was in a deep sleep. The aura emanating from this towering figure was enough to make the sky tremble. It was enough to make heaven and earth submit and lower their heads. The powerful aura made it so that no one dared to act rashly in front of him. The towering figure suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp ray of light shocked the universe, pierced through the endless void, crossed the endless river of time, and saw through the past and present. It could sever the path of the eternal mortal world. My people are so stupid. The lofty figure's lips did not move, but his monstrous and furious voice caused the entire space to tremble violently. His eyes instantly pierced through the long river of the universe and reached an endless distance. On the other side, Master Qingye finally arrived. Qin Shao, well done. Hegemon Greenleaf first praised Qin Shao, then turned his gaze to the black-robed expert. By now, the black-robed expert had been completely restrained. He wasn't able to fight back at all. He didn't even have the ability to commit suicide, let alone resist. At this moment, a terrifying force came from the distance of the universe. Even though it had crossed the endless river of the universe, it was still endlessly terrifying. Hegemon Greenleaf's face tightened as well, and he instantly became incredibly solemn. He waved his hand, and a force enveloped Qin Shao and protected him. Even with Master Qingye's protection, Qin Shao still felt the extreme terror. Just a trace of the aura made Qin Shao's face turn pale, and he almost knelt down. So scary, so scary, so scary. This was a fear that Qin Shao had never felt before. What kind of existence could emit such a terrifying aura? Moreover, he could clearly sense that the other party was extremely far away in the universe. Even though they were separated by the endless river of the universe, they could still be so terrifying. Chapter 754. Could it be a universe master? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Qin Shao couldn't think of any other person who could make Greenleaf look so solemn. Aside from a universe master, there was no other possibility. However, this made Qin Shao even more confused. He had heard from Master Qingye that there were only 10 universe masters in the universe. There were as many as 9 supremes in the information sacred lands. The last supremacy should be his master, Red Dust Guest, right? Could it be that the Arrow race had a universe master as well? However, if Eros also had a universe master, then the number of universe masters would be more than 10. But these words had come from Hegemon Greenleaf's own mouth. There was no way they could be faked. What was going on here? Qin Shao was indeed puzzled by the contradiction between the two of them. An invisible hand seemed to have crossed the river of time and reached out to take the black-robed master away. Seeing such a situation, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. However, he was powerless. There was no way to stop this from happening. If it hadn't been for He Jimin Greenleaf's protection, he probably would have been obliterated by this terrifying Peerless aura. Master Qingye also made a move, but he was suppressed by a powerful force. Even Master Qingye couldn't put up any resistance. Such a scene caused Qin Zhao's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. He had met Desolate Land Palace Master before and knew that there was an even more terrifying realm above the Dominator realm, which was the Universe Master realm. This was the pinnacle of the entire universe. It was the master of the universe, a truly powerful and invincible being. However, Qin Shao had never seen a Universe Master in action before, so he didn't know how powerful a Universe Master was. Today, he had experienced it firsthand. Master Qingye was as weak as an ant in front of a Universe Master. He couldn't put up much resistance. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't know where the true body of this Universe Master was in the universe. Separated by an endless void and across the river of time, this Universe Master was still so terrifying. If his true body was here, how terrifying would it be? Thinking about it, Qin Shao did not dare to continue thinking about it. He could not imagine it either. It had exceeded Qin Zhao's imagination. Qin Shao felt that he was as weak as an ant when compared to a Dominator, let alone a Universe Master. Today, he finally saw a Universe Master in action. Qin Shao finally understood what it meant to be the most powerful in the universe. Qin Shao also understood why his teacher had told him that if he was in danger, no matter where he was, he only needed to ask him for help, and he would be there immediately. That was indeed the truth. This was the power of a Universe Master. No matter how far away they were, a single thought could render a ruler powerless. The shock that this scene gave to Qin Shao could not be any greater. Oomph. The two of you think you can capture me? Dream on. I'm leaving. The black-robed figure laughed coldly, looking smugly at Qin Shao and He Jimin Greenleaf. He Jimin Greenleaf's face was incomparably cold, but he was being suppressed by a terrifying power. There was no way for him to grab the black-robed figure. All he could do was watch as the black-robed figure screamed and left. He Jimin Greenleaf pushed his strength to the limit, but it was to no avail. There was nothing he could do to stop this from happening. Eros people, you're indulging your people more and more, said Master Qingye coldly. Anyone who dares to do as they please in the deity realm will have to pay the price, He Jimin Greenleaf said coldly. However, the Universe Master didn't respond. The invisible hand was quickly taking the Universe Master away from the ground. Master Qingye didn't give up. He was still struggling to stop the Eros people from taking the Universe Master away. Due to Master Qingye's obstruction, the Eros people couldn't take the Universe Master away so easily. The two forces were still fighting in the air, creating intense sparks. A battle of this level had already far exceeded the scope of Qin Zhao's ability. Therefore, Qin Shao could only quietly watch this battle that transcended the long river of time. The Universe Master and Master Qingye's aura surged, and the Universe Master and Master Qingye started to collapse. The powerful aura scared all the living beings in the Universe Master and made them run for their lives. Those who couldn't escape in time were directly destroyed by the energy. This was only a small amount of their aura, but it was already so terrifying. It had the power to destroy the Universe Master and Master Qingye. It was indeed terrifying. This was the pinnacle of power in the universe. This was the power that Qin Shao yearned for. Chief of the Eros people. A voice that wasn't loud, but sounded like a great bell in one's mind. The voice sounded very far away, as if it had traveled across the endless void from the Universe Master. Qin Shao was familiar with this voice. He was shocked when he heard it. Lord of the Desolate Land Temple. Yes, this voice belonged to the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple. Who would have thought that even the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple would be alarmed? Soon, an irresistible force surged out and relieved the pressure on Master Qingye. The power of the chief of the Eros people was instantly defeated. The black-robed expert tumbled over once more, but Jim and Greenleaf quickly captured him. This sudden turn of events caused the black-clothed, almighty figure's expression to instantly turn ugly. He thought that he could escape, but he didn't expect to provoke the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple to come out. Why would such a great existence come out for a small fry like him? Damn it, damn it, damn it! The Universe Master's face was ashen, filled with unwillingness and despair. Since the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple had intervened, it was obvious that his chief didn't have the ability to take him away. He would fall into the hands of the Temple of the Desolate Land. He didn't think that he would be able to survive if he fell into the hands of the Temple of the Desolate Land. You shouldn't have intervened. You didn't restrain your people and allowed them to kill as they pleased in the territory of the Desolate Land Temple. You must pay the price. This is the territory of the Temple of the Desolate Land. It's not a place where Eros people can behave atrociously. Let me take your people away. The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple's calm voice rang out again. His tone was as calm as if he was talking to an old friend. There wasn't much anger in it, but there was a force that didn't allow anyone to resist. The chief of the Eros people finally spoke. Lord of the Desolate Land Temple, I shouldn't have intervened. Why did you do it? My people are in the wrong this time. I didn't restrain him well. However, are you going to kill my people because of this? The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple said, Your people are guilty of heinous crimes. The death penalty is unavoidable. Since they have entered the Temple of the Desolate Land, they will naturally be executed according to the laws of the Desolate Land Temple. Humph. The chief of the Eros people snorted coldly. His cold snort caused the entire sky to tremble violently. What does the laws of the Desolate Land Temple have to do with me? Lord of the Desolate Land Temple, I'm not going to follow you either. Just tell me, are you going to let him go or not? The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple's voice was as calm as ever. Eros, you should know my temper. Since I've already intervened, I naturally won't let him go. Good, very good. Lord of the Desolate Land Temple, if that's the case, just wait and see. If you kill one of my people, I'll make the Desolate Land Temple pay you back 1,000 times over. I, Eros, have been able to survive in the universe for so long because of my strength. The Temple of the Desolate Land Temple won't be able to bully me, Eros. The chief of the Eros people said angrily. Then his aura completely disappeared. The sky of the universe returned to peace. The chief of the Eros people left. The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple's aura also disappeared. Master Qingye looked at the black-clothed powerhouse whose face was ashen and snorted coldly. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're Eros' people. The God Realm isn't a place where you Eros can do whatever you want. Even your chief can't protect you. How dare you commit such a heinous crime in the God Realm? Only death awaits you. The black-clothed powerhouse knew that he was going to die without a doubt. He didn't even have the strength to resist. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't celebrate too early. If the Temple of the Desolate Land Temple dares to kill me, I, Eros, won't let you off. Jim and Greenleaf swept the black-robed expert with an indifferent gaze, then said disdainfully, Don't make it sound like you're all-powerful. You're nothing more than a bunch of cowards. After saying that, Master Qingye didn't bother to give the powerhouse a chance to speak. He waved his hand and put the black-clothed powerhouse away. Everything was over. Everything returned to peace. This incident had actually involved 2 universe masters, which was something that Qin Shao had absolutely not expected. To be able to witness a universe master in action was indeed one of life's greatest blessings. It was rare to see a universe master in action even once in a trillion years. In fact, they might not even make a move once in a trillion or 10 trillion years. When such a being made a move, it was very unusual. Qin Shao, you've made a great contribution this time. I see that you still have plans to train outside, so I won't take you back with me. I'll report this to the higher-ups. You'll be rewarded with at least 500 contribution points. Master Qingye looked at Qin Shao. Upon hearing Master Qingye's words, Qin Shao was taken aback. He was indeed shocked. 500 contribution points? 500 contribution points. That was a very generous reward. Previously, when he went to the battlefield of gods and devils to carry out a mission, he was only rewarded with 300 contribution points. And that mission was very special. It had been a long time since anyone had completed it, so the reward was much more generous than the average mission. It was at least twice as much. However, the reward this time was at least 500 contribution points. Just thinking about it made him feel crazy. It was indeed a generous reward. Qin Shao was also very surprised. Don't be surprised. Being able to capture an Eros alive is a great achievement. In the end, the temple leader will decide how many contribution points you'll be rewarded with. But I'm sure that you'll get at least 500 contribution points. Who knows? The temple leader might have other rewards. In short, you've hit the jackpot this time. I didn't expect you to run into something like this when you're out on an adventure. This kind of thing can't be found even if others deliberately look for it, Master Qingye said again. Qin Shao smiled. Yes, it did feel like he had hit the jackpot. P.S. I haven't touched the flowers in a few days. Brothers, if you have flowers, please support me. Qin Shang hasn't been sleeping well at night recently. He was woken up by the little girl at least 4 or 5 times. During the day, he had to work hard to write. Chapter 755. By the way, Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about Eros taking revenge on you. You can continue to travel as you wish. As long as you don't stray too far from the realm of the gods, nothing will happen, Master Qingye added. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. Nothing will happen as long as I don't stray too far from the realm of the gods. The leader of the Eros people had just declared that he would take revenge on me. Qin Shao knew a little about how powerful Eros was. In front of Eros, I'm as weak as an ant. If Eros wanted to cause trouble for me, it would be a huge headache for Qin Shao. After all, an existence like the patriarch of the Erlo clan only needed to cross the endless river of time and descend with a single thought to wipe out Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Shao's confusion, Master Qingye smiled and explained, Eros is indeed terrifying. However, there's no need to be too afraid of them. They're just a bunch of cowards. They're the public enemy of the realm of the gods. That's why Eros never dares to show themselves. Occasionally, some of their clansmen come out, but they hide very well. They don't dare to be discovered by us humans. Once they're discovered, they're like rats crossing the street. They'll be hunted down by the people of the realm of the gods. However, the people of Eros know this very well. That's why their clansmen don't enter the realm of the gods easily. Even if they do enter the realm of the gods, they're very careful. Furthermore, they carry with them treasures that can help them escape. If there's any danger, they'll leave immediately. That's why it's so difficult for us to capture Eros clansmen. You were lucky this time. Secondly, the man of Eros you met was overconfident. That's why he failed miserably. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. It was indeed a stroke of luck that he was able to capture the Almighty in black. If the Almighty had been more careful, he wouldn't have fallen into his trap. Overconfidence would only bring harm to oneself. Speaking of which, this Eros mighty being wasn't very old. He probably didn't have enough experience in all aspects, which was why he ended up like this. If the Eros people leader dares to show himself, he'll definitely be killed by the combined forces of the 5 universe masters of the godly world. That's why the Eros people leader has never dared to show himself. As for Eros master, he doesn't dare to come out easily. He's also the target of our godly world's 5 universe masters. Universe masters wouldn't stoop so low as to kill people, but if Eros master were to enter the godly world, he would definitely kill him. Apart from the leader of the Eros people and the ruler of Eros, even if Eros sends a powerful being after you, you should be able to defend yourself. You should be able to hold on for a while. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. After hearing Master Qing Ye's words, Qin Shao was no longer worried. As long as he didn't run into a ruler, Qin Shao was confident that he could hold on for a few breaths of time. In the worst-case scenario, he should have a chance to ask Master Qing Ye or his teacher for help. Unless a ruler appeared, only then would it be possible to kill Qin Shao in an instant without giving Qin Shao any chance. Master Qing Ye brought the mighty beings of Eros back to the godly palace of Desolate Land, while Qin Shao released the rescued women. At the same time, the army of Desolate Land and his 9 provinces army moved out at the same time to encircle and annihilate the powers of over 300 starfields that had worked for Dark Candle Emperor. Swordstar Pavilion naturally couldn't avoid it. The true bodies and clones of the masterminds of over 300 starfields were all captured and brought to justice. Qin Shao had mobilized 70% of his elite forces, including a few mighty beings. Moreover, with the intelligent support of the godly palace of Desolate Land, they could naturally carry out an extremely accurate attack to defend Qin Zhao's dignity as the border ambassador. He also wanted to make it clear to others that he, Qin Shao, had zero tolerance for such heinous crimes. It would be fine if they didn't find out, but once they did, they would die. There was no room for negotiation. Although this display of authority wasn't as good as when he dealt with Madoka, it still made all the powers in the Hidden Dragon territory understand what kind of person Qin Shao was and how Qin Shao would manage the Hidden Dragon territory. Those who tried to challenge his bottom line would definitely not have a good ending. Apart from this, Qin Shao was actually quite easy to talk to. He didn't do anything to those major powers. Using both kindness and severity was always the best way to control one's subordinates. However, regarding the affairs of the Hidden Dragon territory, Qin Shao didn't manage much. He could be considered a very easygoing official. At first, some powers were quite worried. However, as time passed, they relaxed. As long as they didn't touch Qin Zhao's bottom line, Qin Shao wouldn't be easily angered. However, once Qin Shao was really angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the border ambassador, Qin Shao didn't expect to govern the Hidden Dragon territory well. He just didn't want to cause any big trouble. His mind was still focused on cultivation. As for these mundane matters, he naturally took care of them as much as he could. He was more or less a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. After arranging these matters, Qin Shao and the other 3 continued to travel around the world. After circling around the Hidden Dragon territory, they left the Hidden Dragon territory. This kind of travel, where he treated himself as an ordinary person to get close to nature, feel nature, and comprehend the great Tao of the heavens, really did give Qin Shao a lot of new ideas. Cultivation was like this. Sometimes what was needed was an epiphany. However, more often than not, what was needed was a little bit of accumulation. Only when the conditions were right could one naturally reach a higher realm. Qin Zhao's travels were completely based on his own interest, and he did as he pleased. Sometimes, when he was in the mood, Qin Shao even accompanied fishermen to sit by the river and fish. The fish he caught would become a meal. Sometimes, Qin Shao would also give some advice to ordinary mortals. Some of the people who were taught had talent. Some of the people who were taught had no talent at all. Qin Shao was also a straightforward person. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. He didn't think about anything else. There was no sympathy, no pity, and no appreciation. Sometimes, he even went to ordinary villages to do some farm work for the villagers and experience a rough life. Even when he was in the source world, Qin Shao didn't do this kind of thing. But now he was doing it. Such a move really surprised and puzzled the 8 powerhouses, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only go along with Qin Shao. Yao Shiwilian also didn't get used to it at first. However, she gradually seemed to like this way. She felt that it was very fun and also a kind of life. It was more fun than cultivating every day, day after day, year after year, right? Cultivation was actually painful and boring. This kind of life experience would indeed give people different feelings and different life experiences. At the foot of the Great Jade Mountain, in a large field, the strong men of the Great Jade Village came out to work. It was now the season to plant crops, so it was especially busy. Of course, these crops were not ordinary crops. They were spiritual objects that could be eaten by cultivators to improve their strength. After all, this place was not part of the source world. It was still part of the God realm. Although there were endless mortals in the God realm, they were baptized by the culture of the God realm. Their vision was naturally not comparable to the mortals of the source world. The crops that grew here were also souls. Qin Shao and Yao Shiwilian were there using a hoe to cultivate the land. Because it was the land of the God realm, it was especially difficult and required some strength to cultivate. Little Qin Shao and Miss Yao Shiwilian, you've been working for so long. Go to the side and rest. An old woman wiped the sweat on her forehead and said to Qin Shao and Yao Shiwilian. This old woman was also a 6th-level mortal spirit. In fact, it was equivalent to the mystic realm of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. In the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the mystic realm could be considered a powerhouse. However, in the God realm, it was very ordinary. It couldn't be more ordinary. Many rural old women like her, who had no talent and did not cultivate much, could reach such a realm. As for Qin Shao and Yao Shiwilian, they were only in the 7th-level mortal spirit realm. It was equivalent to the divine movement realm of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. In other words, it was the level of Emperor. Qin Shao also wiped the sweat on his forehead. He smiled and said to the old woman, Aunt Yang, we're fine. Let's work for a while more. In any case, we're almost done. You came out to play, and I still made you work for me. I really feel very apologetic. The old woman, Aunt Yang, said. Qin Shao didn't mind. He waved his hand and said, Aunt Yang, don't say that. We voluntarily came here to experience the life of farming. I'm still looking forward to doing some work. We have to thank you for this, Aunt Yang. How could we feel apologetic? Aunt Yang, just relax and let us experience it. That's right, Aunt Yang. We're not tired. Yao Shulian also said, with their strength, it was natural that they wouldn't feel tired doing this kind of small work. Aunt Yang couldn't dissuade Qin Shao and Yao Shulian. She could only let them continue. Yao Shulian smiled at Qin Shao and said, I really didn't expect that the life of ordinary mortals would be so interesting. Plant some spiritual plants, carefully take care of them, wait for the harvest, and exchange them for some necessities. In this way, I feel that every day is very fulfilling. Although life is short, I still feel that it's quite interesting. Although we gods can live for a long time, the longer we live, the more boring we'll feel. It might even cause our divine hearts to collapse. Living for a long time isn't necessarily a good thing. Qin Shao nodded and said with a smile, Yes, that's indeed the case. Experiencing life like this really does give us new insights and new experiences. Things in the world are just so wonderful. I didn't expect to be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao and increase our strength in such an ordinary matter. These mortals come into contact with these things every day, but they can't comprehend anything from it. To put it bluntly, it's because their realms aren't high enough. With their realms, they can't see this level. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed, and his expression immediately became solemn. Seeing the change in Qin Zhao's expression, Yao Shiwelian immediately asked, What's wrong, Qin Shao? What's the matter? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with an undetectable sharpness. She said, Brother Pure is in trouble. I sensed that the life-saving treasure I gave him was used. I used the Tao of Fate to capture it and felt that Brother Pure is in danger. I had to find out what's going on immediately. What? Let's go. Yao Shiwelian was also shocked. Chapter 756. Qin Shao had asked Brother Pure Purity's avatar on the Sky Dragon continent, and then used the Tao of Fate to deduce. She used karma to sense the general location of Brother Pure Purity. Brother Pure is now trapped in the door of all realms. He's relying on the treasure I gave him to hold on until now. The situation is very bad, Qin Shao said with a cold face. Hearing about the door of all realms, Yao Shiulian looked surprised. The door of all realms, one of the 6 great, ancient, fearsome lands in the universe. Why did Brother Pure go there? Does he want to die? The 6 great, ancient, fearsome lands in the universe were known as fearsome lands. The 6 great, ancient, fearsome lands were definitely the most dangerous places in the universe. The degree of danger was even above the battlefield of gods and devils. The 6 great ancient danger zones were places where not even sovereigns could wander about as they pleased. Each of them was extremely dangerous. Qin Shao shook her head speechlessly. I don't know why Brother Pure dared to go to the door of all realms. He should know how terrifying the door of all realms is. Maybe he wanted to prove himself too much and wanted to improve himself too much. He wanted to fight too hard. The power of love is really incomparably terrifying. It made him so desperate. This is a good thing, but he's still too weak. Brother Pure is very prideful. If I didn't ask him again and again, I'm afraid he wouldn't have admitted that he was in danger. It's meaningless to talk about this now. The most important thing now is to find a way to save Brother Pure. Although it's just a doppelganger, we can't afford to lose it. After all, even I can't go back to the Sky Dragon continent now. I don't know when the Sky Dragon continent's crisis will be resolved. If Brother Pure's doppelganger dies, then he'll probably be crippled. If he can't come out of the source world, the pain of lovesickness will probably drive him crazy. Yao Shiulian nodded quickly. She also knew that there was no time to hesitate. No matter how dangerous or difficult it was, they must save Brother Pure. Qin Shao saw Brother Pure as a brother. It was impossible not to save him. Why is Brother Pure trapped in the door of all realms? Could it be that he really entered the door of all realms? Yao Shiulian had some doubts in her heart. Logically speaking, with Brother Pure's strength, he shouldn't dare to enter the door of all realms. Even if he was wandering in the territory near the door of all realms, he shouldn't be so stupid to enter the door of all realms. Should be Pure's door of all. And Brother Pure, should Brother Pure, should know Brother Pure's to Pure should. But Brother Chunjie should know about the gate of the myriad worlds. Qin Shao gave Brother Chunjie a map of the God realm when he went out to experience the world. The dangerous places were all described in detail and marked. Among the 6 great ancient fearsome lands, only the door of all realms was located in the territory of the realm of gods. The other ancient fearsome lands were in the endless sea of darkness. In the realm of gods, the most dangerous place was the door of all realms, followed by the battlefield of gods and demons. Qin Shao shook her head and said, I don't know. I asked Brother Pure, and he said he didn't know either. Looking at Brother Pure's strong character, he should have something hard to say. I'm afraid there's something going on here. Let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing now is to find Brother Pure. You go back to Yao Manor first. I'll go to the door of all realms. Yao Shiulian immediately shook her head and said with a resolute face, No, I want to go with you. It's rare for me to come out. Don't think you can get rid of me. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. No, this time I'm going to save someone, and the place I'm going to is the door of all realms. In that kind of place, I don't dare to say I have enough strength to save my life. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Wait for me to save Brother Pure, then we'll continue to travel to other places. I promised Yao Manor to take care of you. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Manor Lord Yao? Yao Shiulian said, It's okay. If there's danger, I'll just hide in your inner world and not come out. As long as you're okay, then I'll be fine. So, you don't have to worry about me. Qin Shao was speechless again. She smiled bitterly and said, If I keep you in my inner world, then what's the difference between you and Yao Manor? You might as well go back to Yao Manor and stay there more comfortably. Also, it's safer and there won't be any risks. It's still risky for you to follow me. I don't care, I don't want to. I want to follow you. Even if I die, I want to follow you. Yao Shuilian still shook her head firmly, with a stubborn look on her face. This was the unique right of a girl. How could Qin Shao not know Yao Shuilian's thoughts? It's just that the more she was like this, the more Qin Shao didn't know how to deal with her. However, looking at Yao Shuilian's attitude, there was no way to persuade her. If Yao Shuilian was stubborn, even 8 cows couldn't pull her back. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao could only nod and say, "Well, you can come with me, but I'll say it first. You can follow me if you want, but you have to listen to everything I say. If there's any danger, I'll take you into my inner world. No matter when I take you into my inner world, you can't resist. If you can't do this, then I won't take you with me no matter what." Yao Shuilian smiled and nodded to Qin Shao. She smiled very happily, and even a little foolishly. With Yao Shuilian in tow, Qin Shao arrived at the star field of the Gate of All Realms at the fastest speed. The Gate of All Realms was located at the border between the territory of the Divine Hall and the territory of the Heavenly Court in the Desolate Land. The moment Qin Shao stepped into the star field of the Gate of All Realms, he felt a strong sense of danger surging over. It was vast and mighty, and it was extremely eerie and terrifying. Yao Shuilian frowned deeply as soon as she arrived, and her face was filled with vigilance. The terrifying aura made people feel very uncomfortable. It was already very scary even before reaching the Gate of All Realms. Ordinary powerful people wouldn't dare to step into it easily. After traveling for a long time, they finally saw a huge gate erected in the void, exuding an incomparably ancient and dark aura. Every door was frightening to look at. It was as if there was an ancient demon hibernating there. Once it woke up, it would take people's lives. The Gate of All Realms had this name because there were 10,000 Gate of All Realms in the void, and they had been there since ancient times. These gates varied in size. The big ones were hundreds of millions of miles tall, and they were incomparably majestic and terrifying. The small ones were only the size of a normal gate. The strangest thing was that these gates would change at any time. Sometimes they would grow bigger, sometimes they would shrink, and their positions would change as well. Therefore, there was no way to determine which gate it was. Generally speaking, there would be a great cycle every 10,000 years, and everything would change. Therefore, even if you put a mark on it, it would only be effective for 10,000 years. Within 10,000 years, it would be possible to distinguish these 10,000 gates. What was interesting was that each of these 10,000 gates had a small inner world behind it, and it was filled with unknown dangers. If one was unlucky and entered the most dangerous gate, perhaps even a sovereign might not be able to come out. Some unlucky ones would enter a gate and be directly transported to the edge of the universe. They would not be able to fly back to the divine realm for the rest of their lives, and could only be trapped in the endless sea of darkness until they died. 10,000 gates, 10,000 different situations, 10,000 possibilities. Behind each gate, there was an extreme danger. Looking at these 10,000 gates, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. "Which gate is Brother Pure in?" Yao Shuilian asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "If I knew which gate is behind, I wouldn't have to worry. You should know a little about the Gate of All Realms. It looks the same on the outside, but there are some differences in size." Brother Chuanjia entered the Gate of All Realms in a panic. How could he explain the situation of the Gate of All Realms that he entered? He only gave a general idea. The gate is about 10 million miles tall. However, there are close to 1,000 doors at this height. Brother Pure couldn't explain the location of the gate clearly, so there's no way to determine the specific location. And once you enter the Gate of All Realms, that independent inner world has the effect of blocking fate and karma. So I used the Tao of fate and karma to sense it, but there was no way to know which gate Brother Pure entered. Yao Shuilian nodded and said, "Yes, and the gate of all realms is constantly changing. Even if Brother Pure can explain it clearly, it's useless, unless it's a mark made by yourself, and only you can recognize it. So, it seems that we can only look for it one by one. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Yes, there's no better way. This is the only way. All right, Shiwilian, I'll put you into my inner world first." With that, Qin Shao waved his hand and put Yao Shiwilian into his inner world. Fortunately, there was still the great sage, Eight Enlightenment, and Bifan in his inner world, so Yao Shiwilian would not feel lonely and bored. At least, there was someone to talk to. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. He looked at the 1,000 gates of all realms and said, "Even if I have to look for you one by one, I'll find you. As long as you're still alive, I'll save you. I don't believe that I, Qin Shao, will be so unlucky as to die in this gate of all realms." With that, Qin Shao flew toward a gate of all realms without hesitation. In theory, as long as he was not so unlucky as to enter the most dangerous gates of all realms, with Qin Zhao's strength, he was confident that he could survive. Of course, it was only to survive. If he wanted to explore the gate of all realms, it wouldn't be so easy. Qin Zhao's purpose was to save Brother Pure. As long as he entered the gate of all realms, he would know whether Brother Pure was in that gate of all realms or not. If he was not, he would come out as soon as possible. In this case, there should not be a big problem. Whoosh! Qin Shao went directly through the gate of all realms and entered another world. As soon as he entered this world, he felt an extremely gloomy aura surge up. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 757. It was easy to enter the gate of all realms, but it was not so easy to get out. After entering the gate of all realms, one must travel through the world in the gate of all realms, and then find the exit to leave the gate of all realms. If one could not find the exit, one could only die in there. However, Qin Shao didn't need to risk his life like this. If he really went through the myriad world gates one by one, he wouldn't be able to pass through them. Even if he could pass through each of them, it would take a lot of time. Time waits for no one. If he wasted too much time, Brother Pure might not be able to hold on. Brother Pure was in a dangerous situation at this time. He could die at any time. Therefore, what Qin Shao needed the most now was time. He must find Brother Pure as soon as possible. Otherwise, Brother Pure would not be able to hold on. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's purpose was only to find Brother Pure, so he did not need to enter the gate of all realms himself. He could send an energy clone in. He only needed a moment to sense. After sensing Brother Pure, the main body would enter again. If he could not sense Brother Pure, it did not matter if the energy clone collapsed. It would not have much impact on the main body. Of course, the divine body would be damaged, but this price was already the lightest. Qin Shao checked through the gate of all realms one by one. Using the energy clone to check was extremely fast. Still nothing. Standing in front of the gate of all realms, Qin Shao sensed the karmic feeling transmitted by the energy clone. He shook his head. This was already the 156th gate of all realms, but he still could not find Brother Pure. In terms of time, he had already dragged on for an hour. Using the Tao of Fate to capture Brother Pure's fate trajectory, Qin Shao could clearly feel that Brother Pure's aura was getting weaker and weaker. The situation was getting worse. "Brother, you must hold on. Wait for me." Qin Shao clenched his teeth and continued to search. He had no choice but to use this stupid method to search. Searching one by one could only depend on his luck. In the desolate world, Brother Pure was hiding in a corner of a stone forest. A transparent golden bell enveloped him, emitting a powerful energy. Around the golden bell, there were 3 extremely ugly insect-armored life forms that were attacking the golden bell in a frenzy. These 3 insect-armored life forms were clearly almighty-level life forms, and they saw Brother Pure as prey and food. Brother Pure, who was hiding inside the golden bell, didn't have the slightest ability to resist. He could only rely on the golden bell to protect himself, But he also clearly felt that the protection of the Golden Bell was getting weaker and weaker. Under the frenzied attacks of the three almighty-level insect life forms, the defense of the Golden Bell gradually crumbled. Soon, it was on the verge of collapse. Once the Golden Bell was broken, Brother Chunjie would be dead for sure. Brother Pure stared at the Golden Bell. His face already had a look of despair. He was indeed in despair. With his strength, not to mention almighty-level existences, any third-step heavenly god could easily defeat him. In front of an almighty, he was so weak that he couldn't even compare to an ant. Moreover, there were three almighty-level insect life forms in front of him. That was even more terrifying. Brother Pure shook his head helplessly. It seems that I have overestimated myself. I thought that if I had the determination to fight, I would definitely be able to fight my way out. But I didn't expect that I would be forced into such a desperate situation as soon as I came out. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. With this bit of strength, there is no way for me to walk in the divine realm. I originally wanted to take a look at the Gate of All Realms, but I didn't expect to encounter danger, so I fled into the Gate of All Realms. But in the Gate of All Realms, with my strength, isn't it a dead end? If it wasn't for Brother Qin Shao secretly giving me 2 life-saving treasures, I would have died here long ago. Brother Pure didn't know about the 2 life-saving treasures that Qin Shao gave him. When he encountered danger outside the Gate of All Realms, he used one of them. Once he entered the Gate of All Realms, he used another one. Moreover, this one was on the verge of collapse. The pace of death was approaching him step by step. Sigh, I can't accept this. Although this is only a clone of mine, it doesn't matter if it dies. But my original body is now trapped in the source world. There is no way for me to come out. In the source world, the path of cultivation has reached its peak. There is no way for me to improve. I boasted in front of the exquisite fairy. How can I just die like this? No, I can't die. But what can I do now? Brother Pure smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't want to die, but how could he resist? With his strength, there was no possibility for him to resist. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being useless. He could only blame himself for being too weak, so he ended up in such a desperate situation. Strength, everything depended on strength. Without strength, he was nothing, and it was impossible to do anything. The more desperate he was, the more he would be enlightened, but it was already too late. Punk! The Golden Bell finally reached its limit and shattered, turning into fragments that scattered on the ground. As soon as the Golden Bell broke, the 3 insect life forms opened their huge mouths and rushed towards Brother Pure with a bloody smell. Brother Pure simply closed his eyes. He could already imagine his tragic fate in the next moment. He was going to be torn apart and devoured by the 3 insect life forms. Thinking about it was really painful. It seems that the exquisite fairy and I are not fated to be together. If I have a chance to start over, I will definitely not be as lazy as before. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Like Brother Qin Shao, I will become a strong person. Only then will I be qualified to pursue what I want to pursue and better protect myself. But it's too late to say anything now. Goodbye, my exquisite fairy. Some thoughts flashed through Brother Chunjie's mind like lightning. Death was coming. However, after waiting for a while, Brother Pure still didn't feel any pain on his body. Suddenly, he felt that the 3 terrifying auras had disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to calm. Brother Pure couldn't help but frown slightly. He opened his eyes, but what he saw was empty. What happened? Were the 3 insect life forms that wanted to eat him just now? Brother Pure was stunned. He looked around in confusion, but the surroundings were still very calm. He didn't see the 3 insect life forms, nor did he see any other situation. There was nothing around except for the stone forest. They ran away. Brother Pure was very puzzled. Why did the 3 insect life forms run away at the last moment? This situation really puzzled Brother Pure. They didn't want to eat him? That's not right. There shouldn't be such a possibility. Could it be that something happened? However, Brother Pure looked around carefully several times, but still didn't notice anything unusual. Could it be that Brother Pure's luck is so good that the 3 insect life forms couldn't bear to eat me because I'm too handsome, so they left on their own? Brother Pure joked in his heart. After a while, after confirming that there was no danger, Brother Pure finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. The feeling of escaping from death was really wonderful. No adjectives could describe this wonderful feeling. In any case, Brother Chuanjia couldn't figure out the reason for such an unprecedented and strange thing. But speaking of which, this was also a good thing. At least he didn't have to die. His life was temporarily saved. However, he didn't dare to be careless. His life was temporarily saved, but now he was still in the world of myriad paths. This world was full of endless dangers, and new dangers could come at any time. Therefore, Brother Pure still shrank in place, not daring to move. Now his only hope was that Qin Shao would come to save him. He also wanted to rely on his own strength to get out, but it was obviously not very practical. With his strength, there was no way he could explore the world of myriad worlds alone. Qin Shao was his last hope. Finally, Qin Shao sensed Brother Pure's aura in the 327th World Gate. His real body directly entered the World Gate. Soon, Qin Shao appeared in front of Brother Pure. Seeing that Brother Pure was fine, Qin Shao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Pure saw Qin Shao. After being stunned for a moment, his face revealed a bit of embarrassment, and he looked at Qin Shao with shame. Qin Shao stepped forward and patted Brother Pure's shoulder and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, this kind of thing is far beyond your ability. But you're quite lucky. You didn't encounter any danger in here. I've been on tenterhooks all the way here, afraid that something would happen to you." Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, speaking of which, my luck is really quite good. You see, when I was in danger before, the treasure you secretly gave me saved me twice. Speaking of which, it's strange. Originally, there were 3 insect shell creatures that broke the golden bell you gave me, but they didn't eat me. Instead, they strangely left. Don't you think it's strange?" "Huh, there's such a thing?" Hearing Brother Chuanjia's words, Qin Zhao's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. Such a matter really made him very puzzled. Logically speaking, it was not something that could happen. The insect shell creatures had always regarded humans as their prey and natural enemy. Once they encountered a human, they would definitely eat him and not let him go. Just now, Brother Pure was surrounded by 3 insect shell creatures, but he was still safe and sound. What was going on? This kind of thing, at least, Qin Shao found it hard to understand. It was very inconceivable. "Huh, someone's here?" Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed again. An ice-cold glint shot out from his eyes as he swept his gaze towards a certain direction. A figure walked out from the other side. The towering figure stood there, fully displaying his powerful aura. Chapter 758. Under this terrifying aura, Brother Pure almost knelt down. He did not even dare to look at it. It was terrifying. This was definitely the most terrifying being that Brother Pure had ever seen. Brother Pure had seen some powerful beings before. After all, Qin Shao was there. When Qin Shao returned to the Qin mansion, almost all the powerful beings in the Hidden Dragon territory came to welcome him. However, none of the powerful beings had the same aura as the one in front of him. This powerful and terrifying feeling made Brother Pure's soul tremble. The person in front of him was obviously an extremely powerful being. "Brother Pure, come into my inner world first." A voice entered Brother Pure's mind. Immediately, an irresistible force took Brother Pure into his inner world. Qin Shao looked at the towering, transparent shadow and said coldly, "Nether Ancestor Yushan, you've put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation on the heaven roll by resorting to such despicable means? However, you don't have much of a reputation. You're at the bottom of the heaven list. No wonder you're so unscrupulous. You don't have any dignity as a powerful being." Seeing the appearance of the secluded mountain ancestor, Qin Shao naturally understood everything. Brother Pure had encountered danger outside. There were powerful beings attacking him. It was obvious that the secluded mountain ancestor had sent people to force Brother Pure into the Gate of All Realms. Once he entered the Gate of All Realms, he would not be able to escape. This was only one of the reasons. The main reason was to set up a trap to deal with Qin Shao. It was much easier to deal with Qin Shao in the Gate of All Realms. After all, even if Qin Shao asked for help from the sovereigns would not be able to come so easily. In the Gate of All Realms, it was difficult to capture the path of fate. Karma was also useless. Hence, even if the sovereigns were to come, they would need to search the Gate of All Realms one by one. However, if the sovereigns were stronger, they would be able to search faster. However, this time was enough for the underworld ancestor to do what he wanted. It's just a little trick. So what? As the saying goes, all is fair in war, and the winner takes all. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? Yushan ancestor ignored Qin Zhao's sarcasm. Qin Shao knew that it was impossible to provoke the secluded mountain ancestor with words. Now that he was blocked by the secluded mountain ancestor, he had no other choice but to fight. Fortunately, the underworld ancestor was at the bottom of the heaven list. Therefore, Qin Shao was not too worried. Qin Shao was definitely no match for the Nether Mountain ancestor, but at least Qin Shao was confident that he could survive. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask Master Qingye for help. Even if Master Qingye couldn't save her in time, she could still ask her master for help. It was impossible for the underworld ancestor to kill Qin Shao. "You saved my brother just now, right?" Qin Shao asked coldly. The underworld ancestor said, "You're smart. You can understand it easily. If your brother died, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to enter the Gate of All Realms. Therefore, in order to lure you in, I had to save your brother. Speaking of which, you should be grateful to me. Am I right?" If that's the case, then I do have to thank you." Qin Shao sneered. The sarcasm in his voice was very strong. Qin Shao waved her hand and said coldly, "Nether Ancestor Yushan, let's cut the crap. You spent so much effort to lure me into the Gate of All Realms. What is your intention? Could it be that you, underworld ancestor, really want to kill me? It's not that I look down on you, but I don't think you have the guts to do so." Qin Shao was a sealed member of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. He represented the dignity of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. If someone dared to kill a sealed member of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land, it would be seen as a provocation to the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. How could the dignity of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land be challenged by others? However, the underworld ancestor was from the underworld, so he didn't care about this. The underworld ancestor sneered and looked at Qin Shao playfully. He said, "Boy, you really don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid enough to use your identity to threaten me? Do you think that the underworld is afraid of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land? In terms of strength, the underworld is only above the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. Don't you think it's ridiculous to use the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land to threaten me? So what if I kill you? If the members of your godly palace of Mandela want to kill me, then let them go to the Nether Realm to find me. However, would the major powers or sovereigns of your godly palace of Mandela dare to take half a step into the Nether Realm? If you dare to step in, the underworld will not let you return. So, do you think it's possible for you to leave here today?" The Nether Mountain ancestor did not hide his murderous intent towards Qin Shao and revealed it directly. Qin Zhao's expression was cold. In fact, he knew that it was useless to threaten the underworld ancestor with his identity. However, Qin Shao deliberately said this to make the secluded underworld ancestor think that he was really afraid of him. However, the situation in front of them was indeed not very optimistic. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was far from the underworld ancestor's match. Even if he was at the bottom of the heaven leaderboard, he was still on the heaven leaderboard and stood at the peak. The 7-star Great Emperor and Shiri Great Emperor were only close to the heaven leaderboard. They were still slightly weaker than the underworld ancestor. Not to mention Shiri Great Emperor, Qin Shao might not even be able to defeat the 7-star Great Emperor with his current strength. It was Qin Zhao's first time facing a real heaven leaderboard existence. However, there was nothing to be afraid of. The battle intent in his heart surged and burned. Such pressure would only stimulate Qin Zhao's battle intent. Qin Shao, I'll give you one more chance. You should know why I'm here. The conditions I told you last time are still in effect. As long as you agree, we can shake hands and make a friendly deal. As I said, I promise I won't let you suffer a loss, the underworld ancestor said again. Speaking of this, his voice suddenly turned cold. He changed the topic and said, if you still don't know what's good for you, then consider whether you have the strength to contend with me. This is your original body. If your original body dies, you can't bear the loss. Besides, if I kill you, I can also take what I need from you. Also, the lives of your brothers are also tied to you. Do you really want to fight with me? A strong sense of threat permeated the air. The underworld ancestor's pair of gloomy eyes flashed with an unusually cold luster. Obviously, he was not joking. As long as Qin Shao dared to say no, his monstrous anger would erupt. Underworld ancestor Yushan, I'm curious. Is that evil art really that important to you? What could make you, the underworld ancestor of the secluded mountain, resort to such unscrupulous means, racking your brains, and even provoking my forsaken shrine? If you say there's no secret in it, do you think I'll believe you? Qin Shao looked coldly at the underworld ancestor and asked. In fact, Qin Shao felt that something was wrong last time. Did the underworld ancestor need to spend so much effort to please him for a cultivation art? Now, Qin Shao was even more certain that the poetry of the underworld was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. There must be some huge secret hidden within it. Otherwise, the underworld ancestor would not be so crazy. This time, he even risked defending the desolate land divine palace to set up a trap to deal with him. Qin Shao said again, how about you tell me the secret? Maybe I'll consider it if I'm interested. The more you care about something, the more I won't let it go easily. Plus, I'm a person who wants to know everything clearly. I don't want to be confused. If you want to discuss with me, then let's talk about it. The underworld ancestor's eyes became colder. He said in a deep voice, there are some things you shouldn't know. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. This evil prose poem is very useful to me. In my eyes, it's a priceless treasure. I'll get it even if I have to pay a high price. As for the secret you're talking about, you're thinking too much. If there's a big secret, you'd know it already. Do you still need to ask me? Just tell me, are you going to give it to me or not? Be straightforward. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. And you don't have to waste time. Since I dared to set up a trap for you, I'm not afraid that you'll ask for help from the divine palace of the desolate land. As soon as the divine palace of the desolate land's divine palace makes a move, I'll know immediately. Why don't you consider whether or not you can escape from me before the ruler of your godly palace of forgetfulness comes to save you? Another threat made Qin Shao very unhappy. But Qin Shao also knew that this was the truth. This time, the underworld ancestor came prepared and would not act rashly. He probably had everything planned out long ago. This time, he came directly to the tiger's mouth. But since things had already come to this, it was useless to say anything more. Not to mention that he didn't know about this situation before. Even if he knew about it, he would have to come even if it was a tiger's den. With Brother Pure in the hands of the underworld ancestor, Qin Shao would definitely come. Then, it seems that there's no room for negotiation. Qin Shao did not waste any more words. He directly waved his hand and said, The poetry of the evil lord is indeed of no use to me, but I made myself very clear last time. I will definitely not release such an evil secret technique. If this evil secret technique is released, it will only harm the people of the human race. I, Qin Shao, will not do such an evil thing. Moreover, I, Qin Shao, have never been threatened by anyone. The more you threaten me, the more I won't bow down. I, Qin Shao, have always been amenable to persuasion and not coercion. So, if you want to use threats to make me obediently submit, then I can only say that you, the underworld ancestor, have a plan. Chapter 759. One arrogant brat. The old ancestor wants to see how capable you are to be so arrogant. Qin Zhao's words enraged the nether ancestor. As a being on the heaven leaderboard and an ancestor of the nether clan, who would dare speak to him like this? Moreover, Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly god. So what if he was a monster? He was still a fourth-step heavenly god after all. The nether ancestor felt deeply provoked by such an arrogant tone. Naturally, the nether ancestor was furious. He wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible to defend his supreme dignity. For the sake of the demonic prose, the nether ancestor couldn't care less. At worst, he'd just stay in the nether realm forever. As long as he got the demonic prose, he'd have hope of becoming a ruler. Once he became a ruler, he wouldn't have to worry about the desolate land's divine palace's revenge. For a chance to become a ruler, any risk was worth it. He'd been at the bottom of the heaven leaderboard for who knew how long. How could he be willing to stay where he was? He had to get the demonic prose. If God or Buddha stood in his way, he'd kill Buddha. Boom! The nether ancestor made his move. As a being on the heaven leaderboard, his moves were indeed extraordinary. Heaven and earth shook, and the void seemed to be destroyed. Visions rose one after another, and beams of light burst forth. Heaven and earth were instantly annihilated and devoured by the destructive energy. It was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, Qin Shao felt a boundless, terrifying power bombarding him. Even though his body's defenses were extremely strong, Qin Shao felt like he was about to be destroyed by this destructive energy. The might of heaven and earth, the power of the great Tao, and the power of secret arts all gathered together. In fact, all methods pursued the extreme of power. Whether it was the might of the great Tao, secret arts, treasures, Tao weapons, or the aura of power, what was presented in the end was power. Power was the last thing that struck a person. Only with absolute power could everything be destroyed. There was a saying that power could break all laws. The end of everything was presented in the form of power. In this regard, the nether ancestors' methods were clearly brilliant. All kinds of methods were brought together in the form of ultimate power. It crashed down and destroyed everything. Therefore, under the impact of this force, even with the strength of Qin Zhao's body, he was actually unable to withstand it. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed in an instant. Qin Shao possessed a defensive-type absolute art, the true intent of strength, and a powerful defensive-type Tao artifact. Even so, the defensive Tao artifact crumbled under the impact. It could not even withstand a single blow. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's body was still able to withstand it. However, it also made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. He felt like vomiting blood. Qin Shao didn't dare hesitate. He immediately walked into the mirage and entered it. With the mirage as a shield, the power of the attack would be greatly reduced. Mirage True Body? The nether ancestor sneered. I know that you've cultivated the Mirage True Body to perfection. This secret art is indeed very powerful. Even I can't capture your body in the Mirage. You can also use the Mirage to defend yourself. However, there's no need for you to show off your little tricks in front of me. The nether ancestor was on the heaven leaderboard after all. His strength was above Emperor Shiri. Although the Nether Ancestor couldn't capture Qin Zhao's body accurately, he could roughly sense his position. Most importantly, the Nether Ancestor's attack was omnidirectional. Therefore, even if Qin Zhao kept changing his position, it didn't have much effect. The Nether Ancestor's power would still surge into the mirage and attack Qin Zhao again and again. Hiding in the mirage meant that he was in a passive state. He could only defend and couldn't attack. No wonder he's on the heaven leaderboard. I'm still some distance away from it. Although my body's defense is strong enough, I won't be able to take it if this continues. If I drag this out, I might even be killed by the Nether Ancestor. I don't even have a chance to escape in the Door of All Realms. Even if I have a chance to escape, I won't be able to escape from the Nether Ancestor. Qin Zhao frowned. The situation didn't look good for him. No matter what, I can't just sit and wait. I have to fight. Qin Zhao made up his mind. His eyes flashed as he attacked. The 7-star sword's secret art was pushed to the extreme. 7 stars illuminate the sky. It was like the sun had suddenly appeared in the night sky. It wanted to sweep the night sky and light up the world. The 7-star sword's secret art was a top secret art. Qin Zhao had already cultivated it to the complete realm. When he used it with all his strength, its power was naturally monstrous. It was enough to deal with some powerful almighties. However, the Nether Ancestor looked disdainful. His towering figure was still standing there proudly. His eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "That's just a small trick. Destroy him." The Nether Ancestor shouted coldly. A dark light surged out. It seemed to have broken through the eternal ancient road. It surged out from the ancient times. It crossed the river of time and broke the endless void. It suppressed the ages and reflected the ancient river. This ray of dark light was extremely dark, as if it was the pinnacle of power, and it came crashing down with an unstoppable force. In front of this dark light, the power of Qin Zhao's 7-star sword seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. It was instantly shattered like tofu. Qin Zhao was also slightly shocked. What a powerful force. What a terrifying technique. It should be one of the 10 great unique techniques or a secret technique. Pure power, purer than lost techniques, secret skills, and Dao power. Whether it was lost techniques, secret skills, or Dao power, they were all presented in the form of power. Qin Zhao's true meaning of power was not so fancy. It was presented in the most direct way. It was presented in the purest form of power. Everything was based on power. Qin Zhao's fist smashed down viciously with an incomparably powerful force. It carried with it a destructive might that seemed capable of sweeping through everything and shaking the heavens. Rumble. The punch was unstoppable. All the power would be crushed, and a big hole would be smashed, forming a vacuum in the void. The punch landed on the Nether Ancestor's body. Oh! The Nether Ancestor's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He performed his technique again and pressed down. It collided with Qin Zhao's fist. Intense sparks flew out from the collision. There was an ancient sound that could shake the 9 underworlds and resound through the sky. Qin Zhao's true meaning of power was indeed powerful. However, it was suppressed by the Nether Ancestor's technique. Such power. Not bad, not bad. This technique is quite interesting. However, your realm is still too low. You have power, but the use of power is very rough. Therefore, your lethality is still lacking. This trick is still not enough for me. The secluded mountain ancestor sneered coldly, his face full of disdain. Such an outcome was within his expectations, but Qin Zhao still shook his head, an indescribable bitterness in his heart. His strength was not enough. His realm was not enough. It was indeed too difficult to cross this natural chasm. It seemed that there was no other way. If he wanted to turn the situation around, he could only improve and make a breakthrough in the use of Dao. Chapter 760. It was just a possibility, but it was still too difficult for him to make a breakthrough in the application of great Tao. This time, Qin Shao was traveling the world and comprehending nature. He had reached a bottleneck, so he wanted to improve his comprehension and make a breakthrough in the application of great Tao. He did not expect to be forced into a desperate situation by Yushan ancestor so quickly. In such a desperate situation, the only thing Qin Shao could think of was a breakthrough. Only a breakthrough could save him from his crisis. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to ask He Jimin Greenleaf or his master for help. This time, Underworld ancestor Yushan had come prepared. Asking He Jimin Greenleaf for help wasn't necessarily going to work. In the door of all worlds, Master Qingye could not pinpoint which door Qin Shao was in, so he could only look for him one by one. If he was lucky, he could find him in a short time. If he was unlucky, he would need more time. Whether or not Qin Shao would be able to hold out until He Jimin Greenleaf found him was still an unknown. Otherwise, he could only ask his teacher for help. His teacher was a universe master. With the power of a universe master, he could find him instantly and save him. However, Qin Shao would rather ask Master Qingye for help than ask his teacher for help. It was a matter of pride. But now was not the time to be desperate, so Qin Shao did not ask Master Qingye for help. Qin Shao could not deal with Yushan ancestor, so he could only retreat into the virtual world temporarily. The Yushan underworld ancestor attacked again and again, and Qin Zhao's ethereal extent shook violently. The crazy power hit Qin Zhao's body again and again, and Qin Shao could not help but bleed from the corner of his mouth. The situation was getting worse. If this continued, Qin Shao would die in the hands of Yushan ancestor. Qin Zhao's expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. He was also thinking of a way to survive. Although he had accumulated a lot of experience in the application of the Great Tao, and had even faintly touched the threshold of the intermediate application of the Great Tao, he was still unable to do so. What he lacked now was to break through that thin layer and truly step into the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. The distance of a single step was like the distance between heaven and earth. It was like a heavenly moat that lay there, making it difficult for people to cross. Under the pressure of death and the stimulation of this aura, Qin Zhao's potential was also pushing her limits again and again. He wanted to break through. He had to break through. This kind of despair surged in his heart. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Many comprehensions surged up, and one after another, ideas gushed out. Qin Shao tried to break through the barrier again and again, but failed every time. There was always something missing, and there was no way to break through in one fell swoop. Yushan Dark Ancestor's attacks were not successful. His hand suddenly moved, and a strange-looking axe appeared in his hand. He laughed coldly and said, "The true meaning of mirage is indeed an extremely powerful absolute art. It is infinitely close to the top 10 absolute arts. If you continue attacking like this, it will be a waste of time. I won't give you a chance to ask for help from the Dominator." After laughing coldly, Yushan Dark Ancestor's hand moved, and the axe in his hand suddenly slashed down. This axe could directly break through the mirage and directly enter the mirage. Qin Shao was also quite shocked by this sudden attack. He hurriedly went up to meet it with all his strength. Boom! After a fierce battle, Qin Shao was directly sent flying by Yushan Dark Ancestor's axe. He spat out blood, and his body was in turmoil. His blood and qi flowed backward. His divine body had lost nearly 20% of its original strength. In other words, Qin Shao could only withstand 5 strikes at most, and he would die under this axe. So terrifying, so terrifying. Qin Zhao's expression instantly turned cold. Qin Shao knew that Yushan Dark Ancestor was powerful, and he was prepared to ask for help from the Dominator. However, he didn't expect that such an unforeseen event would occur. Qin Zhao's biggest reliance was his Mirage Avatar. With the Mirage Avatar in hand, he could definitely delay Yushan Dark Ancestor for a while. If he could not hold on any longer, he could ask for help from Master Qingye. However, the situation changed rapidly, and Yushan Dark Ancestor's axe broke the stalemate, which frightened Qin Shao. What the hell was this thing? How could it ignore the mirage and directly enter the mirage? Now, Qin Shao only had about 70% of his divine body left. In other words, if there were 4 more strikes, he would die here in the hands of Yushan Dark Ancestor. The 4th chop was something that could be completed in an instant. Even if Qin Shao asked He Jim and Greenleaf for help, it would be too late. There was no way He Jim and Greenleaf would be able to save him. Want to break through? How could he break through in such a short time? In an instant, Qin Shao was forced into a dead end. Qin Shao only had one last chance to ask for help from his master. Yushan Dark Ancestor was not in a hurry to attack again. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with a playful gaze and said coldly, "Humph, Qin Shao, do you think you can hold on for a while with your Mirage avatar? I told you that I came prepared. Do you think I don't know what you're capable of?" The strength of the Mirage true body is indeed formidable, but it's not like there are no treasures that can restrain it. This is called the Void-Breaking Axe. It can easily break through the Mirage avatar. You can't escape from this Void-Breaking Axe if you hide in the Mirage avatar. I only need to slash you 4 more times, and you will die in my hands. It's only 4 axes. To this ancestor, I can complete it in a short instant. Even if you ask Master Qingye for help now, it's too late. Boy, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, then you should die. This is your original body. Once your original body dies, your doppelganger won't be able to do anything. In the future, you will only dare to hide in the divine palace of the desolate land. You asked for this. You can't blame anyone else. Qin Zhao's expression was extremely cold. He stared at Yushan Dark Ancestor and said, "You're really well prepared to deal with me. It seems that I have underestimated you. You think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that you can look down on everything and put everyone in your eyes? No matter how powerful you are, you're just a 4th-step divine realm expert. Kid, I won't waste my time talking to you. Die." Yushan Underworld Ancestor sneered and charged at Zhou Bao again. Qin Shao felt bitter. There was no other way. There was no other way. The Void-Breaking Axe was too powerful. Qin Shao could not block it at all. With just 4 blows, his divine body would crumble, and he would die on the spot. Now, Qin Shao could only ask his master for help. However, Qin Shao knew that his master did not want him to ask for help. However, if he did not ask for help, there was no other way. He was already in a dead end. Die. The Yushan Underworld Ancestor sneered as he arrived in front of Qin Shao. With one strike, Qin Zhao's divine body collapsed again. He spat out blood and was in a sorry state. It was Qin Zhao's first time being in such a sorry state. "I can't drag this out any longer." Qin Shao shook his head. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing else he could do. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Qin Zhao's body and froze the world. Chapter 761. Underworld Ancestor's eyes open wide. He watched the eerie light cut through space with a power that could destroy everything. It was coming for him. The aura of death suddenly surged. This was the first time Underworld Ancestor was so close to death. He felt the steps of death coming to him. What kind of power is this? What a terrifying power. Am I going to die? Nether Ancestor Yushan's eyes were filled with fear. This power was simply too terrifying. It was so terrifying that Underworld Ancestor could not resist at all. He was completely frozen and imprisoned by this power. In fact, it was not that time was frozen. It was not that the power was imprisoned. It was because the eerie light was too fast. It was so fast that Underworld Ancestor could not react at all. Therefore, it created the illusion of time being frozen. However, the effect was about the same. Underworld Ancestor could not avoid it all. He could only watch as the eerie light whizzed towards him. He felt an irresistible power cutting his body apart. His god body was annihilated quickly. It was destroyed as soon as it touched him. He couldn't resist it at all. His consciousness was quickly disappearing. His soul consciousness was also quickly dying. This was the feeling of death. This was also the 5th time Underworld Ancestor felt death. He had lived for so long. He was able to enter the Heaven List because he dared to take risks. He went deep into the universe's secret lands again and again, venturing into the endless sea of darkness. He reaped rewards from danger and made breakthroughs. That was how he got to where he was today. The price he paid was that he died 4 times and lost 4 doppelgangers. The limit of a living being's body was 9. This meant that he could cultivate up to 8 doppelgangers. Including the original body, he had 9 doppelgangers. Every time he lost a doppelganger, it was a huge loss to the original body. It was also a huge damage to the soul. The more doppelgangers he lost, the less potential he had to improve. The path of cultivation would be more difficult. Underworld Ancestor had lost 4 doppelgangers. Therefore, his potential was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, he had been trapped at his current level for a long time. He wanted to find a breakthrough. He could only use some evil means. Therefore, this wretched endowment was something he had to get. In order to deal with Qin Shao, he had spent a lot of effort. He even spent a lot of money to borrow the Void-Shattering Axe. However, he did not expect such a thing to happen. This power was so strong that he could not resist at all. This feeling was much scarier than facing a sovereign. Even against a sovereign, the secluded mountain Underworld Ancestor was confident that he could hold his own for a while. Moreover, a sovereign would not lower himself to deal with him. If a sovereign wanted to kill him, he could ask Yu Wang for help. Everything was going according to his plan. However, no matter how much he calculated, he never expected that Qin Shao would actually have such a huge life-saving trump card hidden on him. Was this power? This was definitely beyond the sovereign level. Could it be that the Palace Master of the Desolate Land gave Qin Shao a life-saving power? But that was impossible. How could an existence like the Palace Master of the Desolate Land take care of a 4th-step heavenly god? However, he did not have time to think. His last bit of consciousness was destroyed by this power. His divine body turned into ashes. His soul was destroyed. Everything ceased to exist. Underworld Ancestor was dead. Heaven and earth regained its peace. The sky became clear again. Time resumed its flow. Everything calmed down. However, Qin Zhao's heart was unable to calm down. This was because he did not know what that dim light was, nor did he know when it had appeared in his body. After taking a closer look, he finally figured out that the dark light came from the black rod that his master, Red Dust Guest, had given him. In other words, this dark light was actually something that Master had left behind for him long ago. It was to prevent him from being unable to call for help in a desperate situation. The power of this ghastly light was terrifying. The secluded mountain ancestor, who was on the heaven leaderboard, was killed in an instant. He didn't even have a chance to fight back, as expected of the master of the universe. This technique was really powerful. Just a ray of power left by his master could kill someone on the heaven list. This caused Qin Shao to worship his master even more. In his heart, he also yearned for the day when he could have such strength. Only by standing at the top of the universe could he better protect his family, friends, and clansmen. Only then could he save Gu Lingyue and his woman. Strength was the foundation to protect everything. Qin Shao understood the cruelty of survival in the universe from the origin world. Along the way, he had seen a lot, so he had a deeper understanding of this truth. If he wanted to survive, he had to be strong enough to support it. This was also the unchanging law of survival in the universe. It was a cruel law that no one could resist or change. The Yushan Lord of the Underworld was dead. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the void-breaking axe that had fallen into the void. This was a top-class Dao treasure, an extremely dangerous Dao treasure. It was specially carved into the void realm and could cut through the void. No space could stop this void-breaking axe. This void-breaking axe was considered an extremely precious item. Qin Shao grabbed the void-breaking axe and sent his soul consciousness into it. He immediately sensed that there was another soul consciousness inside. Obviously, this void-breaking axe had an owner. A surprised voice came from the void-breaking axe. Qin Shao, from the desolate land god palace? Why is it you? Why is my void-breaking axe in your hands? Through the voice, Qin Shao used the trajectory of fate to capture it. Soon, he knew who the other party was. Sky Demon Ruler. So this void-breaking axe is yours. Since the void-breaking axe is in my hands, I naturally snatched it from the underworld ancestor. Since he was killed by me, this void-breaking axe naturally became my spoils of war. Sky Demon Ruler was an almighty of the demon realm. He was also in existence on the Heaven leaderboard. Currently, he was ranked 312th on the Heaven leaderboard. Although his ranking wasn't high, his strength was stronger than the Underworld Ancestor. What? Underworld Ancestor is dead? How is that possible? No matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to kill Underworld Ancestor. What's going on? Sky Demon Ruler was also shocked. However, he clearly didn't believe Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Sky Demon Ruler. The Sky Demon Ruler would definitely seek confirmation from the Underworld Ancestor. He directly kept the void-breaking axe. Since it was his spoils of war, it naturally belonged to him now. Just as Qin Shao was about to leave, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the space in front of him. An illusory voice appeared in front of Qin Shao. Upon seeing this figure and sensing a familiar aura, Qin Shao was stunned for a moment before he immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. Disciple greets Master. The figure that descended was none other than Red Dust Guest. This was the first time Qin Shao saw his master after he became his disciple. The illusory figure revealed a smiling face. A voice came from the illusory figure. Master thought that you would soon use the life-saving power that I secretly left for you. I didn't expect you to drag it out until now. You can't be blamed for being hunted down by a Heaven leaderboard expert. After all, the difference in strength between the two of you is too great. Furthermore, the other party was prepared. He had a treasure that was specially designed to restrain you. This made your disadvantage even more obvious. In just a short 40,000 years, you were able to grow to such an extent. You have somewhat exceeded Master's expectations. However, to you, your cultivation path has only just begun. The road you have to walk in the future is too long. Therefore, you must not let your guard down. You must not be arrogant and complacent. You have also cultivated the true meaning of power to the 4th level. Not bad. Continue to work hard. Words of praise came out of Red Dust Guest's mouth. It was very casual and indifferent. Although it was praise, it was more of encouragement. It was obvious that Qin Zhao's achievements were nothing in Red Dust Guest's eyes. Disciple respects Master's teachings, Qin Shao said with a solemn face. When Qin Shao raised his head again, he realized that his master had already left. Qin Shao was already used to his master's personality. After sorting out his feelings, Qin Shao released Brother Pure, Yao Shuolian, and the others. Brother Chuanjia had survived a great disaster this time. His face was full of shame, and he looked a little ashamed. Alas, I was too confident. I almost got you killed. I really want to slap myself to death. You're not steady at all. You can't become a big fat person in one bite. On the road of cultivation, you have to walk step by step. 3 feet of ice was not formed in a day. Aren't you courting death by coming to a place like the Gate of All Realms? Yao Shuolian also criticized Brother Pure methodically. This time, for Brother Pure, Qin Shao had spent a lot of effort and encountered a lot of trouble. If he did not have a life-saving trump card on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After being criticized by Yao Shuolian, Brother Pure was even more embarrassed and ashamed. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's all in the past. In the process of growth, everyone may encounter some dangers and make some mistakes. In fact, this time, You can't blame Brother Pure. He also fell into someone's trap and was set up. Speaking of which, Brother Pure also fell into someone's trap because of me. Speaking of which, I'm the one who got Brother Pure into trouble. Cough. Qin Shao, please don't say that. If you say that, I can't forgive myself. Brother Pure shook his head and said. Qin Shao patted Brother Pure's shoulder and said, it's all in the past. Now is not the time to talk about it. Well, we should think about how to get out of this gate of all realms. It's not easy to leave this place. I'm afraid it's very dangerous inside. It just so happens that this is a chance for us to gain some experience. Everyone nodded and left, walking into the depths of this world. Chapter 762. In the depths of a vast divine palace in the nether realm, at the peak of a majestic palace, a majestic figure suddenly stood up on a huge throne pulled by 9 dragons. His eyes were spitting out peerlessly terrifying flames of fury. But the power caused the entire divine palace to tremble violently, and the gods in the divine palace knelt on the ground in fright. Ah! The secluded mountain ancestor let out a roar of anger, and it shook the divine palace to the point of collapse. The secluded mountain ancestor was enraged to the extreme, and his eyes were spewing flames of endless fury. It shook the entire sky, causing it to tremble. His entire clan was so frightened that they knelt on the ground, not understanding what was going on. But they could still feel the ancestor's anger. Countless clansmen looked at the vast divine palace from afar with fear on their faces. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I've thought of many things, but I didn't expect to miss out on you. Qin Shao, I've underestimated you. I've underestimated you. This ancestor's 5th clone died in your hands. Now, this ancestor only has 3 more chances to cultivate another clone. And every time I cultivate, the damage to my soul is irreparable. If I were to refine another clone, my potential would be greatly reduced. I didn't get the essay of the demonic calamity. My path of cultivation is almost cut off. This time, I've suffered a great loss, an incomparably great loss. And that void-shattering axe, it's in Qin Zhao's hands. The Sky Demon ruler will ask for it from me. Thinking of this, the secluded mountain ancestor's head hurt, and he wanted to kill someone. Damn it, it was too damn it. But so what if he hated it? Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. The loss this time was enough to make him vomit blood. He didn't expect that he, an ancestor on the heaven roll, would suffer such a great loss at the hands of a 4-step heavenly god kid. It was a great humiliation to him. But what could he do? Now that the clone was dead, could it be that the main body had to kill his way out? He didn't dare to enter the divine world with his true body. If he were to suffer any losses, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, for the time being, he could only give up the idea of hunting down Qin Shao. The unwillingness in his heart could only be temporarily put aside. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A pair of eerie eyes looked at the Nether Ancestor and said, Nether Ancestor, your clone is dead? Does Qin Shao have the ability to kill your doppelganger? Seeing the Sky Demon ruler, the Nether Mountain Ancestor's face turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, You're just a 4-step heavenly god. No matter how heaven-defying you are, how can you be my opponent? Then how did your clone die? Could it be that the kid was as timid as a mouse and asked the sovereign for help the moment he saw a secluded mountain? That shouldn't be the case, right? The Sky Demon ruler asked again. The Nether Mountain Ancestor waved his hand and said, Sky Demon, don't rub salt on my wound. Don't ask this question again. I know you're here for your void-shattering axe. I'll find a way to get it back to you as soon as possible. If not, I'll compensate you according to the price. The Sky Demon ruler looked at the Nether Mountain Ancestor and said, All right, since you don't want to say more, I won't bother asking. I'll give you 10,000 years. If you don't return the void-shattering axe in 10,000 years, I'll be prepared to take your purple underworld pagoda as compensation. Purple underworld pagoda? Hearing the sky demon ruler's words, the Yushan ancestor frowned deeply. Anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sky demon, you sure are greedy. You actually have your eyes on my amethyst underworld pagoda. That is my most precious treasure. It was personally bestowed to me by His Majesty, the Yushan Emperor. How dare you have designs on my protective treasure?" "Haha, why are you so agitated, Nether Mountain? The purple underworld pagoda is a protective treasure to you. Isn't my void-shattering axe the same to me? You should know how precious my void-shattering axe is. I'm asking you to compensate me with the purple underworld pagoda because of our friendship. Otherwise, why would I let you off so easily?" The Sky Demon Ruler said with a smile. The Nether Mountain ancestor was so angry that his face turned green. This was letting him off easily. However, he was in the wrong first. What else could he say? As compensation, it was understandable that the Sky Demon Ruler wanted to take advantage of him. "Haha, Nether Mountain, I'm considering our friendship. I'll give you 10,000 years. All right, it seems like you're not in a good mood. I won't disturb you any further. I'll come and find you in 10,000 years. The Sky Demon Ruler laughed and left. After sending the Sky Demon Ruler away, the Nether Mountain ancestor could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He smashed the divine palace. The Nether Mountain ancestor let out a peerless roar in his heart. "Qin Shao, I, the Nether Mountain ancestor, have lived for countless years. I've never suffered such a big loss or suffered such bad luck. If I don't take revenge for this, I, the Nether Mountain ancestor, am not human. Just you wait, I'll definitely get back at you. I'll definitely find you to take revenge for this." On the other side, in the Gate of All Realms, Qin Shao and the other three advanced cautiously. With an expert like Qin Shao here, the situation was better. Fortunately, the Gate of All Realms wasn't that dangerous. Along the way, although there were a lot of small troubles, none of them were able to hurt Qin Shao and the other three. It was just that the Eightfold Sage and the others couldn't help at all. Basically, whenever there was danger, Qin Shao would personally deal with it. Qin Shao's strength was indeed unparalleled. He could completely ignore ordinary dangers and crush them with brute force. Therefore, the five of them went very smoothly along the way. There were a lot of small bumps, but there weren't any thrilling incidents. In theory, as long as they passed through the entire Gate of All Realms and reached the other side of the world, they would be able to find the exit. Most of the Gate of All Realms were like this, except for some special Gate of All Realms that had some special tests. The rest were like this. However, it wasn't so easy to pass through the entire Gate of All Realms. It was full of all kinds of dangers and unknowns. They walked in the Gate of All Realms for a month. They encountered more than 100 dangers, big and small. Basically, they had to solve a problem after walking for a while. The most dangerous time was when Qin Shao was forced to go all out. In the end, he relied on the special means of the Mirage Avatar to get through the danger. However, this didn't give Qin Shao much of a feeling of experience. This level of danger was far from enough for Qin Shao. A big mountain blocked Qin Shao's path. From afar, Qin Shao felt an extremely powerful aura coming from the top of the mountain. It was an ancient and vicissitude aura. After carefully sensing it, one would realize that the aura had existed there for an unknown number of years. Before they even got close to the mountain, Qin Shao felt an involuntary tremble. Qin Shao was still fine, but Brother Pure and the other three were already trembling violently. Their eyes flashed with fear. "Master, I feel that it's very dangerous. Let's go around this mountain," said Bachi. Qin Shao also felt the dangerous aura surging over. However, the more dangerous it was, the more Qin Shao was interested in it. He faintly felt that the top of this mountain was a little unusual. There should be some kind of great opportunity or something like that. Let's go and have a look. No matter how dangerous it is, what am I afraid of? If there's any danger later, I'll put you into my inner world. However, we still have to be careful. Let's go and have a look first, Qin Shao said. Since Qin Shao said so, Everyone naturally had no objections. Naturally, they all followed one by one, ready to take a look first. The four of them slowly approached the mountain. The closer they got, the more dangerous they felt. They felt a terrifying ancient aura and a huge sense of oppression. Ordinary powerful people would never have the courage to get close under the pressure of such an aura. They would definitely stay away from it. Otherwise, they would get into trouble. Such an aura was nothing to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not afraid of anything at all. Step by step, his steps were incomparably firm. Although Qin Shao could also feel a surge of killing intent in this aura, indicating danger, Qin Shao still didn't flinch at all. The path up the mountain was extremely difficult. Even Ba Qi was in extreme pain. His head was covered in cold sweat. Brother Pure was almost dragged along by Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what the hell is on the top of this mountain? Why is it so terrifying? Why don't we go back? I feel it's very dangerous. Brother Pure was rarely afraid. This guy had always been fearless. However, under such an aura, he really couldn't help but feel afraid. Qin Shao said, "What are you afraid of? No matter what, we have to go to the top of the mountain to see what's going on. If there's any danger, I'll be here to protect you. I won't let danger befall you." "Ahem, I'm worried about you," Brother Pure said. "It's okay. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Even Nether Ancestor of the secluded mountain couldn't do anything to me. I don't believe that this mountain can do anything to me. Since we've encountered it, how can we not take a look? Sometimes an opportunity may be very close to you, but if you want to go around it, you'll miss the opportunity," Qin Shao said. Brother Pure shook his head and said, "Ahem, well, since you said so, I have nothing else to say. Let's go." The five of them walked for half a day before they finally reached the top of the mountain. As soon as they reached the top of the mountain, the scenery in front of them gave Yao Shuilian a fright. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. The top of the mountain was completely flattened, forming a huge flat ground. On this huge flat ground, what appeared in front of Qin Shao at this time were complete skeletons. At a glance, the number of skeletons was more than 100,000. There were too many, simply too many. Judging from these complete skeletons, these dead people should be at the level of a powerful figure. It was unlikely that there were even fourth-step divine realm experts. After all, it was difficult to preserve the bones of fourth-step divine realm experts. Looking at the pale skeletons in front of them, it really made their scalps tingle and their eyes pop out. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.